All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to day number 3 here on Sick Week. That is brought to you by Gear Vendors Overdrive, and I have been told the live stream about to be rolling here. That is brought to us by Motion Raceworks. My name is Derek Putnam. I'm joined here in the tower by Adam Dory and Chad Reynolds. I'll tell you what, I got a lot to live up to. I got a couple of veteran announcers up here. The only thing I could possibly do...
Was that code for old? I think
no,
you called
no,
us old.
No,
dude.
hang on. I got gray in my beard, dude, so I'm not throwing shade. Just back up a second. But, I mean, Chad's got a lot of experience with me. We were talking about this, like, how racers are. We sit there and you think you're going to have a 15-minute conversation. It turns into 2 hours. We were talking about the fact that Chad was present and on the mic when Larry Larson ran the first ever 6-second pass in drag-style competition, drag and drive. He announced that first lap, and it was like right as you guys were getting ready to shut down the racetrack. He was the last car down, last pass, last day. And I'll tell you what, you've been around it ever since then. You got to tell me some of the stuff that you've seen, man. I mean, this is great here, day 3 of Sick Week.
It's awesome to come and do these events. I've been doing drag and drive events since the first drag week in 05, and have been there with a bunch of really iconic runs. Was Larry's partner on the S10 truck. We built that thing to be the first 5-second, street car, and we were. And, Bailey since is the only one to go in the 5s as well. And it's a big deal. Like, Bailey's sitting here, it looks easy when you have, essentially street legal pro mods and what have you. Dude, it takes a lot more than money and parts to go that fast. Just to get one of these cars down the racetrack is a lot more to it at this weight and what have you. So, I mean, and then getting it down the road. That's the deal. Being able to just get in the thing, drive it around town. The grocery store is one thing, but driving it down the freeway and stuff is a whole other deal. So, this is not easy.
Oh, yeah, without a doubt. And, I mean, that's the thing that people are like, they just think that, hey, I can get all the right parts and everything will go. And there's a lot of people say, oh, I got this and I got this and I got this. And it took us years to get to the point that we're at, even just having the right parts. So, I mean, some people obviously come along much quicker, but like for most of us, it's a slow go, little victories. And then once you hit certain plateaus, like when I finally got into the 6s, took a couple years. And then it's like, now it's hard not to run a 6. So it's like, once you figure it out, it gets easy, but then you're like, what? We were such idiots. Like, all we had to do is this little thing, and it would have been there, like 2 years ago. And kind of the same thing. I mean, with the 5s, I mean, it was obviously going into it with the combination and having the right parts is just one thing. And then finally figured out on the last day of drag week in 19 was awesome to finally get that 5. And then we've built on that from there. And then you look at this week. I mean, just a simple thing that, like, I'll say manufacturing defect at this point because I have no understanding of why. I mean, I got to a point where I was dropping valves, but that was after I'd have about 1,200 miles on them. And so I just went through the routine that after I do an event, then we put fresh valves in it. And, I mean, these valves had 50 miles on them, 60 miles on them they had a dozen passes and a little bit of road drive, and for it to come apart the way it did, I mean, it's one of those things, but it is what it is. I mean, when your stuff is living on the ragged edge all the time, then, I mean, weird stuff's going to happen, and you just have to accept it and roll with it, and obviously now I get to enjoy and talk to you guys a little bit and not be thrashing in the pit, so, I mean, that's maybe one bonus, but at the same point, now I'm the guy that said I want to come win my own event, and here I am standing in the booth talking to you guys, so that part kind of sucks, but nothing against you.
Hey, I understand completely, and I have to say, I know that you had an advantage when you started doing these events over some of the other guys, and I'm going to throw somebody under the bus, but if he was here, he would totally agree with us, and that's Jeff Lutz. So Jeff Lutz came to run on drag week with his original 57 Chevrolet, and he walked in the door and was like, y'all are a bunch of idiots. I'm going to own this deal, and I'm going to throw down. And, I mean, he talked the big game, and he was going to own this thing. And a couple days in, we're at Norwalk, Ohio, and that thing's got all the bearings out of it and all this junk, and we're in the air, and it's me and Larry Larson and him laying under the car, and we are explaining to him that if he's in, we'll help pull this thing apart and put it back together. And he said, I totally underestimated this thing. I was wrong. And to this day, he will admit it because then he had to work real hard to be competitive in these events over the years. you saw a lot of that. So I think it helped you so you didn't come out of the gate and go, oh, anybody could do this thing, because it is way harder than people realize. And while you can build an 8-second car today out of the Summit catalog, you have a credit card and a Fox body Mustang with almost no fabrication skill, you can build an 8-second car and have never driven anything else, which is both exciting and scary. But when you start going faster than that, into the 7s, the 6s, the 5s, it's a whole other level. And so I say that because I want people to understand and appreciate the skill and the commitment to some of these cars, like the damn Volvo wagon that runs in the 6s at 209 miles an hour. I mean, isn't that rad? Like, that's the greatest part of this whole event.
No, and that's the part, and that's what's awesome is, like, I mean, just the new combinations that are now running the 6s. It's like whatever. It's like 6s is getting to be the old 8s. Like, in no disrespect to any of the guys running the 6s, because it takes a lot of work to get there. But it's just amazing watching all these new combinations. The Volvo, then you got Steve's, and then you got Prospero. Like, I mean, you got all these guys that, and the Corvette. Like, all these guys running in the 6s. That is like 5 years ago, it'd be like, holy shit, now we got this shit running 6s. Now it's like, oh, we got another 6-second car. Yeah. Like, and it's just, and it's a testament to everybody proving the combinations and going over the stuff. And the other is all these guys didn't get there overnight. They didn't just order it out of Summit or the Motion catalog and buy the stuff and bolt it on and then they're running there. That's the thing, that it takes a lot of work to get there, and it takes a lot of perseverance. And a lot of people, I mean, anybody that's coming to this stuff, I'm like, first, go do one and just make sure you make the drive. Then worry about going fast, because the drive is the great equalizer on these things. And no matter, they say, it doesn't matter how many times you took that piece of shit to Dairy Queen. Like, right. It is a lot different when you got to drive it for a week straight, live and die out of that car all week long, and know that that is your transportation to the next track.
Well, and it's your transportation to get to the Wendy's when you get to the hotel.
Back to the parts store to buy the junk that broke.
Right, and the guy that can tell you a lot about that, too, is Royce Payton.
Dude.
Royce showed up, and he kind of had the same deal. Hey, let's give this thing a try. And he's got the Nightmare Mustang with the Roots blower on it, which is arguably the worst combination for one of these things ever.
As far as the most work and the big challenge,
right,
definitely.
Right, and that dude made it one day the first year.
Yeah.
Made it 2 days the second year, made it 3 days the third year, and finished the thing the fourth year. But it took him 4 years to get his program put together, to drive the thing 1,000 miles, and to keep the thing alive on the track the whole way. And like you're saying, this isn't like a roll the dice, hey, I'm going to take my car down the track, and I'm going to do this 1,000-mile drive and finish drag week or sick week or race week or whatever you're doing, because that's what all the cool dudes are doing, and it's easy. This ain't easy, I promise you 100%.
Well, and I want to make sure everybody understands that when you look at somebody like Dave Newbern, right? Newbern and the boys are in the 57 Chevrolet and they're cruising and they're only doing sick ward, right? Well, they aren't missing the racing at all, because with very rare exception, whether you're me or Bailey or Larson or Lutz or anybody else on this trip, Eric Yost, who's won all of them multiple times, 99.999% of the stories that we tell from these events have nothing to do with what's happening on the racetrack. It's all the road. It is all the road. That is the story. So, that's what Newbern's like, I have a stock 454 out of a dually with a cam in it, and I don't even care. We're having a good time. We're going to do burnouts. We're going to do the cruise, and we're going to have a good time, and that's what it's all about. And he has been. We cruised all day yesterday. We had a good time. We ate, like, every time we stopped, which I don't understand. I know. Dude, have you seen my weight loss program? Yeah. Because I can't find it. I want to know where it is.
Dude, you fell off the wagon and you didn't even get up and try and find it.
No. I denied the wagon ever existed. Yeah.
All right, so I do have a couple of announcements I want to make everybody aware of, so attention out there. We do have a couple of cars that are sitting in the staging lanes that cannot be there. So we have a couple of cars that are in the staging lanes that should not be there. We need you to move those. There is a minivan down there. Let's see.
You already know the dark gray minivan is mine. I don't know why anybody would work hard.
You might want to put that thing down and go move it then, because
I don't know
Lonnie's not going to be your friend.
Yeah, well, Lonnie knows that it's my minivan. He just didn't think. I can make a chirp for him right now.
Wait, did you actually just say that Lonnie didn't think?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That won't surprise Lonnie. I say that a lot. Lonnie and I love each other, but I've also screamed at him like he owed me money more times than I can count.
Yeah, I'm sure you and Lonnie have had some.
Oh, dude, 10K drag,
disagreement.
dude, 10K drag shootout stuff. Like, we legitimately at the end of the day have to hug it out and go, okay, we still love each other, even though I wanted to kill you.
Yeah,
like,
absolutely.
all these times. So,
Yeah, okay.
But who else? What other cars do we got?
Well, it looks like we got one of them moved, so let's see if we got any others. Yeah, it looks like we got an Infinity sitting down there in lane number 8. I need that car moved. There's an Infinity in lane number 8. Need you to move that right away, please, because we're going to go drag racing, ladies and gentlemen, in just a little bit. Once again, C group. We're going to start with you, and we're going to start with even numbers. That's at the end of your number. So not if you're number 200s. That's not all going to be the way we do it. Even group C. So if your number ends in 0, 2, 4, 6, or 8, yeah, it does sound stupid that I'm telling you this, but we want to make sure that we bring the right people to the lane so we don't bunch it up. So we will be calling you to the lane shortly. So once again, C group, even numbers. We will start with you shortly. I will call you to the lane, so please be ready. All right, ladies and gentlemen, while I'm communicating with Corey Deemer, who is the operations manager here at Gainesville Raceway, once again, my home track. So I told Adam Dory accidentally, I said, man, you can have the run of the mill. I don't know if I'm going to end up regretting that or not.
A few of you who are complaining about not being able to hear, pass on, please. 97.1 on your FM dial. 97.1 on your FM dial will get you this PA. So if you can pass that down the line, and if you can't hear us down there at the end of the pits, 97.1 will do it. And a lot of your cars are street cars, so they probably have stereos in them. So there you go. And if you don't, hang out next to someone that does.
Uh-oh, it looks like Elle, our clock girl, is already pointing the finger at Adam Dory and Chad Reynolds. Listen, when you say guy in the hat, let's narrow that down. Guy in the hat is not going to narrow it down.
Hey, you with the hair.
Yeah, hey, hey, you with the Camaro, you with the Mustang.
Right, exactly.
So, all right. Ladies and gentlemen, first official call to the staging lanes. I want to go racing. How about you? Anybody want to see some racing out there? Let's put some cars in the staging lanes. Attention in the pits. I need C-Class even cars. C-Class even number cars. Come to the staging lanes, please. C-Class even number cars. Again, even numbers at the end of your number. 0, 2, 4, 6, and 8. It sounds weird that I have to say it, but hey, sometimes drag racers are so excited to go racing, they don't even think about their numbers. They just go, hey, they called me. I got to go. So once again, C-Class cars. C-Class cars. Even numbers at the end. I need you to come to lanes 1 and 2 to start, and then we will fill in as we go across. So C-Class cars. C-Class cars with even numbers at the end. That's 0, 2, 4, 6, and 8. I need you to report to lanes 1 and 2. We will start filling there, and then we will move over. Luckily, Adam, I don't know how much of a time you've had to walk around here, but we've got a whole lot of staging lane here at Gainesville Raceway. We can hold a bunch of cars.
Ton of cars, which is super cool. And unlike Bradenton, where we started, there's 2 sets of staging lanes, which is a little bit weird for Lonnie to kind of pull out of the east side and the west side and everything else like that. But at over there at Bradenton, we could call all those A cars to the one side, which is really nice, and then all the other cars to the other side, which is pretty nice. But here, just the one set of staging lanes, like a normal track, if you will. And I just saw Faith Wanaka walk in. Faith sang our national anthem for us on their opening day, and she's going to sing again today, which is beautiful. Faith is a Rocky Mountain Race Week racer, and her riding around with her dad Frank.
Yeah.
And we get to have her sing again, and that's a pleasure for all of us.
I'll tell you what, man. Watching the two of them, like her dad posted yesterday about making memories, father and daughter, and I'll tell you what, again, just goes right back to what we were talking about a little while ago. When you get into drag racing, it's very easy to let yourself kind of get sucked into the whole, I want to make a fast pass, I want to beat my buddy, I want to get a trophy, I want to get a check, all that kind of stuff. But as you get older, the memories that you create with your friends and your family, that is really what is going to radiate and stick in your cranium going forward. And I know Chad's got a whole bunch of those in his cranium.
I'll tell you, the other thing that that are gonna make memories is thrashing to fix your junk. And along those lines, we need a 15, 16, or 17 Mustang rear wheel bearing. So the bearing and hub assembly, we need one of those. And we need a 30-millimeter socket, because this is one of those cars with the axle with the nut, which I said check with all the Honda guys and stuff, because I know those guys all have big nuts to pull their axles apart too. So 15, 16, 17 Mustang hub. We're looking at part stores too, but we need the 30-millimeter nut as well. What's your name? Matthew. And what are you in? Oh, the blue F100 that's not a F100. Yes, so that's the one.
Yeah, so Chad actually asking for something besides the 10-millimeter. I'm not sure how that's possible. Yeah, 10-millimeter, the socket that's always lost. All right, so the guys that are pulling around in lane number 1, please do not wrap around the back. Start coming to lane number 2. Kind of help us out back there. Once lane number 1 is full, come into lane number 2, fill that one up, then come to lane number 3. Don't make a traffic jam back there. Go ahead and get chummy with your neighbor. Move on over to lane number 2. So we're going to send somebody back there to kind of help sort that out. Once again.
As we keep going, if lane number 2 gets full, I mean, the next logical progression is to go to lane number 3.
Oh, I thought it was lane number 6.
I mean, you could do that, but then you would be wrong.
Yeah, and Lonnie would hate me, and I really don't want Lonnie to hate me this early in the week.
No, exactly.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I mean, use your common sense here, folks. If 1 is full and you're kind of back there, pull up into 2, then into 3.
Yep, and it looks like right now we're actually all backed up in lane number 2. I don't see a whole lot of cars in lane number 1. So once again, ladies and gentlemen, as soon as we get the final dragon done, then we'll be going back into action. So as soon as we get everybody lined up, and once again, please help us by pulling through and not leaving a jam back there at the rear, because that'll help us get the next class in, get us through, and get you more shots at the racetrack. So we're asking about the target number for today. That's the bullseye class. Target number is 24. Once again, target number for today for the bullseye class. Class number N is in Nancy. That is number 24. You don't want to turn in a slip with a 23 in it, because that's under. That's not good. Don't turn in a 22 or a 21. Definitely don't piss off my guy, Ed Law Dog Lawton. He's my security guard up here. He will throw people out of the tower, second floor, right through the window. I'm not kidding. There's cracks in here because somebody thought that he was like making it up and he wasn't going to do it. I have to hire this guy now, like literally. Like as soon as I started announcing, everybody got all wordy with me. I had to bring in a security guard. I'm not kidding. This guy takes care of me right here. Thank God he's cheap.
You get all the internet warriors, and I'll tell you what, I bet we could hire him to get on the internet too and talk some smack.
Adam, don't worry about it. Like you'll just kind of come in under the coverage. Like Law Dog and I talked yesterday. He got to see a lot of guys out there on the road. He hooked up with the 1320 crew. I mean, this guy is celebrity type status now. I actually got him a shirt that says security. I mean, look at this dude. Would you want to go toe to toe with this guy even if he didn't have a security shirt on? Heck no, man. I'd be walking the other way. I'd be running the other way.
And I'm a little guy. I'm 5'8", and what are you? You're probably 6'2". 6'4".
He's 6'4", yeah.
Yeah.
You got to. Oh wow, I
Yeah.
don't think I want to say
No.
that on live stream.
But yeah, he's he's a big man, and I'm out, man. You win.
Oh, so he's the big man and you're the little man. Okay, Adam, thanks so much. All right, let's get back to drag racing. All right, once
fun
again.
yet?
Yeah, no, absolutely not, man. I mean, like you said earlier, I can't believe Tom Bailey's actually paying us to do this, but he might reconsider and actually take out a withdrawal when we're done. He'd be like, what decision was it to put these guys on? Yeah, he hasn't given us the check, so that thing might be withdrawn.
Now, and again, Frank Wanaka's daughter, Faith Wanaka,
Yes,
is going to
Faith
sing the
Wanaka,
sing the
yeah,
national
exactly,
anthem
as
once
in-
we get rolling here. But we got to get those lanes full first. So again, fill up 1 and 2, and if 2 gets full, fill up 3. And on the PA as we kind of go here, we know a few of you out there can't hear the PA very well, but we are working on it as we go. And we will make it better for everyone as we go. But again, 97.1 will get you on the FM dial if you can't hear me otherwise. But again, we are filling up lanes. We're doing those C-Class cars, which is even C-Class cars are filling up the staging lanes right now. And those odd number cars, you're going to bring you down next. This is not your call, odd number cars, but be ready, odd number cars. We're filling up even C-Class cars right now.
Yeah, so Adam out here doing the work with me up in the tower, and unfortunately I didn't get a chance to talk with Adam up in Bradenton the first couple of days we did it. I kind of got I can't say I got stuck in the tower, man. I mean, sitting in the tower announcing the action, heck yeah, man, I'll sign up for that all day long.
No, this is a good deal, and it was, I was out in the pits and kind of doing my thing, and you were yakking with Chad, and it was all good. But yeah, having a little bit of time to hang out with you and that's kind of the beauty of this thing is that you're a racer, I'm a racer, Chad's a racer, Tom's a racer, and, we're also, we have an inside scoop on this stuff. We're not just announcers by trade. We do this, as well as racing.
Yeah, the question is that, like if we kind of do like say medium to mediocre in both racing and announcing, which one do we actually say we are?
Well, I get paid to announce here and there, and I don't get paid to race because I'm a terrible racer.
Okay,
they don't pay out for like 60th place. So
you don't pay out for first round loser because
Right.
if they did, man, I got a bunch of checks waiting on me.
Actually, I'm the pay you after first round because I'm the buyback guy.
Yeah, exactly. All right, so once again, for those of you that have been mentioning about the fact that some of the PA system is not coming through in the pits, we're working on that. We appreciate everybody's patience. Well, once again, track radio station 97.1. So for any of you that can't hear my lovely voice out there, along with Adam Dory and Chad Reynolds, as they're going to be down there in the pits and on the racetrack surface bringing it to you, 97.1. That's on the FM frequency. That's where you're going to hear us. And, of course, make sure you check out the live stream. Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to bring you multiple camera angles today. So even if you're here on the property and you want to see all the cool camera angles that Warren Evans and his group are bringing to us here thanks to Motion Raceworks, yeah, go check out the live stream. That's on Tom Bailey's YouTube channel. And those of you that have not spelled out Tom Bailey, let me give you a little hint. B-A-I-L-E-Y, Tom Bailey. And you can watch all the action. And I've even been told that we're going to get incrementals on there. You can see what these guys are running.
That's going to be super duper cool. And yeah, big shout out again to Gear Vendors too. Gear Vendors bringing you the Sick Week 2022. And, you'll see the cars out there. The Sick Week cars are the cars that are in with the white letters on the windows. And those are the cars that are racing. And there's also Sick Ward cars. These are cars that are kind of doing like the Sick Week version of Power Tour. They're driving, they're doing the route, they're hanging out, they're having all the fun, just not doing the quarter-mile passes, and they have the green stickers on those cars.
Yeah, there's about 200 of those that just decided they wanted to tag along and enjoy all the stuff of what the racers get to do without the stress and thrashing.
Yeah, and it's one of those things too. If you've got a car that you think you're going to bring on Sick Week next year, this gives you a little shakedown pass, and you can do all the road stuff. And like you heard us earlier talking, with Chad and stuff, and even Tom, the road stuff is the stuff that is the attrition. So if you can make it through the Sick Ward, then you could probably make it through the Sick Week. And so a lot of guys that have cars that they're not sure are going to be able to do this are in that Sick Ward and cruising around and checking it out, and they'll probably be on Sick Week next year.
Yeah, the cool thing is we have different levels of sickness, so to speak. Like, if you called in sick, quote unquote, to come out here and watch the action, yeah, that's sick level 1. If you decide you want to go in sick ward, that's sick level 2. If you decide you want to go all the way to the sickness level, yeah, sign up as a racer. This is going to be, as Tom Bailey says, the hardest vacation you will ever take.
100%, and it really, really is. It's like I say on race week, it's the only vacation you need a vacation from at the other end.
I can't say it any better. So once again, big thanks to Gear Vendors Overdrive, the official presenting sponsor of Sick Week. Yeah, this thing we're going to do over 800 miles as we visit 4 different racetracks. We started at Bradenton. Fortunately, Orlando, they got that Florida Misty stuff crap, so we couldn't run there. So now it's going to become a best average of 4 races. So that kind of makes it where maybe there's not so much room for error. You got to make some good passes, Adam, and you've done this a lot. That puts some stress on people.
It really tightens the stuff up for sure. And I'll tell you what, we're just really happy that wasn't the first day or the last day. It fell on the second day. That's, if you're going to ask for a rain day, that's one of the best days to have it, because some of those guys are going to really need to be pulling out the wick on that last day, and that's the day, if we had the rain out on that day, and I hope we don't, knock on wood, we're going to need to bring the heat, if you will, as Chad says, bring the lumber on that last day, because that's where the average is going to really, really come down, and the guys that are, second and third place need to pull that wick out to try to get that first place car reeled in.
No, you absolutely. And, again, we're talking about the fact that we've already got multiple 6-second cars that have already made laps here. They're leading their classes. Like, let's talk about modified real quick. Like a couple of cars that you wouldn't think would be at the top of modified. I mean, it's crazy. You got Mikkel Borgren with that 1987 Volvo station wagon. Are you kidding me? Friggin' box going 685 at 203 miles an hour. You got to be kidding me.
That's insane. And I think he's doing that on a 275 tire even.
He's definitely doing it on a small radial, and right behind him, a guy we don't even need to introduce, Rick Prospero. This guy's won like multiple times on drag week. He used to have a Chevy Nova wagon. I'm talking about how cool that thing was. He took an old Igloo cooler, and that was his intercooler. So you look in the back of it, and you wouldn't even know, but that thing ran 7s. He decided he wanted to run faster, so let's take a Mazda RX-7 and throw the rotary in the trash. And let's put a big block Chevy with twins in it. And what did he run? He went 686. So they're only separated by 100th of a second, ladies and gentlemen, and I guarantee you're going to watch those two battle it back and forth because they want to go home number 1. They get a limited edition helmet, a race quip helmet that's painted to match Tom Bailey's car, that sick orange color.
Yep, exactly. And then, keep in mind, in the back of your mind, while you're watching on the live feed, while you're watching here in the stands, all these cars are street cars. They all have like 150 miles on them or so at this point. Actually, more than that.
Yeah, because we went from Bradenton to Orlando, and then we came here. So, yeah, let's talk about, you want to talk about social media, guys? How about Cletus McFarland? We got some Cletus McFarland fans out there in the stands. Let me see you. Yeah, it looks like we got some out there. That's a Florida man. He identifies as a Florida man, at least as far as I know. How about the car called Mullet? He's number 3 in the modified class. He went 735. I think that might be the best pass for that car ever.
I believe that's the fastest pass that car's made, but definitely into a 6-second capable car.
Yeah, absolutely. They're just trying to figure it out. He did drag week and he did Rocky Mountain Race Week with that car. And the thing is like you said, there's some guys that could just come out here with brand new combinations. Like we talk about, let's switch gears real quick and let's talk about Nicky Bobby and Adam Hodson. Those guys came out here with, his Malibu. They came out with Adam Hodson's Camaro. They came out with the, the truck that was on the competition for 10 grand, the Hoopty Challenge. We talk about that stuff. And then they buy a 3rd generation friggin' race car. They buy a 3rd gen Camaro. Yeah, they take it out and they run it no prep a couple of times. And they go, screw this big block nitrous stuff. They're going to rip that out. Let's throw an LS motor into it twins. And then let's dyno it. And then, what the heck? Let's take it on Sick Week with no runs, like 0. Just show up and let's run a 719 on the third pass.
On the third pass ever. Yeah, exactly. And then the 4th pass goes like 715?
715 at almost 190 miles an hour. And then they have the fuel pump go out on it 3 miles away from the racetrack. That's the kind of thing that happens when you bring out a brand new combination that's not sorted. You kind of cross your fingers and go, might make it, might not, I don't know.
And those guys are notorious small tire guys, and now they got the biggest tire they could buy. They actually went down, opened up the, I believe it's the Mickey Thompson catalog, put the finger and went all the way to the bottom, and that's where the biggest tire exists, and they ordered 2 of those. And they put it on that car, and that's that car they call Uncle Sam.
Yeah, Uncle Sam. They said, can we get the biggest steamrollers possible? And I'll tell you what, Adam, you've been doing this for a while. They'll talk about the biggest difference between going from a small tire radial to going to a big tire car. The attitude, how you set everything up, your approach, 180 degrees different.
No, it's insane. I mean, everything is different. How you set the bars up is going to be different. How you set the shocks up is going to be different. How you want the track prep is going to be different. And then, again, these guys notorious small tire guys, street race type dudes, and I'm talking like legit street race type dudes. And all of a sudden they put steamrollers on the thing, and they're going to figure that thing out, and it's that car is going to be wicked, wicked fast.
No, absolutely. So once again, I've had people that are kind of blowing my phone up here. This is the only bad part about being a drag racer. You know, like you're sitting there going, hey, you know, maybe I'll hit up the announcer instead of waiting for the announcement.
Yeah,
maybe this guy's going to tell me what's going on.
Give me a shout out, man.
Yeah, exactly. Tell me what's going on here.
But no, yeah, we got those guys coming out. But again, that C-Class is making their way down, those even number C-Class cars. Again, this is our, if you will say, quote-unquote, slowest class, but none of these cars are, like, slow necessarily. C-Class is up to a 10 flat, I believe, right?
Yeah, that's correct. That's going to be like the dial your own and the target, and a lot of bullseye number cars are going to be in there. But I'll tell you what, a lot of these guys, I say guys and girls, you know, we really need to throw that out there. There's a lot of females out here doing this. And I'll tell you what, we talk about the fact that, hey, how about that 1 second reaction time thing? We were talking about that earlier with Keith Turk. He was on the mic with you guys while I was taking care of some homework and some business, you know, making sure that my wife still likes me or something, check in at home.
Right.
You know, we're talking about the fact that you've got to have under a 1 second reaction time. How many of you are sick and tired of watching people just sitting on the starting line, boosting their friggin' turbos for like 20 seconds, and you're going, all right, dude, are you done yet? Can you go down the racetrack? Tom said, screw that. We don't want to do that. We want side-by-side runs. So that's what we're trying to do. And you know what? In Bradenton, it really worked out pretty well.
It worked out great, and then kind of breaking the classes up in that A, B, and C class, so you have cars that are in the same realm of a competition sort of speeds. And then if you you tighten up those reaction times, then you do get side-by-side racing, or at least a lot more of it in this type of deal. And you know, it's kind of cool, and it's cool for the racer, it's cool for the dude on the live feed, it's cool for the people here that are spectating actually it live. And P.S. is it Wednesday, right?
Yeah, it is Wednesday, so it's the middle of the week. You better come up with a good excuse of why you're not going to work.
Well, it's sick week, so you guys are calling in sick, and we appreciate you guys here. And look at all the spectators that are here already, and it's like, I don't even know what time it is. It's 10:17, so either you people like don't have jobs or you definitely called in sick, and we appreciate you guys coming out here to Gainesville.
Adam, are you kidding me on this stuff? I mean, check this stuff out. I mean, here's the thing that I'm going to tell you something. I do an event here at Gainesville. You know, like I said earlier, I'm fortunate enough to be able to announce here at Gainesville Raceway for the last couple of years, and for me, man, it's like a dream come true. Like, I don't care. I wouldn't take a paycheck. You know, there's a great group of people that work here at Gainesville. Yeah, I know. Don't say it too loud.
Don't say that too loud.
Tom's going to rescind that check again. Yep. Hey, I'm a racer. I got car parts to buy.
Yeah.
But we're talking about the fact that, you know, this is Gainesville Raceway. They host the Gator Nationals here. You can pack 40,000 people in this place, and it looked like, oh, yeah, it's full. It's not like run over, but it's full. So the thing is you can get a couple thousand people in this place, and the stands look like they're scattered, because if you took 2,000 people to a little, like, backwoods track, the stands would be overflowing. They'd be, like, ready to tip over.
Yeah, exactly. But, you know, there's at least a couple hundred people in the stands right now, and I bet there's at least that many running through the pits, and every ticket is a pit pass. So if you're watching on the live stream and you're near Gainesville, maybe come out here and watch this stuff live, because I'll tell you what, watching it on the live feed is one thing, but watching it live is a whole different deal.
Let me tell you something. We've only been live on the live feed for how long, Mr. Warren? How long has live feed been up? Maybe 20 minutes? 33 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, we got 5,000 people. They're already sitting there watching the live feed, and all we got is just you and I BSing and tractors going down the track.
It's incredible. And, you know, at Bradenton, I think we were up near 9,000.
Yeah, we got over 9,000. We had like almost 9,500 people. 9,300 people. That's crazy, man. All these people are like, well, I mean, to be honest, I could kind of see that one. It's like, it's Monday. Nobody wants to work on a Monday. Let's see. I can go into work on Monday, and I can play around, and I can do that. Oh, wait, no, hang on. I'm going to dial up the live feed, and I'm going to watch.
And at this point, that first day, 190,000 views of that live feed.
Nuts.
Well, that's insane.
Yeah. Hey, big thanks to Motion Raceworks for making all that possible, and Warren Evans and his crew. He's over here working hard. Guy that did Drag Week last year. So, yeah, he knows exactly what's going on.
Yeah, Warren from Drag Racer TV, and, Motion Raceworks providing that live feed for everybody, and it's free. $0. And we like to call this Zero Production Week at Work. So if you're watching on the live stream, thank you so very much. We appreciate you guys, working, and I'm using air quotes. You can't see me.
Working.
and hanging out and getting ready to watch some drag racing. And I think it's definitely coming soon. We got the VHT truck ready to go, and we're just doing the last kind of cleanups on the track here. And we will be bringing you those C-Class cars, and again, those even C-Class cars. If your number ends in a 2, 4, 6, 8, or 0, you should be in those lanes. And again, kind of 1, and if 1's full, 2, and if 2's full, 3.
Yeah, dude, look at that. We got like almost 4 lanes full of cars. That's crazy. And we're only calling up half of them.
And if you look out there, look at the variety of cars. There's a car out there they call the Chicken Coop. That's Jason Shafer's car, I believe. And
Yeah.
Jason's riding with his dog Angel.
That's really cool. That's a way to do it. So Lonnie Grimm is checking out on something. He wants to make sure that he still knows what's going on. And it's like, man, I've already said this like 5 times. Well, I'm going to go ahead and say it one more time. Bullseye number, ladies and gentlemen, you're running the N class. Bullseye number for today is 24. Bullseye number, 24. So don't you dare hand in a 23. Let's make sure. It's a 24. That's the bullseye number for today. So for those of you that are running the N class, you know that means 924, 1024, 1124. That's the hard part. It's a new class, and I really like the concept, Adam. It's good.
Super cool. It's super cool, and it kind of gives like a, it's sort of an index class with a floating index. And so you got to be able to kind of make your car do its thing on every one of those like floating index days, and that's a cool class.
Yeah, so Lonnie Grimm, the man in charge down there at the front of the staging lanes, man, I'll tell you what, Lonnie and I have known each other for about a decade and a half, and I'll tell you what, we couldn't have a better guy down there running the front of the lanes. But the thing is he keeps like showing me his phone like, hey, dude, you're supposed to have a job here. You're supposed to be entertaining the masses, but I'm telling you, pay attention to your stupid phone. So, yeah, I'm looking at like all the notes and everything you send to me. So check this out. Spectators, while we got a minute, let's make sure that we...
Hey guys, have you subscribed to Sick the Mag yet? Sick the Mag is the magazine for the drag and drive community. It's kind of more like a book. If you haven't subscribed, get over to sickthemag.com, subscribe.
Meatloaf loves Sick the Mag. He flips through every single copy every time I get it. Just loves the pictures and articles. You will too. Get your copy today.
Hey guys, have you subscribed to Sick the Mag yet? Sick the Mag is the magazine for the drag and drive community. It's kind of more like a book. If you haven't subscribed, get over to sickthemag.com, subscribe.
I scraped the bottom of the barrel to find me, but I got Adam and Chad, so I don't feel too bad.
Well, no, I'm like I'm definitely the bottom of the barrel on the mountain time zone, and Chad's the bottom of the barrel in the eastern, or I'm sorry, the western time zone, and whatever. It's we're just making this happen. But while we got a little quiet time, reminder for all you down there in the staging lanes, you are going to make one pass, and you're going to go back to the pits. We're not going to do round robins on this one. So you even cars make one pass, go back to the pits, and then we're going to call those odd cars. But not like we did at Bradenton. You don't have a time limit on this one. We're going to make one pass, give everyone else a chance to get their first pass in, and then we'll kind of adjust as that happens. So just again, while we got a little downtime, keep that in mind. And that's one of the things we have on Rocky Mountain Race Week is we tell guys to come down for one pass, and they come down for 2 and 3 and 4. And I'll tell you what, Lonnie's down there, talking about Lonnie, and that ball-peen hammer earlier that Keith Turk had, I think he gave it to Lonnie Grimm. So if you guys come back around for a second pass, he's definitely going to whack you on the head for that thing.
You know what? I'll tell you what. Talk about enthusiastic people that are out here this weekend. I keep saying this weekend because I keep thinking that something, yep, Elle's going to close this in. She's done with me. I'm way too loud, and I got Adam up here also doing it. I still love you, Elle. It's okay. I got you. But yeah, we're talking about some people that are down here they're following with us all week so they can bring you more coverage. How about Boosted Photography? He's down there on the ground, and he's standing next to good guy Wayne Stewart. That's KWS Images. I'll tell you what, these guys are taking time off of work just to bring photos. I'll tell you what, both of them do great jobs. I mean, like, they cover practically everything. Oh, yeah, don't give me that, man. You do great. He's sitting there making it look like Wayne's the big guy, and Boosted Photography's just, like, kind of hanging on, like, on a loose thread. Give me a break.
Yeah,
we got the 1320 video crew out here this week.
You can't get any better than that. And then we got Chris Story. Chris Story is out here taking pictures, and he's this guy that just decided one day, I'm quitting my job, and I'm going to go do photography on racetracks, and we're going to do some drag racing photography, and that's a super cool deal. And, you know, that's part of the deal with this is you can bring your street car out here, and then you get these professional level photographs all over the place. And guys, if you see that perfect photo and you see that thing posted on social media, reach out to that photographer and buy that photo from them, because they're out here for the most part working for free and giving you guys all this awesome coverage. So reach out to them. Most of those guys can get those photos like framed for you and in really, really large formats. And you know, I heard from one of my kind of mentor drag racers, and he said, you know what? If any of these guys are offering photos, buy those, because you don't know when you're going to be able to do this again, and you don't know if something weird's going to happen and you're not going to be able to do this again. So buy that stuff and commemorate all the stuff you've done in this life. And all these drag and drive things are super cool, and you might, while you're like involved in it right now, think this is pretty normal stuff. But when you get home, all of a sudden you're like a hero.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is the great thing. I mean, you think about how much money all of these people are paying just to get out here. I mean, like, we're talking about not just the entry fee. How about hotels, all the gas, all the parts you're going to burn up? Chances are you're going to have a set of tires that are probably going to be toast by the time you're done. So we're talking about the fact that these guys are doing this just for, like, recognition. This is about personal vendettas. These are about, man, maybe I want to prove I have a real race car. But again, these photographers that are out here, all these great media companies, I mentioned KWS Images, I mentioned Boostin' Photography. That's Boostin' Photography with no G, by the way, because he is the G-man. He doesn't need the G in the boosting. So, yeah, that's what we're talking about that. We talk about all these other great companies. How about Dragzine? Dragzine's out here covering this event. How about Drag Illustrated? Dude. Wes Buck and his whole crew are out here doing this. Those are the guys that do stuff like Pro Mod and NHRA, but they're out here covering Sick Week, man. That's how big this has gotten.
Yeah, and they're going to take pictures of your car, whether you're the Triumph down here in the beginning, the start of lane 3. That's the one that, like, even if you look at it, you need to have a tetanus shot.
Yeah, dude, that thing, I mean, like, I don't know, like, if there's an award for, like, let's have as much of the motor hang out of the car as in the car, that guy would win it hands down. Absolutely. I mean, like, we were looking at that thing and going, okay, what?
But you know what? He drove that thing. It's got like 300 miles on it right now, and it's a street car. We're proving that stuff here today.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, for those of you that are here, let me tell you about a couple of things. So we're going to have 3 different groups of cars, and they're done based on the way we do track prep. So track prep is really important in the amount of temperature that you have in the racetrack. So obviously, you're not going to put a 6-second car down a real cold racetrack, and the 10-second car would have an easier chance hooking up on it. So that's why we're starting with C-Class. We want to make sure that we put people safely down the racetrack. So that's why we're starting with the C group. Now, you notice that we're still out there kind of dragging. We want to get everything right. Well, what will happen is as we send cars down that racetrack, that'll bring the temperature up. That'll work with the sun. And that's the kind of thing that we need when you're going to put 6- and 7-second cars down there, because I'll tell you what, you don't want to be going 150, 160 miles an hour at the half-track mark, and then all of a sudden the rear end decides to go, hello, I'm not hooking up anymore, and you spin around the wrong way, or you decide to kind of pinch your butt up a little bit because it was a check moment.
Right. And we had the test day that very first day, and it was before we were in competition. It's sort of our day 0. And Aaron Shafer, he's got that 850 4th gen Camaro, that silver one. He pulled his chute lever, and the chute didn't come out, and he was racing that Miata that we were talking about earlier.
Oh, yeah, that's Matt Lanfear. Yeah, the guy, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Yeah, they call him Matt Man, yeah.
And there's an in-car camera in Matt's car, and he watches Aaron lock the binders up on the thing, get it into his lane, and finally got the thing kind of shut down, and he did his Aaron's doing his best kind of drift in the shutdown area. But the video from the in-car of Matt's car is beautiful, because Matt goes, yeah, Aaron can drive. He needs new underwear, but he can drive.
Yeah, I thought this was supposed to be like side-by-side competition, but not like that.
Yeah, no, exactly.
Yeah.
But No, we're bringing you some cool stuff, and when these these faster cars, and this is the deal. Tom Bailey sort of handpicked all these faster cars from all of the events around, and it's pretty amazing the caliber of car here at Sick Week. Because I'll tell you what, I was in the hotel last night, and I was on the second floor of my hotel, and I looked out, and I counted 3 6-second cars in the parking lot of my hotel, and I counted 5 7-second cars in the parking lot of my hotel. And again, street cars, no tow rigs. These are all cars towing their little trailers around. And where else do you see that?
No, it's absolutely insane when you start thinking about the fact of how long it takes for us to get to this kind of thing. But yeah, you're talking about again, guys that are going 300-400 miles. It's nuts. How about the fact that we've got guys that are running in the 850s like clockwork, like they'll just dial it in on the laptop, boom, there it is. And we've got 6 of them, 7 of them. It's absolutely insane.
Right.
We're talking about how these people can dial their stuff in. 10 years ago, if you ran in the 8s, man, you'd be like a folklore hero. I mean, people can't run that fast. Now we're on 5s. It's nuts.
Right, and there's an 850 class for a larger tire, and there's an 850 class for a 235 tire. On Rocky Mountain Race Week, we do a 235 or an 8.5 slick class, but we run that in the 8th mile. Tom says, no, we're going to let you small tire guys go quarter mile here. And it's pretty freaking amazing, I'm telling you. A 235 tire running 850s and on the button. We had Rick Stanky run the thing 8506, and I think we had, who else? It was the green Fairmont.
Yeah, I was about to say you need a little bit of a kind of a throw me
here.
So, yeah.
The green Fairmont, and that was I forget his name right now.
Yeah, it's Keith Fenstead.
Right.
Yeah, guess what? They both went 850 with a 6. That's
right.
just absolutely crazy.
And on a 235 tire.
Yeah, tiny little tire. Right. Yeah, that's the class called 235 Outlaw Street Race. It's also an 850 indexed category. So basically, you can't run any faster than that. You can't turn it in. And number 3, Matt Lanfear, we were just talking about him. How about 850 with a 9? Somebody went 850 with a 0 on Monday to lead their class. So I guarantee you there's probably about a half a dozen. Yeah, there it is. Richard Flint. How about a 2000 model Honda S2000?
I saw that thing in the pits.
He went dead on with a 0.
Right.
And he couldn't hand in his previous time slip because he went 849 with a 7. So that's 3 thousandths away from being perfect. But guess what? Keith would say, can't hand that in. It's too fast for your chassis.
And then he slows the thing down 3 thousandths like he knows it and puts it on the number.
Just roll through the finish line like a boss, man. That's exactly what it was going to run. I knew it.
But no, this stuff is super cool. And again, we're going to bring you those slower cars first. We're going to warm this track up, and then we're going to bring you those faster cars later. But again, the caliber of car at this event, just amazing.
Yeah, so if, for whatever reason, you just want to look at a couple of guys yakking away on the microphone.
You can see us on the live stream right now.
Yeah, it's absolutely nuts. And, of course, as soon as I said that, thankfully they had better ideas and they actually showed the racetrack instead.
And that's one of those things, they hire us to be an announcer, and we're normally behind the scenes. And, unfortunately.
I'm not a color man. Absolutely not.
But both of us, unfortunately, not winning any beauty contests, and especially at the end of this deal.
Wait a second. Hey, my wife didn't marry me for my money. Knock it off.
Hey, whoa. But no, for reals, it's super cool. If you want to check it out, we do have a camera in here watching us doing our thing, and you can only watch the tire dragger so many times.
No, absolutely. I mean, we're talking about the fact that we obviously want this racetrack to deliver what it is known for. This track is legendary. It's been around since 1970. Are you kidding me? It's all concrete. It's probably, I want to say, there's probably less than a dozen racetracks in the entire country that are all concrete. Gainesville did that a couple of years ago, and I'll tell you what, they've laid down some record numbers here just year after year. I mean, it's the home of the Gator Nationals next month.
And we were talking earlier before the live stream was on, but this place has the longest shutdown I've ever seen at a racetrack.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm looking at the live feed. It's starting to kind of roll along. And I'll tell you what, this is kind of like a news ticker. All I got to do is just say one thing, and the live streams, live chat, will absolutely explode.
Right.
Yeah, ready? All right, everybody check in on the live stream. Tell me where you're watching from. I want to see it. Because, when we watched on Monday, I mean, I've got no way of validating this, but we had people that said they were watching in Australia. They said people watching in Poland. Some dude said he was watching from the moon, which I'm kind of calling BS.
That's probably not true. But, yeah, if you're on the live stream right now, share that link, and it's on that Tom Bailey YouTube channel. Again, Bailey, and you'll see that live stream, and you can look at us in the tower kind of doing our thing. But if you're on there right now, definitely share that link. Get all your friends on board with no production week at work.
Yeah, absolutely. Now here it goes. Yeah, these people, look at it. There it
It's
goes.
just
It
going nuts. You
explodes.
can't even keep
Yeah, we
it
had a
on
couple
one
of people that
screen.
jumped in there before its phone. Somebody goes, "Yikes!" He just asked for where everybody's watching from. Yep, there it goes.
You
Blue
can't
two-
even pay attention to
No,
what's
I'm
going on
trying
here.
Sweden, Toronto, Canada, checking
Mississippi,
in.
New Zealand.
Yeah. No, come on, just call some stuff out here.
Yeah, New Jersey, Nebraska.
Scotland? Are you kidding me?
That's
Scotland?
awesome. Germany, I just saw swing by.
Oh, Orlando. Yeah. Okay, that's only a couple hours away. Somewhat.
Arizona.
Yeah. Well, Michigan.
Someone said my mom's basement. Good for them.
Yeah. Please say hi to my mom when you're down there. We appreciate that.
That's super awesome.
Yeah.
England. And there's some guys from England here that are part of that, what is it, the Ugly 56 crew. And they flew over.
Oh, yeah.
And they've got a 56 Chevy that's a street car that runs in like the 680s.
That's
and
crazy.
A bunch of these dudes flew over on holiday, they call it. It's vacation for us.
Yeah.
And they wanted to watch Sick Week happen to see what it's going to look like to ship that car over to compete next year.
So, ladies and gentlemen, everybody that's sitting out there, anybody know of there's a little YouTube show that started a while ago. It's called Roadkill. Anybody heard of Roadkill out there? Yeah, it looks like a couple of you have. You know, Dave Freiberger and Mike Finnegan, those guys that just love to drive around in moldy cars and break down on the side of the road. Guess what? They're out here competing on Sick Week.
And they're filming a roadkill.
Yeah, they actually are. So check this out. I talked to Mike Finnegan. So they flew in and they bought this car off of Craigslist. Yeah, tell me if you've never heard that one before. They buy a 1986 Trans Am. Somebody decided to take the tune port ejection and throw it in the trash. And they put a carburetor on it. And it's got a 6-speed manual transmission, but true to roadkill form, yesterday there was
broken.
a picture up there. Yeah, no. Well, think about it. If it's on roadkill, what do you normally use? One of three things. What do they use?
They use zip ties.
That's number one.
They use baling wire.
Baling wire.
And ratchet straps.
There you go, number three. So guess what? They're holding the friggin' torque arm and the transmission cross member together with a pair of ratchet straps.
And I'll tell you what, those third and fourth gen Camaros, that torque arm holds the rear end in the car for the most part. It's got lower control arms, but that torque arm's kind of a big, long third arm. And they've got the whole rear end pretty much ratchet strapped in that car. And they actually reached out to Kevin at KSR Performance and said, hey, are you going to be open in the morning? Because we're going to need some help.
Yeah, I'm sure Kevin was probably sitting there going, dude, I don't do
can't work miracles.
I can't do ratchet strap fabrication.
Right, I can't work miracles over here, guys.
No.
And I don't even know what time it was. They hadn't even made it to the first checkpoint. Last
No.
night.
They actually made a decent pass. Don't get me wrong. I mean,
No, the thing went like 14:20 or something.
14:32 at 94
Yeah.
miles an hour, and it was a real easy run. I mean, Freiberger didn't speed shift it or anything. I'm sure he was probably doing, what some people that have been broken down on the side of the road. He's probably sitting there going, yeah, let's at least make it through a couple of stops. Let's not break the thing on the first day.
Well, and it's got that 9-bolt torsion,
Australian rear end. Yeah,
it's Australian rear end in the thing, and they're not necessarily known for their reliability.
Well, the 7.5-inch glass 10-bolt isn't really that much
No,
better.
100%. And so, they got that deal going. And, of course, you have a 350 with a carb and a, clutch with a stick. And that stuff's not easy on the rear end stuff either. So it'll be cool to watch that kind of happen. And then when you tune back in later, in a few weeks or a month or so, they'll have all this episode on Roadkill and all the racers and stuff. You'll kind of see yourselves in the background. I call those background dancer shots. And it's kind of cool to see yourself on a roadkill. And they did one on a Rocky Mountain Race Week with Newbern and with Finnegan. And
the rubber duck car. That's right.
Yeah, exactly. And I'm in the background of a bunch of those, and my car's in the background of a couple of those. And it's actually a pretty cool deal to see your stuff on a roadkill, because I like roadkill. I like watching some of that stuff.
So you're telling me you like being in the background? Is that what you're telling me?
Who doesn't?
Well, you were front and center on the live stream, man, and you looked really good. I mean, I'll tell you what. I hope Kyle's paying you interest on that 1320 hoodie, because, man, that thing looks spiffy.
Bam! And you got the Motion Raceworks hoodie. Of
well,
course,
I had to go get something. It's like I've always loved everything from Motion Raceworks. I've actually bought some stuff from them and everything, and then I sat there and I went, well, I don't really have a really nice looking hoodie, so God forbid I'm on camera. God forbid they can't come up with another angle. Let's at least put something good on my kind of well-developed chest area.
Well, and they had that deal kind of going this last month where every entry that you or every dollar you bought got you an entry to win the Fox Body Mustang.
Dude,
that they're
that
giving
thing
away.
is sweet. Have you
So
gone over and
cool.
seen that
I
thing?
did.
That's like a time capsule.
They had that at the Freedom Factory kickoff party, sitting on the ground, and I got to check that thing out, and it is so cool.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'll tell you what. I'm sitting here watching the live live stream just absolutely blow up. Everybody checking in. Thank you so much for doing so. I just got the word that we're going to go drag racing here really shortly. Tell you what, Lonnie Grimm just hit me up. That's what he got. Lane number 2 drivers, load up, please. That's what I'm talking about. Lane number 2 drivers. Let's get loaded up because we're going to go drag racing, ladies and gentlemen. I don't want to sit here and wait that much longer. Let's go drag racing. Let's put cars down the racetrack. Right now, we're putting a little bit more VHT down the racetrack.
And
though.
I think now might be a great time to get Faith, and we can do the national anthem. So basically, as soon as they're done with this VHT, we can go drag racing. What do you think about that?
You know what, Adam? I'll tell you what. That's a great idea. Let's get Faith in here. So, I'll tell you what. There is no better way, ladies and gentlemen, than to start drag racing than the national anthem. I'll tell you what. That is just. It seems proper. You almost have to do it. And if you don't do it at your local racetrack, I'll tell you what. You need to go up to your favorite announcer, favorite racetrack, and just say, hey, you know what? Before we start eliminations, let's throw on the national anthem. There is no better way to start drag racing for the day. And thankfully, Faith and her dad have been out here taking care of that all week. So, ladies and gentlemen, I ask you to please stand. Please remove your headgear as Faith Wanaka is going to lead us in the world's most beautiful song. Please face the flag and show as she sings our national anthem.
Can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let Faith hear it. She's out here doing Sick Week with her dad. I'll tell you what, she just knocked it out one more time. That is incredible. Faith Wanaka blessing us with her national anthem. That is awesome. Adam, I'll tell you what, you got to stand right alongside. Did that give you chills?
Still got goosebumps. Look.
Yeah, look at it, man.
Still have
His arm's
goosebumps.
all knocked up.
It's crazy. It's amazing.
So, ladies and gentlemen, again, we are going to load up staging lane number 2. Staging lane number 2. So please make sure you take care of that. Staging lane number 2. Go ahead and get yourself locked and loaded. And you know what? I just got told we're actually using VP compound as we go through everything. So a big thanks to VP. Thank you so much. I'm used to saying the same old thing. It just kind of gets emblazoned in your head. I mean, heck, I'm talking about the fact I'm old enough to remember back when we were using like Cam 2 racing fuel back in the 1980s. It's just nuts. So I got to remember to look at my phone.
Yep, definitely. So thanks to VP for providing that traction compound, and we're getting that thing nice, sticky, icky for you out there, and we're going to bring you drag racing before you know it.
Yeah, absolutely. We're talking about still gotten people coming into the racetrack, and you know what? You want to talk about like how much stuff these guys go through, these guys and girls that are out here running on this competition, and again, you really do develop a special bond, I guess is a good way of putting it, with fellow competitors. I mean, yeah, you're out here because you want to win, but I'll tell you what, there are so many people that are out here that just want to see everybody finish. You want to see side-by-side action, and Adam, again, you've got more experience at this than me because you've done more of the drag and drive stuff. I mean, I've just watched it from the sidelines, and tell me, like, how intense is that kind of stuff?
It's super intense, and honestly, it's one of those that finishing it is winning it, and that's no joke because obviously, winning the top of your class is like a double win, but you got to finish before you can do anything. So finishing it is winning it, and everyone kind of helps each other. The second place guy in your class will loan you parts if you're the first place guy to get you down the track and get you to the next track. And that's kind of a universal drag racing thing anyway. The drag racing community and the drag racing family is a different set of family kind of around the world. And it doesn't matter if you're, a Republican, a Democrat, you're yellow, green, red, white, blue, whatever. Everyone is helping everybody. And we're all in the same kind of family here. And we're all in the Sick Week family this week.
Now, absolutely. Again, Lonnie Grimm, my man down there on the starting line and in front of the staging lanes, making sure we get everything taken care of. Lonnie, let me know again, drivers, as you get yourself loaded up, I want to make sure you remember, I talked about this a little bit already. Couple of things. Number one, you will take your time slips to the first floor of the tower, not the second. That's where Adam and I are camping out right now. We kind of have our own little sealed glass door because Elle thinks I'm way too loud. And she's just kind of sitting over there, kind of minding her business, taking care of looking at numbers. Elle knows I'm way too loud. That's why this door is closed. See, yeah, she's nodding. I don't want to get on her bad side because I work with her every weekend.
It happens.
Yeah, look at her. She's got that intense-looking stare, dude. I don't want to get after that one.
No, not at all. Not at all. And I'll tell you what, while we've got just one more second, we've got Jim from Summit. Summit
sweet.
here, and Summit is coming along with the event, and you've got your kind of parts trailer and stuff. And tell us kind of what you got going with us with Sick Week here.
Oh, we're just proud to be a part of it. Again, we started off down there at Bradenton. Me and one of the other employees, Tommy, we actually did Drag Week last year, and we got the bug. So when Tom started, we heard about this. We gave him a call and jumped on board to be a part of this, and we got the truck over there. We got some parts on there. Stop over and check with us if you need something. If not, we've got the opportunity to get stuff shipped to the next track by tomorrow. So again, just proud to be here. Incredible cars, great racing, and we're just happy to be here to help people because we were in that spot last year and needed some parts, and it's cool to be here.
Yeah, absolutely. And Summit has you do have stores kind of all over the place, so we have the opportunity to get stuff to where we need it fast. And you've got a lot of warehouses. Tell us a little bit about the whole operation.
Yeah, we've got the building up in McDonough, Georgia, so we're not that far away from Valdosta, so we can get some parts run down there. We got the new one in Texas a couple years ago. It's a monster. We've got Ohio and Reno too, so we're kind of checking all the inventory. But if we got something in Georgia, we're hoping we can get it here quick if we can get it for you.
Yeah, and we had one of the stops at Rocky Mountain Race Week at that Texas store. That store is 1,320 feet corner to corner, and that's not on accident, right?
No, that's a beast. So that's the kind of a main distribution center for us now. So, but obviously the retail store is beautiful. I think it's about 36,000 square feet with cars on rotators up in the front window. So we're really proud of that location.
That's super awesome, and thank you so much for coming out and kind of packing the trailer with stuff that people are going to need and helping us out along the way. Because as you know, we're kind of taking some wicked stuff down the street, and you guys are sort of the pinnacle of the aftermarket racing community, and you help everybody out as we go along, and we all really, really appreciate it. And thank you so much.
Yeah, no, we're proud to be here. We're if we don't have it, we're putting it on the list to make sure we have it for next time. But again, if you need something, stop over and see John and Tommy, and we'll see if we can help you out.
Absolutely, I appreciate it so much, and I'll tell you what, I got some of those Summit Pro LS rods in my engine right now that I'm putting together, and I got some Summit Pro LS pistons. I got a Summit cam in my truck. I mean, you guys are doing it, and you're killing it in the game right now. We really, really appreciate what you're doing for the community.
Sounds like you should have Summit pretty much tattooed across your chest there, Adam.
I got a lot of tattoos, so I mean, maybe work that out.
So once again, a big thanks to Summit Racing, just one of the great people that's behind the efforts here at Sick Week. For all of you that are here on the property, please make sure you go check out the Manufacturer's Corner. It's located between the concession stand and the big blue pavilion. You can go over and see Summit Racing. You want to talk to them about your build. I'll tell you what, they've got everything. Yep. You can build an entire car with Summit Racing. If they don't have it, I'll tell you what, you don't need it. Absolutely.
Plus over there in the Midway, we've got the Holly guys out there, and they've got some of their new Terminator fuel injections kits out there, and they're doing their thing. They're also filling nitrous with the NOS brand because their brand is far-reaching now. So NOS, they're filling nitrous bottles for everybody. Also, Motion Raceworks, of course, is down there doing their thing. You can see their Made in America parts over in that Midway. You just name it. We've got it out there, of course. Gear vendors. And Mickey Thompson is down there. Mickey Thompson's got tires and the ability to mount tires, I believe, down there. And, we got gear vendors down there. There's a lot of these cars have gear vendors because a lot of these cars run a 1-to-1, high gear, whether it be a Power Glide in second gear or a Turbo 400 or 350 in third gear. A lot of the, manual transmission type G-Force guys have 4 and 5 speeds, but 4th and 5th is 1-to-1. So you throw a gear vendors in that thing and you can truck right down the road.
I don't know how I'm going to follow that one, Adam. You just kind of laid it out there. Once again, we're almost ready to go drag racing, ladies and gentlemen. We wanted to make sure that race surface is absolutely perfect. So I'm getting a couple of things here from Lonnie Grimm. Again, make sure you turn in your time slips on the first floor of the tower. First floor of the tower, not number 2. That's like where they're keeping Adam and I in quarantine right now.
Yeah, exactly. And then all you down there in the staging lanes, don't forget, one pass this round. You're going to make your pass. You're going to go back to your pit. We're going to call the odd cars soon, and we're going to let them get their first pass, and then we'll end up opening the thing up. But don't do round robins right now. Just make this one pass when we get you the first pass, and then we'll call those odd cars out. So
yeah, absolutely. Again, remember, Gainesville Raceway, one of the longest shutdowns for racetracks in the United States. So there's no reason for you to climb all over the brakes. Make sure that you remember that there are 2 turnoffs. Actually, there's 3, but the first one, that's only if you're really broken. The EMT crew will kind of come out there and hop and get it for you, but I'll tell you what, you're not going to want to worry about that one. Unless your car's going above 150 miles an hour, you really just want to clamp down on the binders. We've got one that's about, 1,600 feet past the finish line, and then we've got almost another 2,000 feet past that. So if you miss the one that you see with a nice red gate, a little soft whopping, don't climb the brakes on it. God, yeah, don't turn the car around. We've had people that have done that, and I get it. You think, hey, I missed it. We run 330 mile an hour top fuel cars down here, so I guarantee you, we need all the shutdown we can get.
Yep, and it's a right exit at the end of the track, so if you're one of those kind of slower or faster cars or whatever, just look in your mirror 1 second and make sure that there's not anyone that you're going to run over trying to cross over on the right side.
Adam, I'm sitting here listening to the radio just because I'm used to announcing at this racetrack, like I said, on a weekly basis, and they're saying, all right, E2, are you good? You know what that means? We're only seconds away from putting cars. Yeah, absolutely.
Racing. Giddy up.
All right, I like it. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to get things started. Make sure that you check out the live stream. Go to Tom Bailey's YouTube channel. That's Bailey, Tom Bailey. And big thanks to Motion Raceworks for bringing us that. And a big thanks to Gear Vendors Overdrive for helping sponsor Sick Week.
And if you're already on that, share that link. Share that link on all your social media and get all your buddies on there. And we want you guys all talking on that chat.
Yeah, absolutely. So here we go, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to get things started. Like I said, we're going to run the slower class first. This is 10 flat and slower. And the great thing about Drag Week is, again, that kind of set the bar. There were lots of different classes. And then Rocky Mountain Race Week came in, and now Sick Week has brought their classes. So this is the 10 flat and slower class. But I guarantee you, these people are just as much of an enthusiast as you are. And that's what we're going to start with here. So the first pair, a couple of Chevrolet products. We got a Suburban and a pickup truck going down the racetrack. And then we'll go to some of the fast stuff. So again, these guys are kind of looking for their own best times. This is time runs. You're not really competing against anybody unless you really kind of want to thump your chest a little bit. 1370, 99 miles an hour for the Suburban. 1529, 90 miles an hour for the pickup truck. And Adam and I are trying to get everything dialed up here.
I'll tell you
what,
roll
back and forth.
The right lane, that's Stephen Willingham. I know that for sure.
Okay.
Stephen runs the LT-powered Camaro. This car way faster than 10 flat, has gone in the 8s, but doesn't have the safety equipment to do it here, and you can't turn in a slip any faster than what your safety equipment says it'll do. This car also he drove from New York State.
Yeah, the other side, that's Barry Warren. Oh, check it out. You called it. Look at what the right side did. 980, 123 miles an hour. He can't turn that in.
That's too fast, and that car is much faster than that. And they're going to kind of find out as they kind of go around. Every track's got its own fingerprint. The stick on the starting line and the DA and all the stuff, and they're going to get all this stuff kind of dialed in as they go. So he'll come back around and have to make that 10-0 pass.
When was the last time you saw a 1975 Dodge Coronet station wagon? Well, there's one going down the left side right here. That's Eric Leatherman. How about 1216, 110 miles an hour for the big wagon? That's insane. 1550 out of the Caddy. Man, I'll tell you what, man, that thing's got to weigh 2.5 tons.
Oh, yeah, and we saw him broken down on the side of the road. The alternator started charging 18 volts, and he said, I started smelling, the smoke coming out of the wires, and pulled the thing over and put a new alternator in it, and here he is, back obviously here, and got the thing fixed.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, we're talking about all these cars that, again, it's one thing to make a drag strip pass and look like a hero, but then again, you got to drive it from track to track, and that's the big thing. There are times where people will break stuff on the racing surface, but 9 times out of 10, all the carnage is going to happen out on the road. And Adam, you had a front row seat for some of that. What did you see?
A lot of stuff kind of broken down. Nothing really catastrophic, which is beautiful on this one. But, cooling fan bad, and, guy kind of had all the plugs foul out on the thing on a carbureted car and had to rejet the thing. And a little bit of that going on for sure. Other than that, a couple of brake calipers. We had a guy with a brake caliper fall off, and he had to jam a steel wire brush kind of thing in there to keep the caliper from squeezing all the way in before he could get back and get some caliper bolts. But, nothing catastrophic that I saw on this one.
Yeah, Josh Williams going 15, 14, 88 miles an hour there in the Dodge Dakota on the right-hand side. Little S10 over on the other side going in the 12s. Check out the Grand Prix. This is the car that, nobody builds, other than the Champagne Express.
And right, so there's a Pontiac Grand Prix in the left lane, and then we've got Mark Cicino coming up later in the Champagne Express. That's one of those 850 cars.
Look at that Grand Prix getting drug all the way down by the F-150 pickup truck. How about 1086, 124 miles an hour? Dude, that's crazy.
Full-size truck going 1086, and you can put lumber in the back.
So it's Chad Reynolds approved. Absolutely. That is nuts, man. I'll tell you what, we see all different kinds of cars out here.
Love.
Yeah, and Matt Frederick, that beautiful looking 1973 Camaro over on the right-hand side. That little love truck's going to get there first, Adam. What's he run?
Fast for that 10-0, so he'll need to come back around.
Yep, and once again, one pass only this session. One pass only this session, and then we'll give you another chance. So far we've had 2 cars that have run too fast. I'm going to check the DA while you tell us about this next pair. A couple of nice-looking cars.
Really nice-looking cars, and you're closer to the deal there over there, so I don't know who was driving them, but we got the GTO in the left lane, and we got that 69 Chevelle in the right lane, both red GM products.
Yeah, talk about about 4 decades of difference in the design and styling, but I'll tell you what, I'd be happy to drive either one of them.
I wouldn't not take either of them. If you want to give me those cars, I'll take them. Swing them by.
All right, so ladies and gentlemen, for those of you that are seeing the people run too fast, let me tell you why. We're negative 437 feet of density altitude. Yeah, absolutely. Some of these people have never run in conditions this good. Check out the Chevelle on the right-hand side. Just kind of totes the left front wheel a little bit. 134 to the 60 foot. He's going to lay it all the way down. Now he got out of it early.
So that's one of those cars he's trying to get the thing on the number. It goes 1108, 67 miles an hour.
Dude, I'm looking at the 8th mile. It's an 8-second car. He just slowed it down to the 11th. I guarantee you he used up half the brakes. 1072, 129 there for the GTO. Not too shabby. That's a good pass. Talk about Chevy versus Ford matchup coming up here, Adam.
And again, kind of old versus new, about 4 or 5 decades worth of difference here.
Yeah, we're talking about the Boss 302. That's the modern style Boss, built on the Coyote, so they kind of hopped it up a little bit. That's a car over on the left-hand side. They offered it in specific colors. But how about the blue with the white stripe and the white roof? It looks awesome to me. I really like that old school look.
I like that look, too. It's kind of one of those, let's make the new thing look like the old thing, but still act like the new thing.
Yeah. Chris Goodnow, that's the guy that's wheeling little Chevy 2 on the Budweiser side of the racetrack. He's kind of out there in front, but the Mustang is trying to stay with him. I'll tell you what, it's going to be close at the top end. Maybe the Chevy 2 pulls it out, 1225, 105. I'm sitting here trying to find out where the Mustang guy is because, man, they're all over my sheet. I'll tell you what, I can't freaking find him. No, there he is.
It's a tough deal to find everybody as we go.
Yeah, Brian Smith. That's the guy. What did he run? 15, 13? Just 16? 13. Yeah, he must have missed a gear.
Yep, coulda. And keep in mind, all these racers need to get a better than a 1-second reaction time, so hopefully we see really good side-by-side racing all day.
No, I agree. I mean, I'm sitting here trying to look at them as they're grouped together, and I'll tell you what, when you have 341 cars that you start with, it's kind of hard to kind of scroll through them real fast and find out who's running who. There's a Mustang versus Mopar battle.
Yep, yeah, and the Dart in the right lane and the Mustang New School in the left lane, 1037 in the left lane.
That's a good pass.
Mopar goes 1237.
Yeah. How about the license plate on this Hellcat coming up over here on the left-hand side? It says, gapping you. This guy ran bottom 10s, 138 miles an hour at Bradenton a couple days ago.
And I'll tell you what, that's a car you can pretty much just buy off the showroom floor. It's got a warranty. The thing idles. This is, people that say that the hot rodding is over, Mopar did a great job of pulling this stuff together, and you can go buy this car and pretty much take it out to the racetrack and run 10s.
Man, I'll tell you what, could you possibly have a cooler name? The guy wheeling the Mopar, his name's James Dean. How about that?
A 10-second Mopar, giddy up.
Oh, looks like he got a little bit of tire smoke. That's the only thing that's bad about those cars is they have a real aggressive first gear. And there are times where if you don't get the sticky just right, it will not work. How about the pickup truck, Adam? That's crazy. Look what he ran.
Put sheets of plywood in the back of that thing.
Dude, that's crazy. So, yeah, the Mopar, he's not going to turn in that 1561 time slip. I guarantee it. He's going to come back around because he wants to do it again. Meanwhile, Brittany Sarantino in the Silverado, 1058, 121 with plywood in the back.
Yep,
Or maybe just the lumber, like you said
And
earlier.
I'll tell you what, the truck is a good choice for these drag and drive things because you can load the whole back full of a bunch of spares, and you got to work on the thing with what you carry with you and with your co-pilot in it. So you can put a lot in the pickup trucks, and we got a couple more coming up here.
Yeah.
We got the old C10 in the left lane, the orange and white, kind of early style.
You can hear the dude sitting there on the two-step while he got the turbo boosted up where he wanted to.
Yep, and
So-
that's that F body in the right lane.
Yeah. That guy's going to rock it down the side. Listen in the pits, ladies and gentlemen. I now need odd number C-Class cars. Odd number C-Class cars. Need you to the lanes? I'm going to shut up and Adam's going to tell you what they ran.
They ran 1341 and 1045.
1045 out of that Trans Am, that 4th Gen F body. That's not too shabby. That's pretty good.
I'm telling you what, a 10-second street car is a fast street car. I don't care who we are.
Yeah, absolutely.
'Cause
Fifth generation Camaro coming up, and I'll tell you what, this little F-150 over here, I have a feeling this thing might be a sleeper. I think it's probably going to run faster than a lot of people might think. Again, I need odd number C-Class cars. Odd number C-Class cars. I need you to come to the staging lanes, please. Odd number C-Class cars. Lonnie Grimm just gave me the go-ahead. Let's bring C odd number cars to the lanes. Remember, you're going to get one shot and go back to the pits, and then that'll finish up C-Class. And then, Adam, we're going to go to the fast stuff.
Oh, yeah, B-Class and A-Class cars. And I already see a couple of those A-Class cars down there. I do see Mullet is down there.
Yeah,
we'll see
Mullet
Cletus
and
make a pass.
Yeah, and a 6-second Volvo friggin' station wagon. Are you kidding me?
I mean, that's amazing.
Dude.
But first off, we get through these C-Class cars. We do have some flashing red lights, so we're down for just a moment while we check out the top end of the track there.
Yeah, it looks like that somebody might have signaled something like make sure that you're good. Hey, I'm going to just go ahead and burst the bubble here. Car number 306, that's the F-150 over on the left-hand side. His name is Sean Prigine. 2020 model F-150. Adam, if you're going to take a look at that thing and you think what it ran, go ahead and throw a number out there. Remember, it's got to be slower than 10 flat. What do you think he ran?
I would guess, just looking at the thing, that's a 1450 car.
Now, dude, I'm going to blow your socks off. Check this out. How about 1003 with an 8?
Oh, man.
Are you kidding me? He's in the top 5 in his class. That's nuts.
I'll tell you what, these Coyote platforms things are just wicked fast. You throw a little boost at it, and it doesn't need very much. That's something you can buy, from Summit, like we were talking earlier. Buy a kit from them, slap it on, go 10s. And then the EcoBoost stuff, and I'm not sure what this has got for motivation, but both of those motors are a beautiful choice. And again, put it in a pickup truck. You could probably tow a trailer with this thing and then go bottom 10s.
Yeah, Jason Stanford's the guy that's wheeling that yellow Camaro over on the right-hand side. And I'll tell you what, man, there was a time in my life where, I wished my car was a little bit faster. And considering all the technology they got nowadays, man, if I was driving a hot rod like a Camaro, and that guy could possibly get spanked by a pickup truck by like 2 seconds. That's multiple car lengths. I got to wonder if I would just want to drive it into the sand. I'd be embarrassed.
Or just take it to the nearest Ford dealership and trade the thing in and get yourself an F-150 and just copy what that guy in the other lane did.
Once again, all of you that are competing in the Bullseye class, that's the N class, your number for today is 24. So you need to turn in 24 or higher. Don't turn 23.
And so that's a cool class because yesterday we were 52. So
Yeah.
if you're a 1052, all of a sudden you got to make your stuff run 1024, and that's not like a little bit of a jump.
Yeah, so either slow it down or speed it up. It doesn't matter what the first number is. It could be a 9, a 10, an 11. So you just got to know your car. You got to know how much you can knock off. Speaking of knocking off, yeah, look at it, baby. That truck's just going to just stretch that lead. We're talking donkey stomping that Camaro. Top end says 985. He
Too
can't
fast,
turn it in.
baby.
Nope, wah, wah, wah.
But 123.5 miles an hour, and that's like pushing a barn door through the air.
Yeah, he did get out of it. So for those of you that are wondering, you're looking in the left-hand lane, you're going, what is it? What is it? Adam, do you know what it is?
It's a Triumph.
Yeah, 1964. He wins the award if we had one. I don't think. Maybe we'll see if Tom Bailey can make one up. Has more engine out of the hood than in the hood.
And
it's crazy.
I talked to him in the pits at registration, and the thing's got like a Nissan truck rear end with 6 lug wheels and stuff. And yeah, it's like a pretty obligatory 5.3 with a turbo kind of deal. And The thing is cool. And again, everything you're watching is like 300 miles on it right now when we make them drive down the road.
Yeah, Stephen Wing's the guy in the Challenger on the right-hand side. That Triumph just pulling away from him. That's Timothy Blythe. And what's he going to run? 11:18 at 108 miles an hour? Are you kidding me?
And that's probably on the binders, 108 miles an hour.
Yeah. Man, and the Charger the Challenger going 12:41 at 112. And that Spitfire was just like, it was yards out there in front of him.
Well, and that's one of, like we were talking before, you saw like you could take that Challenger down and trade it in at the local Triumph dealer.
I don't know how much money they're going to give for that. He might have to pay them to take the car away from him.
But if it runs bottom 11s on the binders,
yeah,
I mean that's way cool.
Yeah, I'm sure you're going to find a gearhead somewhere in the mechanic shop that's going to go, yeah, man, I'll give you $500 for it. It's cool.
Right.
How about a BMW wagon going 1341, 104, and a 1396 out of a little drop top Fox Mustang? Gotta love those things. You don't see too many drop top Mustangs that aren't like all ragged out and everything.
Well, and it's Florida, so this is land of vanilla ice. Rolling in my 5.0 with the drop top down so my hair can blow.
Oh, wow. Dude, I don't have enough hair left to blow. That one's going to be all you, buddy.
Oh, it happens, man. It happens.
Little Malibu wagon going up against the C6 Corvette coming up next. And I'll tell you what, this is the kind of thing where yet again you sit there and you go, Corvette's going to win this one.
But watch.
Oh, yeah. Oh, well, I'm watching. Unfortunately, that wagon, his lead's getting chewed up.
Yep, there it goes, and it's gone.
Yeah. Corvette's just going to rocket around him as he gets towards the finish line. 12:15, but look at the speed, 124 miles an hour. He had a real soft 60-foot, so he may not want to turn that in. He might come back and try it again.
Here's one of our front-wheel drive entries, the Del Sol in the right lane.
Yeah, this thing was a surpriser. I mean, it ran faster than we expected it to.
And then you got the Mustang with the laundry hanging on the back. And again, this is supposed to be 10-0 and slower cars, so this thing probably potentially much faster than that, and we're going to see him on the binders.
Yeah, I believe that's Glenn Burrish's dad. This guy runs like a small tire 275 8th-mile no-time car. He goes under Southern Chaos on YouTube. You can go check it out. I believe he's posting videos all week. Look at the speed on that one, 144 miles an hour.
That's
Whoa!
a fast car.
Dude, Dad has a cool ride. I think I'd like to take that one for a spin.
Del Sol missed a gear and went 1652, so probably not going to turn that one in.
No, a lot of speed, though. It shows that thing should easily be in the 12s. No problem at all.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Here is a long-time drag and drive competitor over here on the left-hand side. I'll tell you what. This guy, this is the perfect example of patina. And you don't care what it looks like. Just take it out, drive it, and have a good time.
Well, you know what they say, paint don't make it fast.
I think, what is it, Chrome don't get you home, or does Chrome get you home? I forget which way it is.
I'm pretty sure it doesn't get you home.
Okay.
But it might.
Well, then I might change a lot of the Chrome stuff in my cars to black, and then maybe it will get me home.
That's right. But, yeah, B-Body Mopar in the left lane, Silverado in the right lane.
Yeah, both of them going down the racetrack. They're side by side, but the Plymouth is going to get there first. 12:21, 116. The truck, not bad, though, Adam.
Again, 1272 pickup truck. That's not stuff you expect, and that'll really get up right on you. And, that won't quite run down a Hellcat, but you'd be right next to it, and you'd be going, wait a second. That's a pickup truck.
Yeah, you catch them sleeping. How about a couple of classic GM products? 69 Firebird, doing a big wheelie.
Up, baby.
Yeah, love it.
The red light won't matter. No big deal. We'll allow red light as long as the it's not before the tree is active, and he does get a time 10:18, 127.
Yeah, and he was on the binders too. He doesn't want to make sure he goes too fast. How about the wagon? I think I like that one more than the wheels up. 1227 at 116 for an early 60s Chevy wagon. You can cruise that thing around, and I guarantee you that'll surprise a few people running 12s.
Absolutely. And here comes a couple of. This is a good matchup, man. You got the LSA BMW in the left lane. And you got Garbage That Barfed.
Yeah, and for those of you that wonder, that was a self-given name, Garbage That Barfed. That was given to the guy by the one and only David Freiberger, the guy from Hot Rod Magazine. That's Matt Donovan, a 1938 coupe.
Plymouth, or Pontiac, I believe.
1065, 121 miles an hour for Garbage That Barfed.
And 1111, 141
Yeah,
for
look
the
at the
BMW.
speed on that one. Dang.
That thing is fast.
Yeah. How about this Volvo wagon? Back up just a minute. I got to talk about this pickup truck over on the left-hand side. I've talked about bottle mounting. Look at this thing. It's sitting way up on the top of the friggin' box.
On the toolbox, man. Yeah. In the back. That's what I'm talking about. The NX bottle sitting on top of the toolbox. That's Cameron Thorpe in the right lane. Cameron with the LSA-powered Volvo wagon. And this is the one I told you will rattle the windows in the tower when it takes off.
Yeah, see the little purge going on over there on the pickup truck? What he's doing is he's making sure the bottle pressure is where he wants it. He wants the line to be nice and clear. So, yeah, they're just worried about making sure that they don't blow the intake to pieces.
Yeah, exactly. And you get the liquid nitrous right up to the front there.
Yeah, absolutely. So, yeah, the little Volvo wagon, I'll tell you what, again, sleeper looking. But I guarantee you, he pushed the loud pedal and you go, hey, wait a minute.
Yep, and in this one, these street drives with the Volvo hubcaps on it.
Dude, that is nuts. I'll tell you what, I love it. You wouldn't even give it a second look, but I'll tell you what, you're going to look at the scoreboard here. What did he run?
129.
In a wagon? Dude, that's nuts.
And a Volvo wagon even.
Yeah, I don't know what it is with Volvo wagons. I mean, these things are just like coming out of like cordwood. I mean, we've got like, what, half a dozen of them here?
Something like that, yeah.
Yeah.
There was a race week, we had more Chevy Loves than we had S10s. The stuff that comes out of the woodwork for these events is pretty amazing.
How about a couple of stick shift entries? This is pretty cool. Camaro and a pickup truck, and they're both grabbing gears.
Love having the right number of pedals in my stuff.
Yeah, Jonathan Thomas over there in the pickup truck.
10-12, baby.
I don't know, 1061, 136 for the Camaro. That's not bad there. Yeah, both of them.
Square body on square body crime.
Oh, yeah, and a couple of perfect examples. The one kind of has a little bit more of a weathered look. The other one just kind of, both of them slammed on the ground. Man, they got the right idea.
I'll take either one.
Yeah. Talk about action right here. Okay, so here we go. Which side are you taking, right side or left side?
I got the right side.
All right, I'll stick with the left side.
Oh, right side's banging gears.
Yeah, I see it. I see it.
It looks like he maybe missed one or something, but left side got me.
Yeah, look at my side. Get there first. 1202, 96 miles an hour. Adam, what's your side?
I got you on the mile an hour, but I got 1309, 104.
No, you did. Absolutely. Once again, C-Class cars with odd number at the end. C-Class cars with an odd number at the end. Bring them to the staging lanes at this time. We're going to give you one pass, and then we're going to move to the next category. Talk about a guy that clicks all the right boxes. This little Nova over on the left side. Sleeper status attained. Absolutely.
I love it. I love it. And the white top with the kind of, crusty brown, but then leaves like that.
Yeah, he's doing the bullseye challenge. So you might see him speed up or slow down. Oh, yeah, a little too fast, though. 10:09. He was looking for 10:24.
10:24, and he can't turn that 10:09 in. He could, so you're going to need to get that thing back around.
Yeah, 11:68 at 100 miles an hour on the other side. And meanwhile, my phone is like on full meltdown mode as everybody's sending me messages. And just to let you know, and ladies and gentlemen, if you're out here at Gainesville Raceway and somebody I know, thank you so much for hitting me up on the messenger. Adam and I are literally like trying to like throw pizzas in the air up here. It's controlled chaos.
And I promise you, we're not like ignoring you on purpose. We still like all you guys, but there's a lot of stuff going on here. But there's the there's
your
that
diesel out there just doing work. Look at that thing going down the track.
Goes 11:31, 124. He blew a boost tube the first day, and he was able to get the thing put back together, and obviously, put it back together for go 11:31.
All right, where are my roadkill fans at, ladies and gentlemen? I want to talk about it. They're right here on the starting line. This is David Freiberger and Mike Finnegan, the car we were talking about earlier. Yeah, let's take a tune-poor car, throw a carburetor on it. I heard they might even throw some nitrous on it because nitrous makes everything better.
Because roadkill, because that's what we do.
Oh, yeah, and of course, it's got ratchet straps on it. We already talked about that. He went 14:32 at Bradenton. Let's see how he does here. See, look, he's trying to save that rear end, and he's also probably worried about stuff coming out of it. Like, yeah, look at smoke coming out
there's a little bit of smoke coming out of that thing right now.
Hey, it's a $5,000 Craigslist buy. I'm sure it's perfect. Mint.
Yeah, it's going to be mint, as they say. 1636 slows down.
Yeah, just a little bit. Yeah, just a tiny little bit. I don't know if they're going to hand that one in and just see if they can limp up to South Georgia or if they might press their luck.
It'll really depend on how fixed the thing is, and we'll see if they'll come back around for another run.
There's different levels of fixed. I'll tell you what, want to talk about getting yourself a fix? 1967 Chevy Chevelle, all the right boxes, red, black vinyl top, just yanks the left front wheel as he lets go off the starting line.
And then Chicken Coop in the right lane. He's riding with his dog Angel. I moved this car in the pit lanes, and I'll tell you what, it's scary already.
10? Wow, 2 10-second passes.
And the Chicken Coop 1043, and like I said, I moved that thing in the tech lines earlier, and the whole steering column shakes around in the thing, and it's a little wild, man.
All right, Adam, you got experience on this one. You got to tell me, what is this thing over here on the Budweiser side of the racetrack, the right-hand side.
That's Jesse Matafari in the right lane. That's the Truckter. It's a John Deere body over an S10 chassis, big block Chevrolet, 496 cubic inches.
Yeah. He's facing this nice little Nova over here. It's a 1968 model. That's the first year they went to the third-gen design.
Yep.
And his name's Dave Teresi.
And Matafari, longtime drag and drive competitor in his, kind of the same paint scheme in a C10 pickup truck. And he put this thing together, a past Drag Week, Spirited Drag Week winner.
Teresi couldn't wait. It doesn't matter about the red light. You notice a lot of these cars are kind of blowing all the carbon off the plugs. That's the dust and stuff you see coming out of them when they're going down the racetrack. Dave's going to get there first. 1076, 129. How about the John Deere? How'd he do?
1229, 98, obviously. And, you definitely notice the kind of all the soot coming out of the exhaust. And all these things have street miles on them right now. So that's a lot of what you're seeing now. And a lot of that will get cleaned up as we go through the day. But the beginning runs tomorrow, same deal. You'll just see a knock all the soot out of the exhaust of these things. The one to look out for is like Darce Law's car. That thing has all kinds of soot that'll pop out of that thing. We'll see those in the faster classes later.
You want to know what it is? That's a 1963 Divco box truck. 1217, 105.
And it's gone faster than that. And actually on Drag Week, hung the hoops on the thing and did about a 30-foot wheelie, and it was sweet. That car is really, really nice.
To quote Chad Reynolds, lumber achieved.
Lumber achieved, indeed.
All right, so once again, I am looking for my odd-numbered C-Class cars. My odd-number C-Class cars, as I'm getting somebody that says, hey, you shouldn't have called in sick, you should be working. I guess I am working, but if this is working, man, I'll take this all day.
I'll take this every day. Absolutely. This is, I keep using the air quotes, work.
Yeah, absolutely. We're we're sitting here trying to go, yeah, I really hope Tom Bailey does decide to give us that check because he's probably watching us having fun, and he's probably going, yeah, you know what? I bet these guys really wouldn't care if I just didn't give it to them because I paid for their hotels, and we kind of threw some peanuts at them, and they ate and whatever.
Yeah.
And we're sitting here negative DA air. It's still 300 feet below sea level. So a lot of these people are going to lay down career best passes. Kind of like this got a Plymouth and a Chevy Camaro going at it right here. Plymouth's going to get there first, left-hand side. 1162, 120. I think this Camaro's pretty much stock.
I think so, and I talked to him in the pits yesterday at Orlando Speed World yesterday when he swung by. He didn't pack rain tires. So he actually went to a junkyard close to Orlando Speed World and bought 2 wheels and tires totally mismatched to get him here today.
Here comes another one of our Bullseye cars on the left-hand side. As a matter of fact, how about a pair of Bullseye cars? Car number 6, that's Matt Forsman, 1954 Willys pickup truck over on the Budweiser side. Talk about unique.
And, pickup truck. I like the pickup trucks. Again, you put all your stuff in the back. Really, really obligatory in these drag and drive.
Michael Olorski, 1978 model Camaro. I think I talked to this guy online. He said he was kind of going for the F-bomb look. It's got that faded, kind of flat green look. That Freiberger made famous.
Yep. And I talked to him in the staging lanes when we were at Bradenton, and I said, hey, look back about 2 cars, and he saw the roadkill guys. He about fainted.
Yeah. A 1231 and a 1375 is the result, and doing a big old burnout right-hand side. If I'm not mistaken, I think this guy holds the record for longest one-wheel peel at Bradenton on Monday. He smoked the tire almost to the 1,000-foot mark.
That's amazing. Good for him, man. That's what I'm talking about. That was sort of my first car. I built a Chevy Monza right out of high school, and it was a 1-tire fire car. And I did about a 700-foot burnout at Bandamere and at high school drags one time.
Yeah, I think you got to make sure that you I got to make sure that you rotate accordingly because otherwise that one tire is going to have no tread left on it. And I'm sure with the drizzle, so to speak, that we had to drive through on Monday night and then yesterday, that one side might get a little slippery.
Look at the track, and definitely looks like the little scrub brush truck is out there and trying to maybe make his way up behind this El Camino.
Yeah, see what happens, ladies and gentlemen, is a lot of these people are using radial tires. And the great thing about radials, compared to a slick tire, it has less rolling resistance. So you're going to run faster on a radial. It makes for a smoother ride, but the problem is it digs away at the rubber on the starting line. And if you don't stick after that, it'll create what's known as bald spots. And that's not what you want. You want that stuff covered up. You want rubber on top of it, but it's got to be nice and even. It's got to be sticky. You know, obviously, we're going to run some of the faster stuff here. We don't want anybody aiming anything except straight down the racetrack for bonsai runs.
But I'll tell you what, Tom did it right because he brought those faster cars in here, and he's prepping the track differently in each lane. So he's going to do a slick prep on one lane and a radial prep on the other lane when we get in those A cars. We've got a standard prep also here in the C classes, but when we come around to the slick and radial cars when we're fast, there is a little bit difference in the prep.
So here we go, 12:02, 111. That S10 finally got everything hooked up. 13:01 at 108 for the old school trucker, I guess you could say.
Yep, the old El Camino, the sort of car truck combo, and you know that's also a really popular car in this drag and drive stuff. You see a lot of El Caminos, both the early version like that one and the G-body version.
All right, so ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be on a little bit of a hold here while the TVC crew goes out there and works their magic. We also got Gainesville Raceway's crew out there working hard. They're going to kind of get after everything, but don't go anywhere. We got another session of C-Class coming up. Or, you know what? If you do want to go out and you want to check out the manufacturer's midway because you want to watch the fast stuff, as much as I don't want to tell you to go away because, hey, the C-Class racers, they're just as important. They're hardcore. They're doing this just like everybody else is. But you know what? There's a lot going on here at Gainesville Raceway today. I don't want you to miss any of it. Go out, check out the pits. Go check out the manufacturer's midway. I bet Adam Dory's got it all queued up in his head. Adam, let's see how you do. Who's out there on Manufacturer's Midway?
Manufacturer's Midway, we got Mickey Thompson Tires.
All right.
We got Holley.
Yep.
And they're also filling nitrous for guys because nitrous outlet is one of the Holley brands.
Yeah,
So we
absolutely.
got those guys
NOS,
out
yeah.
there. Yep. We got Motion Raceworks down there.
Okay.
We have, of course, the Sick the Mag trailer.
Right. You
And
can get all your merchandise.
all
Don't
your
forget about that.
And on top of that, you can subscribe to Sick the Mag right now. They'll subscribe you right at that trailer.
Yep, and I'll tell you what, you can get into that whole debate about whether it's a book or it's a magazine. I'll tell you what, kind of reminds me of like the old phone books in some of the smaller counties where you could take it and just smack somebody in the face with it. It was probably as good as the ball-peen hammer Keith Turk uses.
No, it's good, and I think I heard you say first day there at Bradenton, there's like 4 ads in the whole thing. The whole thing is full-color pictures of drag and drive cars. So go check that out. Of course, Summit is down there doing their thing.
Don't forget about Mickey Thompson Tires.
Mickey
They're
Thompson
down there.
Tires.
They got big tires. They got small tires. They even have, well, I'm not really sure if Jason has any left. He did tell me on Sunday and Monday that they actually did have some 275 60s. They were down there. Oh, who's that clown down there is waving at me?
That's
Mike
Mike Kryka.
Pykra. Yeah, the guy who knows how to make a trailer hitch work.
That's right. That's
Probably
right.
one of the nicest Novas that I know that's on the tour. But the only thing is, he says, don't look at the bumper. Just don't look at the back of it.
I'll never do it. I'll
Yeah,
never do it.
Don't worry about it. Hey, you can Photoshop that out, right, Mike?
That's right.
You can Photoshop that out? Yeah. Just 1 minute?
He can't hear us. I
Oh, he
don't think.
can't hear us?
Nah, whatever.
Bah, bah, bah,
we can
bah,
say
bah,
whatever
bah.
we want. It's awesome. But no, his dad's driving the Nova. Super duper cool
Dude,
deal.
check it out. Look at that. We got to get us on camera. I love it.
And again-
Hopefully that crack doesn't make me look worse than I already am.
And he works for Motion Raceworks, and you'll see a lot of his stuff on the Motion Raceworks live stream type stuff.
You want to talk about not working? This guy gets to work for Doug Cook. I mean, how cool of a job is that? I mean, this guy's got dogs coming to work with him every day.
They have I think they have Mario Kart Fridays.
Oh, dude, sign me up. I mean, I don't want to deal with the snow up in Iowa, but, dude, I'd move up there for that. Mario Kart Fridays, bring it on.
All day, and Motion Raceworks just purchased TBM, the brake man.
Yes,
and
absolutely.
Rife sensors. So they're making big moves. And, of course, Cletus, part owner in that deal. You can get Cletus gear at Motion Raceworks as well.
That's true. They actually have a whole line of stuff that now features his signature. And, I mean, to be honest, ladies and gentlemen, I know some people are like sitting there going, it's probably all part of just, spiffing stuff up. But I'll tell you what, man, Cletus, this guy got into it, in my opinion, for all the right reasons. I mean, he was in law school and everything. He was trying to, do like what I did. He was, sitting there going, all right, the racing stuff and cars and all that, that's going to just be a hobby. I'm not going to do anything with that for a career. But I'll tell you what, man, some of these guys, they bring the enthusiasm. They bring all the excitement. And, dude, think about where we would be if we didn't have people like him. It would be absolutely nuts. Like you think about the fact that this guy is influencing more people to get into our sport and get into our hobby, and that's great. We need more people like that.
And, he was working for 1320, and Kyle gave him kind of a good home, and he was doing his thing. And I'll tell you what, that Cletus persona born on Drag and Drive, he built that actually kind of with Tom Bailey. It happened with his car, the 6 second, the 1.0
The original
car.
one, yeah. He
Yep.
did. He did the Florida man kind of
Yep,
draw,
kinda-
what have
yep,
you. And
started Cletus on Rocky Mountain Race Week with Tom Bailey. So he's got his whole kind of life like ankle deep and knee deep in this drag and drive world, and he puts his money where his mouth is. He's got cars that he brings on this stuff. Of course, Ruby out here with James Tall driving it, and Mullet with him driving it.
and then Cletus's brother, Parker Mitchell,
Yep.
out here driving what they call the tooth. No, it's not called the tooth jerker. I forget what's it called.
I believe that his YouTube channel is called Teeth and Turbos.
That's what it is. The
Yep.
Tooth Jerker is actually the limited drag radio car that that Kyle drives. It's like a low 4-second car.
Right.
That's why I'm getting those two mixed up. But both of them are Dennis, so that's pretty cool. But yeah,
Yep.
he's got 3 guys out here. He's got that Marauder with that really cool AC system.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
AC system.
AC system, right?
Yeah.
Yep. And
I'll
on
tell
top
you
of that,
what.
of course, Leroy, a staple in the Rocky Mountain Race Week, and I think you took that on Midwest Drags as well.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the stick shift, like vet cart out of the C5.
Yeah, originally. Yeah, that car's already won a couple of times. So, the Mullet is the new car. That's the car that he came out with last year, and that thing is really like he wants 6s out of it. He's already said it, and he's getting closer, but I'll tell you what, you're trying to go from 8.0s and 790s to 6s. I'll tell you what, it's not like you can just throw 500 horsepower at it and you go, yeah, okay, we got it. You really do have to do a lot of work, and I'll tell you, it's a lot harder. It has made a lot of people just go, nah, I'm content with where I am, and they just kind of step back a little bit.
And, of course, a Florida-built and born car out of KSR.
Yeah, exactly. So he had the whole build started. The interesting thing is that car was supposed to be a jet car. He was going to put a jet engine in it from Larson Enterprises. They're the ones that run the jet dragsters out of the east coast of Florida. And then he probably did, in my opinion, the best thing ever, other than using baling wire and masking tape and zip ties, and he probably went, nah, I don't think this is such a good idea. Let's switch gears. Now it's got a Texas Speed 427 with aluminum rods and all the good stuff, and a pair of big old snails. Decided to take the hood off. Yeah, check out everything I got underneath here.
Yep. But we're back to racing. You got the Volvo in the right lane. That's the coupe, or I'm sorry, the sedan version, not a wagon, the 1136.
Yeah, the little green Camaro over there on the left side is running in our stick shift class. He went 15-12 at 93 miles an hour, so it looked like he kind of got into a gear a little bit lazy. So,
Fox body that's not the Mustang.
yeah, exactly. So you could basically strip all the externals off of this, and this would have the same kind of design and everything as the Fox Body Mustang, 1979 to 93. That's when they built them. So these cars are starting to become popular. You know why? Because they don't cost $1 zillion, and they've got a sedan style. And you know what? That kind of stiffens everything up versus the flexi floorboard of the Fox Body.
Yeah, and then it's not like the everyday Mustang anymore. It's still the same bones, and all the same stuff bolts onto it.
Check out the brake job on the Dart Swinger. He was on his way to a 9-second pass and clomped the binders and did it just right. 10-15, 110 miles an hour.
So the Rambler in the left lane, that's Austin Mackey. Normally runs nitrous on this thing, and he purges it out of the antenna on the car. Small block Ford for power in the left lane.
Purges it out of the antenna?
Purges it out of the antenna.
That's pretty interesting.
I think he's running on motor down here because, you guys have air.
Yeah, we bring all the atmosphere. 1180, 315 miles an hour for him. 1416 at 97. You want to talk about nitrous? Check this out. This little Mini Cooper over here on the right-hand side. So I'm spraying. Hey, check it out. The Nova's got it. We got an all-nitrous pass coming up.
Yep, and that's Brian Glover in the right lane, and that's Joel Clark in the left lane, both Rocky Mountain Race Week dudes. And again, that's kind of what I bring to this. When I see some of my guys, I see some of the Drag Week guys, but I know these Rocky Mountain Race Week dudes really well. But Joel Clark got a 301 street car.
That's the way you do it. Just knock the nitrous button on and go wheels up, and let's go towards the finish line. Looks like he might have left a part or a piece out
Little
there.
something about 330. Yep, 1018, 113.
Yeah, only 113. He went 106 miles an hour to the 8th mile, so he was smart enough to get out of it. But the Mini Cooper, how about that thing? 1304, 109 miles an hour for the Mini Cooper.
I believe that's his best pass ever, and he's really trying to put that thing in the 12s. And he's been working with some of the guys on the fueling and the nitrosing and all that stuff. And he just kind of said, you know what? I can't figure this thing out. I'm just going to dry shot it right into the air filter.
So this RS7 that's coming over here on the right-hand side, I'll tell you what, there's a lot of smoke coming out of that thing, and I got to wonder if the rings just didn't decide to seat, and he just said, all right, I'll just buy oil by like the caseload every time I go to a different town, and I'll just keep dumping it in there.
I'm pretty sure that's just rotary problems.
Is that really a thing, rotary problems?
Well, you know, I mean, they have the weird Dorito chip that kind of runs around
The
in the
Dorito
thing.
chip.
and you know, that's part of the deal there. And we do have we got the RX-7 coming later with Mike Janikowski, I believe is his name. And you know, we'll see it later, but that's on par for the loudest car at the event.
Is there really an award for that? Because I think that would be heavily contested when you consider some of the stuff that runs in the 6s. Even going through the turbos, it's like, man, I wouldn't want to be standing anywhere near that thing. It would literally blow my eardrum off.
And on top of that, you know, most of those have front exit exhaust on that thing, so you're driving through all the sound on the street.
Well, that's to keep the front end down. I mean, like, that's basically what it's become, is a lot of these people are looking at this and going, hey, this is kind of a free wheelie action deal. Like, let's just go ahead and let's use that to kind of get myself where we need to be. And then that way I don't have to worry about trying to pedal out of it. I don't have to worry about the front end slamming back down and creating a problem. I mean, that's a good way to do it.
Yep. Looks like we just got a little bit on the starting line from Glover's Mini that we're going to clean up here, and got the mop crew out here at Gainesville doing their thing, and we appreciate all the Gainesville staff out here on a Wednesday. And you know, they're not used to drag racing on Wednesday. A lot of these guys have regular everyday jobs, and we appreciate them coming out here and partying with us.
All right, so we're going to run some commercials on the live stream, ladies and gentlemen. So we're going to be off here for just a minute. And Adam and I will come back as soon as we're ready to rock and roll. We'll let you know what's going on here with the action on the racetrack.
Hey guys, Doug here from TBM and Motion Raceworks. If you haven't already checked out Sick the magazine, it is unlike anything you've ever seen. It's more like a book than a magazine. The quality is unbelievable. It is grassroots. It's covering all of the events that you guys are at, not just what the pros are doing, and you'll love it. Subscribe now and get your copy reserved today.
Lane. We got the Malibu in the left lane, the Malibu with the laundry on the back. So hopefully it's, you know, going to be wicked.
I'll tell you what, man, everybody just blowing all the dust off of everything. We're seeing that RX-7 do the Dorito work, as you would call it. They're side by side.
1150. Oh, and of course the smoke at the other end, probably not good, but Bang shifting down the track and then lets off and got a little smoke, so, you know, doing the Dorito thing again.
The whole Dorito thing. I'll tell you what, man, I'm not going to get sick of that, but there are going to be people, I guarantee you, that are going to look at me and go, what the heck are you talking about, stupid Dorito?
Well, I'll tell you what. So Mike Janikowski came on Rocky Mountain Race Week with his RX-7 while we got the other half kind of going here, and I upset an entire community of rotary guys by saying that it wasn't really known for its reliability, but he went out and finished the thing and ran the fastest single pass in the stick shift class in Rocky Mountain Race Week. So I had to go back to that community and eat my words, man.
Oh, great. So you're telling me that people are actually holding you accountable for what you say? Because I've never had that problem.
Right?
Yeah, and I got a bridge to sell you, and it's some beachfront property in
Right.
friggin' Utah.
Right, exactly. So yeah, I took a little bit of heat, but Mike and I are buddies now. I kind of see him, and I give him a lot of fist bumps and stuff as we go around, and he's a good dude, and I'm happy he brought that thing on Sick Week.
Adam, let me tell you something. The air here in Gainesville, I mean, you and I have finally gotten out of the hoodies just because it's getting a little bit warm up here. Thankfully, it's not going to be anywhere near as warm as it is in Bradenton. You stand in that tower, and when it gets into the afternoon and the sun comes around the front, it's borderline like, ooh, feel like you're in an oven.
Oh, I was there. I was up there with Warren, hanging out and doing the thing, and
Yeah.
no, that's no joke.
All right, so here comes our next cars, and you know what? I decided I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to go into like easy mode, if there is such a thing as easy mode. So we have Christopher Atkinson Jr. He's over in the CTSV wagon. That's a really cool little thing. You don't see too many wagons. Lots of CTSVs, but finding a wagon is kind of hard. So the fact that he's out here beating on it and using it for what it's supposed to be used for, kudos for that. Firebird over on the other side. He clicks off at 1232, 110 miles an hour, 1190 at 119. That's cool for a wagon, man. I love it because I guarantee you that thing's probably got comfy seats, navigation, all the cool like ins and outs that you got.
Oh yeah, and that thing's like kind of the almost the top end of the wanted version of the CTSV. That wagon is a really rare deal. The only rarer deal in that wagon is the stick shift version of that thing.
So Craig White in the aptly white pickup truck coming up next over on the Lucas Oil side of the racetrack.
Once again, hauling lumber.
Yeah. The right-hand side, stick shift cars, Zachary Wicks, 2013 model. And is that who I think it is? Talk about the fact that, hey, who would you rather have wave you into the burnout box than Cletus McFarland?
Right, and you know who he's standing next to?
Yeah, that's Larry
Larson.
5-time Drag Week champion.
And the first dude in the sixes, and the first dude,
first dude to run sixes at every racetrack.
And, you know, we kind of call him the Pope of this drag and drive stuff.
Let's see if Garrett kind of like, Cletus McFarland might have given the Mustang like a little extra touch.
And he did, 1238, he beats that pickup truck.
Yeah, absolutely. Get Cletus to wave you into the burnout box, new career best pass, cha-ching.
Yeah, man, making it happen. That we'll see that dude on YouTube soon.
Yeah, absolutely. He will be out here running in the fast class when we go to the A-style class. So please make sure you pay attention to that. We'll let you know as soon as we get to it. Mike Puckett, 1999 model Camaro Super Sport coming up over on the left-hand side. The right-hand side, the Cadillac. And this Dustin McGilton, 2014 model CTSV.
And the one on the right, the CTSV in the right lane, the coupe version. I recently learned the heaviest of the CTSVs.
Really?
Heavier,
so the four-door is lighter?
Heavier than the four-door, heavier than the wagon.
Oh, screw it. That signs it up for me. I'm getting the four-door because you can take your buddies with you, and it's a whole lot easier.
Yep, exactly. But the two-door coupe CTSV, really the kind of the fancy Corvette, for sure. Two-door version, supercharged engine, bang shifted it down the track.
Yeah, so what you see, ladies and gentlemen, that Camaro didn't get into the track, so here's the thing that Tom Bailey decided to do. He wants to see cars go down the racetrack side by side. So the deal is that caddy, after making a 15-second pass, what happens is that once one guy is staged and the other guy is pre-staged, or the other girl, I'm sorry, I want to make sure, hey, there are both genders out here. Yes, exactly, thank you. See, this is why Adam's here. I'm sitting here drowning, and he just throws me the life preserver.
Bam.
Just help me out. Yeah, exactly. So the deal is you get 7 seconds to stage. If you don't get in time, then the tree's going to red light you. So the guy in the Camaro is going to back it up. He's going to kind of collect his thoughts, make sure he gets everything right. He's going to come back and he's going to try it one more time. But I'll tell you what, we've got another couple coming up here. Car on the right-hand side.
Out of McFarland Racing.
Yeah.
You can win this car, by the way.
This is a raffle car. Are you kidding me? You can bid a 10-second air-conditioned missile.
Yep. And you just go on Cletus McFarland. Everything you buy gets you an entry to win this car.
Yeah, you got to pay, I think it's like one entry every $10, maybe
Something
every $5.
like that.
I forget what it is, but do you really need an excuse to buy Cletus merch? Nah, absolutely
not.
not.
That stuff's awesome, and then you can win this Marauder, and this thing is sweet, and there's a really cool video of them like really swinging this thing around in Mexico.
Yeah, I'm sure they took a trip down south before they exercised it properly.
Yeah, and it is a ripper.
Yeah. The interesting thing is Cletus actually did say, hey, I screwed up. I giraffe tuned it where the air conditioning stopped working. So they made sure they got a bigger air compressor and they rebuilt everything and put that air compressor back in there. And this thing now being driven by the guy who they've kind of taken a liking to. Like, he makes everything in the Cletus McFarland group look real shiny. His name is Sam Lankford. He's a neighbor of one of them.
Yep.
And they had so much fun with him, they decided they're going to let him drive this car. I'll tell you what, you want to come out and have a good time. I don't know how old Sam is, but I'm probably going to guess he's in his probably 60s or 70s.
70s, I would guess.
Yeah. How much fun would you have wheeling a Mercury Marauder, which is a rare car to begin with, but upgraded air conditioning?
And then, runs 10s.
Oh, wow. Check it out. Tom Bailey actually clocking in by message and telling me we got a parts call. He needs a decent clutch for a small block Chevy with a Tremec T56.
All right.
So, hey, anybody want to get on Tom Bailey's really good side? How about finding us a clutch for a small block Chevy with a Treming T56. And meanwhile, whoa, there goes a big backfire. They must have turned the air conditioning up on high.
A little bit, and then the pickup truck in the left lane, the cool old blue 90s flavor.
Oh, that 1175 in both lanes at 122 miles an hour plus.
And again, Tom Bailey says everyone needs to put under a 1 second reaction time in, and you saw it right there.
Yeah.
Side-by-side drag race, same ET, nearly the same reaction times. It's awesome.
Yeah, that's what we need. We need
that-
side-by-side action.
Here's that Olds I was telling you about. This dude from the Yukon in the left lane, the Olds 442, drove 4,500 miles to come here to Sick Week.
Yeah, check it out. Nice little sleeper action. Then he hits the gas and he'll just yank that nice little skinny baby moon wheel capped wheel just a little off the ground by a couple inches.
Love that, man.
Yeah. He's going to rock it down there, spank that Camaro. 1091, 123 miles an hour.
Yep, and he just said, I want to do drag and drive, man. And the border was closed, and he said, the second the border opens, I'm going the first one. And here he is, Sick Week.
Yeah, absolutely. Here comes a Chevy versus Mopar battle. This will be interesting. So we got a couple different class cars here. You know, the M, that's a class that we got about 190 cars in. That's the Camaro driver. So that's, you know, the one that we just kind of shove them all in there. That's David Waxman, 1984 model Camaro. He goes 1210, 111 miles an hour. The other side was an F-class car, number 135. And looking at my cheat sheet here, Michael Van Zyl. That's a 1320 model Challenger. How cool is it that Mopar actually comes up with cars designed to run on the racetrack, and he goes 1188, 115.
Well, I'll tell you what, I'm riding around in one of those with Luke with 1320, or I'm sorry, with Sick Week here. We have a 1320 model Challenger. The thing has a line lock and a trans brake from the factory.
Dude, that's awesome. I mean, that's exactly what you want. You want people actually making cars that are built for enthusiasts. And, you know, especially on days like today, like, look at all these people standing out here watching this action. Ladies and gentlemen, I'll tell you what, the future is now. You supporting all these companies and events like this, that is what is going to keep our hobby strong. Support all of them. Doesn't matter if you're a Mopar person or a Chevy person or a Ford person or even an import person. We got fast imports out here, too.
Tons. And there's some all-wheel drive Civics and stuff from the Boosted Boys and PFI Speed. We'll see them coming up later.
Yeah, unfortunately, I feel bad for the Boosted Boys. Did you see the block they split in half?
Well, I'll tell you what, he put a new motor in that. He's out of competition, but he's going to try to be here today.
That's awesome. Is that Kyle's car?
No, that is Jamie Langford's car.
Oh, it's Jamie's car. Okay. Yeah, make sure we check that thing out when it comes up.
So, yeah, he found himself a B-Series motor. He put it back together, and I think he towed it here. And, again, out of competition, but he's going to make passes.
Both of these guys looking for the Bullseye Challenge. That one's not bad. 1230, 108 miles an hour. 1230 is close to a 24.
You can turn that in for a 24. He may come around and try to get that tightened up.
Yeah, 1150, not so much. That's a couple tenths off. You kind of need to step back and reboot on that.
Got the grounded Model S10 in the left lane.
And a stick shift car over on the right-hand side. That's the Camaro.
And you see the reaction time up on the scoreboard, 135. He can't turn in this slip.
No, that's I got the stern talking to before he came over and got on the mic with you guys. I don't think Keith is going to kind of let that stuff slide. I think he's going to get tighter and tighter as he goes on there. Speaking about tight,
he probably saw that 135 on the board, and it looks like he let off and just said, you know, I can't even turn this in anyway. Why beat the car up?
Dude, you want to talk about tight? Gil Correa's car. This car makes my pants tight. This is a Coyote-powered, four-eyed 1986 Mustang. Got bead locks on it, tailpipes. Nice. He drives this thing everywhere. Well, it looks like he's not doing too good driving it here today. It's gotten slow down. So that Lightning's going to get there first, looking for an 11-second pass. And he slows down too, 12:45. Oh, you know what? He's going for the Bullseye Challenge. So that's why he slowed down.
He's trying to put it on the number.
That's exactly. Happening. Tell you what, even though the oh, never mind. That's what Tom Bailey says. Oh, that explains it. Tom Bailey just said Mike Finnegan needs this. So that would explain a 16-second pass out of the Firebird.
Yes.
The clutch is gone.
Yep, killed the clutch in the Firebird.
Talk about a guy who's like gotten around this racing area. Kevin McKenna, senior editor for National Dragster over in the Mustang on the Lucas Oil side. He's a former NMRA champion.
And Paul Castiglione, he told me how to say his name. I messed it up, but they call him Paulie C, 1016, the Mopar. 1036 for McKenna.
I think that might be a new career best pass for Kevin. He said he really wanted something in the 30s, possibly the 20s, but he's obviously going to step back. He's doing the dial your own stuff, and I think he turned in like a 1040 something time slip. So, dude, he knows how to bracket race. He knows how to index race. He's not going to screw that one up.
Yeah,
but once again, ladies and gentlemen, I need a decent clutch For a small block Chevy with a Tremec T56, I'll tell you what, you want to help the roadkill guys out and instantly gain fame and fortune. And no, I'm kidding. When I say fame and fortune, they might give you a beer for it.
Yeah, definitely. The truck in the left lane had some issues with the transmission, rolled a sprag going to Mexico before we even started this deal.
Dude,
There's
Mexico must have been
984.
like, Mexico must have just swung the gates wide open, and check it out. Wide open, way too fast. 984, 138. No, can't turn that in.
The Cadillac in the right lane goes 1245, and he's another one of those with the good license plate says beat ya.
Yeah. Once again, the bullseye for today is 24. So anytime you see anybody come up with an N at the end of him, that's the class they're participating in. It's called the Bullseye Challenge. What you're trying to do is get a number close to 24, but you can't go faster than that. So 23, no good. 20, no good. It doesn't matter if it's a 924 or a 1224, 1524, whatever it is. About 1063, 120 left side, 1099, 133 right side. Beautiful looking Malibu coming up.
Love G-bodies, man. I'm a G-body dude. I'm a stick shift dude, so I'm all about that. I got a 79 Malibu with a T56, so I've got a good clutch in that car. If you guys want to go to Colorado and take the clutch out of my car, feel free.
Stephen Howe coming up in the Trailblazer just did a nice big burnout. Might be telling us he might have some beans underneath that thing. Rick Shaley is the guy who's wheeling the Malibu on the other side. Which one you like here? You like the Trailblazer or you like the Malibu?
I'm going Malibu, left lane.
All right, that's fine. I'll stick behind. Hey, it's all GM battle. I don't see a loser here. Ooh, the pickup truck. Trailblazer getting off the line first. The Malibu's going to try to get back into it here. Adam, you better hang on a minute. They're side by side.
Here it comes, baby.
The Malibu trying to get there.
At the stripe, 1159.
There you go. You got redeemed, man. 118 miles an hour. Yeah, look at the Trailblazer. He obviously got out of it early.
Out of the gas. You probably had me licked, but 84 miles an hour on a 1274, obviously off the gas.
Yeah. Well, that's all right. It'll be the first of many bad decisions I make with cars.
I mean, pretty much, and, bad decisions this week.
I'll tell you what, Adam Dory, me, Derek Putnam, we're having way too much fun up here in the tower, so we send another pair down. Dean Teppin, 1965 Chevy 2. 1059, 125, not a bad lap for him. Little Mustang on the other side.
And the
That's
third,
Go ahead.
The third of our broadcast team, Chad Reynolds. I'm not sure where he's at, but he's probably out there getting that kind of pit reporting stuff going on.
I bet he is. Once again, I have called all of my C-Class cars. I have called even and now odd. Now, again, one run only. Don't you dare be coming back to the staging lanes if you've already made a pass.
Lonnie Grimm will definitely get you.
Yeah, I mean, look at him. He's standing down there. He's got a big old presence.
Right? Trailblazer SS in the left lane.
Corvette over on the right side. This time the Trailblazer, I think, is going to get the win.
Yep, 1181.
115.
And
Corvette's kind of just rolling it down there
and
slow.
you see the right lane again, the 1012. You can't turn that slip in, so he probably just gets off and says, no problem. I can't turn this slip in. I just got to get better on the tree.
Yeah, we'll save the parts and pieces for the next one. All right, so I don't know how to say this guy's name. You want to take a whack at it, car number 169?
That is William Sithoff. Sithoff?
Yeah, that looks good. We'll go
Something
with that.
like that. I think that's one of the Swedes.
Yeah, 1984 model Volvo station wagon. Over on the right-hand side, oh, yeah, you bet I got a Woody on this one. 1972 Chevy Nova. This is Michael Pryka Sr. This is the guy we were talking about. His kid works for Motion. This has a whole lot of motion parts in it. It's got some beadlock wheels.
It's got the best wheels I've ever seen.
Oh, yeah, dude. This thing, I literally had to pick my tongue up off the ground when I was walking around it. It's got an LS late model power plant. I guarantee you when he hooks this thing up, does a nice little wheelie action. Let's see what happens right here. Waiting on the Volvo to get in. Yeah, Piker delivering just like I expected him to. Doing a nice little wheels up action there. He went 1033 yesterday. 1042, 130. That's not bad. He also went 1045, so that's a nice little cluster of runs.
And a 1069 in the right lane. So again, this side-by-side race, and we got nearly identical reaction times on this side, nearly identical ETs on the other side, and that's what we're talking about. These side-by-side races, more exciting to see and watch kind of happen. And check it out. I see Jeff McConnell down there. Jeff riding with Doc McIntyre in that naturally aspirated Camaro. He's checking out the track when they come up.
Yeah, the little Chevelle that's going down, that's David Gallimore. I wonder if that's the same Gallimore who used to have the Monte Carlo that ran real fast.
I bet you it is.
Yeah. He's taking the easy route, 1171 at just 89 miles an hour. I'll tell you, I say only 89. He went 100 miles an hour at the 8th mile. Well, almost. 99.42. We'll round it up. We'll give him the extra credit.
Is he one of our bullseye cars?
No, he's not. He's in the dial your own class. So what he might be doing is, car may not have a roll bar in it. I'm thinking maybe that's why he's slowing it down.
Probably.
This Camaro's going to get one more shot at it. Gets it bumped in. See if he can get under a 1 second reaction time this time. Oh yeah, just barely.
2 makes it.
He's got parachute hanging off the back.
And it wheels up on.
Yeah. Looking like a low 10-second pass on the way. 10:22, 130, not bad. Not bad at all.
They'll love it.
Yeah. Yeah, we'll take it. Finally got all his P's and Q's taken care of. That was Mike Puckett. So we'll bring up nice little Chevy love truck. This was the first kind of compact truck, I guess you could say.
Yep, yeah, exactly. And sort of like the gas saving in the 70s kind of deal. And then Hot Rodders figured out, wait a second, a small one.
Yep, Joey Marshall, guy in the Coyote car.
Marshall out of Nebraska.
Throwing 888s down on the reaction time. Oh, a little bit of smoke out of the Mustang as he goes 10:40, 133.
That is a nitrous car, so that smoke on the end normally isn't a good thing.
No, you don't want to smash the plug shut and push the rings into the stratosphere. How about a Woody wrapped Dodge Challenger? I thought I had seen it all. Nah, this guy just blew my socks off.
Yep, and that's the Demon version. So this one, all the bells and whistles, plus the biggest motor and the baddest motor that they offer in this stuff.
Yeah, 2018 model. It's Matt Zerbrick. That's the guy. He's running Dial Your Own, and this nice little Skylark. Oh, that's not the shuffle you want.
Not gonna happen this time. But the Buick GS, beautiful car. A-body GM. We'll see him back.
Challenger, not bad. 1069, 135. 1242 at 114, and that was a bullseye car. So that's not really what you want to hand in on a 24.
Really. Now you can turn that in.
No,
but
you
don't
could.
Want
It's above it. Yes, correct. We want to clarify once again. The bullseye number is 24, and that's cars that you see with an N as in Nancy at the end. And we change that number every day, and it kind of becomes almost like an Angry Birds thing. You kind of aim at it.
You got to aim at it, exactly. And it puts a whole lot of skill in this stuff, and it's a pretty cool class. I'm really happy that Tom made that class.
Yeah. Again, sometimes racers running things is not the best deal because they think with their head and not their wallet or stress level or anything like that. But then there's times when they really great ideas. And meanwhile, we're going to see this beautiful 1969 Chevelle going down the track.
Nice. That thing is so nice.
We got more 69 Chevelles, I think, out here than I've seen, like a Super Chevy show.
And
1237 at just 66.
Hard on the brakes at the end.
Yeah, I'm not really sure. Maybe drop some fuel pressure. Something wasn't what he wanted.
The Franklin.
Dude,
in the burnout box.
And this is a bullseye car. So the question is, dude, how bad would you feel as a racer, like literally like go bury your head under a jacket if the Franklin ran something with a 24 at the end?
Right.
It's gonna run something with a 2 at the front. I guarantee you that.
Exactly. And this thing air cooled. It's super duper neat. And get a look at it when you get a chance. It's got wood wheels and stuff still. The split rims, and he's just cruising along, having a good time with us.
Yeah, so remind me here. I mean, I know this guy has done, if I remember correctly, hopefully I'm not speaking out of turn, but his name is James Eby, I believe.
Correct.
And he drove another car similar to this that I think belonged to like his dad or his grandfather, and they said like the fastest it could go was like in the 40 or 50 mile an hour, but he had to stop it every 40 or 50 miles to like oil stuff.
Right. And
so
that's
like
the same stuff. It's got like grease caps and oil caps all over it. So yeah, this is legit, like restored sort of deal.
Yeah. So, like, he gets out on the road as early as he possibly can because I guarantee he's going to get passed trying to go to the next track. This beautiful 1971 Pontiac Trans Am over on the right-hand side. Yeah, it's got a poncho under the hood. So, purists, you can breathe easy. And he will beat the Franklin there. Speaking of easy, Christine Weingard going 1183, 114 miles an hour as we wait for the Franklin.
And we
might want to adjust your sundials accordingly.
We'll time the Franklin with a stopwatch.
Yeah.
With your wristwatch.
25 seconds flat. Yeah.
On the button. And unfortunately in that bullseye class.
No, that's not good.
Not gonna do it.
No good. But I'll tell you what, I mean, you want to talk about doing it literally for the fun of it?
That's it.
Yeah, you have to be. Although personally, if I was in his shoes, I'd definitely be making sure I brought a windsock or like a literal lifetime supply of chapstick because that thing probably does not have a whole lot of air buffeting, and it's been cooler out here in Florida than you and I were talking about.
No, for sure, and it made it here in the rain, and here it is. It's got 300 miles on it, and made it past it 25 seconds.
Yeah. So here comes a J listing. Now, J listing is a 275 radial limited street race category. This is Chuck Jordan, 2012 model, CTSV, a little flaming action on the front.
Yep, and again, the coupe version, 2 doors.
Yep. Now, the little police pursuit vehicle special, it's a Caprice over on the right-hand side. Car number 301, yeah, that's August Mickelson. He's got a little YouTube channel. He's documenting all his stuff. What's Caddy run?
1071, 128.
And a 1219, 160, not bad.
Not
if you were
bad at
pursuing
all.
people in the police pursuit vehicle, I'd hate to see the lights on behind me on that one.
No, exactly.
We got a stick shift car coming over up here on the left-hand side, a little Firebird. Yeah, this is the Firebird formula. This was like one step below a Trans Am. It didn't have all the flair, but still had all the good parts and pieces underneath.
Yep. Sort of like the 1320 of the version of that era.
Yeah, exactly. I couldn't describe it better. Stephen Phillips going 1207 at 117. Pickup truck, not bad. That's not a shabby run. 1152 at 119 for a pickup truck.
Moving, baby, moving.
All right, so here comes a couple of what we call fourth generation F bodies. Those were built between 1993 and 2002. You've got Pontiac on one, you got Camaro on the other. One of them is a stick. Guess which one's the stick shift, Adam?
Right leg.
That's probably a pretty safe. Yeah, you knew. You looked at the classification.
I didn't. I wouldn't.
Okay, all right, I'll take your word for it. Adam Sullivan, the 96 Camaro. The Trans Am over on the left side is going to lead him all the way down.
On the brakes goes 1059, 108, 1279 in the right lane.
Yeah, that's a pro dial your own entry. That's Michael August. Yeah. So let's bring up a 1966 model Pontiac Le Mans. How about naming that one with nothing on the screen? Did I do okay there?
You did great.
Okay.
Yeah, you got that down.
See, I just want to make sure that I'm earning my keep with you because you and Chad got some big head start on me. Definitely want to make sure that I earn my keep. I mean, I want Tom to keep me around.
Yeah, you got the cars. I know a few of the drivers. If we kind of meld our minds together, we actually might make a decent one announcer.
Well, didn't somebody say that we need to use coffee cans and a couple of pieces of string or twine or whatever? Maybe we can get that worked up by the time we get back to Bradenton as we go 1189 at 114 in the Le Mans pickup truck, 1653 at 80 miles an hour.
Well, here's a little bit of trivia about me. I was in the Army, and I was a Morse code interceptor. So I actually used to know, and still kind of don't know, Morse code. So if you can learn Morse code, we can just clap it out.
That's awesome. Now, you want to talk about awesome? This little, hey, check out the wheelie.
Wheels up, baby.
I was already on board when you said that this Buick Roadmaster wagon, it's got a man pedal in it.
Oh, that's what I'm talking about. And the roof rack, and the Woody, 1162, 122.
Oh, that's a total package. Sign me up. Where do I sign?
I'll take 2.
Yeah, absolutely. 1570, 68 miles an hour as the Buick. That thing's been in the 11s. He got out of it way early.
68 miles an hour,
Yeah.
definitely. And, it's one of those things, but that run on the right lane, 106 reaction time, you can't turn it in.
He might want to find out what Keith's favorite flavor of liquor is and see if he can just slide it on in. I mean, it wasn't too far off.
Nope,
It was about
nope.
600s high.
Well, I can tell you from personal experience, Keith Turk will do nearly anything for Diet Coke.
Okay, so Diet Coke. All right, Zane Ogle out there in the Challenger, but the Mustang giving him all he can handle. That's Aaron Roberts. Roberts going 1037, 137, 1106 at 122. Not a bad pass out of the Dodge.
Neither of those cars are slouches by any means.
No.
Red Hat Scotty in the right lane. Red Hat, part of his YouTube is Questionable Performance Solutions.
I love it. That is awesome. Now, how about this one over here? Now, for those of you that might be old enough like me to be able to remember when GMC came out with a car they called the Cyclone. It was an all-wheel drive turbo V6 pickup truck. Well, the guy over in the left-hand side, his name's Brandon Butella. It's a 2003 model GMC, and they called it a Sonoma. He's calling it a Cynoma. You know why? He injected it with his own little flavor of rear-wheel drive, turbo V6 action, 1164, 108 for him.
Red Hat goes 1009, 133 in the Fox.
That's good. That'll get him up towards the top end of his class.
And that's the obligatory LS turbo combo, but 4-eyed Fox.
Yeah. I've never heard of anybody swapping that stuff.
No one's ever done that.
No,
once.
no, that's no innovators.
Yeah, yep. Yeah, Questionable Performance Solutions are innovators in the Turbo LS Fox market.
Yeah, absolutely. Here comes a K-Class car. Over on the right-hand side, that's the Cadillac. So K is known as the street race class. This is Michael Pampero, 2014 CTSV. Left side, van pedal in effect, maybe on the S10 pickup.
Banging the gears, that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah. Over on the
the
left-hand
S10.
side, that's Skip Frizzell. He's a Florida racer. 11-13, 127 miles an hour.
11-18, side-by-side drag racing.
Yep, again, they left within a couple of tenths of each other, and they were almost side by side. And again, ladies and gentlemen, Tom Bailey just knocking it out of the park. That's why we want the reaction time to be down low, because people will go side by side, and that's so much better than just watching single stuff. It's boring.
Derek, what do you think about a Ford Festiva?
Yeah, I never thought I'd see it on the racetrack, but you know what? I want to say it's going to give this Cadillac a run for his money, but I don't know. Not really sure.
We'll see, man. I believe it's got a Focus motor.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely not doing too bad. Let's see.
But the the Cadillac does drive around him, but Cadillac beats him on displacement by a lot. 1167. That Festiva goes 1262. Here's the two of the Turbo Mopar Mafia guys.
Yeah. All right, ladies and gentlemen, here comes the fast class. A group, I need you to lanes 1 and 2. Slicks, use lane number 2. Radials, use lane number 1. A group, your first call, first lap. I need radial tire A group to lane number 1. Slick tire A group to lane number 2. Your first call to the lanes. Adam, we're going to go into the fast stuff. I'm getting giddy.
Of these C cars to run through, and again, Turbo Mopar Mafia guys making their way down.
Dude, look at that Omni just banging the gears on the left side, going 11, 132 miles an hour.
Heck yes. That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
The next pair, that's Frank Wanaka. Frank's daughter Faith sang our national anthem for us, and they're a father-daughter team. I almost said husband-wife. They're definitely not husband-wife. Father-daughter team doing Sick Week here down in Florida.
Jody Koyman coming up in the really nice looking 1965 Falcon over on the right-hand side. And both of them let go under a second. The Classic is going to get a little bit more track time as the Mopar just kind of runs away and hides from it.
Absolutely. The Mopar 998 is too fast. Can't turn that one in
No,
for Frank.
17 thousandths of a second. Talk about an ouch. 1324.99 miles an hour for the Falcon. He can turn that in. I'll tell you what, 1324, dude, he would have been right on the dial-in if he would have done the bullseye, but he's not. Oh, too bad.
And it's too late. You can't change classes now. You can the first day. You can't right now.
Yeah. GTO versus a big old Caprice wagon. Look at the Caprice wagon. He's hanging with him. GTO goes, man, I got to stay in front of this dude.
Wagon's on the brakes, though. 12:24.89.
11:59 at 110 for the GTO. Once again, I have called the A group, the fast cars. A group, fast cars, lanes 1 and 2. I need slicks to lane number 2, radials to lane number 1. How about the Carmen Ghia coming up over here, Adam?
Yep, that thing's got a sticker in the back that says a Porsche motor bolts in.
Dude, he just pulled the wheels up and he's yanking the gears.
That's what I'm talking about. Diesel truck in the left lane. He's just waving as he goes by.
Dude, James Holt over in the 64 Carmen Ghia, 11:37, 126.
Man, that is a fast Volkswagen.
Dude, I bet that surprised a few people in Mexico.
Right?
Yeah.
Right.
1421 at 93 miles an hour.
And he actually posted a picture of that at the junkyard he picked it up from like 18 years ago.
Yeah, I saw that on social media. I'll tell you what, now, if you want to see all the really cool stuff that's going on, make sure you search out Sick Week. That's SICKWEEK. Look for that hashtag, and you'll find, oh, God, there's probably thousands of photos now.
Yep, and then check out Sick the Mag also on, like, all your social media stuff. Everybody's posting all their stuff as they go, and the Omni in the left lane is a play on the GLH. He calls it the GLMF, and I'll let you use your mind on what that stands for.
This is a Plymouth Horizon. Are you kidding me? In that little car, 1002, 142 miles an hour.
The G body in the right lane, 1157, 121.
Dude, I'll tell you what, I mean, like, I seriously need to step my game up. I mean, my car runs like bottom 11s. I would have gotten embarrassed by a little front-wheel drive pocket rocket. That's enough to make me sit there and second-guess it.
Oh, yeah, definitely. Bob Ruckles in the right lane.
Yeah, the car that I always refer to by the ice cream color.
Yep. And Bob, a longtime Rocky Mountain race weeker, he actually rebuilt the engine of this thing in a car wash on Rocky Mountain Race Week.
Nice pass.
Goes 1027. Normally runs that thing on bottle. This is all motor 1027.
1475 at 99 miles an hour, and that's a bullseye car, and that's not really close. That's about
not gonna-
5/10 off.
Yeah, you're gonna have to figure that out.
Yeah, you might want to whittle that down a little bit. Go get the axe and just chop some out of it.
Right.
All right, so Mustang versus GMC going to come up next. Well, the Mustang drops the clutch and doesn't find the traction he wants. So I'll let the GMC kind of hang with him there for a little bit. We'll see if the Mustang driver can pull away. It's going to be close. 1276 beating out the 1345, but good speed, 113 miles an hour there for the Mustang. So it's got 11-second capability. You just got to get it all hooked up.
Just got to get the thing hooked up. Exactly.
Yeah, we're sitting here talking about it like, it's easy.
Yeah,
whatever.
right.
Yeah, Warren's over here saying the same thing. It's
Yeah.
like, yeah, sure, if it was easy, everybody'd be doing it.
No, exactly. Another one of those PPVs in the left lane, and then going against the hot rod sedan in the right lane.
I'll tell you what, these police pursuit vehicles, slap a little Maggie supercharger or something like that on them and kind of leave the full exhaust on it with the cats and everything else where it doesn't sound so loud. You got yourself a nice little stealthy 12 and 11-second hot rod.
Yeah, things are cool. They come with a 6-liter LS and rear-wheel drive.
That's probably close to stock, I'm going to guess. 1356 at 103.
I'll bet you. Next pair doing their burnout, Joel McGill in the left lane. This thing's stick shift turbo LS.
Stick, turbo, LS, and a pickup truck. Okay, I'm paying full attention. What do we got over on the right-hand side? That's you know what they call those? That's called a box Chevy.
That is a box Chevy with Caprice.
Yeah, when they changed the design on them and they got all smooth, they called them bubbles.
Yep.
Meanwhile, the box Chevy going to go in the boxes. The truck is just pulling away from him. I'll tell you what, he's going to get there with a
10
good
flat.
Dude, 10 flat with a 4,
143.
143 and a big old full-size pickup truck. I'll tell you what, Joe McGill, yeah, he was having fun wheeling that thing down there.
Yeah, that thing is sweet. And he's from Georgia. Another one of the Rocky Mountain Race Week dudes. But he can't turn it in. His reaction time's 124.
Oh man, I got all jonesed up and everything.
Man.
And,
I feel bad for him already.
dude, I'll tell you what, Keith is going to have a line of people that are going to be on their knees going, dude, can you give me an exception, please?
Here's all the Diet Coke in the world.
Yeah, somebody's going to be calling a Diet Coke truck in here shortly. Little F-150 over on the left-hand side, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to tell you what, don't sleep on that one.
That's Sean Pregene. You
Yeah.
can tell how wicked it is because it's got 4 drag radials.
Yeah. Anthony McDowell in the 1967 C10. That's the popular body style for those C10s. It's right when they got all curvy. And that, man, I'll tell you what, he's got the roll cage hanging out of it and everything. Oh, and he let go too soon.
We left before the tree was active. Normally red lights we let go, but if it's before the tree's active, you don't even get a time. So sorry, pal.
Yeah, Jacob Rayburn going down that left side.
Oh, it's Rayburn. I'm sorry, I said it was Sean Pregene. Jacob Rayburn, 1118 in the turbo. I believe it's a turbo Coyote.
Dude, that's crazy. Again, you just look at the fact that some of these things are absolutely deceiving. Here comes Cooper Baghetti. Yeah, the Spaghetti Man. He's not driving his induction performance Toyota Supermotor Camaro. This is his brand new Mustang that he just threw together. If I'm not mistaken, I believe it has a supercharged LS motor in it.
It is. It's got the LSA engine out of his CTS-1 coupe. Or I'm sorry, a sedan. And the right lane, that's Azim Sheik. Azim out of Maryland.
No, he found some transmission problems. 1160 at 121 miles an hour out of the Camaro. Cooper going 1270 at 116. That's a little slower than he ran yesterday. I think he went in the 1230s.
I think that's right.
So, but obviously another car that just kind of got thrown together. He had it done just in time to take it on sick week, and you know that's basically what you got to do. You just kind of roll with it. Holy crap! Are you kidding me? We're almost at 9,000 people on the live feed. 8.7 thousand. Check it in.
Thank you guys for checking it out, and again, thanks for everyone here at Gainesville checking it out.
Oh yeah, they're all here. Like a whole bunch of people called in sick.
Another one of the Turbo Mopar Mafia, the minivan in the left lane.
I'm afraid to put it out. I'm afraid to put it out on the airwaves because I did. After this pair goes down, we'll talk about the front-wheel drive minivan. But a 1209 at 114 out of the PPV. How about the minivan? Adam, are you kidding me?
And I'll tell you what, he tells me this thing is having problems, and that thing's run mid-11s.
I still think a 14.25 out of a minivan is pretty impressive.
And that's what I told him, too. I was like, man, the 14-second minivan's awesome. He's like, yeah, but if you're used to running 11s, 14s ain't nothing.
Yeah, it's true. 14s do feel slow when you get down that far. Ashley Goodnow. No, I don't think that's her. Let's try one more time. That didn't look right. How about Zachary Blum? Yeah, 1992 Mustang GT. And then the late model Mustang over on the other side, that's Rick Dorn. He got there first, 12:21, 1:15, 13:37 for the Fox body at just 75 miles an hour. They were separated by 100th of a second at the 8th mile. I don't know what happened to the Fox body. He just
He
said,
was on the brakes,
bail
so
out.
I'm not sure what's going on. Probably one of those dial-your-own cars.
Yep.
Would be my guess. And, just trying to get the thing on the button. But I'm a big proponent of making your first pass to see what it runs first and then dial it back. But that's just me.
Right, exactly. So, I'm sitting here trying to pay attention to my phone because between Keith Turk and Lonnie Grimm, I definitely want to stay in their good graces. I don't want to be on anybody's bad side.
That's 100% because Lonnie will come over here and point at his phone and he gives you the kind of stern look, and you don't want any of that.
Yeah, Keith Turk, on the other hand, just uses the hammer. Chuck Zeke, the 1976 Trans Am. This is a slant nose car. This was right before they came out with what a lot of people call the Bandit cars, even though they were never called that. They're called special editions.
Right, but everyone calls them Bandit cars because, it's looking to men.
Yeah, absolutely. That's where they literally took off. Speaking of taking off, Zeke took off on the Mustang. The Mustang driver is Janice Wicks. Shelby going to get spanked in this one. 1081, 126. Shelby goes 1266 at 114. Not bad, but kind of a little ways behind.
Here's the next pair. Carl Bright in the left lane. Carl, big block Chevrolet with a 4L80 transmission, and he built his own transmission controller for this thing. And it does like what you call ghost shifting. It's got like a column shifter in it, but he's got a motor that actually shifts it on the column while he goes down the track. The right lane, that's Reggie Moore. Reggie Moore in the car they call the Gordy Grinder.
Watch this thing go wheels up and just dance all over the racetrack, just like it did at Bradenton, too. You want to talk about wheeling it? He's not going 1320. He's going like 1,400 feet.
Nope, exactly. And he told me on this thing, it's really, really comfortable till you sit in it.
Oh, is that all? 1066, 126 on the left side. Dude, popping and banging and steering and wheeling and everything. 1176 at 101. He kept it upright.
With about 1,500 or 1,600 feet of total.
Yeah, when they say you have all your lane, he used every single bit of it.
Cheyenne Lord, that's chilling with Chet in the left lane. That's the Tesla Plaid, and this car did run bottom nines on Rocky Mountain Race Week. However, only tech to 10 flat.
Right, you can't turn it in, so it means he's got to run something slower than 10.00.
And that's Audria Beeler in the right lane. Audria has the engine out of Tom McGilton's ZL1 Camaro.
All over the brakes. Oh, you're kidding me? 965 at 109 on the brakes.
Look at the 8th mile, 6 flat, 120.
Yeah, he was on his way to I'm going to say a 920 pass probably.
Yep, absolutely.
Lonnie Grimm once again holding up his phone. The final call for A group. A group to lanes 1 and 2. A group to lanes 1 and 2. In the A group, remember, we have a slick and a radial lane. Slicks go to lane number 2. Radials go to lane number 1. Now, I need my B group to lane number 3, please. B group to lane number 3, please. B group to lane number 3. And it looks like nobody could wait.
Yep, no one can wait. And that was Greg Pecorino in the right lane. Greg from New York.
Yeah, both of them left before the tree was activated. You got to wait.
Yep.
I mean, I know you want to make the pass and get back to the pits and then come right back around, but, dude, you got to wait.
How about the Geo Tracker with the small block and the blower?
Yeah, no, absolutely. The interesting thing about this Geo Tracker, oh man, I'm gonna glue this thing. No, you know what? We need duct tape in the tower because Adam probably has dropped this thing 3 times now, and I'll tell you what. I mean, we literally are gonna have to make sure that he doesn't drop it anymore. We're literally gonna glue it to his hand. Luckily, all he did was knock out the nice little switch, and you can just throw it right back in there.
Hey, I'm back.
Yeah, look at that.
Here we go. Sorry, guys.
Yeah, no problem. We just
Butterfingers.
Well, see, somebody said drop the mic, and Adam took it literally.
And I'm dropping it all over the place. But,
Yeah.
So broke the mic, no big deal. Fixed it. We got it duct taped and baling the wire back together.
Okay, so it's roadkill official.
100%.
Okay, good. So check this out. This little Geo Tracker over on the right-hand side.
I'm saying all he hears is Spanish, and it's got SAP.
Well, we are in Florida, so it's okay. Equal opportunity. So this little tracker over on the right-hand side, the guy came up to the tower on Sunday, and he was asking if anybody had a press. And I was sitting there going, wait a second, you need a press? You need a press for what? And he goes, well, see, the problem is this thing had like a 456 gear in it. So the multiplication that was on it, the sad part is it literally wanted to flip this Geo tracker like over. Like it wanted to make it like a Matchbox car. That's not really what you want to do. So basically, he was like hoping that somebody had like a stand-up press, and you know what? Somebody went to Harbor Freight and actually bought one.
Bought a press,
Yeah.
right? Because that's what you do. And then, of course, the Fox Mustang in the left lane.
Yeah, so this thing is, hey, Alex Corella, Ginger Red Man, B Group, lane number 3, please. Why don't you come on down and join us? B Group, come to lane number 3, please. B Group, lane number 3 for your first lap. We're an equal opportunity informant. Go ahead and text me and I'll let you know. All right, so Adam and I up here in the booth. Adam Dory and me. My name's Derek Putnam. Sorry that you don't have a couple of, well, at least you have one good-looking guy. Adam looks pretty good.
Sorry, we're not better looking. I know you're disappointed.
Yeah, you know.
But we have faces for radio, if you will. But
there is no radio. No, Adam and I are just having a blast. As all these people that are in the grandstands, I'll tell you what, man, this is a great reason to call in sick here on Sick Week, brought to you by Gear Vendors Overdrive, and of course the live stream is brought to you by Motion Raceworks, our good friends over there, Doug Cook and his group.
Absolutely, and they do have to reset the computer here. It looks like that last pair that went down kind of messed something up here, so we're down for just a moment, and we'll just bring you a little bit of stuff and hopefully get back to drag racing soon. And again, thanks for coming out to Gainesville.
Yeah, Travis Clark coming up over here on the left-hand side. This is a stick shift car. The right-hand side, the little Geo tracker, you see the N at the end of his number. That means he's a bullseye car. So he's looking for something that ends in a 24. Oh, the left-hand side dropped the clutch and found nothing but dust. Meanwhile, the tracker on his way down the racetrack. Geo tracker looking for something ending in a 24 and goes 67. That's no good. 1067, 126. Stick shift car goes 1111, 129. Yep. I'll tell you what, man, these things are getting quite popular, and the interesting thing is that, you know, I don't know. I'm gonna stir the concoction a little bit. The thing that a lot of people are starting to talk about with these Teslas is if you can keep the batteries up, the consistency factor with these things is pretty solid, and there's a lot of bracket racers and index racers that are kind of going, yeah, I'm not so sure. Yeah, as he gets out of the gas way early. Oh, wait a minute. No, I can't say he gets out of the gas. He gets out of the charge. Yeah.
But there definitely is. That's a thing that's drawing some eyes in the bracket race world because, you know, there's a lot less involved. So I wonder, you know, eventually if there's going to be an EV-only class with those guys for each other.
Well, as far as I know, for bracket stuff, both NHRA and IHRA have actually come up with an EV class. Now, the other thing that's kind of interesting about them is the EV class, the thing that they're worried about is, you know, you have a fire in these things, and they're completely different than anything else, like a water, you know, like an oil or gas fire. You know, battery fire, that's the kind of thing that could literally, like, melt the asphalt and screw up a wall or something like that. So there's a lot of safety concerns. So that's why they're trying to take it step by step and make sure they get it right.
Yeah, for sure. And, you know, there's not a lot you can do to hot rod these things. So what they're doing is doing weight reduction. Well, unfortunately, the weight reduction is making them less safe on a lot of occasions. You know, they have like airbags in the seats and things like that, and they're putting these like aluminum lightweight seats in the things, and you know that's definitely a concern for sure. But you know, what would be interesting is to see like the EV swap stuff, like you know, like Project X that Hot Rod did, kind of showing up in like maybe an EV type circuit.
Right. Once again, we're going to go to the fast class, ladies and gentlemen. I know some of you are getting up out of the grandstands, and you're using this as an excuse to go and grab something to eat or drink, or you might want to go visit the concession stand, the vendor midway that's located right next to it. And obviously there's a whole lot of cool cars that are sitting in the lanes, but I don't want you to miss any of the fast class. That's going to be coming up here in just a minute.
$9,300 people on the live stream currently.
That is absolutely nuts. I'll tell you what, it's just after noontime. and it's on a Wednesday, and we got that many people watching online, give yourselves a internet-based social media round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, as we got over 9,000 people checking in live online on Tom Bailey's YouTube channel, brought to us by Motion Raceworks and Warren Evans and his hard-working group of guys.
And Warren, what's a normal, say, NHRA weekend? What do you have for viewers? So he has 30,000 entire views for the weekend. Our Bradenton has 130, 190.
190? Holy cow, dude.
So 56,000 total for just today so far, and 9,000 currently watching. Thank you guys so much. Share that link. Appreciate Motion Raceworks presenting that, and that's a free live stream. You guys can go out there and check it out. And again, right now you have us on the old screen. And again, sorry, we're not better looking.
Yeah, I'm looking at this, and it's not a bad angle of you. I mean, unfortunately, with me being semi-injured, I'm sitting down, and I don't think I'd be able to stand the entire time.
No,
that I'm
I
here.
hear you, my friend. I hear you.
Yeah. But I'll tell you what, man, looking at all these people out here in the Florida sunshine and all these great cars making laps, I mean, I can't think of a better way to spend a Wednesday. I mean, this is sick week. I mean, you'd have to be sick to miss it, and you have to be sick to call in and actually witness it.
No, exactly. And if you're in the Gainesville area, we're racing till 3 o'clock, and then we're going to get on the road. But maybe you just got a little afternoon bug.
I ate a bad hamburger for lunch. I'm gonna call in for the afternoon.
Yep. No, I got to go out here and see all these cars running. And again, bringing you those fast cars very soon. So prepping the track, and again, we're doing a separate prep. We're doing a slick prep lane and a radial prep lane for these fast cars. And Tom, again, by racers for racers, says we need to do that for these guys and set it up exactly how they like it because we want them to come back.
And I got people checking in on my Instagram and everything else, blowing me up. Obviously I'm trying to stay up here with Adam. He's setting the bar high on us, and we got Chad Reynolds down there. He's going to be doing live interviews, and that's going to be coming across. I'll tell you what, man. I mean, it's literally like the pressure is there because I really want to deliver. This is the first time I've ever done something that's a week long. I'm used to doing like 2 to 3 days. And you guys, like I said, you're just setting the bar real high here, and I really want to come through and deliver something that the audience will love.
This is pretty much a Super Bowl of a broadcast team and announcing crew, and I know that I speak for Chad, who just walked in. You saw him walk by on the live feed there. Man, it's super fun to work with you, Derek. It's super fun to work with you, Chad. Super fun to work with you, Warren, and everybody. Tom pulled all the stops out. He said, you know what? I want the best of the best of the best here, and I'm not sure why I'm involved.
All right, so while we do just a minute here while we're doing some prep, ladies and gentlemen, I want to take a minute to say thank you to all the people that are helping us out here. So a big thanks, obviously, Gear Vendors Overdrive. They are the presenting sponsor here of Sick Week. We appreciate Gear Vendors Overdrive, Rick and his group. They have been sponsoring drag and drive events for the last 18 years. I'll tell you what, if you want to talk to somebody who is buried in this sport, I mean grassroots down, proven product, wants to put his money where his mouth is, always is involved, thank you so much to Gear Vendors Overdrive and Rick and his group. Thank you so much for being the official presenting sponsor of Sick Week. Also, of course, the live stream. Like I said, we just set a record, over 9,300 people, and we're going to continue to get bigger. That's all brought to us by the good folks over at Motion Raceworks. They're also here on the property. Doug Cook, his brother Andy, Cletus McFarland, a lot of their guys are out of the shop this week because they're actually participating on Sick Week. And I'll tell you what, that's what you want. You want a company sponsoring you and behind you that actually is part of the action. They put their products to the test, and that's what Motion Raceworks does. And they also supporting the live feed. So thank you so much to Motion Raceworks for supporting the live feed. So now we're going to get back 100%. How did this all start? Well, Tom Bailey and his crew decided to put together a magazine because you know what? I got Chad Reynolds standing here next to me, and I know he knows better than anybody. You go back in the days when really what you wanted to do, you wanted to like hold something in your hand. You wanted to be able to actually say, hey, my car is in print. And that's kind of gone away. I mean, as the internet has gotten bigger and everything, so what happened? Tom Bailey decided that he saw a hole in the open, and he wanted to go ahead and just kind of blow that thing wide open, and so he creates a magazine called Sick. And I'll tell you what, the argument now is whether it's a book or a magazine, because it's over 200 pages of high-quality photos, awesome interviews, less than 4 pages of ads, ladies and gentlemen. So I'll tell you what, you need to go and check it out. The Sick the Mag group is actually here on the property. They're in the manufacturer's midway. You can go over and check them out. Also, check out all the really cool merch that they have available. If you sign up right now, if they still have any supplies left of the second issue, they'll give it to you for free. Are you kidding me? That's like a $40 value. So go over and visit Sick the Mag on the Midway. If you're watching on the live stream, there's a little QR code down there in the corner. You can go and check that out, and that'll give you a direct link to sickthemagazine.com, and you can check that out, subscribe for yourself. This is one of many events that'll be covered in the magazine. Once again, big thank you to Sick the Mag. Also, thanks to Gear Vendors Overdrive. For years, actually decades, we talk about this. Chad's standing here next to me. I know that he knows plenty of cars that have proven Gear Vendors Overdrive's works. We talk about 2,000 horsepower, 3,000 horsepower, probably even almost hold 4,000 horsepower. If you want to add overdrive to anything that you have, manual or automatic transmission, Gear Vendors Overdrive should be your only choice. From a hot rod to a street machine, it'll reduce the RPM while you're cruising on the highway, and it'll still be able to handle high-speed quarter-mile runs. That's what you want. You want a proven transmission like a Power Glide or maybe a Lenko or something else, and you want to add an extra gear to it. Gear Vendors is how you do that. Their customers are here, including Tom Bailey, Dave Schroeder, Royce Payton's Mustang. You know, all these guys got Gear Vendors. I think Cletus McFarland actually might have a Gear Vendors in his car. That's those guys you want to check out. Gear Vendors. You can check them out at gearvendors.com, all spelled together, no spaces or dashes, or go visit Rick and his crew. They're located on the Midway. You can tell about how you can get a Gear Vendors in your ride. Motion Raceworks, founded in 2015 by 3 enthusiasts who saw an opportunity and a need to do things a little bit differently. How about build parts in the United States of America? That's their first and their main concern. Plus, they're going to carry a lot of high-quality products that they use in their own builds. They help put stuff together like fuel systems and wiring and all kinds of cool things that a lot of people will honestly have trouble with. You don't know how to do that stuff? Well, Doug and his group over at Motion Raceworks, they're there to help put that together for you. Go visit motionraceworks.com and you can check out their full range of products, including all their cool swag. Or you know what, better yet, if you're here, go over and visit them on the Midway. They're here on the Midway. You can go pick up some cool merch. If you, like we're talking about, you were forgetting a hoodie because it's cool out. There's a lot of people walking around in cool Motion Raceworks gear. Go over and visit them. They've got lots of spares in their trailer. You can talk about how you can get some Motion Raceworks goodness in your ride. Iski Race Cams, an industry leader in valve train components, engineering products that stand up to the tough world of drag and drive. You know, Chad Reynolds talked about this earlier. When you drive a race-style vehicle, only, what, a couple hundred miles, it's going to put the same amount of stress that it would if you made, say, 1,000 laps on your car down the racetrack. Because think about it, you're only running for maybe 2 minutes at the most, maybe 3. But you're going to go out and beat on it on the street. You're going to see varying temperatures, varying RPMs, varying oil pressures. That's completely different than what you would be doing when you're on a racetrack. So Iski Racing Cams, they put the extra work in to make sure that they've got the high-quality components that'll help your machine survive. You don't want to go to the first racetrack and then just have it fall over and die. You want stuff that'll survive 1,000 miles and come out looking squeaky clean. Iski Racing. You can go and visit them at iskicams.com. That's ISKYKAMS, as in CAMS.com. I had to kind of hesitate there as I decided if I wanted to actually spell it out or not. Summit Racing Equipment is on site. You know what? They have a store located less than 5 hours away in McDonough, Georgia. Since 1968, Summit Racing Equipment has been America's speed shop. Whether you're building a street cruiser, a race car, or anything in between, even a drag and drive car, Summit Racing should be on your short list of people to visit to buy parts. Jim was up here with us earlier, talked about the thousands of different lines they have at Summit Racing Equipment. Yeah, if you need to build a car or a truck or a mud racer or a drag racer, a drag and drive car, cruiser, show ride, yeah, they got stuff for all of that. And I'm talking about in stock, shipped to your door in a matter of days. So go and visit summitracing.com. That's SUMMIT racing.com. You can check out the thousands of lines of products that they have, or you can visit one of their 4 retail locations. I talked about the one that's in McDonough, Georgia. That's the closest one. There's also one in Ohio, one in Nevada, and one in Texas. They're here to serve your needs. Go visit Summit Racing Equipment at summitracing.com. VP Racing Fuels, the world leader in fuel technology with a catalog of more than 80 different fuel blends and a growing list of champions. Yeah, you're giving me all the good reasons to use VP Racing Fuels. Did you know that they also make stuff for your cooling system? They also make fuel additives. Yeah, their chemists are constantly working on new stuff. VP Racing Fuels is along for the ride here at Sick Week. You can stop by their trailer and talk to one of their specialists about what kind of brand of fuel your car or truck might need. And you know what? They have authorized retailers all over the country. As a matter of fact, one of their authorized retailers, Rollins Automotive Speed and Custom, they're located less than 15 minutes away, and they've got VP Racing Fuels in stock. So you can call them up. You can find out if Rollins might be able to help you out if VP doesn't have what you need in their trailer, because basically what happened was they took orders from racers, and they're delivering it right here to the racetrack. So that's one less thing the racers have to worry about. Quality VP Racing Fuels. If you want to find out more, visit vpracingfuels.com. Mickey Thompson Tires also here on the premises. You want to talk about a guy who's actually been involved for more than 2 decades with Mickey Thompson Tires? That's Jason Moulton. He was a guy who was in product development up until the last year or so. Now he's in charge of motorsports. So this guy, one of the guys behind the original Mickey Thompson drag radial that came out in 2004. So who better to talk to about tire technology for your ride than Jason Moulton and his crew at Mickey Thompson Tires. They got the all-white rig with the Mickey Thompson 10 out front, and they do have tires here on the property. They got big tires. Yeah, you want the big old slicks? They got those. You want radial tires? They got those too. They have something for Gavin Carter too. I guarantee you they have it. Now Gavin's shaking his head. They even have street tires, Gavin, regular old street tires. See, now he's happy. He's smiling. He knows I got something for him. So go over and visit Mickey Thompson Tires, or you can visit Mickey Thompson Tires on the web at MickeyThompsonTires.com. Find out about the best shoes for your ride.
Now owned by Motion Raceworks, TBM Brakes designs and manufactures the complete line of brake systems and components for motorsport, street, and fleet vehicles. All the components they manufacture are created from the finest materials and are 100% made in America. You can check out TBM Brakes products on Cletus McFarland's Mullet El Camino and Tom Bailey's 6-Second 2.0 at Sick Week today, or visit tbmbrakes.com to find out more. Holley nitrous oxide systems. Horsepower in a bottle has always been easy to come by thanks to Holley nitrous oxide systems. When you need fast, reliable power, trust the brand that's been spraying drag racers to record runs since the 80s. Sick Week competitors are this week enjoying free nitrous refills thanks to Holley NOS. So please visit them today at Holley.com or see them in that manufacturer's midway. Dodge, the Sick the Mag media team are rolling in style this week thanks to Dodge and Radford Racing School. With their range of modern-day muscle cars from the drag strip beating Demon to the Hellcat Durango, check out the full range of Dodge vehicles at Dodge.com or stop by the display at the Sick Week Midway. Vice Grip Garage, Derek Bieri is here. He's got 2 cars. What's a fella to do when he needs to fix his drag and drive car? He takes it to Vice Grip Garage, portable car hoist, of course. Derek from Vice Grip Garage sponsored the portable car hoist to come across the country for Sick Week, so racers had a place to work on their track to make or a place at the track to make repairs. Make sure you subscribe to Vice Grip Garage on YouTube, and that's one that I personally watch, and I have a good time with it. Race Quip. Have you seen the absolutely insane trophies for the winners this year? Sick the Mag teamed up with Race Quip to give racers these helmets with the crazy eyes. One thing that's not crazy, though, is their real Race Quip helmets with the safest ones out there. For your next helmet or fire suit, please check them out at racequip.com. And, of course, Rhino Classifieds. Rhino Racer Support Tour, kicking off tour, is partnered with Radford Racing School. And again, just doing that final bit of track cleanup. I do see some of our faster drivers down here. I see Mark Cicino down there, his co-pilot, Greg Hurlbut. And again, all those A and B cars are in the lanes. We're going to bring you those fast cars as soon as we get these lanes tightened up. And again, we do have specific lanes for drag radials and for slicks. So we do have those cars in the correct lanes for the tire that they are running. And again, the difference here, Tom Bailey, by racers, for racers, says we need a slick lane, we need a radial lane. This makes sense. But again, down just a couple of more minutes. If your butt's not in a seat and you are here at Gainesville Raceway, you need to get that way, because we are going to bring you some 6-second cars, we're going to bring you some 7-second cars, and we're going to try to get a bunch of these cars on the 850 index coming up here shortly. And again, bringing you some of the influencers out here. I see Cletus out there in the mullet car. He's got Cooper sitting next to him doing the thing. Rick Prospero's out there. I see that's Doc in that naturally aspirated Camaro with the Goodwin Hemi. I see John Dodson out there. So we will be bringing you some of those real fast cars. And again, that 6-second capable Volvo wagon coming at you very soon. And they're putting the tractors away. That means we're going to racing very shortly. So again, if you are out and your butt's not in a seat, you need to get your butt in a seat. Again, on the live feed, thank you so much for joining us. Share that link. Share sickthemag.com and share Sick the Mag on all your social media. And we appreciate all of y'all joining us for your Sick Week day number 3 here at Gainesville Raceway in Florida. I do hear cars fired up, which means we're going to be coming to you with racing here very shortly. We got that VP traction compound going down in the right lane. You did hear Derek talking about that VP fuels and stuff. Sticky, icky out there for you. We'll bring you those fast cars very soon. And we do appreciate the staff out here at Gainesville getting this track all tightened up for us, and appreciate all of our host tracks. Everyone there working hard and normally not here during the weekday normally, and we're having them racing with us on Wednesday, and that's super duper awesome. But again, folks, just down just a couple of more minutes and we will be bringing you race action side by side. All these cars also, same rules, must get under a 1-second reaction time with all this stuff. Just got a text from Chad Reynolds. Finnegan still looking for that clutch. The Roadkill crew still looking for the clutch with that LT1 T56 combo. So if you've got a clutch, or you know someone in the area that's got a clutch that can handle all that rip, roar, and 350 action in that thing, get with those guys. Get them that clutch. Also looking for a 4L80E torque converter. That's John Mankina, sorry John, B241L. He's got the black Camaro halfway down the stands, against the stands, looking for a 4L80 converter. I think you'd probably take whatever you got. But again, just down just a couple of more minutes. Thanks again for tuning into the live stream. Thanks again for checking us out, sickthemag.com, and on all your social media, Sick the Mag. Down here, Sick Week 2022.
You know,
and subscribe to all this stuff. And again, share that link. Share that link and subscribe to that magazine, man. I'm telling you what, they're doing two issues per issue, if you
Right,
will.
while they still have supply. So make sure that you go over there and do
Right.
it. Don't, like we're waiting to put down some glue, and we're coming back. VP Racing putting down the traction additive here. Oh, check it out. We got Tony and Sherry Gagnon in the house from HP Tuners and Tuners Inc. That's crazy. I see these guys at every friggin' stop I go to. I mean, I don't even want to, I wonder if, it's good to have them as friends or they're stalkers.
And Lonnie just pointed at his phone for you again,
Oh, boy.
Derek.
Yep, see, I'm almost in trouble
No,
again.
no, it
Adam was
happens.
bailing me out, and I'm right back in the doghouse again.
What are you going to do? What are you going to do? But again, subscribe to that thing. Right now, if you subscribe, they'll give you that first issue or that first couple of issues for free. And that's only while supplies last. There's not very many of those left. And you can do that at the Sick Week trailer that's in that manufacturer's midway down there.
Okay, so just like yesterday, hopefully this will kind of hook some people in. Final call for A Group Slick Tire Cars. Final call, A Group Slick Tire Cars. I need you to lane number 2, please. Final call for A Group Slick Tire Cars, lane number 2. Ladies and gentlemen, we're getting the final amount of VP Racing additives thrown down on the racetrack. We get that all sticky. We're going to rotate some rubber into it. I see the guys from 1320 Video. For all of you down there that watch 1320 Video, there's the main man down there, Kyle from 1320 Video. Him and his crew working hard out here this weekend. I'll tell you what, man, they bring all kinds of racing action out here that you can watch live in less than 24 hours. They put up their first video, and it had over 50 minutes of goodness in it. So go over to 1320 Video on YouTube and check out all the cool things. All right, so once again, here's what I've called. I have called the A group to lanes 1 and 2. We need the Slick Tire Cars to lane number 2. And Slick Tire Cars, this is your final call. I can look down there and I can see that there's a whole bunch of radial cars that go about 3/4 of the way back in the lanes, and then I don't see any Slick Tire Cars. So I sure hope that nobody's thrashing back there in the pits, but it doesn't look like there's very many of them. So Slick Tire Cars in the A group, this is your final call. Slick Tire Cars in the A group, this is your final call, but look at the B group, man. We got 3 lanes packed full of cars.
Yep, this is going to be awesome, bringing you really, really tight, again, close reaction times on this end and hoping to get you side-by-side racing. And again, kind of tack back on what Derek was saying about 1320 Video. If you see those red shirt 1320 guys out there on the starting line, that car's probably super cool. Pay attention.
Yeah, so now I've been told that there is a racer that needs a welder. The only thing is I don't know who it is. So my guess would be is if you have a welder, or if you have a welder on property, would obviously probably be the best thing. But I know, for example, KSR is less than 20 minutes from here. Rollins Automotive is less than 15 minutes from here. So if somebody needs a welder, if anybody actually has a welder on property, why don't you come either to the first or second floor of the tower, give us your contact information, and we'll try and pass it out there and get the racer to let him know, or her, either one. And then if it's something that can be driven and used and get to a welder, then we'll just send them to one of those 2 shops. Meanwhile, Tony Gagnon's over there creating havoc. I see him down there stepping around.
And I'll tell you what, if you have an HP Tuner's car and you have some questions, we can get you in touch with him, and he would be happy probably to help you out with your ride.
Yeah, Tony Gagnon, I've known this guy for well over 2 decades. I keep dating myself. This guy has been around since he used to drive a carbureted nitrous pink Mustang. Yeah, pink Mustang. You got to be secure in your manhood to drive a pink Mustang.
It takes a real man to drive a pink Mustang. 100%.
Yeah, so Tony and Sherry Gagnon up here from HP Tuners, they are Florida natives. They come out to Gainesville Raceway, I'd say probably earlier than me. I came out here in '94, Tony. How long have you been coming out here to Gainesville Raceway?
My first pass down Gainesville Raceway was in 1979, so I'm dating myself. To be honest with you, I was only 16 when I made a pass without license, just so you know. But I did. So 1979, and that kind of got hooked.
So, you've talked about how you've come full circle. You've gone from being racer to tuner. You had your own shop at one point, kind of stepped back to manage another shop. Then you jump on board with the great people at HP Tuners. And we've seen you, I've seen you everywhere practically in the last year between NMCA and MRA events. You did FL2K. You've come out here to Gainesville a couple of times. You've done NHRA national events. I mean, dude, are you even sleeping in your own bed at all anymore?
We were sleeping in our own bed in our RV. Nice event. This is only 45 minutes from the house, so it makes it nice to come hang out and see the great cars and crews out here, and these guys having a great time. So,
yeah, I've seen you made sure you came out here at the right time when the fast cars are going down here, and I'm sure there's quite a few cars that you've probably put your magic touch on.
We have a lot of cars out here. We've had customers as well as obviously with HP Tuners has a lot of crew too out here. So it's a wonderful event. I'm enjoying it, and I'm glad to see everybody out here. A nice, beautiful day in Florida.
Yeah, it gives you a good reason to call in sick and come out here and watch the action. You know, we got over 9,000 people watching live and online. And, Tony, you've like I said, you've been through a lot of this racing action. And here we go. We're going to bring out the fast stuff. Talk about the fact that how fast some of this stuff has moved from, when you had an 8-second car a decade ago that was street legal, you were feared.
Oh, yeah, you were. And now we've got 6-second street cars that are making, 1,000, 1,200-mile trips doing this. So it's come a long way, and technology advances every day.
Yeah, here comes a 6-second capable car to start us off. Ladies and gentlemen, if you're not in the grandstands and you're not on the fences, I suggest you get there and make it quick because we're doing burnouts already. Talk about a couple of unusual cars that we're going to start out with. We got an Opel and a Volvo station wagon. Tony, I'll tell you what, we grow up going around, Mustangs, Camaros, classic muscle. Here we are talking about a 1974 Opel and a Volvo station wagon.
Yeah, Derek, I don't think there's an Opel engine in there or a Volvo motor. I think they're a little different in there.
I think that's a safe bet. Mikhail Borgren, the 1987 Volvo 240 wagon. Yeah, you look at it, you go, it looks like a big old brick. Probably not that fast, whatever. How about 685 at over 200 miles an hour out of the Volvo? That's absolutely crazy.
That's sick.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah,
sick.
aptly named.
There we
Sick.
go.
Yeah, exactly. It is sick. Over on the other side, like I said, it's a 1974 Opel, little short wheelbase car. It's in the Unlimited Iron class. That's Jesse Havlick. They're both in and ready. Here we go. Pull the trigger. The Volvo just bouncing down the side. 115 to the 60-foot. Can he hang on to it? Top end says 701, 203 miles an hour. Almost the 6. It's just barely missed. 203 miles an hour as that thing was just bouncing around on him, so he probably pedaled it just a hair. The Opel going 9 flat with a 0, 156 miles an hour. And we'll bring up a low 7-second capable car. How many Cletus McFarland fans in the house? Let me see you out there. You guys out there? All right, this is a car that he calls the Mullet. It was built in-house by Kevin Smith at KSR. Originally, I told Adam about this. This thing was supposed to be a jet-powered car. And then I think Cletus actually had a moment of clarity, so to speak. And he goes, yeah, why don't we go with twin turb skis instead? I think the jet car thing might be a little hard on the street.
Hey, and Warren's over here jumping up and down. We're over 10,000 on the live stream.
Oh, man, I can't even download this thing anymore. The live stream's pretty much locked up because it's so popular.
Yep, we broke the internet, folks. Garrett Mitchell, Cletus, in the right lane. In the car they call a Mullet.
Yep, 735 was his best pass yesterday. So he's in contention. He's in the top 5 in the fastest class. Over on the left-hand side, that's Adam Mogi. 1972 model Camaro Z2080s in the Pro Street class. That's the big tire class. Cletus, on the other hand, he's running in the modified class. The Mullet is hooked up. He's a little short on the 60-foot, but he's already out of it. That's not good. He's going to pull it over to the side. 883, 152 miles an hour for the Camaro, but not good for Cletus.
So we're down just a moment. And keep in mind, folks, 300 street miles on these cars right now. We'll be over 800 by the time we get done, or around that, give or take. But street cars, they drove through the rain all day yesterday. And, I mean, to watch like 7 flat out of that Volvo, and I know it's gone faster than that, but like a 7 flat street car is like unheard of kind of territory.
The interesting thing is I've talked with the Gainesville crew that's here, as I've worked here at Gainesville for a couple years, and I think the big thing is that there's some people that kind of really don't know what to expect here. Orlando, you've got the World Street Nationals. That's been happening there for a couple of decades. Bradenton with Victor ever since he took over. Man, he's got like radial and small tire and big tire and heads up and grudge stuff, it seems like at least once a month. So a lot of these guys have got laps down those racetracks. Gainesville's kind of it's the asterisk, it's the unknown. So I think a lot of people might come up here with a soft tune-up just to get it down the racetrack. And then once they got a number, then they'll creep up on it a little bit. So maybe that's what's going on.
And that's kind of the key. You have to make a pass every day. So if you make that pass, even if it's like, say that 7 flat pass, no big deal. You're still in. You're kind of still at the top of your class, and then you can pull the wick out. But you still need to make this thing live on the street tonight and tomorrow. And when we get back to the place, and you got to make a pass every day.
Man, we're over 10,000 people strong on the live feed. And, of course, I didn't even, say my normal question, which I'm not going to say because that'll literally break the
stream on the YouTube.
Yeah, it'll break up the chat. But the chat is literally looking like the news feed on, take your favorite popular news feed organization where they just zips across the bottom like the stocks do. And it's starting to slow down probably just because everybody's getting all logged in here, and they're probably stretching whatever signal Gainesville has working way out here in the middle of the boonies. But, I mean, let's be honest. That's what racetracks are. They're basically built out here where you're not going to disturb the neighbors and what have you.
Right, exactly. And, we do struggle with that a little bit. But, hey, we're doing it. We're making it happen. We appreciate everybody on there. And, again, share that link. Let everyone know we're bringing those fast cars to you now. And, again, street cars, ladies and gentlemen. A bunch of these people in the rain, especially these big tire cars, run with big old mud tires on the street because, well, they fit because they're like 33 or 34 inches tall, like they're slicks, and they, can take a little bit of the RPM down while they drive, but they work in the rain.
Yep. Got a Pro Street car and an Unlimited Iron car coming up next. The Pro Street car, a beautiful example. 1967 Dart over on the left-hand side.
Love that A-body Dart style of these things. That era of an A-body Mopar, that's my jam right there.
Actually, it's 1969. I'm going to have to put my spectacles back on. That is Ken Riddle. A nice-looking Dart over there on the left-hand side of the racetrack. You see, he's doing the exact same thing I was talking about earlier. A lot of these cars are just going to blow all the stuff out of the plugs and blow the carbon off of them and everything. And so, again, the first pass may not necessarily be their best one. Over on the right-hand side, the little Trans Am, that's a third-generation model. Those were built from 1982 to 1992. This is an Unlimited Iron entry. This is Kurt Beyer. If I remember correctly, this guy bank shifted his way into the 7th. I think he was the first guy down, but it looks like he changed his class. He was in the stick class. Now he's over in a different class. He's over in the modified class, it looks like.
Well, and there's a lot of that happens. You can change your class after the first day, and you put yourself in a class that you think maybe has a better chance for attrition or something like that. And, that's part of the deal. And, there's definitely some strategy to some of this stuff.
Yeah, so little stick shift entry, small tire radial car on the right-hand side of the racetrack. Left-hand side, the Pro Street look. And that never goes out of style, especially on these classic cars. Hack them up, put the big tires in the back.
That's right. I'll take either. If you guys want, I got about $17 in my pocket. I'll give you $17 for either one.
I have a feeling you're going to have to come up with some more zeros. Uh-oh. All right, so we have a ring that was founded on the starting line. Looks like a ladies' ring unless the guy's got a better sense of taste than I do. But yeah, definitely something that you would want to pick up. So come up to the second floor of the tower if you can identify it. We'll give it back to you.
Left lane.
Look at them both blowing all the carbon out. The Trans Am is rocketing down that right side. Top end says 776. Woohoo!
182 miles an hour, obviously off the gas in the left lane for the Pro Street Dart. 142 with a 936. But that stick shift, third gen Firebird, 776. How about that, Derek?
Yeah, that's good. Can we see our first 6-second pass of today?
We're gonna.
Yeah, this guy is very capable. This is Rick Prospero in the, no, it does not have a rotary anymore, 1990 model RX-7. Yeah, he took the Dorito and said, I don't like Doritos. Give me some Cheetos instead.
That's right, and this is a great platform because it's aero, and it'll fit that motor with the curb seats. And here he goes doing his burnout.
When you talk about, fit, I don't know if I would necessarily say fit. When Mazda was never designed to put 540 cubic inches of Chevy and a couple of snails up front. If you're using fit, there's a shoehorn that I have never seen before.
Well, it's just a big shoehorn, and then if you got a welder, it kind of works.
Yeah, I guess so.
I mean, obviously, because here he is.
Yeah. So Rick Prospero, ladies and gentlemen, this car right here, he has won Drag Week 3 times in a couple different cars. He's also runner-up. He used to have a nice little 62 Chevy wagon. He ran in the 7s, and obviously, like Adam said, this one much more aerodynamic. So this is the kind of thing where you decide, okay, I've pushed the platform far enough. I really want to go fast. Yesterday, 686 over 200 miles an hour in this ride. Obviously, he's looking for more. He's currently number 2 in the modified class by only about 1/100 of a second. So he's looking for a good 6-second pass right here because that would be what they call one and done. Pack it up, head to the next track.
That's right, and that's part of the deal here. Again, you got to make this stuff live on the street. So if he puts a 6 anything up on the board, I bet you'll see him on the road.
All right, here we go as he gets it bumped in and ready. Oh, got got a
be this
little
one.
bit of tire spin out of it as he probably had it tuned up just a little too much, but you saw that he blew all the carbon out of it, so he's just going to coast down. 1184, just 81 miles an hour. So he'll come back for another one because I guarantee you he does not want to turn that one in.
55 doing his burnout. That's the Hot Rod by Havlic's 55. I've offered him about, like $6,500 for this in the staging lanes, and he just laughed at me.
Yeah,
that's kind of my move. I offer really like ridiculously low amounts for 55 Chevys to these guys, and they just kind of laugh, and it's pretty funny.
So again, we're finding out that your offer numbers are missing zeros.
Yes, absolutely, absolutely. But that's how it works.
Oh, getting into nitrous there. I like it.
143 short time. And it's breaking up there on the top end. That's not what he's looking for. 904, 151.
Not bad, though.
Faster than my car.
Oh, yeah.
Here it is. The baddest naturally aspirated car, street car on the planet. This is Doc McIntyre. This is that Camaro they call Sea Red.
Yes.
700 plus cubic inches of Goodwin Hemi. This is one of those cars with a Gear Vendors.
Yep, you want to talk about the fact that people make sacrifices and everything. I guarantee you the valve springs in this car are probably screaming by the time he's done with a drag and drive event because this is naturally aspirated. Yeah, he doesn't bring any nitrous, no blower, no turbo. He wants to do it all on air and dinosaur juice alone.
That's it. That's it. And this car definitely has 7-second potential in it.
Got after it early, 115. Yeah, that looks good. Come on, give me a 7, baby. Show it to me.
806, 166, not there.
Just missed. It's better than what he ran yesterday. He went 820 yesterday, so
It is.
that's a big improvement. But again, the thing is, we watched the 8th mile time, and the problem is I'm getting spoiled. You're looking at that, what he runs in the 8th mile. It was a 5:15 at 135. If that was a boosted application, he'd be picking up more time towards the back, and that 8.0 would have been a 790-something.
Right, yep. And, it still makes a ton of power, and we'll definitely see him back, and he's going to really want to put that thing on the 7. And, again, normally they go for that safe pass, that first pass, and then they'll pull the wick out when they come back around. And, again, keep in mind, 300 miles and everything you're seeing.
Yeah, you got to make sure that you make it from track to track. Again, you can lay down a good pass, but the problem you run into is that these cars are going to be fickle. Like I said, especially naturally aspirated cars, you're going to turn the crap out of the valve train, and that's going to put a lot of stress on stuff that some of the cars that are using, forced induction or nitrous or whatever, well, if they feel something go wrong, they can lift off the button. He's just out there just stressing the heck out of the engine.
Yep, and when he drives down the road, it's got the same power as when he drives down the track.
Nice little Mustang coming up over here on the right-hand
Knocks the
side.
tire off.
Yeah, that's too bad. Bob has that beautiful 1982 Mustang. He's going to go ahead and ride it out the back. 913, but look at the speed. 177 miles an hour, so that's a 7-second capable ride.
100%. Next pair is Sean Fink in the left lane. Sean in the 55. Right lane, that's John Dodson. Dodson in the G-body.
And Sean Fink, the guy who used to have Chevy Nova wagon.
That thing
he
was cool.
Oh, yeah, nice red wagon that ran in the 7s, and he decided he wanted to step his game up a little bit, so he's bringing out this really cool, like a grayish silver and orange 55.
Dodson on a 275 tire.
Now Dodson used to be a big player in the 850 limited class, and then he decided to go ahead and put a roll cage upgrade in it. So now this thing is good for 7s. If I'm not mistaken, I think he went 770s the other day. All right, so starting line. I need you to clear people because there's way too many of you up there, and this is going to become a safety factor. Lonnie, do you want to hold the next pair, and then I can get a nice, clear, quiet window?
So Dodson gets his G-body in the pre-stage lights, waiting for Fink to get in there. Again, these cars have to be that under a 1-second reaction time as well. Both turbocharged applications.
Hudson says he's ready, and Fink says let's dance. Oh, the 55 Chevy just chirping the tires, but on a rocket pass. Left side.
161,
695.
Our first 6-second pass, and Dodson, 768. That's his best pass, 179 miles an hour. What a great side-by-side drag race.
All right, we need the starting line clear, ladies and gentlemen. We need the starting line clear. There's way too many of you up there, and that's not the place to hang out. We got plenty of grandstand space and plenty of fence space. We need everybody to clear the starting line. If you are not with a vehicle and you're not with the Gainesville or TVC crew, we need you to clear the starting line immediately. This is a safety concern. Please clear the starting line. For everybody that's coming up with cars in the future, as soon as that car is run, please clear the starting line. Because we can't continue to do this. There's way too many of you up there. Please get behind the white line at the front of the staging lanes, or go ahead and find yourself a spot on the wall or in the grandstands. The starting line is not the best place to do this because we've already seen parts and pieces come out, Adam, and the first thing we have in mind, driver and crew safety.
Yep, we're nothing if we're not safe. And, you know, the end of the day, we want as many people that walked in here to walk out of here, and that's a thing for sure. And we appreciate everyone's excitement and everything, but, you know, like Derek was saying here, guys, you know, safety's everything, and if you really, if you want to get yelled at by Lonnie Grimm, and who does, go over there and keep doing what you're doing.
Well, actually, Keith Turk is checking in now, so you know we're getting serious. So, ladies and gentlemen, consider all of you, this is your warning. Keith Turk just told me if you do not have an armband on, you are going to be asked to leave. And that's not something we want to do, but again, it's a safety concern. We want to make sure that everybody is in a good place and that we can continue to run cars down the racetrack. And if you're up there clogging it up, we can't do that. This is not the kind of thing we want to do. We don't want to put anybody at risk. So, again, please get behind the white line at the front of the staging lanes. Everybody, behind the white line at the front of the staging lanes. Because otherwise, what we're going to do, Keith Turk and Lonnie are probably going to stop the action. And you don't want to be the person responsible for stopping racing action.
Nope. And, I mean, talking about racing action, 695, our first 6-second pass of the day, 204 miles an hour from Sean Fink.
Yeah.
And then that little tire, Malibu, goes 768 at almost 180 miles an hour. We're, like I promised you, we're bringing you fast drag racing, and we're here.
Yeah, absolutely. We're talking about the fact that, again, you know, we're here in Florida. Thankfully, the sun is out. I'm guessing the track temperature is probably getting close to about 70 degrees. The thing is, ladies and gentlemen, you're going to see a lot of these cars that are really trying to figure out, like, okay, well, how much power can I put down? Because you start getting to a point where these aren't 10-second cars. You can't just throw the kitchen sink at it. You got to manage the power correctly. And even though Sean Fink made a nice lap, I mean, 695 at 204, yeah, that's getting jiggy with it. 114 to the 60-foot. But you heard it. It was doing the chatter all the way down. That means those tires were right on the edge of being able to break traction and might shake out his fillings. So luckily, he made the right call. He got close. Could have run a little faster, but still, again, as Adam said, first 6-second pass today. We had 3 guys that were capable of it. Nobody delivered until Sean Fink knocked it down.
And I'll tell you what, after that first day, Tom Bailey out of competition. Dave Schroeder out of competition. That opens up the floodgates for a handful of cars, and Sean Fink is one of those cars that can come out here and overall win SICK Week 2022.
Absolutely. Now, you're talking about the competition. So let's go back and let's look at some of the competition and where we are. So we talk about the fact that Tom Bailey, unfortunately, is out of it. Yeah, he unfortunately did not get to this track under power. So unfortunately for him, he's all done. And he's not officially off the sheet, but you know he came up and told us he's done. So Sean Fink yesterday went 721 at 188. So obviously he's improved by a bunch. And you know what that does? That puts the pressure squarely on Steve Morris, the SM guy. He is about 5 cars back with the Boostmaster wagon. He's currently leading Unlimited Iron with a 682 at 215 out of a, geez, did I read that right? Out of a wagon?
A big old wagon, and he's got that SMX motor in that thing, and that's basically the same chassis that Tom's got in that SICK 2.0 car, just with that wagon body slung on the thing.
Yeah, so Sean Fink, obviously, I'm sure he wanted a 6-second pass to start, but you know what? He just laid down a 695, so he's the leader in the clubhouse. And that, again, puts the pressure back on the other people because it basically goes, hey, I just threw it down. You can get down this track. Let's see what you can do. Are you going to fumble it, or are you going to pick up the football and run?
Exactly, and, you know, Sean's in a good position now because he's put that first good run down, and if he wants to, I'm sure he can pull more wick out. And like you said, it was kind of chattering the tires and stuff, but 114 60-foot with those steamrollers kind of down the track, and I think there's a little bit more in that 55.
Right. So we're talking about the class that Adam Dodson is running, and because of the chassis changes and the fact that he now has a legal 750 cage that takes him out of the class he used to run, the 850 limited
John
class.
Dodson. I'm
John
sorry,
Dodson.
Adam. I'm Adam.
Yes, you're Adam. I was kind of making sure you were paying attention.
No, exactly.
Yeah, so John Dodson, the guy that was driving that little baby blue Malibu, Yesterday he went 775 at 178, so he whittled even more time off of his. 768, 179 with a 123 60 foot. So anybody that says Gainesville's not hooking up, John Dotson just went whatever.
With a 275, went 123 to 60 foot and had 145 miles an hour in the 8th.
Yeah, he was booking it out the back half. So we're talking about the fact that you got two different cars, but both of them making nice laps down the racetrack, showing that the racetrack does have the teeth it needs.
And once again, there's those, kind of purpose-built lanes. You got your slick lane in your left lane, you got your radial lane in your right lane, and they're doing everything they can to get all these cars down and get these wicked, wicked passes side by side.
So we got a lot of guys coming up that have already run in the 7s, including Glenn Hunter with that beautiful 56 Chevy. He's next up. The guy in the 1968 Camaro, I know you were talking about those yesterday.
Yeah, that's Clint Sadowski. Clint's car definitely in the 7-second range.
Yeah, we go 2 more cars back. That's Soccer Mom. That's Kevin Smith out of the KSR camp.
Yep.
That thing went 790.
Yep,
Yeah, that thing, I think, just slightly detuned. That's the first time they've ever taken that car on a drag and drive event. And then right behind him, we already talked about him, Steve Morris, 682. So the heavy hitter of the remaining cars that are left. But yeah, we also got that ZL1 back there that's going over 200 miles an hour. I bet the Corvette that went 664, that's Gustafson, if I'm not mistaken.
Yep,
he's
that's
the
our
leader
leader
right
currently.
now. Yeah, so we got a lot of the fast cars coming up, and those are the guys that are what they call impound. That's lane number 7. And the reason that they're there, they're going to get scrutinized real hard. They want to make sure that they're playing by the rules, which basically means you're either the driver or the passenger, and you're the only people that can work on that car. You can't have outside help, can't have ringers, can't have people bringing parts over to you. You got to make sure that you do it and do it with what you're towing.
Yep, absolutely. And I think that the criteria for that is you have to be 1, 2, or 3 in your class.
Or faster than 850.
Or faster than 850.
Correct. So now, obviously, if you started stacking all the cars that ran faster than 850, we'd run out of pace. So there's obviously
Hey guys, Doug here from TBM and Motion Raceworks. If you haven't already checked out Sick the magazine, it is unlike anything you've ever seen. It's more like a book than a magazine. The quality is unbelievable. It is grassroots. It's covering all of the events that you guys are at, not just what the pros are doing, and you'll love it. Subscribe now and get your copy reserved today.
Hey guys, have you subscribed to Sick the Mag yet? Sick the Mag is the magazine for the drag and drive community. It's kind of more like a book. If you haven't subscribed, get over to sickthemag.com, subscribe.
Have you ever been working on a car or at work and you need to get a hold of somebody to ask a question, but you just don't have time to wait on hold? We have a new service. It's a text service. It makes things really easy. If you have a question, you can just text us during normal business hours. Customer service reps will be on the other end of the line. Watch how easy this is.
Looks like Lonnie's down there making moves. I'm waiting to see like what we got coming out next. I'll tell you what, the live feed over 10,000 people. My phone's starting to slow down a little bit. I'm about to pull the plug and just let everybody kind of do their thing, so to speak. And got this really cool little down in the weeds Blazer, man. I'll tell you what, this thing looks really cool with its setup.
Yep.
I think Law Dog sitting here behind me. He's keeping all the people at bay up here in the tower so we don't have a crowd problem.
That's right. But
we're gonna have to send you down to the starting line to take care of that problem down there. Actually, yeah, if we send
just
Law
gave us
Dog
a
down
thumbs
there,
up. Yeah,
we
that-
would have no problem.
It
Law
ain't gonna
Dog would just
happen.
basically turn around and give him the L stare, and people would run for the hills.
He gave us the thumbs up too, so don't make us do that, but we will.
Yeah, it's nice to have a Florida boy sitting here right behind me. This guy, he tows all the really cool stuff long haul for a living. I'll tell you what, if you ever need to get something transported, you can go check out Higher Power Transport on Facebook, and that's what Law Dog does. He brings out some really cool stuff. Like, I'll tell you what, Adam, now that you and I are friends on Facebook officially, since we've actually, met each other, so to speak.
Yeah.
And we can actually say we're real friends. You could check out what Law Dog is towing, man. I'll tell you what, man, you get to pick up some stuff that I'd be nervous about towing. Yeah, he picks up some really cool classics and stuff, and I'm going, man, I really hope your insurance is paid up.
But yeah, the little S10 Blazer coming at you in the right lane.
Yeah, he's getting himself bumped in and ready. This is Clark Stansel. He's getting himself ready in the unlimited class. Whoa, look at the wheelie! And he had sparks come out from underneath it, and he does
smartly pulls over.
Yeah, that's exactly what you're supposed to do, ladies and gentlemen. So kudos to him. He did exactly what he was supposed to do. As soon as the front end came up and the boost kind of kicked in, and that's what happens when I've been in that situation, man. Like, normally what I do is I just yank another gear, try and choke the motor down. But the problem is once that front end decides it not to want to come down and it starts to climb, now as soon as you get faster, now you got more air pushing underneath it. And all that's going to do, just push that thing up even more. And considering that thing looks like a brick, it's not going to be aerodynamic when you're trying to get it back down. So you got to pedal it, and that is not easy. And you pedal it once, and then the momentum, you lose it, and it just drops like a rock.
Yep, and you can see on the racetrack where the tires were hooked up for about, 30 feet or so, and then obviously kind of got out of it and tried to get the thing down, and look at it. It's under its own power. Everything looks good. The guy goes, hey, there's nothing. Yeah, I would say the track prep is probably pretty good.
I think Gainesville has some teeth.
So we'll get Stansel off the top of the track, and here's Glenn Hunter.
That was probably one of the more nerve-wracking 65 seconds he spent on a racetrack.
I'll bet, and he'll need some new underwear.
Either that or he's just going to have to pull him out of a small area.
Yep. But Glenn Hunter, the license plate says 6-second rat.
Yeah, now he did that in really good atmospheric conditions up at World Cup, if I'm not mistaken, a couple of years ago.
I believe you're right.
Yeah, but this is a proven 7-second player. So Glenn Hunter, this car has seen a couple different combinations. I mean, he's had a blower in this thing and had a big block, I believe, with some spray. But it's on radial. So again, you've got a guy who is coming up here, and he's going to have to kind of walk that real fine line. But Glenn Hunter, number 2 right now in the D class. That's the Pro Street class. He ran a 753, 186 miles an hour. He's chasing Tom McGilton, that guy with that 200-mile-an-hour Z01 that Larry Larson just cut apart like a puzzle.
And it had like 35 miles on it.
Yeah, can you talk about that? 5th-generation Camaro, the guy just cuts it apart, but he made sure that all the creature comforts, short of air conditioning, the rear view backup camera still works in it. So Glenn Hunter, I'll talk about a beautiful example of a Tri-5 Chevy. Red and white 56 Chevy, big block Chevy. Got twin turbochargers in it. He's going to bump it in there like the tree. Here we go.
Not the short time he was looking for on that. The thing's kind of popping and banging, so.
He got after it small. Probably 7-second pass. No, not quite. 8:17. Yeah, so.
Next pair doing their burnout, Robert Williams in the left lane, the Weapon X Nova.
Yeah, he's a Florida guy.
The right lane is Clint Sadowski. Clint, a former Major League Baseball pitcher.
Now, that's a good way to move to the next stage of your career. You go from pitching in baseball to, catching air and hanging the wheels and making really cool passes in a Camaro that I saw that has some carbon fiber influence in it. And both of these cars packing parachutes, meaning they should be going over 150 miles an hour.
Both these cars definitely well into the 7s on small tires.
Yep, Robert Williams, the 1977 Nova. Over on the left-hand side, it's an LS-powered twin turbocharged mount.
Both actually, LS twin turbos.
Yep, the classic early F-body, 1968 Camaro over on Budweiser's side. Get it bumped in and ready. Robert Williams says, let's dance. And once
Williams
again, Weapon
power
X
wheelie,
did the,
baby.
Yeah, he did the same thing as yesterday. It pulled the front end up and didn't come down. Tried to pedal it.
Sadowski goes 780, 178.
Yeah, nice little pass there, and Robert Williams will come back around. Same thing happened yesterday, and this time it hooked left. That's not good. You kind of sitting there in the seat going, dude, come back down, come back down. He wished for it and he prayed for it, and it didn't happen.
Unfortunately. And his wife walks back, riding with Debbie on this deal.
Yeah. Him and his wife have done a whole lot of these drag and drive competitions. They've also done the 24 hours of lemons. I'll tell you what, that's a fun thing to do.
And they've got another X-Body Nova for that, and they call that car Old Rusty.
Oh, man. You got to know, that 1965 Mustang.
That's Royce Payton, baby. But
yeah, nobody
first,
else. Probably the loudest car on the property. He's going to shake all the glass out of the tower.
Absolutely. Here on the track, looks good. They're going to just make another quick run.
Hey, you know who I see down there? That looks like Wes Buck from Drag Illustrated down there in front of the tower.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, him and his crew out here covering this event. Wes is up here in the tower. We were talking earlier. I'll tell you what, man, he's turned up to 11. He said he goes, I got to build me a car and come out to this event next year. This is a lot of fun.
Andrew Dopita completes his burnout. Andrew out of Kansas, one of the Rocky Mountain Race Week regulars. This car well into the sevens, twin turbo, LS, but this one's stock block 5.3.
So we're basically seeing how far we can hold on to the head gaskets.
100%. 100%.
All right. Little modified, going to get boosted up and ready to go. Going up on the wheels, and he pedals out of it. Oh, look out. Hang on to it.
Oh, yeah, he keeps the thing in
put
one
your hands
lane.
together, ladies and gentlemen. Woo! He hung on to that one.
I saw the entire side of that car on that pass.
Dude,
wow.
He was sideways at 95 miles an hour in the 8th mile, and you want to talk about an underwear check.
Yeah, and you can see his tire tracks at about 250 feet out, really close to the wall over there.
Yeah, the problem was the front end was in the air, and he did a great job hanging on to it. It came down on its own, but it was already out of the groove, and that was the problem, is when you line up, if it's just a little bit to one side or the other, a car that fast, when you get it out of the groove, all it's going to do is start to spin one tire and hook the other.
Yep.
And basically, that's exactly what happened. It started to go towards the wall. He tried to pedal it because he wanted to save it. And unfortunately, it made it go the sachet route. And that's not what you want for a low ET.
And I'll tell you what, the thing 125 in the 60 foot on the back tire, and that thing, it was cooking. And like you said, 95 miles an hour had the thing completely sideways and kept it off the wall, even kept it in his lane and didn't even hit any of the cones. So hopefully we're back to racing here very shortly.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, he made a good lap yesterday. He went 783, 178 miles an hour, and he was on his way to probably something much quicker than that based on the early incrementals. But, man, I'll tell you what, that was an early check. I mean, we've talked about people using all the lane up. Well, there's a big difference between, like, say, a 10 and 11-second car using all the lane up where you can really drive it back. Some of these cars on the small radial tires, once they decide they get upset, you're literally along for the ride. All you're doing is sawing the wheel and praying to God that you can get the thing back in the lane and not tap the wall because, like you said, we still got 2 more days of action to go.
Yep, and you got like fractions of a second to kind of make decisions in that point. And, he did a great job. It didn't make a blistering pass, but he kept the thing, whatever. Upright, in his lane, off the wall.
Yeah, let's not flip it over. You know what?
You live to fight another day.
Speaking of flipping over, I don't know if you've been paying attention to the Motion Raceworks page on Facebook, but Doug somehow found a way apparently to flip a trailer over.
Well, and what's funny is Derek Bieri from Vice Grip Garage drove that car and that trailer on Race Week, and he also flipped that trailer.
Dude, is that like something that's catching on? I didn't really think that's something you'd want to do.
Normally we like trailer burnouts. We don't like flipping trailers.
Right, exactly. Yeah, let's not do the flippity flip.
Yep. So try to keep that stuff, shiny side up if you wouldn't mind.
Right. That's very long time Florida announcer by the name of Bob Moles. When somebody would have a when somebody would have a single pass, they basically said, okay, they got a single run. All they got to do is keep it shiny side up, and they move to the next round of competition.
And unfortunately, sometimes that doesn't even happen.
No, shiny side up used to be easy. Now it's you might want to buckle up and hang on. That one, keeping shiny side up, might would have been easier than you thought.
I actually said that with that organ grinder we saw earlier. I said, keep it shiny side up, and then I said, wait a second, there's probably not a shiny side on that thing.
I think the only shiny thing that's left in it is the glass.
That's right. But yeah, checking out the track for just 1 second, making sure Dopita's off the end of the track, and then Royce Payton, the 65 Mustang, they call it the Nightmare. This car definitely a 740 capable car, probably even more than that. He actually was looking for a bigger injector because he said, you know what, I'm not ready. I'm not used to all this air. He's from Colorado. See the license plates on the back of the thing. Drives the thing mostly in northern Colorado and in Wyoming.
Dude, I'll tell you what, the fact that he could shove that much tire underneath that thing and not upset the body lines of a classic Mustang coupe, but at the same time, dude, that guy's got to have some screws loose. Nobody would have designed a Mustang, this little short wheelbase car. First year they came out with them, technically 1964 and a half they did, but it's still the same thing. But good golly, are you kidding me? You want to shove all that blown horsepower in something like this? It looks like a go-kart on steroids.
No, 100%. And obviously, one of the worst combinations for something like this, the roots blower kind of deal, and they actually have a different blower with a different injector they drive down the street with, but it's still blown on the street.
Dude, I'm getting I'm getting some good ones based off the last one. Fellow racer Ricky Pennington said he did a bad job crashing. He just didn't hit anything.
That's a good thing. I'll take bad job crashing all day.
Yeah,
but
absolutely.
That Nightmare is fired up.
Yeah, over on the other side, little small tire Mopar ride out of the Big 3 Racing.net contingent. They got a couple of cars out here that they're running on this event this weekend as they wait for the track worker to come right back up the center. As soon as we do that, then we're going to go ahead and give him the signal to do the burnouts here. So I'll tell you what, man, the Mustang driver, man, he's itching, and he just pulled it right up there and ready.
Yep, he is all about it. He can't wait. Royce Payton, his co-pilot up front, that's Jordan Lundstedt.
Over on the other side, car number 79, that is Rick Trunkett, 1972 model Plymouth Duster. I'll tell you what, man, this clicks all the right boxes. It's painted green, not the typical color, got a nice flat hood, parachute, plate in it where it's supposed to be. I'll tell you what, take the parachute off this and put some standard old stock steel wheels on it. I guarantee you, people are going to sleep on it all day long.
Just cruise down Broadway and make money, baby.
I bet I'd be willing to go ahead and, let's see, maybe I'll, before I stick my foot in my mouth, let's make sure that I'm actually going to say something that's correct. I was going to say it's a 7-second ride. It's close. How about 810, 175 miles an hour?
Yep.
That's what he ran yesterday. No, not yesterday, Monday. How about the burnout across the starting line, ladies and gentlemen, from the blown 65 Mustang? He wants to make sure he has all the rubber down. He backs it up over on that Lucas Oil side of the racetrack.
See the 2 parachutes back there.
Yeah, because I don't care how much shutdown you have. I definitely want to stop in that thing twice as fast.
100%.
Yeah, so little shout out to everybody that is here at Gainesville. I'll tell you what, you guys are packing the grandstands, and oh man, I am so proud of our Florida contingent showing up strong here, also showing up strong on the live feed. Over 10,000 people watching. Let's go! How about a 007 reaction time? He was ready.
Talking about. Goes 803, pedaling it 3 times, and lost the windshield trim right off the top of the thing.
I have to wonder if Rick Trunkett kind of looked at him moving around and he just got out of the gas and back in it and said, yeah, I don't need to make the pass that close to him that bad.
Yeah, 100%, but 176 miles an hour. Thing goes 126 short time, just rattling his fillings out.
All right, talk about a contrast, ladies and gentlemen, of what's going to come up next. You got a pair of Chevrolets going into the water, but they couldn't be more different if you planned it. Tom Bailey standing down there next to his engine builder, Steve Morris, the guy in the car that they call the Boostmaster wagon. This is the guy in charge at SM Engines. This guy regularly makes like 4,000 horsepower. Now let's shove it in a car that looks like this.
The wood grain, the wagon, and I'll tell you what, if you look at it, he almost sits in the back seat of this car.
Yeah.
Just the way the chassis fits and the way the body fits on it, super awesome. And running the SMX motor, that's that water 481X motor that you can run cooling through. Again, the same basic chassis, the same basic engine as Tom Bailey's 6 Seconds 2.0.
Correct.
Of course, the other lane, Kevin Smith.
Yeah, the guy out of KSR Racing, based locally right here in Gainesville. This is a car they call Soccer Mom. It belongs to a buddy of his by the name of Kimber Jones, and it's become a shop car between himself, Kimber, and an old limited drag radial, outlaw drag radial guy by the name of Will Stevenson. Some of you might recognize that name. He won at Duck races, and he also won down in Bradenton. He used to have a third-generation Camaro with a Pro Charger on it that ran deep in the 4s.
Yeah.
Well, then when that class started to get blown out of proportion, they decided, all right, well, we're going to go ahead and sell this car. And then they started playing around with Kimber's 1979 Camaro. Basically, this thing has a sort of built-up LS motor, some good heads, big single turbo on it. And up until about a month or so ago, this car was a 8th mile no-time car, and he does really well with this car. I mean, they make it work. Kevin's a big proprietor of all the data. He's done all the schools at Holly EFI, and that's what he does for a living. Other than fabrication and building cars, this guy is a whiz on the keyboard.
Yeah, and I'll tell you what, the dyno room attached in the other side of KSR over there, super, super awesome. And like I said, he opened the doors for everybody, helping everybody out and doing the thing. And I was able to walk through there, and top-notch facility. Thank you so much again to Kevin for opening that up and showing us what's going on the inside.
Yeah, so he is running in the Unlimited Iron class. So again, that class designed where steel roof and quarter panels still have to be existent on the car. You can go lightweight on practically everything else, but what happened was when people started building what some people would quote plastic fantastics, basically Corvettes were always called plastic fantastics because they were fiberglass. Well, what ended up happening is a lot of people started building cars with what they called like 3/4 and 7/8 bodies. They started coming out on drag week. Every now and then you would see a couple of them on Rocky Mountain Race Week. And a lot of people basically goes, well, those aren't real cars. Some states would have them where you could title these as kit cars. But obviously they were never born in Detroit or done on an assembly line. So a lot of the series, and Adam, you can kind of jump in here and let me know if I'm speaking out of turn, but I know for a fact that obviously Sick Week has unlimited with no rules. That's basically just as long as you meet all your safety requirements. And then unlimited iron, and that's, again, kind of, play on words to make sure that you remember that it has to have some steel in it.
Right.
But then what about Rocky Mountain Race Week? Do they have an unlimited and unlimited iron class?
We don't have the exact same classes. We have close classes. So we have an unlimited class, but we make you weigh 3,000 pounds. So you can't bring your Pro Mod, and if you do, you got to hang a ton of weight off the thing.
Right.
But then our next step is a Pro Street category. That's where Tom McGilton runs, in the Rocky Mountain Race Week category. But the Rocky Mountain Race Week has like 8 or 10 classes, but our classes have 4 rules per. So you can fit a Sick Week car or a Drag Week car into a Rocky Mountain Race Week class, no problem. And that's kind of the idea here, is that we kind of have a little melding of the rules, if you will, so that if you have a purpose-built Drag Week car that fits your class perfectly, we've got a place for you to play in Rocky Mountain Race Week. The Midwest Drags guys have a place for you to play in Midwest Drags, and the Sick Week guys have a class for you to play in Sick Week. And it's, that was sort of the deal. And for a long time, Drag Week was the only game in town. So a lot of people have purpose-built cars for Drag Week. And when the other kind of offshoot stuff started kind of coming out, everyone had to make sure that it was close enough that you could race in all of the events without, sticking a guy in a little corner where you can only race on one event.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, the interesting thing is this all bore out of the original deal with Drag Week and also the pump gas drags that Hot Rod used to do.
Yeah, if you go a little further back in the timeline, that's where it came from.
Yeah, and the other interesting thing is that as I'm getting some notes there from Kimber down on the starting line, he says funny thing is Will ran Steve Morris power in his Camaro when he used to have the Pro Charge car.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, so it's all kind of tied together. So it's interesting that these two get paired up. But again, the interesting thing about how all this works, ladies and gentlemen, is a lot of these competitions, there's really no money. It's all about individual bragging rights, having fun with your friends, going out on a one-week road trip, so to speak. As Tom Bailey once quoted, this is the hardest vacation you will ever take.
100%. And Race Week does have some money involved in the deal. So, full disclosure, that one does have a little bit of cash involved. But, yeah, the rest of these is just, Drag Week, you win a jacket and a guitar. Out here, you're going to win a helmet. But it's, it's just all doing what you're doing, and you're having fun with your friends, and, it's more bragging rights than anything else.
So the interesting thing is again, these two cars are both in the same class. They're both in unlimited iron. But yeah, again, we could not have a different pair of cars if we tried.
And you'll notice that, on the live stream, and if you're here at the Gainesville track, when these people back up and they actually hit the brakes and do all that stuff, all the lights work. We check all that stuff. They have lights, they have turn signals, they have headlights, they have horns. We don't require them to have wipers, but that's what Rain-X does.
So Steve Morris obviously not liking that first burnout on those big balloon tires, and he's going to go back and do it one more time, lay down just a little bit more rubber. He obviously wants a 6-second pass because he's chasing that unlimited iron top time. Right now, he's up there, but like we already saw, Sean Fink threw down a 695. So again, Morris might feel the heat just a little bit because he knows that Fink already has a 6-second pass. Morris just swapped everything over from driving it for 2 days. Yeah, now we got to figure out, okay, can we go A to B? How about throw a 6 up on the window?
And they're getting in there, and then right behind Steve Morris is Dennis Taylor. So you'll see Alex Taylor coming up, but he's looking at the racetrack and seeing if it makes sense for Alex to run. And I'm sure she's gonna, but that car definitely gonna end up in the 6s before you know it.
Yeah. Oh, we got a call for a compression tester. Does anybody have a compression tester on the property? If you do, looks like Cletus and his group need it. We're all staged and ready for Kevin Smith in the Boostmaster wagon. Here we go. Morris on a 113, 60-foot left side. Do we see a 6?
Yes,
there it is.
689, 215.
Laying it down like no problem at all. Kevin Smith staying consistent, 785, 175. He went 790 yesterday. So chances are, I'm thinking both of those time slips might go to the first floor of the tower, and they say one and done, let's get on the road.
Let's get on the road, and look at that, 460 with a 5 in the 8th, 166 miles an hour for Steve Morris. That thing was laying on the power in the second half.
I mean, again, second straight 6.8-second pass, second straight 215 mile an hour in a brick.
That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, here comes the Opel again, over on the left-hand side, little 74 Opel Manta.
The right lane, that's Rob Lipinski. Lipinski in the gasser, they call it Old Yeller.
Old Yeller kind of shook the tires out there, and the Opel's taking advantage. Left side's going to lead him all the way down. 860, 159 miles an hour. He went 9 flat on his first pass.
Love that.
That's pretty good.
Yep, 965, 147 for Old Yeller. He'll not be real happy with that pass, and they'll make another round around.
Yeah.
So again, if you have a compression tester, Cletus is going to need that compression tester over by the black semi in the pits.
Yeah,
and
I'm sure he needs it right about, and now's probably a good time.
And he's going to stay up here, and he's going to watch Ruby make a pass. That's James Tall in the C6. The left lane, however, that's the man, Tom McGilton. McGilton in the ZL1, why not Camaro? That's a Larson chassis, and he's actually got Larry Larson riding with him in the passenger seat.
Yeah, you want to talk about a car that checks all the right boxes. I mean, yeah, it's hard to call a ZL1 Camaro a sleeper, but I'll tell you what, man, this thing has all the right body lines, stock hood still on it. They shoved a big block Chevy and twin big old snail superchargers underneath the hood, and they did it all in a beautiful package. I mean, yeah, I'm slightly biased. I come from a GM family, but I'll tell you what, when you look at the big old standing out of the hood with no hood over for James Tall in the auction Ruby Corvette versus the Camaro, yeah, it's hard not to love the Camaro, but it's also hard not to love how fast it goes. Yesterday, 722, 199.8 miles an hour. I'll bet Tom wants a 200 mile an hour lick out of that ZL. James Tall on the other end, you know what he wants? He wants an 8.50 time slip. That's exactly what he wants to see. Tom's got it boosted. Let's go. McGilton going 122 to the 60-foot, 479 in the 8th mile, 729. Oh, he got out of the gas early, though. 186 is all he runs. James Tall,
too
quick. Yep, womp, womp, no good. 840, 164, and he'll have to come back around.
Here's your leader of the event right now in the left lane, the C4 Corvette, the Swedes.
Yep, this is Stefan Gustafsson. You want to talk about squishing a whole lot of big block Chevy and some twins in a C4. I mean, like, dude, I don't know what shoehorn they used, but they ran out of room. You see some of it popping out of the hood.
Oh, yeah. The Mustang in the right lane, this is one that we saw broken down on the side of the road. He was pulled into, like, a dude's field, like a farmer field.
Yeah, speaking of pulled over, I see Tom McGilton's all the way down there at the top end, pulled over by the wall. I don't know about that. That's not good news.
Not very good news at all. And, again, with the lower mile an hour, you wonder if maybe the thing's hurt on the top end.
Yeah, he might have torched something there. I mean, a 479 at 157 is a solid 8th-mile lick. Obviously, he was blowing all the crap off the spark plugs. All right, so we're getting some insider information that apparently about the 900-foot mark it's started to lay over a little bit. And I got to wonder if Tom might have backed off the throttle a lot or a little, but either way, you go from 157 to 186. Like I said, that thing was just a little shy of 200 miles an hour. So we're waiting on the call from the top end about whether we have fluid on the surface. Dude, ladies and gentlemen, I'll tell you what, this is absolutely insane. Over 11,000 people tuning in live and online, 11,100 to be exact, and then the stands. I mean, look at them. Every time I turn to look at them, they're packed with more
There's
people.
just more people up there. It's amazing, and we appreciate you guys putting butts in the seats, watching these cars go down, and, you know, coming out here to Gainesville on a Wednesday. And, again, if you're not out here and you're on the live feed and you're within about an hour of this place,
yeah, not feeling good. I need to go get my sickness looked at.
That's right.
Make sure you go over to Tom Bailey's YouTube channel, even if you're here on the property. Smash the like button. Let them know you appreciate all that they're doing to bring you this free live feed. We go to South Georgia tomorrow and then Bradenton on Friday. And once again, Motion Raceworks, the people behind all the freeness. Can we say that? All the freeness?
All the freeness on the live feed. I mean, this is 100% free feed for you guys. And, again, this is the non-production week for all y'all that aren't, like, more than an hour away from Gainesville. But if you're less than an hour from Gainesville and you're not here, you're wrong.
Yeah. You made the wrong decision, ladies and gentlemen. So thank you so much to Motion Raceworks for providing the live feed. And, of course, a big shout-out to Gear Vendors Overdrive, Rick and his crew, the people that are presenting Sick Week here, rolling through Florida and South Georgia here. And we're now at Gainesville Raceway. There was supposed to be stop number 3. We made it stop number 2. So we're waiting on the call from the top end from Tom McGilton. Hopefully not hurt. Well, we'll see what happens. We got to wait. Larry Larson looking down there going, man, it's not what I signed up for. I don't know if I necessarily want to be throwing wrenches and sticking my arms in grease and so forth. But you know what? That's part of the deal with a drag and drive event. Sometimes it goes nice and smooth. Sometimes you got to thrash a little bit. And the interesting thing is again, we've already had 2 of the top runners on the sidelines. You talk about Tom Bailey, the guy who created this event. He went 626 at 236 yesterday. But today he's out walking around. Yeah, he's out of competition. He had problems. The guy who won Drag Week last year, David Schroeder, the brand new 2019 Corvette, over 900 cubic inches of nitrous-fed goodness in that car. Man, that thing, it ran like a clock last year. This year, it backfired at the 8th mile on his first pass, and he's done. So that puts the guy in the red Corvette sitting right behind the burnout box on the left side, Stefan Gustafsson. He's at the top of the list. He went 664 at 214 yesterday. So we're gonna have to wait and see. Yeah, I'm gonna switch mics here.
I got a low battery, so we're gonna. There we go. Hey, so I did find a battery. I went and asked for a battery, and it turns out he's got a battery, and that thing's hard to get open. I'm sorry, Derek. But yeah, we're down for just a moment. We're gonna. It looks like we are gonna have a little bit of cleanup there on the top end. So down for just a moment. We will be back to you with action here very, very shortly. And again, your leader currently, your fastest car on the property in the left lane, about to do his burnout as soon as we get ourselves all ready to go and moving forward.
Once again, ladies and gentlemen, while we have a minute, while we're doing some stuff here, great time to go and visit the concession stand, go and visit the manufacturer's Midway. Let me tell you about all the great people that are out there. So let me tell you about all the people that are here. Part of these people that are helping bring you Sick Week. Once again, talked about Gear Vendors Overdrive. A big thank you to Rick and his crew for decades. Gear Vendors Overdrive, providing their famous overdrive units for everything from drag racers, truck drivers, street cars, show cars, everything in between. I don't care if you've got 500 horsepower or 5,000 horsepower. Rick talked to me yesterday, and he told me, he goes, I don't need a proving ground. I send my customers my product. So far, nobody's blown it up. I don't know if that's a challenge or not. I'm looking at some of the people here in the tower, and we're all kind of going, I don't know if I have enough money to blow that one up. But a Gear Vendors Overdrive, it gets inside some of the cars like Tom Bailey's. Both his Camaros have them, both SICK 1 and SICK 2. Dave Schroeder's Corvette and Royce Payton's Mustang that we just saw go down a little while ago.
Yeah, Alex Taylor's car has got one, and we're going to see her here in just a little bit.
Yeah, she's coming up. She's at the front of the lanes. And talk about the fact that Ruby had one in her at one point. No, actually not Ruby. I'm sorry. Mullet had a Gear Vendors Overdrive in it.
Correct. Yep.
So, yeah, but again, I've named off a whole bunch of people that have been in the 6s and the 7s and even the 5s. So there's no reason that your car or truck can't use a Gear Vendors Overdrive unit. If you want to find out more, you can go to gearvendors.com, or if you're here on the property, and I know a lot of you are, just go right over to their booth and see Rick, the guy who actually owns it, and tell him, hey, man, I appreciate it. Thank you so much for being part of this deal. I want to get my revs down. I want my car to run cooler and quieter and, yeah, all the great things about Gear Vendors. And just bolts it right on. It's easy. It's just like a puzzle.
It's part of the puzzle of keeping this stuff alive on the street. Again, sick week, all this drag and drive stuff. Many, many Gear Vendors on these deals, and that's really what keeps a lot of this stuff alive as we roll.
Yep, so we're talking about Gear Vendors. Let's talk about some of the other people that are here on the Vendor Midway. Talk about SICK the Mag. They're here. You can buy mags. You can also get their great merchandise. I'm sitting here talking to my buddy. Law Dog is sitting next to me. You know what? Now's a good time for you to go out there and make sure you get yourself a limited edition SICK Week shirt. They've got 2 different designs, both gray and green, actually. They got green, too. They actually have, I think they have black, too. I don't know. We'd have to go down there and check and see what they got. The cool thing is they also have SICK the Magazine. You want to talk about SICK the Magazine? Dude, check this thing out. Look at that. That's a weapon. You could use that like a phone book.
Color to color.
Yeah, over 200 pages, less than 4 pages of ads. Whole lot of goodness, I'll tell you what. You go over and sign up for SICK the Mag, buy some merch, get some cool stuff.
It's on the live feed right now. We're showing it to you.
Our beautiful Model Ed Law Dog Lawton holding up there for you, because I guarantee you that looks better than my mug.
And I'll tell you what, they've also got all their shirts. They've got the Luke shirt, and they've got the Tom shirt down there. And
yeah, they recently redesigned because he rewrapped that car, so they got a brand new design shirt for 6 Seconds 2.0. Yeah, that's what she said.
But no, it's not a It's not even a magazine, ladies and gentlemen. It's a book.
No, wait a minute. That's what they said. That's the big question. So you got to go over there and give them your opinion. I guess they're keeping count of who says it's a book and who says it's a magazine. But either way, if you go sign up right now, they have limited quantities. They will give you a free issue. Are you kidding me? That's like a $40 value.
While supplies last, and it is 2 issues in 1. So it's a back-to-back deal. The first one covers, I believe, Drag Week and Rocky Mountain Race Week it's Midwest Drags and Rocky Mountain Race Week 1.0. The second is Drag Week and Rocky Mountain Race Week 2.0. SICK Week will obviously be featured in the next one. Mm-hmm. And, it's going to be super awesome, guys, and go check it out. And it is high quality, very, very good, big pictures, and it involves everybody. There's racers in there that have 14-second cars, and there's racers in there that have 5-second cars.
Yeah, Luke and his crack team over there, they have done a great job. I mean, like I said, this is like coffee table quality. I mean, the kind of stuff that you miss seeing from the 80s and 90s from magazines, this is the reason people do this stuff. Spend thousands of dollars, is the chance that they might have their ride in SICK the Mag. And you know what? We love Tom for putting it together. I mean, I'm sure he doesn't love the additional stress it put on his life. But, man, I'll tell you what, first you start with SICK the Mag, and then you progress to SICK Week. If you want to find out more information about either one of those, go over and visit the SICK merch booth. And, again, you can get yourself signed up for SICK the Mag. It'll come right to you in your mail. Or you can also get yourself some really cool merch. And I would suggest doing it, like, right now before they sell out of your favorite shirt or favorite size.
And that's no joke, and they've already sold out of hoodies because apparently in Florida in February it's cold and people don't plan for that.
Yeah, apparently
like
nobody
me,
told Adam this.
Like me. So I ended up buying one of those hoodies, and I went over last night to go buy another one because it is awesome. And you wait till you see some of these hoodies cruising around. There's some guys with those, but they sold out of that one, but I know they're going to make another run of them.
Yeah, I'm looking down there to see if I see Doug Cook from Motion Raceworks, because that's another people that are big behind this effort. And they brought their merch trailer. They brought their spare parts trailer. They brought their new merchandise trailer. And I went over there, thankfully, on Sunday and took care of it. And we're good. So, thankfully, I was able to get the stuff I needed, including a hoodie, because I kind of forgot mine, too.
Well, I'll tell you what, Motion puts their money where their mouth is. They put their money where their mouth is. They brought 2 cars out here.
All right, ladies and gentlemen. So we're doing the back and forth up here as soon as something gets mentioned about lunch, and Adam and I both realize that it's way past noontime.
Yeah, it's like 1:42, and I'm from Denver, so that's like 11:42. But that's lunchtime. That's fully lunchtime.
So hang on a second. So does that mean that you ate breakfast early today, or you ate lunch way late?
My time is so screwed up right now. It's a little insane. So I did eat breakfast this morning, but I mean these 6 a.m. wake up calls are like 4 a.m. to me. And yeah, when I get back to work, I'm going to be going to bed at about 7 at night, and I'm going to be getting up at about 4 in the morning. But you know what? It's worth it to bring you guys all of this awesome deal with Sick Week and getting to work with Derek and Chad, and we appreciate all that. And Tom, thank you so much for putting the money in this thing and building like the best crew you can possibly build and coming to the best tracks you can possibly come to. I mean, are you kidding me? Gainesville, home of the Gator Nationals.
Yeah,
this is where it's at.
Yeah, I mean, again, I'm biased, and we talk about the fact that you're not too far away from Vandermeer Speedway. I mean, yeah, it's a lot of elevation, and unfortunately that sucks because you won't see the performances that you would see otherwise. But I mean, that place, just watching it on video and checking out all the photos and everything. I mean, talk about a really cool racetrack. I mean, they run water lines under like the first couple hundred feet of the racetrack to take heat out or put heat in so people can hook up.
Yeah, exactly. And it's a world-class place, and I'm really, really happy to be kind of close to that joint. And the Vandermeers and Larry Crisp put on a heck of a show over there. And speaking of Larry Crisp, you see those tire dragger machines that you have out there? He invented that thing, and NHRA sort of picked it up, and a lot of tracks picked that stuff up. And he invented that stuff, and innovation happened like crazy because you have to innovate when you're at that kind of altitude to make whatever you can to make the stuff go faster. But yeah, cooled or heated starting line in the first couple hundred feet, and yeah, it's an amazing facility. But again, Gainesville, this place is amazing as well. I mean, it's a whole different deal. And again, you guys what's the altitude here?
I want to say it's only like 100, maybe 125 feet above sea level is where we actually sit, because most of the places in Florida, you start digging down a little bit, you're going to get water. So
yeah,
it just depends on where you are, how close to we're almost kind of dead in the middle of the state. I mean, it takes about an hour and a half, hour and 45 minutes to get to St. Augustine on the East Coast. And it takes about an hour to get over to Cedar Key on the West Coast.
Yeah, and so like Vandermeer is actual elevation 5,800 feet. But then we're talking about, density altitudes. And this morning we were like in mine shaft air, 800 feet below zero, below zero. At Vandermeer, it's not uncommon for us to race in 9,000 or 10,000 foot DAs some days.
Yeah. For all of you that are doing shout outs on the live feed and sending Adam and Chad and I messages, just know, hey, we very much appreciate it.
Yeah,
we're literally, what is it? I don't know what to do with my hands.
Right, exactly. No, this is great, and we're really, all of us are just humbled to be part of this crew. And, like I said, Tom sort of put together like this super crew of announcers, and man, it's so much fun to work with Derek and Chad, and it's everything, man. So we appreciate you guys so much. Thanks for tuning into the live feed. Thanks for the shout out, and we're doing everything we can to give you the best product you could possibly have.
Yeah, looks like we're not too far away from going back to racing action. As a matter of fact, I think I just saw the thumbs up. So
car's running.
Yeah, here we go. All right, so once again, current week leader, not just class leader, current leader.
The fastest car on the property when we left at, where did we start? I don't even know what day it is.
Well, actually, technically we would put a little bit of an asterisk on that, because technically when we left Bradenton, the class leader was, in fact, Tom Bailey, because he did leave the property.
That's
now,
true.
Dave Schroeder, when he had the backfire, he never left the property, so he was already out. So technically, Tom Bailey was the leader when he left, but then in between, like I said, the day that we did not actually run at Orlando, which was yesterday.
Which is a bummer.
Yeah, it is, but I mean, to be honest, I've talked to some people, and they said that even though Tom Bailey did kind of shorten the route down a little bit and make everything where it was a little bit easier to digest, it was definitely easier for them to be able to say, all right, we're going to go ahead and just kind of make this a little bit more scenic and make it a little bit more interesting. But then Tom Bailey had some problems out on the road, and kind of, pulled the plug on himself, so to speak. So in effect, even though it still shows him at the top of the sheet, he is not going to turn in a time slip today. So he is on the ENF list. He just hasn't officially made it there yet. Whereas Stefan Gustafsson, the guy doing the burnout across the starting line, the 1989 C4 Corvette, is the next guy in line. He's the next quickest car. He went 664 at 214. That's going to get him a decent-sized lead in the unlimited class, because the next closest car is Nick Taylor. That's a car they call Uncle Sam. As a matter of fact, he's sitting in line back there. He went 7:15. So 0.5 of a second, that's a big difference. But here's the thing. You can't let yourself get short-sighted. He's looking at unlimited and going, yeah, I got this one wrapped up. I'm good. No problem. We're good.
Absolutely.
Now, here's the problem. You got small tire cars that are in the 680 range. All you got to do is hiccup just a little bit. And those guys and girls are going to come right around you.
Yep, 100%. And folks, Keith Turk is down there on the starting line. If you do not have a wristband, he is going to tap you on the shoulder and ask you to leave.
Yeah, so now is a good time, even though I'm sure you probably can't hear us. But now is a good time to make sure you don't come up unless you are ready to do so, meaning you've been through all the checks and balances. Because if you don't have an armband, Keith Turk is going to make you aware of that problem very quickly.
But here we go, cars in the beams.
Yeah, the Mustang over on the right-hand side. That is... Oh! He went after it hard there in the left-hand side, and that is no good. So the Mustang will basically get a single pass. Dan Hirsch
goes at 790. That's a Ford-powered Mustang, by the way.
Yeah, and he actually had to have the intake fixed to KSR as it blew the top off of it. So he went down there. Dan Hirsch making a nice pass there. I'm trying to find out where he is in the standings. It'll give me just a second. I'm taking a look here.
If you're keeping track at home, 18-10 for the Swedes. Next pair in the burnout box. That's Alex Taylor and Clark Rosenstengel. Woo! Rosenstengel.
Yeah, this is as Warren is letting us know, and we have to keep remembering, this is a week-long competition, ladies and gentlemen, so the hero status thing can be very short-lived. You got to make sure you make smart decisions here.
Yep,
so,
it's definitely a marathon. I know that's a tough thing to digest as as drag racers. We want to go fast, real short. Well, no, you got to make this thing last 5 days.
Yeah, so Dan Hirsch is playing in the modified category. That's 790. It's about a 10th and a half slow of what he ran yesterday. So, he's going to probably have to step it up just a bit and make sure that he gets after it. Now, Clark Rosenstengel, on the other hand, the 2010 Camaro, he went 799. He was a little slow from what he normally runs. Alex Taylor in the unlimited iron category, she went 731 yesterday, so she's looking to knock some time off of that. Alex looks like they might have set it up a little soft. 497 to the 8th mile, here it comes. 749 at 194.
795 for Taylor in the left lane, definitely off of the gas, but Clark.
749, he just dropped a half a second off of his run yesterday. I mean, that's an authoritative pass.
Yeah, and that's kind of the Swiss Army knife car. That car runs the quarter mile, it runs half mile stuff, it runs standing mile stuff, and also runs some, top speed type stuff. So, brings out this Swiss Army knife car, goes out and lays the gauntlet down, 749, 194. That car also Steve Morris powered.
Right. Again, ladies and gentlemen, off the starting line, if you are not with the cars, you're not with the crews here. I see Keith Turk starting to make his rounds, and this is not going to work out well.
Nope. He will pull you directly up the starting line, and you won't even feel bad about it, promise.
So right-hand side is an interesting story. Car number 7. That is Jason Golden, 1989 Ford Mustang. Now, it's in the unlimited category. Now, I'm not quite sure why it is in the unlimited category because it looks like a small tire car to me. Oh, we have Alex Taylor down on the top end of the racetrack. So that 146 miles an hour, better hope that that's not something that is permanent.
Yep, definitely not. So we'll back those cars out. And it looks like there's maybe fluid on the track even.
Yeah, we may be down.
While we've got some downtime, Lonnie's saying check your phone, but
I got it, Lonnie. Everybody, please pay attention. We were just talking about this. Now, since it's quiet, clear the starting line, please. If you are not with these two cars, and you are not with either the Gainesville Raceway crew or TVC crew or the SICK crew, I need you off the starting line. If you do not have an armband and you're not supposed to be out there, now is your warning. Because Keith Kirk is down there, and you do not want to meet up with Keith Turk when it comes to a safety issue. Please clear the starting line. If you are not with these two cars, you are not with Gainesville, SICK Week, or the TVC crew, you need to be off the starting line, please. There's some of you out there running around with no armbands on, and that is a no-no. And you do not want to meet Keith Turk under those circumstances.
Yep, Keith is a really, really nice guy until he's not.
Yeah, he is. He's firm, is
Absolutely.
what we would say. He's firm.
Firm but fair. And I'll tell you what, while we kind of back up, part of the crew that should be with these cars, you see Joey Berry on the outside of that 57. This is the S-Box of Doom. I can't really say what it is. But
yeah, the blank box. Yeah.
That's right. But that's Aiden Berry. Aiden driving the S-Box. He's riding with Joey.
Yeah, here's
I'm sorry. Aiden Bailey.
Yes.
Joey Berry.
Correct. There you go. Now you got it right.
Now I got it right.
The interesting thing about the blank box of doom, that is the well-worn 1957 wagon over on the left-hand side. That car has had 3 different drivers and 3 different owners. It's been very, very interesting in its lifespan. So basically, when that car first came out, top fuel driver, do you know who it is?
That's Richie Crampton.
Richie Crampton, yes, the NHRA professional top fuel driver. He used to run for the Lucas Oil family.
Yep.
So he put this thing together with an LS and a pair of twin turbos. That means it has 4. So let me try that again.
Oh,
and a pair of turbochargers, and it ran like bottom 8s. The problem is that Drag Week at the time ran into an NHRA national event, so he didn't complete it. He only ran, I think, 3 days and then stopped. Now the next year, name the top alcohol funny car driver that got involved with it when they shoved the big top alcohol motor in it.
That was Dom Lagana.
Yes.
Nope.
No.
Dom was involved.
I gave him false hope.
No. I can't remember who it was.
John Lindenberg. Yeah, the guy who used to run top alcohol funny cars. So they shoved an alcohol motor in this, and then they would pull the belt off of it, yank out the burst panel so it would run naturally.
Put a throttle body on it.
Right, exactly. And it ran, I believe, in the low 7s, possibly high 6s, and it was pretty impressive. But yeah, unfortunately, the car had an incident problem.
Yep, had a
wreck. And thankfully, everybody that was in it is still with us.
That's where Dom.
That's where the Laguna family comes into it. Yep. Yes. So now it has been kind of dialed back a little bit as the Bailey crew has picked it up.
And I'm hearing that they're going to try to put this car in the 6s at some point. And it does have the kind of obligatory twin turbo LS for power. And Aiden Bailey got his license in this car on Rocky Mountain Race Week when Tom brought him out with it. And again, that's Tom's son, Aiden, and he's riding with Joey Berry, which is Joe's son, who we'll see run here later. We haven't seen him yet today, but they're running, and they told me that they are now Team Chick-fil-A. And they're going to try to go to a Chick-fil-A every day.
I wonder what kind of sauce they're getting, because I heard that Chick-fil-A sometimes is as important as getting the Chick-fil-A as it is the sauce. People actually have a debate about it.
I'll have to ask them, but no, they're trying to make a stop at Chick-fil-A every day. So
nothing wrong with that until you get to Sunday, and then
that's right.
No
Chick-fil-A, but free plug for Chick-fil-A there today.
Yeah, you're welcome, guys. We do operate on Chick-fil-A.
That's right.
If you want to deliver, we will gladly accept.
100%. But no, the 57. Really, really storied car, and it's super cool that Tom was able to pick the thing up and, get Aiden in it and get him kind of his legs under it. And, here it is at its second full drag and drive with Aiden and, the Bailey team kind of doing their thing.
Yeah, absolutely. You want to talk about a great first car to go out there with. Luckily, you don't even got to worry about scuffing up the paint. But honestly, that's a really big deal nowadays. I mean, you talk about how much paint work costs. And in some cases, a lot of people are really digging the patina look. It's the kind of thing that you got to be really careful about, though, because there are some cars that have what we would call real patina, and then there's some that have kind of fake created patina.
Yeah, 100%. And really, it's, these guys are going to, the kids running this thing are the crown princes, if you will, of this drag and drive stuff. Tom Bailey's kid and Tom Barry's kid. Or I'm Tom Barry. Wow, Tom Bailey, Joe Barry's kid. Wow, I'm already losing it. and I've only been doing this for about a couple of hours here. But
yeah,
the crown princes of this sort of deal, and it's cool they're riding together. It's cool they're kind of doing their deal, and they both carry the same exact license on this, NHRA license, so they can both run down to 750, no problem.
So we got the live feed obviously blowing up. People are asking questions, and the thing is there are times where we might get reports up here in the tower, but I'll tell you something. The good old social media and internet yesterday led to a firestorm when people thought that there was a couple of rule changes that in reality did not happen. So the problem is that unless we actually get it directly from the source, I will tell you right now, I am not going to report on what we might think is going on with somebody's car because people are already commenting, is this person broke? Is that person broke? Is this person not going to make it back? Is this person thrashing on their car? See, the problem is I'm up here in the tower, so I'm relying on people that are down actually here at the racetrack that are going to give me the full 411. And as of right now, I haven't heard anything. The only thing I can tell you that I do know is that Cletus asked for a compression tester. Now, that could be, he might find something that he didn't like. It doesn't necessarily mean he's broken, though. So, again, there's always going to be speculation when you get into this stuff. But the problem, Adam, you've seen it, you've dealt with it, is we can't really answer what's going on short of what's on the screen in front of us and the information we get fed to us from the Sick Week crew.
No, 100%. And everything we put out is going to be actual information. That's going to be stuff that we get from people that are involved with the event, a la Tom Bailey, I'm sorry.
You're going to keep doing that all day. You need a reset.
That's going to be my thing. But no, Tom Bailey, Keith Turk, Tanya Turk, or, those type of people wearing the shirts that say Sick Staff on them. But we're not going to just, throw out information that we don't know is to be 100% true ever.
Man, I got some interesting stuff popping up here on the live feed. Clay Milliken on his way to Phoenix to test. I know he was trying to put a car together to do a drag and drive event. Man, Clay Milliken stomping on the loud pedal out here on a drag and drive event. Talk about awesome. That is what I really want to see. I wonder if it'll have a little bit of nitro influence.
Who knows, man? Who knows? And I know Larry Dixon's done a drag week with a car that I think Chevy actually helped him put that car together with one of those new LT direct injected motors in a Nova.
Yes, sir. Nice little 66, 67 Chevy, too, that I think him and his dad have had for a long time. So
yeah, exactly. So
talk about that.
It's super cool to have a lot of the sort of pro ranks come in here and hang out with us, sort of slum it with us street car dudes.
Okay, so somebody asked about the Cadillac crash. Here's what I know. I will tell you that the family that I'm aware of, at least this is what was commented on Facebook, they commented that she had a fractured arm. That's what I was told. Now, beyond that, I'm not sure if anything else has come of it. I'm not sure if she's still at the hospital or if she was just treated and released. But I do know that when we were at Bradenton 2 days ago and the safety crew got to her, the EMT crew there at the track, she was alert and conscious. The only thing is that, they obviously want to make sure they check her out after that hard of a hit. So that's all I'm going to say about that. Just, again, if they want to publicly post about it, I'm going to respect their privacy. Let them go ahead and answer that question. But again, Clay Milliken checking in. Clay, I hope you do great out there at the NHRA's professional test session in Phoenix. All right, so we're gonna have Chad checking in on the starting line. Hey, Chad, I'm gonna go ahead and let you know in advance. Hopefully, no, I don't think you can hear me down there. Okay, so now I'm just getting some updates from the Sick crew. They say that the Cadillac lady, she is fine. They have figured out the ride home and thankful for all the support. So for all of you that donated, and all of you that said, hey, they had problems with their truck, they had problems with their trailer, and then obviously crashed their car. Yeah, they had some stuff stolen en route here. Yeah, I mean, talk about just ending on a good note. So thankfully, some good Samaritans stepped up. They're going to get everything trailered back to their home base. So thanks so much for checking in with that on me. I appreciate it. Let me know what's going on. So there's the answer to the question. So now everybody knows what's going on. And again, a lot of the other stuff that's going on, I'm going to have to wait and see what's going on as far as the top end of the racetrack. Again, I don't know if anybody is broke, if people are just hearing stuff and they're just pulling over to be safe. We could speculate all day long. It's not going to get anybody anywhere. But, at this point, we're just waiting on the next pair of cars. Chad, what you got?
Hey, it works. I wasn't sure. I didn't know. We're testing the technology. Florida apparently is bad for things that require power. So electrical items like didn't work at Bradenton, but apparently we've like reached where the flux capacitor's wavelength is right. So things work here in Gainesville. We've got Alex Taylor down there still at the top end of the racetrack. I guess they're getting that off. I hope that that car is not too hurt. The mile an hour was way, way down. Obviously having issues there. You guys have been listening to Adam Dory and Derek up there. Big thanks to all of you guys for coming out. All of you people in the grandstands, raise your hands if you are following along the whole trip and you are part of the sick ward. Yes, you sick bastards. We love you. All right, raise your hands if you only came out here to be a lazy sloth and not go to work today and instead watch drag racing. You are my people. I love you guys. I will write your doctor's notes, okay? I will gladly write that you have any medical condition that you would like. I don't care how rare it is. I will put my signature on it and tell your employer that you absolutely needed to miss work because you were getting cutting edge methanol and smoke inhalation therapy. It's a thing. Look it up. I mean, who's going to argue with me? You work for a plumber, dude. Like that guy over there. He's like, my boss is, he don't know, right? So, okay, all you sick ward people, raise your hand and hold them up again, okay? Now, how many of you next year are going to actually race your car? Keep your hands up. Yeah, that dude put both hands up. Awesome. That is great. We appreciate it. You know, I want to say thank you to Derek, who's up there in the tower with Adam Dory right now. We've been doing all kinds of interviews, wandering around, having a great time here at the racetrack. Those of you that follow drag and drive events know that, you know, I've been doing Drag Week for years, Rocky Mountain Race Week. We travel all over. We bring our own cars. We race stuff. We break stuff. We spend all the money on the credit cards every single time. And it is probably not the best financial decision to do events like this, but you cannot put a price on memories that you make with friends and family. So for everybody that is out here this weekend and this week running with us who's brought, you know, your wife, your girlfriend, your best friend, your kids, whatever, I applaud you for creating memories that will last a lifetime. I can tell you personally, and this is the God's honest truth, and you guys all know it that know me, I met a great many of the people that are here in 05, 06, and 07 on the first 3 drag weeks. Some of these people here are some of my best friends in the world. I mean, people that I would do anything for. I would travel cross country. I would take a bullet for some of these people. And they are people that I met on drag and drive events like this, suffering in parking lots, rebuilding transmissions on picnic benches, drinking moonshine at all hours in parking lots of motels, wishing we got to the motel, sleeping under a car on the side of a highway, being rousted by police officers for being places we weren't supposed to be in order to use the light on the back of a grocery store loading dock so we could actually see what we were doing. Those things all really happened, and I wouldn't have these great stories without being on events like this. So, you know, want to thank Tom Bailey, want to thank the entire crew of Sick the Mag, want to thank Rick Johnson at Gear Vendors. Rick has been along for this ride for a very long time. Rick is one of my good friends, and I'll tell you, I do have Gear Vendors Overdrives in 2 of my vehicles. I bought both of them. One of them, I bought the whole car just because it had a Gear Vendors in it. Turns out it's awesome, and I love it. But they're great products. They're great people that want to support you. Motion Raceworks, we've got this great live stream going on right now. Warren Evans, want to thank him, Drag Racer TV, for being a part of this. We wouldn't be able to do all these things without all of these great sponsors. So again, Summit Racing Equipment, Motion Raceworks, you know, Sick the Magazine, RaceQuip, NOS, Iski Cams. Thank you, thank you, thank you. If you need parts, go to Motion. They got them. Oh, and they do, if you go over to Motion and you tell Tristan that I sent you and you buy something, he will give you free motion decals. You just tell him that Chad said, if I buy something, I get a free motion decal. He'll take care of you, okay? He also enjoys slightly uncomfortably long hugs. It's his thing. The bigger you are as a dude, the more he likes those hugs. I'm just saying. So if you just hug him, and when you think, oh, that was long enough, you go, maybe not. When he starts to squirm just a little, just give a little, just snug it up just a little bit. He really likes it that way. I'm telling you. Are you guys ready to watch some cars going down the racetrack, though? Who's ready to go pick that Chevrolet up and take it off the track? Okay, I want to hear from you. If you are such a diehard Ford guy, you'd never let a Chevrolet park in your driveway. Wow. It's like 6 of you. Let me hear it from my Chevrolet fans. Let me hear it from all you Mopar guys. Wow. Wow. Every one of you, Florida man. Everyone. I'm the voice of Holly's LS Fest and Mo Party and Ford Fest, and I love those events, and I get to talk to all kinds of people that are like, you know, huge fans of all 3 makes. I am a Chevrolet guy to the core, right? I grew up in a household full of Chevrolets. It's all I own. I love them. I do, however, think that a Fox body, whether it's the original, a Fairmont, or later, the Mustang, is a universal race car. And as long as you put a big block Chevrolet, a small block Chevrolet, or an LS in it, it's the greatest thing ever, right? Right? Can I hear it? Okay, who believes you should never put an LS in a Fox body? That guy needs a go home. Oh, but he brought beer. Hey, dude, how are you? I am parched, by the way. Tom Bailey, I'm going to give you guys one bit of criticism. We would like more beverages. The staff would like more beverages. Preferably the kind that are like liquid, you know, barley and hops and all the yummy kinds. Hondas to the front. Any Honda people out here? Okay, dude, there are several badass Hondas that are here on the trip. Not going to lie. Now, one of them is an LS swapped Honda. Somebody said that. I know. That makes it the coolest one. One of them decided that like 700 or 800 horsepower was exactly the amount that was required to separate the bottom half of the engine from the top half of the engine. So if you watch 1320's video coverage from day one, you will see that. It was awesome. I was standing approximately 8 feet from it when all of it fell out. Right after the burnout. It was not good. Not good. Actually, it was way better than if it had done it after the starting line, though. So, speaking of 1320 video, Kyle in the house, he's walking away. Run away. He's got a hot dog in his hand, I swear to God. He does. Are you giving that to Matt? You're feeding your guy? No, you're just going to go taunt him with it while you eat? Let's hear it for, wait, we have Kyle and Matt and Whitty and Fred from 1320 video. Everybody give them a big round of applause. So Kyle is one of those people that I said I met like way back in the day when 1320 video was that guy in his basement as his side gig. And I had just started bangshift.com. He had just started 1320 video, and we would hang out on the side of racetracks in between racing the car and have a good time on these events. And look at where 1320 video is now. It's crazy. It's awesome. Now, I know that there are a bunch of you racers in the lanes that are like, why are we not running? And obviously Alex Taylor had a problem down there, so they are getting that sorted. But it looks like the tractor is on its way. They're probably dragging down there if there was some fluids on the racetrack. I suppose I could have talked to somebody with the radio to find out, but whatever. It's fine. But they are pulling equipment off the track, bringing others down, so we'll get started again. We're going to get Aiden over here in the left lane, get him doing a burnout again, probably. and we're going to get back to drag racing. Now, if you remember right, this morning we were delayed in starting. It was 10 o'clock when we started running instead of 9. We'll run a little later today. Obviously, we've had a big delay here too. So the race directors will take that into consideration when we determine what our final pair time will be. Lonnie Grimm over here will handle all of that. Want to ask you guys to do one other thing, whether you're a competitor here or you are a spectator. Come find me anytime this week if you have suggestions for how to make the event better, either from a participant standpoint, a sick ward standpoint, or a spectator standpoint, and we'll see what we can do about that. Some of those things we may be able to make better like tomorrow, and some of those things may be next year, but let us know. We'd love to help you out with that. All right, so you can see the tractor coming down, running the broom. Going to sweep the inside of that left lane just to make sure there's nothing on there. Doing an inspection of the racetrack as he comes down here with the tractor, and as soon as we know everything is good to go, then we're going to get everybody fired back up. So are you guys ready for some more drag racing? Yes. Glad to hear it. That's what we're here for. It's almost warm enough for me to take my sweatshirt off. I'm almost there. Sticky. And the track temperature for those of you in the staging lanes, 87 degrees. 87 degrees track temperature. 81 in the radial lane with the glue on it, 87 on the slick lane right after the drag went over it. So the truth of the matter is they're probably not more than 1 or 2 degrees different. Getting some water in the box. Joey Berry getting Aiden lined up in the water. His co-pilot and crew chief for the week. You're making all the tuning shots, right? I mean, all the calls are yours, right, Joey? All of it. Horrible idea? Why? Is that, I mean, isn't the rule all the fuel, all the timing, all the time? It will be bad? Joey says, no, I'm not making the tuning decisions. Nobody wants to see that.
All right, Chad Reynolds walking us through some interesting times right there while he identifies with his people. So Aiden Bailey coming up over here on the left-hand side. Fox body Mustang on the right-hand side. That's Jason Golden. How ironic considering what the car is painted like. But Aiden Bailey running the Unlimited Iron class. Yesterday, he went 860, not yesterday, I keep forgetting. We got a day between, so Monday. Monday he went 861, 160 miles an hour. Car over on the right-hand side, Jason Golden just kind of cruised down. He might have had some problems and was just trying to break the beams. 1373. Okay, sounds good. So Adam is going to leave me up here unattended. Not sure if that's the best move. All right, so the 57 Chevy wagon, otherwise known as Blank Box of Doom. You could fill in your favorite 4-letter word there. Shouldn't be too hard to do it. Going up against a really nice looking Fox body Mustang. I believe it is a 1989 model. Line up against the wagon. So again, both of these cars and drivers on their first look at Gainesville Raceway. The Mustang driver made a slow pass at Bradenton 2 days ago just to stay in competition, I'm assuming. Either that or might have been working through some problems. They're going to spool up the turbos and get them right. Here we go. Both of them into it good as they go side by side. The Mustang starts to pull ahead. Top end says 811, 167 miles an hour. His crew is happy. 875 at 159 for the wagon, and that is within about a tenth of a second of what Aiden Bailey ran in Bradenton, so he'll probably be happy with that. Not sure if he'll turn it in or not, but definitely not a bad lap. Okay, here comes our next pair. This is Nick Taylor. Nick Taylor in the car known as Uncle Sam. His partner at Mac, that's Mid-America Customs, Adam Hodson, out behind him measuring the wheelie bars. This car currently sitting in the number 3 spot in the unlimited category in left-hand side, 715. 193 miles an hour, that's his best pass. The right-hand side, modified car. Dale Gebhardt going wheels up, and then look at him do it 2 times. Hang on to Uncle Sam, left-hand side, 710. 195 miles an hour for Nicky Bobby. He improves his best time. Meanwhile, the other side, Gebhardt just bouncing up and down. Holy cow, how did he hang on to it? 917, 149 miles an hour. Oh, baby, we had total opposites going on there. Right-hand side was just bouncing away like a pogo stick. Left-hand side goes straight and true, 710, 195 miles an hour for Nicky Bobby. Now, the question is, do they keep it, or do they come back, turn up the wick, and go for a 6-second pass? So it looks like we got one more car to run. And then we're probably going to have our A and B class category that's going to rock and roll up in here just shortly.
With Scott Kleppinger.
We're going to run Scott Kleppinger.
Hey, Scott.
Probably on a single pass here.
Unfortunately, you're shut off here in the water,
Camaro
but
with a turbo hanging out of
you
the
ran
fender.
that 8.0 when we were talking 8.0 last time. What's this car got in it?
Well, I changed a couple things on the suspension this morning after talking to Lonnie, and I kind of lengthened the limiters up front, tightened up the front shocks, and then tightened up the rear shocks. And brought the RPM to launch down a little bit since it's so cool here versus Monday. I'm just trying to keep the front end down and make an A to B pass. I'd be really happy with that.
That's awesome, man. That's super awesome. What's the fastest the car's ever gone?
A couple times down at Muncie, Indiana, kind of our semi-local track now that most of them have been closed around me. It's been 798 at 173.
Very cool, very cool. So you're kind of knocking right on that same door with those 8.0s. But, hey, good luck, man. Appreciate you yakking with us. Well, I'm just kind of hanging out here in the water box. Good stuff. This is the 3rd Gen Jet. You can find him on Facebook. Appreciate it, Scott.
Oh, Adam down there getting the in-car knowledge from Scott Kleppinger, the guy who's going to make a single pass here in the Camaro here shortly. Yeah, it's a turbocharged 3rd Gen Camaro.
We've got a little downtime, guys. Racers, if you were on the beach yesterday, really get those cars cleaned out, y'all. Sand's been the #1 delay we've had all day, and I know it's super cool to get those pictures of your car out there on the beach. Unfortunately, you got sand in every little crack and crevice of that car, and that's been our #1 delay today. So make sure you clean those cars up really, really well, please.
All right, looks like we're waiting on the tire track to come back around. Probably going to redo the prep a little bit. We're still waiting on Scott Kleppinger. He's sitting down there in the water box. So you're down there getting the knowledge from Scott Kleppinger, the 3rd generation Camaro that literally has the turbo hanging out of the fender down there.
Yeah, man, that thing's the 3rd Gen Jet. And that thing, like you may not have been able to hear him, But his best pass is a 798 in that car.
He went 803 2 days ago, so obviously he's right on the edge. He could possibly knock down a new best pass.
Hopefully he has a new PB in this thing. I mean, it's a sweet, sweet car. And, you know, the obligatory turbo LS, again, the single turbo kind of hanging out of the fender of the thing.
Yeah, I think it's out of the passenger side. I can't remember for sure, though. But either way, this is a guy who's done a lot of drag and drive competition, so he knows kind of what he's looking for.
Yeah, and this thing used to be V6 Grand National powered when he first brought it out.
Yeah, you know what he swapped that into?
That's in a Fox Mustang now.
Yeah, he's got like a 10-second Fox body Mustang. I mean, like, just when Mustang guys think they've like seen it all, how about let's swap a Buick V6 in?
That's right. That's right. So again, racers, we'll bring you Kleppinger here in a second, but again, racers, sand. You got to get the sand out of your cars. That's been our #1 thing we're fighting here. So I know those beach shots are cool, but clean up those cars for us, please.
Scott's laying into it. Not the best 60-foot, though. He's going to go ahead and exercise it all the way down. 859, 172 miles
Look at
an
the
hour.
mile an hour. Holy moly. That
Unfortunately,
thing's making
though,
some
that's about a
speed.
half a second slow from what he ran yesterday. So he must have just – something did not turn up what he wanted to. The 60-foot, a very slow 176. That is not what Scott normally puts down. So I guarantee you he's not going to turn it in. He's going to come back around, and he's going to try it again.
Yeah, absolutely. And that car had all kinds of problems with transmissions through the years, and it's got the best of the best Rossler 4L80 in that thing, and I think it maybe has the option for a second gear leave. I wonder if he left it in second.
Yeah, you know, that's not a bad idea, but again, we're talking about the sand and everything, and since we have a quiet minute, ladies and gentlemen, let's remind you of a couple of things. First of all, you know, fortunately or unfortunately, however you want to look at it, but yesterday, the route took you through Daytona Beach.
Which was super cool.
Yes, yeah. I mean, the route design was awesome. Don't get me wrong. The bad part is that it was rainy, which means all the stuff that's on the ground that's going to also collect sand is going to get kicked up under your car. And it's very easy after driving in the cold rain for a day to just go, well, just get me to the hotel in a warm bed and I'll deal with the rest tomorrow. And the problem is we just keep getting sand off the bottom of cars because as soon as you whack the loud pedal and then all those G-forces come into play, the sand just goes, okay, I'll find my new home on the racetrack on top of VP track prep. That's not where we want it.
Yeah, and unfortunately that VP track prep is, fly paper, and they're, the team out here at Gainesville got us the best track they can get us, and then you start putting sand down in it, and it all gets ground into the track and into the rubber, and that's not what we're looking for the best starting line. So do yourself a favor, do your competitors a favor, clean that stuff out, please.
Yeah, if you got a chance, just go ahead and kind of, stick your head underneath. If you could put it up on jack stands if you got time, go ahead and just give it a wipe down real quick. Check the rocker panels and the inside of the wheelhouses and so forth and kind of tap all that stuff out of there. It'll definitely help us, and it'll help all your competitors as we can make more passes and give more time on the racetrack instead of cleaning stuff up.
Yep. Also, while we've got a little bit of downtime, Andrew Doppita, who almost had his New Edge Mustang in the wall and almost got the thing all out of shape and whatnot. Unfortunately, that thing has popped both head gaskets.
Oh, no.
And has ballooned the radiator to the point where he cannot continue.
That's not good news for him.
He's looking for a ride back to Bradenton, so if anyone can get him back to Bradenton to get his truck and trailer to get back up here to Gainesville to get his car to get himself back to Kansas, that would be awesome. So, again, Andrew Doppita with that white New Edge Mustang, gonna need a ride back to go get his truck and trailer.
Yeah, a couple days ago, 783, 170 plus miles an hour, everything looking good. 2 days later, unfortunately, big old wheelie, and everything just goes south.
Yep, and that is, again, that's the deal here. This is a marathon kind of deal. So 783, you're a hero one day. 2 days later, you have to pedal a thing and you pop the head gaskets out of it and you're on your way back home. And unfortunately, he did say that radiator is custom enough that he's not going to be able to get one made in time to keep on rolling.
Yeah, speaking of which, now's a good time as any, since we've already had several parts calls. We'll talk about how everybody's trying to keep their stuff together and keep it, here on the racetrack and make it to the next stop. Luckily we have a couple of shops that are located less than 20 minutes away from Gainesville Raceway. One of them, KSR Performance. That's Kevin Smith. He's out here participating on Sick Week in the car they call Soccer Mom. So you can go over and talk to him. He's got his gang of guys over there at the shop. I'm sure he could probably help you out. We had some pictures that got posted yesterday. He was helping people weld up intakes and get some stuff fixed and what have you. So he's out there. We also talked about Rollins Automotive Speed and Custom. They're a sponsor here at Gainesville Raceway. They've raced here for quite a while. They've got a fully stocked speed shop less than 15 minutes away from here. It's on 441. It's on our cruise route as we leave. You can go over and pick up a bunch of stuff from them, including a full selection of VP Racing fuel. They've got that stuff available. So if you didn't call VP Racing Fuel and make your reservation, so to speak, for the good quality drinking content, go over and visit Rollins, and they'll hook you up with that good sauce.
Absolutely, absolutely. And again, while we got a little bit of downtime, thanks to all of our sponsors. Of course, Gear Vendors, our main sponsor out here for Sick Week 2022. And of course, don't forget about Motion Raceworks, bringing you that live feed, and you can see us on here. And I got a couple of texts and a couple of messages and said, hey, I heard the camera adds like 10 pounds. What do you have, like 2 on you?
Dude, if that's true, then there is an unlimited number of cameras focused on me right now.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a pain, but I appreciate Warren showing, being able to kind of bring us all these different views and show everyone kind of what's going on and a little bit behind the scenes. And again, that's sort of the fun and the ability of Tom Bailey with putting up all the money into this deal and bringing us the best of the best, because we got Warren, we got Derek, we got myself, and we got Chad, and I can't. It's tough for me to put myself even in that same sentence.
I'm not really sure where to go with that because there's a couple different directions. But obviously, all of us that are out here are enthusiasts, having a great time here at Gainesville Raceway. I mean, let's be honest. We could be in much colder climates. I know you could definitely be in a colder
100%.
climate.
I left. It was, I believe, it was like 30 degrees. But a couple of days before that, we got a foot of snow. It was cold. It was icy. I'm happy to be here in Florida.
Yeah, absolutely. So again, for all of you that are sitting out there in the grandstands, we know that now is a great time to go and check out all the cars. I mean, hey, you want to see what a drag and drive competition really does to you? I mean, like, there's stuff out there that's spread out like a yard sale, and it's really cool to kind of go and see what kind of mayhem it creates. So you can go out and check out all the cars. I mean, there's over 300 of them. So, yeah, go find your favorite. They're all over the pit area. And also, while you're out there, go and see our manufacturers that are towing along with us on this Sick Week drag and drive competition. We obviously already mentioned Gear Vendors Overdrive, also Motion Raceworks. They're here on site. Also, Iski Cams, Summit Racing Equipment, Mickey Thompson Tires, Holly, they're doing NOS refills. We've got Rhino Classifieds with us. The Mag Media team is rolling in style thanks to Dodge and Radford Racing School. I hear that you got a chance to take a ride in one of those.
Yeah, definitely. We're cruising around with Luke in a 1320 Challenger, and again, that's that thing that has the line lock and the trans brake from the factory. And again, we made a quick trip down to Mexico, and that line lock works real well.
You know, interestingly enough, I remember somebody threw down a challenge probably, what was it, about a week ago or something, and they said, let's have an announcer challenge of who has the best reaction time and all that stuff.
I'm in.
Yeah, the only thing is that I'll be honest. I mean, I could drive a stick shift, but I don't think I'm going to cut a good light on one. But if you give me something with an automatic transmission and let me have one whack at the Christmas tree to see how slow it is, I've bracket raced for 25 years, so I could probably do okay.
Yeah, I think it'd be fun, man. You and me and Chad, and I mean, really, we should really look at getting the whole Sick Week crew out here and do a few laps with those amazing Dodges they have out here. And they have a Hellcat Durango. They've got that 1320 Challenger, and I think they maybe have a Hellcat Challenger as well.
Well, I mean, we are technically supposed to be working, but I mean, if somebody decided they wanted to give it to me and go, here's keys, go make a lap, we'll have somebody else announce how bad you are at the reaction time, I could probably have my arm twisted into doing it.
Yeah, and the beautiful part is those Hellcats both came with the red keys, and you know what that means.
Oh, that means extra fun.
That's right. All of the 707 horsepower.
Yes, sir. Absolutely. A buddy of mine has a 2020 Hellcat, and he has brought it out here and has bracket raced it and gotten it into the 10s, and he had a little bit of HP tuners done to it. Tony Gagnon helped him out. They did a pulley swap and a retune, and it's already run 1060s, which for something that weighs that much, that he could just drive out here on drag radials and rip off a pass like that, and now he wants to put nitrous on it. And I'm like, oh, yeah, the seed is implanted.
Yep, and, talking about Bandemir, bringing that back into the conversation, John Bandemir Jr. actually races and bracket races a Demon out there at Bandemir, and he's probably a man of 81 or 82 years old, and he hoons that thing, man. They've had to do a couple of axle shafts in it, and it's good stuff. And that thing runs low 10s at altitude.
Yeah, that's torture testing. That's exactly what it is.
100%. So yeah, no, thanks so much to Dodge and to Radford Racing School for those sweet cars. And I've unfortunately been jammed in the back of the Challenger, which I thought was going to be like a really, really bad deal. But that thing is nice, and I'm not a big dude. I'm like a 5'8", 200-pound kind of guy. But I fit in the back of that Challenger, no problem.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that they're actually coming out with stuff that not only has gobs full of horsepower, but at least is comfortable where you can actually tote 4 people around in it, that's checking all the boxes.
Yeah, exactly. And I added a couple extra pounds on there, just
just a little buffer.
yeah, exactly. For the camera, and I don't know, I haven't really been eating very well. That's one of the things on this deal is you eat where you eat. And I went to a Mexican restaurant last night, and the portions were quite nice.
They didn't short you any, I guess.
No, not at all. And actually, I had dinner with Andrew Doppita, who was looking for that ride back, and he was saying the same thing. He's a dude of about 6'4", 6'5", and 150 pounds, so he's like a beanpole. And yeah.
What do you like? Fold them in half and use them as your carry-on luggage or something?
Yeah, exactly. But he ate more of his meal than I ate of mine, which is pretty amazing.
So they got people obviously blowing up the live stream chat, and we're talking about the fact that we started with 341 total cars. Obviously, we've whittled a few of those out in the 2 days that we had between not being able to actually race at Orlando yesterday. It's kind of a bummer, but also, like you said, it gave people a day to kind of get through the drive, even though the weather was not the best, but thankfully it wasn't. I heard that it wasn't like a downpour or anything. It was just enough to kind of dampen your spirits, but not too bad.
No, exactly. And it was a little rainy, but it was a little windy, and it was cold. Man, it was cold yesterday. But again, all these cars had to drive through the same thing. You had to do the same route. So all this stuff is street cars, and we make you prove it. And again, drove down Daytona Beach and checked all that out. And what was really cool is the routes are posted online. So if you go to Sick the Mag, you can actually check out the routes. And so we had some people like come from their houses that live pretty close, and a couple of dudes brought out like some cool like 70-ish Chevy vans that were all like neat 70s like hot rodded vans. And one guy had like the zoomies out that actually worked, and he had a couple of Frosty Coldy Pops and was watching everything come through. But it was super cool. And check that out if you're in sort of the Florida-ish area. See where we're going to be going, because we might be coming close to you, and you can come out to the route and wave at us go by.
Good deal. So I just got some word from Lonnie Grimm down on the front of the staging lanes. He says, all of you that are at home watching and everybody that's kind of hanging out here, we're going to put radial cars side by side down this racetrack here shortly. Yeah. We're getting closer. I see them folding up the thing on the back of the TVC as we laid down the sticky icky thanks to VP Racing. So can't be too far away, ladies and gentlemen, from going back to action. So if you're not in the grandstands or on the fences, now's a good time to go find a spot. Just do not stand around the starting line area, because that's the kind of thing that creates a safety issue. We don't want to have anybody hanging around up there that's not exactly a spectator area.
No, not at all. And speaking of kind of the radial cars coming down, I see some like real heavy hitter type of cars, and it's going to be super cool. I got Jason Deuscher looking down there. He's got that 4-eyed Fox that he and his lovely wife put the T-tops in by themselves at the shop down there in Texas. Rick Prospero's back here with the RX-7 up front, so we're going to see him make another pass here relatively quickly.
Yeah, you got some guys coming back around for lap number 2. You got John Dotson coming back. See, I had Deuscher on my head now.
No, it happened.
James Tall coming back around because he wants something that starts with an 8.5 instead of an 8.4. Even got that 66 Nova. How about that? The guy that, tried his best to keep that thing off the wall. He actually drove it all the way up here, and he's still, down there in competition. I wonder if he's going to stage it and actually make a hard run, or just, kind of stage at every track.
We'll just see. I mean, we'll see. And he was down and out yesterday as well. He lost the Fuel Tech ignition box and was able to get one of those. He Ubered 80 miles one way and Ubered 80 miles back with that Fuel Tech box to get that thing back on the road. And he's got ratchet straps kind of holding the front end on, but good on him for, keeping it rolling, and that's super duper awesome.
Yeah, like you said, the spirit of participating in drag and drive competition alive and well. A lot of people, unfortunately, having some issues, but it doesn't mean you can't enjoy the week. I mean, Tom Bailey was up here with us earlier. He was talking about the fact that obviously he wanted to lay down the gauntlet. He really wanted to win his own event. I mean, because, saying it is one thing and doing it is another, and it wasn't for lack of effort, but unfortunately, it just didn't work out for him this time.
No, heck no. And, honestly, he put a bounty on his own head in his own race, which is super duper cool.
So thankfully, we're going to have some racing action coming at us right here at the B group. Looking like they're going to come in, and I know they waited. They kind of, bided their time, and they wanted to get up after it. They've been sitting in the staging lanes waiting. We're going to send some radial cars down the racetrack. So ladies and gentlemen, buckle in. Here we go. We're going to go back to racing action, and let's start it with a pair of small tire Mustangs.
Again, Jason Deuscher in the left lane in the 235 class, looking for that 850 on that little bitty tire.
Yeah, the right-hand side, that's Larry Albright. He's a Florida racer. This car's been in the 7s. I believe he went in the 770 range a couple of days ago. His good buddy, Paul, out there lining him up.
Also, we just got a little bit of food delivered, which is super cool.
Yeah, it is. My buddy Wes out there behind me. Thank you so much, buddy. Appreciate it.
Yep, Wes is the man.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I mean, you're definitely the man when you bring the grub, and we had 0 to start with, so it's 0 to 100.
100%.
Yeah, so Wes out here helping us out with some grub. We're going to go drag racing action here. Small tire Mustangs all staged up and ready. Larry Albright, 123 to the 60-foot right-hand side, looking for 7s. Can we get some?
Yeah.
779, 178 there for him. How about Jason Deuscher? Unfortunately, 847 with a 5, 165. No good. No good. No Moss. You need 8.50 or slower, sir. Your 2.5 too fast.
Yep, and just like a bracket race, that's a breakout. So you can't turn that slip in. That's like losing time, unfortunately. And, that's one of those things. If Cage is only good to 850, you can only turn into 850. He'll need to come back around.
Yeah, so you're going to do the rinse and repeat cycle.
That's right.
Here comes Tim Flanders, I believe. Left-hand side, little stealth gray Mustang.
That thing with a Coyote for power, single turbo. That thing runs good.
Yeah, beautiful looking early second generation Camaro.
That one LS turbo for power.
Yeah, that is Jacoby Betts, 1973 model Camaro. He's got it all spooled up. He's just got to bump it in a little bit. There he goes. Green light on. Both of them hooked up good. 126 there for Flanders on the left side. He's going to rock it all the way down. And too fast for him, 846, 161.
977 in the right lane if you're keeping track at home.
Here comes Matt Lamphere, the car they call the Turtle. He goes as Matt Man on most of his social media stuff. He's going to line up a little 5.3-liter single turbo in a Miata. Talk about using a shoehorn.
Absolutely, and that I believe that's Craig Ridenauer.
Craig Ridenauer. Yeah, see, I have the inside track on that one because
he's a Florida guy.
Yeah, he is. He's from the Fort Myers area. That's a car he calls Rip Ride. It's a 1968 model Nova. Going naturally aspirated over on the right-hand side. Look at him blow. Oh, Matt Lamphere! Nice job saving it right there. Woo! Oh, baby.
He didn't get the memo. We're not doing drifting here.
No. He sure made it look good on our end. 953, 140 miles an hour for Craig Ridenauer. That's not a bad pass for him, but Matt Lamphere will do an underwear check and try and turn it around.
Wow. And, did he miss the cone or go right over the cone?
No, he missed the cone. The cone is back in the blue area, the 60-foot mark, but you can see by that point, the car was already on the slide. So
okay,
I'm guessing he just ramped the boost in a little too early.
I'm seeing the red light that maybe looks like a cone there at the end of the blue. But, yeah, no, that was a beautiful save there. And that thing made a wicked move. I mean, real fast.
Oh, yeah, it did. I mean, he must have thrown the boost in it real quick. And Corey Deemer from Gainesville Raceway down there going, hey, dude, you can't be facing that way. You need to be facing the other way.
That's not how this goes. But driving it off, which is a beautiful sign.
Yep. He'll probably check out the turbo timer and make sure everything is where it's supposed to be and dial it down just a hair. But I'll tell you what, that is one of the things you got to be careful about with a car like that is I've watched that car make 820, 830, 840 passes, no problem. But sometimes with a short wheelbase car like that, I mean, I'm hoping that nothing broke on it. I mean, they're looking underneath just to make sure that nothing is snapped or what have you. But I mean, it might have just broke traction. You're not sure. But thankfully, Matt's in one piece. The car didn't touch the wall, so we're all good.
Yep, and here's next coming up here. There's that S2000 that put that thing 8500 in the left lane.
Yeah, now tell me something. Now, how nervous do you have to be
After watching that.
after just watching that? And again, you're driving a nice little short wheelbase car.
You're in nearly the exact same car.
Correct, yeah.
And yeah, I'm sure you're kind of like, well, I hope this is all good. Right before you let off the button for the trans brake, you're like, well, here we go.
Yeah, I mean, there is a certain point where you just kind of go, all right, trust the tune-up. Maybe the guy in front of me had it wicked up a little too much. But at the same time, there's that little thing in the back of your head going,
well, and
I wonder if the track isn't good, you know.
Yeah, and you can actually see the marks from that car go right, right in front of you, right where you were going to go. But yeah, so that's going to be a little weird. And then the right lane, that's Scott Brown. Scott with the 53 Chevy Turbo LS.
Yeah, they call it Capone.
Capone,
dude,
man.
that's sinister.
Super sinister.
So check this out. We were just talking about your friend with the Mustang that needs a ride back to Bradenton. Well, now we need another one. Unfortunately, the 2012 Blue Boss 302 Mustang, yeah, he needs a ride back to Bradenton to pick up his truck and trailer too. So unfortunately, probably out of competition.
Yeah, so if you're an Uber driver,
yeah,
you
you're
want
going to make some money.
fares.
Yeah, you're going to make some money today.
You got you set up.
Okay, see, the S2000 hooks up good. Capone out there in front, though. He's just walking away from him top end. 848 for Capone.
Too fast.
Yeah, 857, 164. Not the best pass for the Honda, but the Honda's in better shape than Capone because Capone, 14 thousandths of a second too quick. You can't hand in that time slip. Now, the Honda might want to whittle a little bit off of that.
Yeah, 57
but at
may
least
not
he has
do you.
something.
He's got something to turn in, but a 57 might not be enough to turn in for you.
Yeah, here comes Mark Cicino. What do they call this thing?
This is the Champagne Express. Again, we got 2 Grand Prix out here, and they only made like probably 4 of those, and now we got 2 of them.
2 Grand Prix, twice as nice. Little small block Chevy in here with a whole lot of laughing gas.
Yep, yeah, absolutely. Just put a Turbo 400 in this car, ran a Turbo 350 for years.
Dude, I'm surprised they made that thing last. Greg from, what is it, Hyperactive Automotive, I believe?
Correct.
Down there being his co-driver. Ooh, they got that one hooked up good. 124 to the 60-foot. Hang on to it, Mark Cicino. Let's see a good run out of Champagne.
864, 155. He's not going to be really, really happy with that. He's trying to put that thing on that 850 number.
Yeah, it looked good on the front half, though. I mean, 124 to the 60-foot, 549 at 125. That's a solid run there for the nitrous car.
Yeah, and it was just sort of wiggling a little bit in the middle of the track. So I wonder if maybe he can get that thing turned around and put a little bit shorter ramp in the nitrous and get that thing on that 850 number.
Yeah. Here comes Honk if parts fall off. This is Rick Steinke, 1967 model 4-door Chevelle. You might be laughing at it now, I guarantee you. You look at the scoreboard after he's done, you ain't going to be laughing no more.
No, sir, and it's got the most tucked in roll cage I've ever seen on a car. It's really, really hard to see it unless you're right on top of it.
Yeah, little 4-door Chevy Nova. Over on the right-hand side, he's going to stage up with him. We're all ready to go.
So a little crew cab on crew cab prime here.
Yeah, it looks like we got some water possibly coming out of the Novas. Rick, on the other hand, he's got it turned down. Yeah, 929, 152. He was soft on the 60-foot. So I guarantee you, Jackie's looking at that and going, nah. That's not what we wanted. We're going to bring it back. We're going to turn up the ramp, and we're going to try this again. 967, 147 for the Nova driver. The speed and the ET are a little closer there, but again, Rick Steinke, who went 850 with a 6, a 929 is no mas.
Beautiful split window Corvette up at the line. Well, they clean up the starting line a little bit, and of course, the obligatory 55 Chevy. The sedan in the left lane, his burnout.
Yeah, how do you not love this pair? I mean, unless you just absolutely hate GM products. I mean, you got the classic 55 Chevy, nice little tucked-in wing, parachute, the paint looking good on it from our end, original style door panels in it, crank up rear windows, classic 63 split window Corvette. Now, the only thing I can tell you about this, purists are probably looking at that 63 Corvette going, oh no!
Why is he drag racing that thing?
Yeah, why is it all cut up? No, absolutely not. Now, both of these guys running in the D-Class. The D-Class. That's our Pro Street class. So Chad Noel in the 63 Corvette and Hilbert Osborne, 1955 Chevy 210 sedan. As Chad, I'm thinking about Chad Reynolds. As Adam pointed out earlier. Now the difference is, this is a two-door sedan. The Bel Air would have been like you roll the windows down and there's no permanent thing. But before that happens, some problems. We're going to blow all the carbon out of the spark plugs here in the 55 Chevy as he rockets towards the top end. 907, 149 even. Not a bad lap for him.
Hopefully we can back up that Corvette and give him his pass if it's not hurt.
Yeah, we're going to take a look and we're going to see how that worked out for him here. Hilbert Osborne went 904 at 150 at Bradenton. So 907, 149, that's right in the wheelhouse. So that might be a one and done. You might want to turn that one in and just hit the road.
You might turn that in and hit the road. And again, we race in the morning, we drive at night. We're the Rocky Mountain Race Week. We drive in the day and we race at night. So you turn in your time slip and then you get over to your next track. And yeah, that's just, there's a lot of strategy involved in this thing. If you want to make more passes, you got to be at the track longer, which means that you're driving later.
Yeah, the other thing that we obviously talked about that's now starting to become a problem, parts attrition. The more laps you make on it, the more stress you're putting on it, and you still got to drive it. We got 2 more trips to go. We got to go up to South Georgia, and then we got to go all the way back south to Bradenton. And don't forget, it's not just the drives, but now you got to make at least 2 more laps if you want to stay in competition. And if one of those sucks, there goes your chances.
Yep, exactly. And, obviously every pass you make is putting more wear and tear on all your stuff. And, that's something that you again, need to calculate if it makes sense to maybe come back and lay down that kind of killer pass. But normally what happens is, guys, if you're close with that kind of 907, you might turn that in and call it a day. And then really that last day is kind of your day because your truck and trailer is like a stone's throw away. And then you can really pull the wick out and see what happens.
Yeah, it makes it a whole lot easier for you to be able to justify sending the rods down the pan because you're like, okay, it's the last day. No big deal. I've got another year to put it back together if I don't race anything else. But when you're out on the road, you got to make a judgment call. It's not necessarily as easy as a coin flip or just going, screw it, I'll turn it up, because you know that you've still got, in our case, let's think about this for a minute. We'll calculate, I'd say, probably 130-ish to 150 miles up to South Georgia. And then you turn around, and that's going to be a solid 300-ish plus going back to Bradenton that we break up over 2 days. So, yeah, it's not as easy as somebody might think to just go ahead and say, screw it, I'll turn it up.
Yep, yeah, exactly. And, here in South Georgia, we're going to be as far away from the tow rigs as we're going to get. So, if you're going to break the stuff, then this is kind of this and tomorrow are your worst days to try to break the stuff, because then your Uber ride or your, you're trying to make your way back to your first deal there. All that stuff gets harder and harder as we get away from where we started.
Yeah, absolutely. So once again, for all of you that are out there that have already made a lap, if you're happy with it, I guarantee you the Sick Week crew would probably like to see you in the first floor of the tower. They don't want to wait and have a glut of people all come in at once to hand in their time slip. So if you've done one and done, if you've made your lick and you like it, and you want to turn it in and you want to jump on the road, get your map, and get the heck out of Dodge, then go ahead and go to the first floor of the tower. You don't need to come to the second floor. Go to the first floor, please.
Yep.
And then that way, you can turn in your time slip, and they'll be thankful because that'll give them one less person to take care of.
Totally, and it's currently $250.
All right, so Adam, I believe that we have some stuff we're going to put up on the live stream, some interviews that you and Chad have done. So we're going to step away here for just a minute. We're going to let that play on the live stream. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to clean up the racetrack, and we'll be back at you here in just a few minutes.
And then we're going to jam some food in our mouth.
Yeah, baby.
When you come to these drag and drive events, you find all kinds of interesting cars, and in some cases, you find interesting cars that make big changes. So, young lady, Give me the rundown on the family. Introduce yourself, introduce the hubby. Tell us about the car.
I'm Christy. That asshole there is Robert. We bring 3 girls with us on there. Their ages 14, 13, and 9. They've been to, this is their 6th Drag and Drive event. We have made a lot of changes to the car since the last one. New turbos, new gears, trying to keep its nose down. Having some issues, getting everything right, but we're hoping today that it'll get there.
Now this car is of the incident that caused the primer.
We don't talk about that.
Why?
That is a sore subject. No, cars don't belong on their sides.
It turns out that's the case.
It
If you
turns out
turn
that's
them
the
over
case.
on their side, it's not good.
It's not good.
Especially not good when you're just showing off doing burnouts on the street.
This is why we don't talk about it.
And there may or may not have been like more than one person in the car. It's fine.
It's fine. It's fine. We just shh. But other than that, no, we're doing all right. The kids are having fun. Got to see the beach. They're excited about that. Picking up seashells. You know, family-friendly events.
You do this with the whole family.
Why wouldn't you? It is like a huge experience for them. Not a whole lot of families get to see it. I mean, they've been across the country.
Yeah.
Drag racing. The kids are our little pit crew. We pull in, stop, take the trailer off. We go look at the track. We come back. They've already got the tires swapped over. We have a cooler full of ice. They're like, all right, we're ready to go.
And they are how old?
They are 14, 13, and 9.
That's
And
my kind.
They all have a job.
It's my kind of pit crew. They don't eat that much yet at that age.
The big one does.
The big one does?
The big one, the long one, as we call her. She's taller than me now, so she's the long one. She out-eats him sometimes.
Really?
Hell yeah.
Well, at least they don't require much pay.
No.
Child
Throw
labor
them in the
laws.
water, dunk them a couple of times, throw them back in the car. They're good.
It's good. So they don't smell.
Right. We don't want to smell that. No. It's good.
Family friendly, having a good time. Your kids on a road trip and showing them what racing's all about.
Absolutely.
what it's supposed
They'll
to
be
be
out
right
here
here.
doing it soon.
Which is going to get more expensive.
Oh yeah, but it's worth it. It's worth it. All right. Bye.
All right, we're here with Dave Newbern. Newbern is the talent, the good looks, the charm of Finnegan's Garage. Would that be fair to say?
You're just become my best friend.
I know. I will say that Finnegan has prettier toys than you do, though.
Prettier bank account?
Yeah, that too, yeah. I mean, he pays you in pennies and parts, but you do have a rad 57 Chevy you brought out.
Thank you. That's doing really, really good, so I can't complain. I'm in the sick ward, so nothing's broke. Well, minor issues, but I'm having the time of my life.
Now, if you could race any car that's here right now, any car, which car would you get in and make runs in right now?
The Volvo wagon.
Really?
Probably.
God, this is why we're friends, dude. I love that thing.
Yeah.
6-second, 209 mile an hour Volvo wagon. I mean, come on. It's pretty badass.
It is.
What's your favorite sick ward car besides your awesome 57?
Oh, man. Ask me at the end of the week. I can't decide. I haven't seen all of them, so for an accurate answer, ask me Friday.
Okay. I'm going to tell you that one of mine, that like butternut yellow 55 handyman wagon.
Okay,
dude.
Yeah. Okay, yeah.
It's stone stock. There's 5 people riding it. It's so good. It's so good. Sick week, all about having a good time and racing, but really about having a good time. What did we do yesterday? Road trip and eating.
Yeah. seafood on the water.
Yes.
Drove through the beach, drove through Daytona, and hit a little bit of rain, but whatever. It's life.
Yeah, it was good.
I'm not complaining.
I'm not either. It was awesome. More to come.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, at the risk of possibly creating a mob scene, they're going to be very, very frank on this. We will not send anything down the racetrack until the drone comes down. It's very simple. Whoever is flying the drone needs to bring it down now. This is not debatable. There's a lot of racers I know that want to make passes. We will not send anything down the racetrack until the drone comes down. So please help us. Do not fly it higher. Please bring the drone down. All right, racers, load up. All right, racers, load up. Let's go back to action. Thank goodness I have security here in the tower. I'll tell you what. All right. So we got a couple of turbocharged classic GM products that are going to come up here and make a pass side by side. And the good part is, I think they're buddies. Mark Manor, that beautiful 1970 Chevelle over on the left-hand side, right-hand side. This is Bill Schwartz. That's not Bill Schwartz, that's Edward Schwartz. Yep, I was one number off. 1972 Nova. I believe both of these cars are using LS power plants with single turbos on them. Schwartz, car usually lives in the 9.0 range. Little white Nova on Monday. He got it down to an 8.8 second ET. All right, they're going to find the turbo spot. Bump them in. Here we go. Both of those small tire cars are hooked up good. Schwartz out in front on the right side. Top end scoreboard says 874, 154 miles an hour for him. New best pass for him. Better than Monday. 923, 147 for Mark Manor's car. Around that'll get both of them through. And moving in. They might be able to actually hand those time slips in. They both might be happy with them. We'll move to our next pair. Mustang versus Camaro. Camaro driver, Terry Angel, 2010 model over on the right side. Mustang on the left side. That is Jordan Baudreau. All the way down on the left side. Oh, you got to be kidding me. 849 with a 6. 161 miles an hour. He is 4 thousandths of a second too quick. He can't hand that time slip in. He's running in the 275 street race category, and you cannot hand that time slip in. It's too fast, unfortunately. 11:24, 119. The Camaro driver will bring up another GM versus Ford battle. 1969 Chevelle on the left-hand side. Little Fox body Mustang on the right side. The Fox body Mustang in our J category. That is Randall Reed, 1993 model. He hooked up good. He's looking for 8.50. And again, just a little too fast. 848 with a 3, 161 miles an hour. The Chevelle kind of chirped the tires off the starting line and then went 927 to 157. Coming up next on the right-hand side, Adam, I know you dig this car.
My favorite, Frank Romano. That thing does all the RPM in the burnout box, and of course, got the obligatory third pedal, and this thing with the Liberty 5-speed and runs at Gear Vendors.
Yeah, over on the left-hand side, that's Jason Hager. They call him Chains. Single turbo Mustang. Oh, Jason got after it good. 130 on the 60-foot as he just lays it down.
Unfortunately, Romano not having his best pass, but 859 in the left lane, 1034 in the right.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure what happened there to Romano. I mean, the burnout looked okay, but 177 is no moss on the 60-foot.
Yeah.
So, well, let's turn it around, pack it up. Let's try it one more time.
Yes, sir, absolutely. Absolutely, that's part of the deal.
Yeah, beautiful-looking nostalgia-like paint scheme on this fourth-generation Chevy Nova over here on the right-hand side. Little third-generation Camaro on the small tires.
That fourth-generation Nova, the one they call the Disco Nova, because it is, kind of disco era.
Yeah, absolutely. Car over on the right-hand side in the I category. That's the 235 small tire. That's what he's running in. That's Dylan Carroll, 1988 model Camaro. Nova out there exercising on the right-hand side. He's in our naturally aspirated category. I believe it's an 8-second ride.
879.
Yeah, 153 miles an hour. The Camaro also going 153 miles an hour. A little soft on the ET, though, 923, as he didn't lay it all down. And here comes a pair of non-Fox Foxes.
That's right, Fairmont on Fairmont Crime, the 2-door in the right lane, the 4-door in the left lane.
And it's taco time over on the left-hand side.
It's always taco time.
It may not be Tuesday, but I'm still saying it's taco time.
That's right, Keith Benstead in the right lane, the 2-door version.
Both of them hooked up good, 126, 60 foot on the left, 131 on the right. They are glued together. Top end says both of them not in the 8s, but one of them way too fast. 839, 162 for the green car. 887, 150 for taco time.
And Fenstead's car, Ford powered with a blow-through carburetor.
I love it. Yeah, man. Taking the path less traveled.
Absolutely.
Yep, let's bring up another Fox body. Nice looking little copper colored car over here on the Lucas Oil side of the racetrack. And a Duster. Can never get better than a Duster, especially when you paint them one of those odd colors that they always painted those cars in from Mopar.
Yep. This one, that plum crazy color.
Yep. Matthew Parsons in the Mustang.
Rattles the tires of the Mustang.
The Plymouth belonging to Ronnie Santucci, 1970 model. They're side by side, the Mustang kind of out in front. 995, 136.
And here is Parker Mitchell. Teeth and turbos doing his burnout in the left lane.
Yeah, he's made some decent gains on this car. So he was trying to break into the 8s with it. I'm trying to remember if he actually did it or not. I'm going to have to dip through my list here real quick and see where he finds himself.
Vega in the right lane dumping some sand on the track.
Oh, yeah, Parker Mitchell did it with a 48.54 2 days ago. So obviously he wants to stay up in that leaderboard. Can he get it there?
882, 164. That's not going to be what he's going to want to turn in.
No, the mile an hour shows that there's plenty left there. He just didn't put it down in the first half. Now, unfortunately, we get the call from the starting line, and guess what? Yeah, sand. So guys and gals that are out there competing, I know that you can only do so much, but please, please, help us out with the sand because it's going to get sticky. It's going to stay on the starting line, and then it's going to be like you're driving on marbles. And then when no one hooks up, it's going to be the, well, all I had to do is look for something to get rid of the sand. Oh, yeah, here comes that Mustang that dropped the taillight out, and unfortunately it broke into a million pieces. So he has made use of the colored tape as best he can.
Yeah, that's a pretty standard fix on this era of Mustang, and especially the 4-cylinder type of variety.
Yeah.
The left lane, another Pontiac G-body. This one, I believe, a Grand Am.
No, actually, it's a Le Mans.
Oh, a Le Mans.
Even though the Grand Am was not too far away from this body style, is they kind of morphed out of what they were doing,
right?
Quote unquote. But the cool thing is yeah, this thing. Low 10s, like he lives in the 10-0 range. Yeah, 139 on the 60-foot, though, as the poncho just rockets off the starting line. David Burke all the way down. Top end says, oh, just 100 too quick. 999 with a 0. The speed is down 122 as he tried to corral it and just missed by 100th of a second.
Check out that right lane, 1054, but 150 miles an hour.
Yeah, so obviously, again, like you said, starting line issues. This is what we're starting to see now. Everybody's dumping sand down in front of it, so it's going to become possibly a tricky racetrack to figure out. Left side, Andy Cook out of Motion Raceworks.
Part
Little
owner.
GTO, yep.
Part owner of the deal, runs a small tire, 235. Of course, Turbo LS for power.
Yep. That is Derek Henderson over on the right-hand side. Both of them looking for the 850 time zone. 843 with a 0. That's no good for Andy Cook. It's 700s too fast. 153 miles an hour. 871.43 for the Mustang. The Mustang on the better end of that deal, but still 0.2 above the base. Probably not what he wants to turn in. He'll probably turn it around and try it again.
Next pair, Aaron Shafer in the right lane. Aaron out of Texas, looking for that 850 again. Aaron, a winner of one of the Rocky Mountain Race Week, the 2020 2.0 in our 850 class.
Guy with 2 first names, Robert George, doing the wheelie over there, 1968 Chevelle.
Side by side at the 8th mile.
Yeah, that Camaro says, excuse me, coming through. I'm going to get there first. 843, 167, too quick. 952, 138 for the naturally aspirated ride in the modified category.
This yellow Nova in the left lane. We cruised on the road yesterday with him a little bit in the rain, and we got some good roller rain shots of the thing, and he did a couple of really, really good rain trailer burnouts with this thing and got it really hairy in the middle of town.
Nice. That is Clyde Carlson. I'm digging on that color. It's just a little different than the normal orange and yellow. It looks like they kind of mixed it together a little bit.
Yeah, I like it a lot. That's a cool car.
Yeah, you want to talk about cool cars, man? Jared Scott over on the right-hand side. I mean, you don't even need to say bitchin' on the side door, even though it does. I mean, dude, how cool is a metal flake Ford Ranchero that's got a 5-speed in it, old school blower, and does wheelies? Just like that. Watch him grab second gear and ink that thing back. Nova going to lead them all the way down as both of them are making good passes. 885 and 155. How did Jared Scott do with the Ranchero?
9 flat 156, banging the gears like you were saying, and wheels up all through first gear. Love that car, man.
Yeah, here comes Chad Spicer. A little Dodge Dakota RT pickup truck. This thing's got a whole lot of laughing gas. There might be some dentist offices that are a little low on their supplies. Chad kind of grabbed some.
Right lane, that's Jason Tabscott, the baddest naturally aspirated small block car in the land. 427 inches, all motor, single carb, has put the thing in the 8s.
Yeah, as a matter of fact, 8.80. I know, looks like top end. Looks like we got the Nova actually stuck down there on the top. Nope, there he goes.
Yeah, he got the thing turned, and that's one of the nice things with those flashing paint jobs. You can see all the way that.
Let's see him a little small block those wheels up. Yeah, just like it always does. Tabscott making those valve springs beg for mercy as he rockets towards the top end. Top end says 871, 155. Are you kidding me? Naturally aspirated small block power. Holy cow.
That's his best pass by a lot. His 880 pass was his best pass. Now 871 with a 4, 155. There's no nitrous, there's no turbos. That's 427 cubic inches, and he's 400 pounds heavy for this event.
Yeah, no excuses, ladies and gentlemen. If you could get a small tire, naturally aspirated car to go 124 to the 60 foot, if you're having traction problems, work on your car.
Yep, because he just proved that he can make it happen.
Yep. Here comes our next pair. Little Mustang out of Arizona. You want to talk about a long haul over on the right-hand side. That's Rich Pedraza.
Richmond 572 power.
Left-hand side, the CUDA. Yeah, how can you not love a CUDA?
Love a CUDA with a wedge motor. Goes 1013, 125. 1011 in the right lane, 137.
What's coming up next, man? I don't know what this thing is over on the left-hand side, but it looks like it could stand up, like literally, like up in a straight line. I mean, what is this thing?
Looks like a weird male Jeep or something, but I like it.
Well, I'm going to look at my cheat sheet. I'm going to tell you this is Jeremy Bennett. He's a 1928 Pontiac Rat Rod.
I dig it.
Yeah, man. I don't think I've ever seen a Pontiac Rat Rod, but this thing, it definitely like clicks off the right box. A little S10 pickup truck on the right-hand side, man. He tried to bump into the light and bumped right through it.
Back up that step side S10.
Yep. Not bad for a little short wheelbase car.
No, man, 924, 144, and again, a street car, 300 miles on everything you're seeing.
Dude, I have a feeling that rolling around through wet roads with that thing is probably not what I want to be doing.
No, maybe not on the top of my list of to-dos.
I could think of a lot more boring cars, or a lot of cars that might not be as entertaining, so to speak, but I don't think it would be first on my list to go, yeah, let's drive it through some rain and sand and so forth.
Right.
Yeah.
The big thing with this is, like, a lot of these guys, of course, you're eating what's on the road, so you imagine working at the McDonald's at the drive-thru and seeing that thing
Christopher Rizzer coming up, the 97 S10. He's making a single pass down the right-hand side. Probably going to be in the mid-10s. Yeah, 1040, 128. Not bad there for the little S10 pickup truck. He's running in the L category. He originally started out in Dial Your Own, and he kind of moved up a category. And as Adam alluded to earlier, that's something that you can do after the first day only. You can only change it on the first day. So if you look at your class and you say, well, maybe I'll jump over here, as long as you're legal for it. But then once you decide it after the first day, you're locked in like Flint.
And here's Doug Cook from Motion Raceworks in the right lane, the El Toro Mustang.
Yeah, they threw this thing together in 8 days.
8 days.
8 days.
Yep, that was their plan. 8 days for an 8-second car, Turbo Coyote.
Yeah, little wheel stand and Vega over on the left side. That's Jeff Butland, 1971 model. Oh, they're going to be happy with that lap. 852, 152.
Turn that thing in, Doug.
Yeah, Doug Cook was struggling with trying to find that magic 850 mark. The Vega might have just made its best pass ever. 896, 153. That's pretty good.
And the El Toro Mustang kind of shedding some parts, so we'll pick those up off the track real quick and make sure we get those glued back on. And if you haven't looked at that car up close, it's got stickers everywhere, and there's all sorts of different stuff.
See, that's the problem when you throw something together, quote unquote, is there are times where some of that stuff just kind of doesn't get glued back in place. The interesting thing is I'm looking at his tech sheet and it says the color, it says black and stickers.
Black and stickers, heck yes. And that's that one, of course, Derek from Vice Grip drove on Rocky Mountain Race Week. They added stickers at every stop they made. So anytime they stopped for gas, anytime they stopped at a checkpoint, they bought stickers and they stuck them on the thing.
You know, the cool thing is they took the entire rear wing and covered it in stickers. I mean, I've heard stickers add horsepower, but it makes me wonder how much power they really added.
Well, I mean, they're going 850, and I sure ain't, so I'm doing something wrong.
Kevin Part, nice little 67 Chevy 2 over on the left side, and the wagon on the right-hand side. Little baby blue Fairmont wagon out there doing work. That's TJ Limbaugh, 908, 149. How about the Chevy 2 at
863, 158, and you know what? That's a beautiful, beautiful car. I love the color. Thing runs mid-8s. You know, again, street car. This is some good stuff here, guys.
Yeah, this is all the stuff that kind of gets my, really gets my rev going. I mean, these are all small tire cars on stock suspension, laying down awesome runs. And again, you change wheels and tires and put something stock on these things, a lot of people would be going, probably 12-second car.
Yeah, like this Fairmont on the right lane, kind of weird paint, whatever. And the thing goes out there and puts a 140, 60 foot down.
Yeah, left-hand side's going to get around him, though, in the Camaro, 933, 147.
992 in the right lane, 133.
So we got a pair of Mustangs going to come up next. This is Will Luan. He's got one of 3 guys that are all operating out of the Luan Motorsports camp. Little red Mustang over on the Lucas Oil side. He's looking for 8.5 out of his line. Left-hand side, getting down first, 139 on the 60-foot. Luan he's not tuned it up quite there. It's not where he wants it. 1040, 107. No, absolutely not. That car's already gone 850, so something in the turbo timer may not have been quite right. 979, 145 for the naturally aspirated stick shift car over on the right side. How about the orange Mustang coming up next?
Oh, it's a beautiful, beautiful car. And then, of course, the 70 Chevelle on the right lane with the, of course, laundry hanging out of the back of the thing. An R code car.
Yeah, the R code over on the right-hand side for the classic A body.
R class, I guess, whatever.
Yeah, but it looks he actually changed it to a K.
Oh,
I'm going to double check here and just make sure that we may not have him. Yeah, we have him in the street race category. That's Joe Barstow. Mustang over on the other side, number 192. It's Jason King, 87. Look at this. The Chevelle just dancing on the center line. Oh, baby, he drove it away beautifully. 856, 149 for the Mustang. Man, that Chevelle used all of his room.
Yep, all the lane, 869, 154.
Here comes a guy who is very well known in the Memphis area. This is Tyree Smith, the guy who runs Tech. Remember Cameron Coble back in the day used to run small tire cars?
Yeah.
This is the guy who builds the engines and puts them together. This guy won 3 different class championships with the NMCA. This is a little turbo street car. This is a slow car. Nice little Camaro over here on the left-hand side. On the right-hand side, really nice looking 1968 model Camaro. Yeah, unfortunately, Tyree does not find the hookup. Right-hand side, all hooked up and rocking him down the racetrack. Guy Protano, 903, 151.
Third gen is going to finish up his run here, and it'll be like something in the 20s.
Holy crap, 176 miles an hour.
And he didn't take off until about the 100-foot mark, so that was pretty cool. Next pair, though, look at this pair. RX-7 rotary powered in the right lane. That's Mike Janovich. Left lane, of course, the obligatory Canadian Chuck Norris. That's Rich Guido.
Yeah, Rich Guido. Ladies and gentlemen, you want to talk about absolute sickness? How about this? 1965 Pontiac GTO, pure poncho power. Small block Pontiac displacement, twin turbos. He's got a man pedal in it. And beyond that, drove it from -8-degree weather in Canada with snow tires on it, all the way down here to Florida to run bottom nines. Let's drop the clutch.
The RX-7 gets the thing really squirrely.
He's using up all his lane. Meanwhile, Rich on the other end, rockets down. Holy crap!
877, 164.
Oh, Rich is going to be celebrating in that
so
car.
Psyched on that. 877, 164. That car weighs 4,200 pounds. And it's packing about 1,500 horsepower of Pontiac power. The RX-7 in the right lane, though, even after spinning the tires for about 100 feet, goes 960, 147. I think that's his best pass of the week.
Yeah, that's not bad considering how much he had to drive it. I'm sure there was probably some pedal work being in there, too. Next pair up, how about Charlie Ogle, the 1964 Plymouth Savoy. Those things are highly desirable by collectors. I'll tell you what, the fact that he's out here beating on it, going from track to track, that's pretty darn cool. I like that idea.
Absolutely. 4th gen F-body in the left lane.
Yeah, that's Chuck Stefanski. He stole this car from his wife so he could come out and make passes. 1054, 134 for the Mopar. How about 1134 at just 99 miles an hour for the Pontiac? That's not good. I'll tell you what. I mean, his wife might be watching at home or watching in the pits, and she's probably going to smack him and go, hey, don't make my car slower.
Yeah, come on, what are you doing?
So we are on hold here for just a minute while we're going to dust the racetrack off. Again, we're getting a lot of sand, ladies and gentlemen, so I understand, it's like guys try and get runs down the racetrack, but do us a favor. Kind of knock everything loose. Make sure you check it out. If there's anything in the wheelhouse area that's going to drop as soon as you drop the hammer, let's go ahead and take care of that. Please give us a handout.
The place to knock it loose is not on the first 20 feet of the racetrack.
Yeah, Jameson Langford coming up next is stick shift category.
So this is the car that destroyed the block at Bradenton.
Literally split it in two. You want to go check that out? Go to 1320 video on YouTube. They went over and shot it. I mean, basically they had what they call a quick change removal of how to change piston liners.
Yep, and unfortunately out of competition. You can't change the engine in sick week. So he did put the thing together, brought it down here, and he's going to complete the rest of the week with this B Series. It's a Honda Civic, and this is sort of like the wide body version. He's got the real wide slicks on it. And he's going to go against the Chicken Fried Falcon, they call it. That's
Chicken
Brian
Fried
Mackey.
Falcon? I love that
Yeah,
name.
that's Brian Mackey in the left lane. This thing has got the chassis out of like a 1940 like Willys, and they figured out that the wheelbase will fit this Falcon, but if you look at it, the cage stuff doesn't fit the body at all.
So basically it's kind of a mismatch, and let's throw it together and have fun with it.
And again, the Chicken Fried Falcon. It's got Ford for power in a Ford.
How about that? A Ford in a Ford. Brian Mackey.
This is the one that he lost the steering wheel and skidded it down the
Oh,
right
yeah,
of the
that's
wall.
right. He just kind of brushed the wall. He gave it some character.
Yep, a little bit of character.
So you want to talk about the interesting thing here in drag and drive competition? How about this pair right on the starting line? I mean,
Right,
a classic
I mean,
Ford wagon going up against a front-wheel drive Honda. It really does show you that you can come out here with practically anything and participate here at Sick Week, brought to you by Gear Vendors Overdrive. Blowing all the smoke out of the Falcon. Oh, speaking of all the smoke.
Langford, unfortunately,
no.
looks like he maybe hurt that brand new motor.
898, 149 for the Falcon is a good
Thing
lap.
is moving good.
Yeah,
And that
unfortunately,
thing's nitrous-assisted Ford.
Yeah, I really hope that they didn't rinse and repeat on the block.
On the block, exactly. That thing, they were running an electric wastegate on the turbo of the thing. Unfortunately, didn't open on that first deal, and when it split that block in half, made 80 psi and blew the block literally in two pieces.
I think it's fair to say that unless they hook something up the wrong way, that is a fail on that part.
Nope, 100%, 100%. So hopefully, that thing's not mortally wounded again, because that would be 2 races in a row that he's gotten that thing just blown to pieces. But it did not look promising with all the white smoke and what looked like probably water coming out of that hater pipe out of the hood.
Yeah, let's hope that they didn't put anything down so we're not going to be down for too much longer, because there's a whole lot of people that have only made one pass, and honestly, there's people here that haven't made a single pass.
Right.
So obviously people want to get after this racetrack and get on up to South Georgia. Now, thankfully, it's really not that far of a drive. I mean, from this track, you could make it to South Georgia if you're, I don't want to say booking it. You don't have to be Mexico-type speed, but you can get up there in about 2 hours. But keep in mind, a lot of these cars are going to have to get changed over. They're going to have to be set up for street use, and at the very least, a lot of these cars get wheel and tire changes, possibly fuel changes, possible other stuff. You got to repack your trailer. There's a lot of stuff that has to go on here, and it can make for a very long day.
For sure, and I'm not exactly sure what the route's going to look like, because, we don't just take, like, the straightest route all the time to the next spot.
Yeah, the straightest route to South Georgia is basically come out of this racetrack, go directly west until you hit I-75, and then point it north for about, I'd say about what, Law Dog, about 115 miles? Does that sound about right? Yeah. It's uneventful, but it'll get you there in a reasonable amount of time, and I believe that you're right. The way that they have it set up right now, from what I saw on the map scribble, is it looks like maybe Tanya will run something up so I can kind of elaborate on the scribble. But it's basically looking like it's going to go down 441, which is kind of cool because it basically takes you out of Gainesville and puts you into the Alachua High Springs area. And from there, I'm not really sure what direction it'll take. But again, the Sick Week crew and Luke obviously done a lot of work on this. They really did put together some great drives because, honestly, when you're thinking about stuff as a drag racer and you're just trailering from one spot to the next, you want to get there as quickly as possible because that gets you into the racetrack or the parking lot where you can usually enjoy frosty beverages.
And that's really, that's a lot of the fun here. That's a lot of what we're doing. And we're going to be hanging out at the hotels, and that's what we did last night. So, hopefully that works out well. And, of course, Luke, a Florida guy as well, really laid it down with the routes and is doing a great job.
Yeah, so just in case you want to know, I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to speak for Chad and Adam, but announcers do run on frosty beverages. So if you would like to partake and make sure that your favorite announcer stays hydrated, we will gladly accept those donations.
Yeah, and I'm telling you.
And we will pass extras on to the live feed crew because you know what? They're kicking butt out here too.
100%.
They're providing all this great goodness for you to watch both here and at home, and they deserve a lot of recognition because we appreciate all the hard work they're doing.
Yep, and wow, we got a little bit of downtime. Huge shout out to the crew out here at the Gainesville Raceway. What is it called? The Gainesville.
Yeah, you got it.
Yeah,
Gainesville
is that
Raceway. Adam's like,
I'm like, is it an international raceway? Is it just a raceway? Is it a where are we at again?
We are international and worldwide, my
yes,
friend.
we are. Yes, we are. But no, the crew here laying it down. Obviously, the track is awesome. Jason Tabscott, you're probably back at your pit, dude. Congratulations on that run. That's your new personal best. That's amazing, amazing pass in that naturally aspirated Camaro.
Oh, dude, that thing is absolutely just, again, I mean, we keep using the word, but it's obligatory and it's the right one. Sick. Absolutely. 870s out of a small block buggy spring, early second-gen Camaro, doing it all on natural aspiration. I mean, that's absolutely crazy. There's people out here trying to do that with a turbo or a blower and falling short. And this guy's just doing it in spades.
No, exactly. And riding with his wife, and they're super, super nice. And what's cool is I kind of picked his brain on the combo a little bit, and he said, I'll get you 90% of the way there. I can build you a car that goes like 920, and then you can figure out the other 4/10. But now, you know what? He's got 5/10 in the bank, baby.
Well, I mean, he keeps picking away at that combination. Ironically, you sit here and talk about Jason Tabscott. And the interesting thing is that he's been running drag weeks for quite a while.
Long time.
And the bad part, there is a good and a bad part, but it definitely, again, kind of strengthens the community and gives you an idea of really what it means to all of these people, even though they're competing against each other, what it means to get that person to the next track. Unfortunately, Jason Tabscott used to run the kind of, I would call, bastard child for the Camaro that not a lot of people like to restore, the 1974 to 77 models. Yeah, he had a white and black car.
Yep.
And unfortunately, it got stolen at the end of a drag week right after he was done.
Yep.
And it never got found, at least not that I'm aware of, because then he picked this car up, and then in the next 2 years, he started whittling his times down. And again, that's the difference, like you said, between somebody that'll turnkey and hand it to you and somebody that continues to work at it. You can use all the same parts and pieces, same chassis, same suspension, same weight and everything, but if you pick away at it and find 100th here and 100th there and get it right, that's the difference between 920s and 870s.
Yep, exactly. And that's, a naturally aspirated car, especially one that's 427 inches. And I think 430 inches is the limit here. 440 likely, something like that on race week. And Rocky Mountain Race Week offers 434 inches. So he's got a little bit on the table for a few of these other events as well.
Once again, the chat room blowing up. Where you got a little over 9,000 people watching live and online. A big shout out to Motion Raceworks. For those of you that are watching live and online, smash that like button. Make sure you go over and subscribe to Tom Bailey's YouTube channel. Make sure you subscribe to Motion Raceworks channel. They got a lot of goodness happening out of that group. And once again, we appreciate all the hard work that they're putting in to be part of Sick Week, brought to us by Gear Vendors Overdrive.
And of course, we got Vice Grip Garage out here. Go give him a like and subscribe as well.
Got to wonder if this one's going to be able to be turned in. It's well over a second on the reaction time,
Yeah,
so
I would
Keith
say-
Turk may not take this one, even though it's a 912 at 159 miles an hour. He did blow the tires off just a little bit.
So down just a second, there's a little bit of fluid there on the right side that we're going to clean up. That came out of that SN95 Mustang we just saw run a 912. And then we got this hot rod in the left lane. Hot rod on the really big tires.
Looks like, thankfully, it was either fuel or water that came out of that car, so
Love
it
it.
thankfully came up. And, obviously safety first. We appreciate Corey and Jeff jumping out there. Yeah, talk about a difference in contrast. You got a station wagon on one side and a little Ford Roadster over here on the other.
That's amazing. And then, of course, small tire, big tire, wheelie bars, no wheelie bars.
Dude, that wagon is hooked up and gone 135 on the 60-foot. Little rat rod going to try and keep him honest, 969, 129.
And 1040 in the left lane, 129.
Yeah. Really cool story coming up over here on the left-hand side. This is Merrick O'Grady. And her other half, because we all know the women are the better half. That's who's driving. Willard Howard out there recording, and she has a very cool passenger in her car. Guy by the name of Bob Benson passed away a couple weeks ago. Very good friend of theirs, and did all the drag and drive competitions with them, and always a pleasure to see at the racetrack. He was always smiling, usually had a beer in his hand at the end of the night. I always ran into him at NMCA events, and I'll tell you what, I mean, This is the kind of way that if I want to go, I mean, he's sitting in a little Folgers can and doing the entire drag and drive week. And I'll tell you what, if I go, this is how I would want to go right here. Going for a 9-second ride in a classic Chevy on the left side.
Heck yeah, and that's the way for sure, 100%. Happy they brought it out here and bring them along for the ride.
Bear Crockett over there on the right-hand side, the turbocharged Trans Am. He's going to get down there first. 825 at 148. That is crazy fast.
Yep,
I mean, 527 at 136
left.
to the 8th mile. So, yeah, he's not going to be able to turn that time slip in. 955, 141 for Merrick O'Grady.
So Brian Onder's in the right lane. Brian in the Chevette. You did have wheelie bars on this thing, but bent him up at Bradenton.
Ooh. So,
And,
yeah, that makes you wonder how hard is he going to get after the jug? Because this thing, like you said, it stood it up not once but twice.
Yep.
Pretty big. And these things are real short wheelbase cars, so not uncommon for him to possibly flip this puppy over. You're going to have to take that into account.
Yep, and he did run a personal best at Bradenton as well.
Look, there it goes up, and he collects it up good as the Mustang kind of breaks traction over on the left-hand side. So the Chevette will get there first. 907, 146 for him with the parachute out. 1107, 149 for the Mustang. And again, both pairs, yeah, we got light little puddles of sand as soon as they leave the starting line.
Yep, and so we're going to be down just a second while they, sweep that stuff up. And again, racers knock that stuff out. And actually, my ride is getting ready to leave.
Your ride is getting ready to leave.
My ride's getting ready to leave.
Well, who are you riding with today?
I'm riding with Luke.
All right. Well, that's a good guy to ride with. I mean,
Yeah.
I guess you'll have to brief me tomorrow on all the cool stuff that you guys see from the road.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, hey, look, here's the route we just got.
Awesome. All right, so
We'll
let's take a look at that real
And
quick.
since I don't know what in the heck's going on here because I'm not a Florida man.
Okay, so it looks to me, yeah, it looks like we're going to go down 441. We're going to take some back roads here before we, yeah, there's a couple of different checkpoints that are pretty solid. Yeah, there is no I-75 in this, so I like this. This is all back roads, so probably going to take at least a couple of hours, like I said, to get through from the area, but I'll tell you what, a lot of 2-lane roads, a lot of 4-lane roads, that'll definitely be a good drive. So for those of you that would like to check out the route, you can go to sickthemagazine.com. It's also posted on our Facebook page. You can follow along. You want to go cruise around with these 6- and 7-second cars, even the 8-second cars? Yeah, what a great way to do it. And,
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Well, Derek, dude, thank you so much for letting me hang out with you.
Oh, dude, it's been a pleasure. It's been an absolute great time up here as we get to talk about all these race cars. We're sending another pair down right now. I don't want to keep you from Luke. Make sure you go get your ride, and we'll see you tomorrow morning at South Georgia.
And keep up the good work, and I will see you guys tomorrow. You're in the capable hands here at Derek Putnam.
Thank you so much. Don't forget, Adam Dory. You want to check out everything that he's got going on. He's been a lifesaver today. Thank you so much for joining me in the booth. It's been a great time, buddy. Make sure you tell Luke that I need a raise. I need to make at least 50 cents an hour more than I am now. I guess so. I don't know. I'll have to see. How about a 4-wheel drive, all-wheel drive Cadillac, big old SUV, ladies and gentlemen, over there on the right-hand side. Yeah, oh, so we have an all-wheel drive deal. Yeah, absolutely. This is Mitchell Stapleton, 2013 Cadillac Escalade. Over on the right-hand side. On the left-hand side, the little Honda. Kyle Wade. Stapleton got himself hooked up this time. Might have gone off the starting line a little easier. That thing's been in the 9s. Got to both rock it down there. 959, 152 for the Honda. 1016, but look at the speed, 140 miles an hour for the big old Caddy. Man, that is crazy. You want to run 140 miles an hour in an Escalade with all 4 wheels just ripping up the pavement? I got a bunch of people going, nope. Dude, sign me up. I'm in. All right, so we do have some debris on the racetrack, so we're going to clean that up. Take us just a minute or two. Hey, who do I see down there? That looks like Boosted Photography down there in front of the tower. Yeah, he's got his hearing aids in. And make sure you go check out all the people that are out here shooting this week. A lot of them are traveling around with us, and big thanks to all of them that are bringing us all this great action. Like Wes Buck from Drag Illustrated is actually out here, and he's actually live streaming right now from the tower. He's doing his normal weekly show. Had a chance to talk to him earlier. He is so wound up. He wants to build a car for next year's drag and drive competition. I'll tell you what, that will be interesting if he can get it done, because Wes has his hand in so many things. I got to wonder if you have any time left to sleep. All right, so we got the all clear. We're going to send this next pair to the starting line. Car number 41, this is Walter Doyle, 1966 model Chevy Chevelle. He's running in the modified class. That means something in the suspension has been altered originally. So it doesn't have factory geometry, or it might have, you know, a mini tub with something that's been moved inboard, or ladder bars, or what have you. Over on the other side, that is a 3000 GT. Probably haven't seen one of those in a while. Definitely a clean example of one. Over on the right-hand side, there is Eric Engelert, 1992 model. Mitsubishi 3000 GT. I'm probably a little soft on it on the fact that it's green, and I love green cars. I don't know why I ended up getting attracted to them, but my first two cars were green on green, and I know that's probably down with my sickness, but hey, I like it. The Chevelle lights the tires of fire. The 3000 GT says, see you later, I'm on my way. 850 with a 4,153. Clock in and do work. That's exactly what he wanted. In a class that's going to be limited by the cage, 850 with a 4, that is a one and done. Hand it in, we're done. 1221 at 111 is not what the left side wanted, so probably going to repack and reshoot and bring it back. Honda versus El Camino battle coming up here next. Right-hand side is Jeff Oppenheim. Little single turbocharged El Camino. Yeah, this thing practically burnt the front clip off of it at Drag Week several years ago. I got Lonnie Grimm looking at me from my phone. All run lane 2. All run lane number 2. Bring him and get him ready. All run lane number 2. Probably to load up. I can't see it. Honda getting ready to do work here on the left side. Off the starting line, has a few parts and pieces come off of it. Shane Levystad over there in the Honda. How about $899 with a 7 for Jeff Oppenheim? That's what he wanted. He wanted something that started with an 8, hadn't got it up till now. There it is, $899 with a 7, 150. The Honda gets out of the gas early, 12:15, 104. Here comes a guy who is local to Gainesville Raceway. I don't even need the screen to help me on this one. This is Brian Carney. Beautiful. I mean, I would drop my car and take this one. 1967 Chevy 2. Beautiful car. It was originally built by a guy named Kirk Hum. And it's a big block Chevy with a little sneeze of nitrous on it. He's been trying to keep the front end down on this. Let's see how he does. I think he ran in the bottom 9s, high 8s on Monday, so probably going to be good enough to keep him going. Tony Nemcic, the 95 Mitsubishi Eclipse. Brian got after the starting line a little too hard. Blew the tires off and kind of skidded around. He'll stay with it, though. 941, 142 for the Mitsubishi, 980, 148 for Brian Carney's Nova. So let's bring up a couple of diesels. For those of you that might sit there and go, okay, you can take a break here. Little square body Chevy C10 over there on the right-hand side has been in the 9s with a diesel motor. Law Dog's nodding over here and going, yeah, I dig it. I'll drive it. I'd wheel it. Tell you what, got another car rolling into the water here right behind him that I'll tell you what is just like a perfect example of some of the stuff that you only see at Drag and Drive. Big old Cadillac Coupe de Ville. Let's focus on this pair. It's on the starting line. Jesse Harris, the 1980 C10 diesel on the right side. The left-hand side all stalled up and ready. Dave Workman out of Workman Turbos. There we go. You got both of them going, and I can't see what they're doing with all the diesel smoke in the way. The right side on the way to a single-digit pass. 969, 137 miles an hour there for Jesse Harris. Are you kidding me? Out of a big old friggin' 3-ton pickup truck, 969, 137 miles an hour. Sounds like a fun ride to me. You probably have to wheel it down there, I'll bet. It's probably moving around a bit. Yeah, that's true. I don't think he's technically legal to that. Well, we'll find out here for sure. Here, let's bring up another pair. This is a guy who's otherwise known as Cadillac Sean. His name's Sean Gilbert, 1977 Cadillac Coupe de Ville. Who thought you ever see a Coupe de Ville in the mid 8-second range over on the left-hand side? Right-hand side, that's Alex Carella, the ginger red car. Little Ford Mustang Coupe. And Cadillac Sean once again gets after the starting line and blows the tires off. Carella, no problems at all, right-hand side, looking for 850. How about 850 with a 2? 162 miles an hour. Christine's putting her hands in the air and says, yep, we'll take it. Pack it up and let's head to the next track. Cadillac Sean going 10:29, 154 miles an hour, but lost valuable time off the starting line, and that is no good. That means he's going to come back and try it again. That big old Cadillac not doing what he wanted it to. Our next pair, Felicia Smith, the 2009 Cadillac CTSV. Check out this wrap on this car. I mean, this thing is hot. I mean, like, ultra hot. She calls this car the four-door rocket. Deservedly so. It has clocked 8.8-second ETs. Completely street legal. Yeah, she pulls a trailer with this thing. Left-hand side, little Chevy Malibu action. This is Jason Rosso, 1980 model. Malibu with a parachute hanging off the back of it, signifying it should run 150 miles an hour. Felicia says, come on, let's dance. Jason's ready. And this time, left side hooks up. Felicia gets a bunch of tire spin. Bye, Felicia. I'm on my way. 10:06, 105 for the Malibu. 10:19, 141. As Law Dog just kind of slid one in there for me. For those of you that are fans of Friday, bye, Felicia. Hopefully the live chat doesn't blow up on that one. It probably will, and I'll just ignore it and keep right on rolling. I'll own it. I said it. Bob Gruber coming up next. A little stick shift Mustang over on the Budweiser side of the racetrack. Yep, that's the class that he's in. He's operating in the stick shift class. Left-hand side, Cadillac CTSV Coupe. Felicia was driving a four-door. This is the coupe variety. A little two-door action over on left-hand side. The purple wrap. That is Shannon Klausner. Both of them getting off the starting line a little slower than they'd want to. The Mustang blowing all the carbon off the spark plugs as Cadillac gets there first. 11:05, 139 miles an hour. 11:20, 133. So on both of them, the speed showing that they got plenty left in the tank, but just no good off the starting line. Now here comes kind of an inter-shop battle, so to speak. Both of these cars out of the Boost of Burden shop. James Roulette over on the left-hand side of the Mustang. The right-hand side, the GTO, is Bradley Nixon. Roulette rolls the dice and goes 125 on the 60-foot. The Mustang top end, 850 with an 8/139. That's what he wants. I'll tell you what, how about drop the parachute out early, like a couple hundred feet early, and use that as your brake pedal and then make it look like a boss. 850 with an 8/139, 0.08 of a second away from a perfect pass. Lock it up, take it to the next track. 980, 141 miles an hour for the GTO. Not a bad pass, but there's still a lot left in the tank on that one. Now, James, on the other hand, 850 with an 8 on the end of it is probably good enough. I mean, you're going to have to work real hard to get better than an 850 with an 8. Now, what did James do on his previous pass? Let's do a little work here while Gainesville Raceway crew's kind of shuffling off the starting line. Let's see how he did. I mean, he's in our category where you're either going to run a 275 tire or a small little 235 tire. Here we go. James Roulette currently was sitting number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. He ran 855 with an 8 at 134 miles an hour on the parachute drop at Bradenton. So apparently he timed his parachute drop a little bit better. This time 850 with an 8. 137 miles an hour, and that's good enough. I'm sure he'll probably turn that slip in. So for all of you that have run that pass that you need, go ahead and hand that time slip in on the first floor of the timing tower. Here comes a cool little 55 wagon. Talk about something that you would want to make memories in right here. And guess what, ladies and gentlemen? Yeah, it's got that third pedal in it. It's got that pedal we like. Yeah, just rev that 55 Chevy to the moon as his son out there gonna back Dad up. This is Tom Stark. Little 210 model Chevy 55 wagon. He drives this thing with his kid across the United States and does drag and drive competition. Yeah, it's his son out there next to him. Watch. He's going to open the door, turn on the nitrous, and give Dad a little fist bump and go, Dad, go get him. I want a 9-second pass, man. You know, no pressure. Just don't let your kid down, you know. He ran 10 flat with a 7 at Bradenton, and his kid was like snapping the fingers like, Dad, come on, you only had one job to do, man. I wanted a 9-second pass. So look, he's going to do his job. He's going to get Dad lined up where he needs to be. He's standing there going, okay, here's where the sticky rubber is. Here's where my hand is, Dad. I want you to put that 55 Chevy right here. Come on, roll it on up. Come on, give it to me. All right, so he's almost there. He's got to roll it up just a little more. Just a little more. Up, there we go. Okay, we got that first slide on. We're going to find the sweet spot in the clutch and turn on the second one. Pulling the wheels up as he grabs second gear, and then, oh no. Either did not find third or something came apart, and he got it stopped quick. We appreciate Tom doing that, but unfortunately, he was on a good run there, and it just did not end the way he wanted it to. So either he went for third gear and couldn't find it. No, actually, no, he's rolling off. So, all right. Might have just missed third gear, and he wanted a minute to stop and reset, make sure he didn't have anything broken. So that's good. But unfortunately, that time slip is not what he wanted. So he's going to turn it around and probably bring it back to do another one because, yeah, a time slip that has, you know, like, say, a 20-second ET, that's no good. So the first part of it looked good, 144 to the 60-foot. So we're going to double-check everything. We're going to go back on preparation mode, and I hear that we've got some interviews that we're going to do live and online. So, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to step away here for just a minute. Make sure you go and check out all of the manufacturers in the Midway located between the concession stand and the pavilion. Go check out all the cars on the property. Visit the concession stand. And if you want to check out the live stream right now, we got some words from some of our racers and some of our sponsors. Thanks to Motion Raceworks.
We're in the staging lanes here at Sick Week with Rich Guido, a.k.a. the Canadian Chuck Norris. I don't know who started that, but I love it. I love it.
You know, the funniest part about that story is, so I do jiu-jitsu,
right.
I have a black belt. There's no striking in it at all.
Right.
There's no kicking.
Yeah.
They call me the Canadian Chuck Norris. So the guy who gave me my black belt, he thinks it's fantastic. It's hilarious.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Well, and you are from Canada. Where in Canada?
Red Deer, Alberta. So northern Montana. So if you go 6 hours straight north the Montana border, you run, that's where I live. Yeah. It's a little ways from home.
And so how long a drive is it with the truck and trailer to get down here?
Beats me. Why would you have a truck and trailer when you got a car with wheels? I don't know how long it is with a truck and trailer.
Drives this thing all the way from Canada for every event. You don't even own a truck and trailer, right?
I do not own it.
Yeah. So how much horsepower does it make?
So about 16 pounds of boost, it'll do 1,400 to the tire.
So 1,400 to the tire. It's a stick car. It's got a T56 manual. Yep. Okay. It's fuel injected, obviously, twin turbo.
Single turbo.
Oh, sorry, single, yes. And it is a Pontiac.
It's a Pontiac, yeah.
That makes you weird.
517 cubes, yeah. Everything's,
Everything about this is wrong.
Everything's
wrong. But
wrong.
I mean, if you do the math on how to be fast, this is not how you do it.
Yeah,
it's so much fun.
Yeah, at the last track, the first day I weighed it, it was 4,020 pounds. That was after I dumped the intercooler water out at the top of the track. It was probably like 4,040 pounds or so.
Yeah.
It's a little heavy.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
But you have been how quick in it?
It's been 896 and 165. Hopefully it fits. But I haven't
driving to the track and racing
every time. Yeah, I haven't been an 8 in competition yet, so this week's gotta happen. But kind of torn. I'm in first place, so it's like you get a good run that'll keep you in first, but it's like I really want an 8 to fear and common sense. I definitely got the fear, the common sense part, not so much. But.
So you and Bill are the guys that like really pioneered the stick shift cars in Rocky Mountain Race Week, right? So, and you guys are like partners in crime, even though he's the Ford guy, and he's not here, which breaks my heart, right?
I talk to that guy every day. He's like my therapy, him and I. Best buddies in the world. And the way I met him was at Rocky Mountain at Drag Week, the first year, 2013.
Yeah.
The year my brother hit both balls.
Right.
And so it was day 2, and I had been talking to him about TKOs, told him I had a spare, and he comes over like, Eeyore, it's like, I think I broke my TKO, and we chatted for a while, realized the transmission's now broke. The disc was welded to the flywheel.
Oh.
So we're in the pits at Indy trying to break the thing loose, and we couldn't break it loose. So he drove that thing, I don't know, like 12 blocks with not being able to use the clutch.
Yeah.
I didn't even know. He'd pull up to the intersection, shut it off, start it up, get it going again, and then Max shift it. And I'm thinking, I don't know why we just don't drive to the next. It's 104 degrees here. Why are we going to?
Right.
So we changed it in a parking lot, and him and I have been buddies ever since.
And you guys have pushed each other to be faster and faster faster.
His car that year was like a 12.7. No, he went 11.7, and he had never gone that quick because he's from Denver, and it was naturally aspirated. He was ecstatic, just ripping the wheels off the ground. I was going, actually won big block street race, naturally aspirated. I was second. Kurt Thompson was saying something.
Oh yeah. Right.
He kicked my butt, but. And then the next time, Bill's running like now he's going down in the 9s, and it's like, oh yeah, we just keep pushing each other. And still, Bill typically, if he knows I'm coming, he knows he's got to drive it. Like,
oh yeah,
I will come to his house, purposely go 1,000 miles out of my way, just so he's got to drive his another 1,000 miles to the track without a trailer. Yeah.
You have hardly spoken about being on the racetrack in this. It's all about the fun and the people. Is that why we do this?
Absolutely. Yeah, it totally is. I mean, I met you, I met your son, all the Starks. There's just so many good people. The Taylors, we helped them like the second year we came back.
Yeah.
We went straight to their house just to help wire the ranchero.
Yeah.
And there's so many good people. And I mean, don't get me wrong, when you pull the chutes on this at 165 and it tries to rip your eyeballs out, you just, it's like, that's why I do this, baby. Oh my God, it feels good.
Right.
Yeah. But everything in the pits, the gas station stops, and all that stuff is just, helping you out.
Oh,
and
dude.
Daphne, when the fuel pump went out, I mean, that's what it's all about.
It is.
I got all kinds of parts in my trailer that aren't for my car that I just like, somebody might need that. I got a spool in there. I'm thinking, I should probably just bring that. I don't think I'm going to break it, but I'll just bring it anyways, just in case.
In case somebody else needs it.
Yeah, somebody else might need it too. So
I always say that Rich Guido's trunk lid should have auto parts sales on the inside of it. So
Adam Dory has taken one of those washroom, those yellow signs before, and put Guido's garage sale.
Yeah.
At Rocky Mountain Race Week, and I see people like looking through my stuff, and I'm like, Dory, what did you do?
Adam may come interview you later, and you can give him a hard time about that too. But everything here is about having a good time. Yes, we're doing a competition, but the reason people do this is not just to say they went fast. It's to say they went fast against some really crazy other people who want to drive around the country.
I would have drove all that way just to race Frank like we had. Like he kicked my ass on the line by like 4/10. I don't know, I was sleeping, having a coffee or something. I'm like, holy jeez. And I chased him down and beat him by 8 thou. You'll see the in-car video when it gets released, but it's hilarious. It's just like I chased him down, and I think it was like I beat him by 3 inches. It was just a badass race. Anytime you race for mono, you know it's going to be a badass.
Frank Romano's 55 Chevy is arguably one of the sexiest stick cars on the planet,
Totally
right?
is. Absolutely. I love that thing. And the first time I heard it on the chip, I'm like, what kind of rev limiter you have in that thing? He's like, rev limiter?
Yeah.
I'm like, whoa.
Dude.
Yeah, it's like music. Yeah.
He is incredibly badass. New Yorker with the accent, tattoo artist. And
a hell of a racer.
Oh,
right?
absolutely.
I knew I was going to catch him on the tree, but I thought I might catch him at the top end. So
And you barely did.
and I barely did. Yeah.
Well, good luck for the rest of the week. We're only in the middle.
Oh, yeah.
It's hump day, baby.
Yeah, I was leading after day 2. There was no racing day 2, but yeah.
Hey, don't let the technicality get in the way of you saying I have led for 2 days
Yes.
of sick week, right?
Yeah. No, go make a good pass and hopefully it goes well.
The Canadian Chuck Norris, right here.
Hey guys, have you subscribed to Sick the Mag yet? Sick the Mag is the magazine for the drag and drive community. It's kind of more like a book. If you haven't subscribed, get over to sickthemag.com, subscribe.
We're here with Kyle Morris, and Kyle is the son of Steve Morris of Steve Morris Racing Engines. And Steve has brought out the big wagon, the B-body wagon.
Yep.
This thing, world famous back in the day with, I believe, a Pro Charger combo. Ran on the 2006 drag week, a considerably different car now. What's it like for you? Because back then you were a little kid watching this car run.
Yeah, I was 5 years old back in 2006, so I barely remember anything.
Right? What's it like helping him out here now and being the crew chief?
It's fun. It's a lot of responsibility. It's a lot of work. This is our first time being on a drag week type event.
Yeah.
With something that is as extreme as this is.
Right.
So, and I'll be honest, I was not prepared for the amount of work that it was going to take to make this thing happen. But we're
And that's cool though, because you guys build engines for a living, race cars all the time. So for you to go, oh my God, this is more work, it's really a good, like that's cool to share with people though. And are you having a good time though?
I'm having a great time.
How is it to go down the road in this thing?
Not as bad as everybody thinks. So when we get this thing all stacked up with the roof rack, everybody's like, oh, it must be super top heavy. You must sway a lot.
Yeah.
That thing rides perfect.
Really?
Yep.
That's good. Does the old man let you drive?
Not yet. I'm going to drive it at the end of the week.
Oh, really?
Yep.
Very good.
Yep.
Big wagons with big power. How much power does it make?
Well, we can make as much as we want with it, but
yeah.
Well, 4,500 horsepower is basically what this engine does.
Right.
Yep.
4,500 pound station wagon with wood paneling. I'm gonna go get groceries in this bad boy. Steve, get out of the car. We're here with Eric Yost, aka Biggin. Now, Eric, you've been doing drag and drive events since 06, right? That's when we met.
Yeah.
Man, it's been downhill ever since then, Jesus. But you've done a bunch of these. You've won in your own car in multiple classes at multiple events.
Again, final chance, all run. This final session, if you would like to make a hit, you need to come to the staging lanes now. If you would like to make a final hit, final chance, you need to come to the staging lanes now. By the way, I have a racer in need, John Makisa. 4L80E converter, that's what he's looking for. Black Camaro halfway down against the stance. I already said it once, but want to make sure I put it out there because no one has told me whether or not it's been fulfilled. And then also, I have a ladies' ring that I found on the starting line. If you would like to come up to the tower, second floor, and identify it, we will get it back to its rightful owner. Here comes the class-leading Corvette over on the left side of the racetrack. You know, this is Stefan Gustafsson, 1989 model Corvette. He went 664 in Bradenton a couple of days ago. Let's hope he can clock a 6. Because right now, he is in a precarious position as Sean Fink has gone 695. And so far, Stefan has had a shot at the racetrack and not found the like that he wants. Or not made the lick that he wants, I guess is what I should say. But he's not really where he wants to be right now. He's kind of in a tough position. He's got the pressure on him. He wants to make sure that he can get this thing from A to B, but he also wants to make sure that he does it in as fast a fashion as possible. Okay, so Stefan Gustafsson on a single here. Once again, 664, 214 is what he clocked in Bradenton. His first pass today, a whole lot of tire spin. See how he does. Oh, he's trying to stay after it because he doesn't know if he's going to get a third hit, but man, he fought it. So he's going to probably bring it back around, no doubt about it. 982, 118. I'm going to look at chatter the tires there on the left side of the racetrack. So now we get the green light to the beautiful 1956 Chevy of Joe Barry, otherwise known as the Creamsicle. I'll tell you what, it is well-deserved. This is a gorgeous, gorgeous Pro Street car. He's in the unlimited iron category. Actually, I take that back. He's in the unlimited category. I wonder what must have changed about it, because for the longest time, this car would usually compete in unlimited iron. It might be a fuel deal. I think some fuels require you to get into unlimited, so not 100% sure, but Joe Barry coming up here. And Stefan Gustafsson now with one shot left, possibly. Once again, staging lanes are open for a second pass. Staging lanes are open for a second pass. Bring him back. Don't dawdle. Bring him back, please. So Joe Barry. His first pass, 719 at 191 in Bradenton. That's what he's working with. This is his first lick here. Let's see how he does. This car used to have a Lenko in it. It would literally shake the chrome trim off it every time he made a pass. So he went to a automatic. It's kind of tamed the beast down just a little bit. I'll tell you what, he still has to manhandle it. He just bumped right through the beams. So the bump box on his car, unfortunately, just sent him through the beams. So he's going to back up and he's going to try it again. Okay, so he's going to reset, get himself where he needs to be. Crew's going to wave him in. We're going to try this one more time. You know, again, you've got to get yourself mentally prepared. Low 7, high 6 car, no joke. Blowing all the spark out of the plugs. Oh, and it started to move around on him at about the 500-foot mark. Still got back after it. 10:04, 108 miles an hour. He tried, but unfortunately, not the run he wanted. So now the question is, does he bring it back for a second shot? Once again, I need everybody cleared off the starting line, please. Everybody cleared off the starting line, please. So we're going to try this one more time. We're going to lay down some sticky glue from VP Racing, and then we will go into the remainder of the all-run category. So let's see how we do here. The remainder of the all-run category. See, the difference is now we're going to have both sides sprayed with what's known as radial prep. It's going to be heavier on the glue, and that's not what you want as a big tire car. So that's why we did it after those two cars went, because radial tire prep for a big slick will actually like shake it. It'll shake your fillings out. So you don't want to do that, and that's why we had a slick versus radial prep lane. So we're going to put this back together where we can start sending pairs. And we got a bunch of cars in the lanes. I mean, like, it looks like we've got about 4 or 5 lanes full. We're going to have to send some cars down those. But yet again, we are still kind of, looking at a question mark on a lot of cars. Because there's a lot of people that are out here that didn't make the first lap that they wanted to. So they're going to have to come back around and try it again and see what they have. Now, obviously, we've got a lot of people that, they hit on the setup right away, right out of the gate. Some people, not so much. We've got a couple of 6-second passes already, but unfortunately, we have a lot of people that have, not been able to make a full run. So once again, big thank you to all of you coming out here to Sick Week, brought to us by Gear Vendors Overdrive. And a big thank you for Motion Raceworks providing the live stream that is being done by Walt. So once again, a big thank you to all of our sponsors that are bringing us Sick Week here. I'll tell you what, this has been a great first year here on Sick Week, brought to us by Gear Vendors Overdrive. And Gear Vendors Overdrive is here on the premises. So if you've thought about putting a Gear Vendors Overdrive in your car, now's a good time to go over and talk to Rick and his group. I'll tell you what, considering that the Gear Vendors Overdrive system has been proven inside cars like Tom Bailey's Camaro, Dave Schroeder's Corvette, Royce Payton's Mustang, and a whole bunch more, 6- and 7-second cars, there's no reason that it won't work in your ride. You need more information, you can go to the World Wide Web and check out gearvendors.com or go visit them on the manufacturer's Midway. Motion Raceworks, a big thanks to them. They're celebrating their 7th anniversary this year. Created by 3 enthusiasts, including Doug and Andy Cook, saw an opportunity and a need to do things a little bit differently, including making parts right here in the USA with some of the best performance products to complement them. They carry everything from turbochargers to fuel systems, safety equipment to billet goodies that are one step above what the market deems average and okay. From throttle bodies to steering wheels, Motion Raceworks' range of high-quality products is something that you would be sure to have in your car or your drag-and-drive vehicle as well. You can go to motionraceworks.com and check out their full range of products or visit their merch trailer. They've got a bunch of spare parts in there. And you can also pick up some merchandise. I'll tell you what, I've got one of their hoodies on, and I'll tell you what, this thing is comfy. Thankfully, they have big boy sizes. Big thank you to Doug and his team at Motion Raceworks. They are the official live stream sponsor here on Sick Week. Isky Racing Cams, they're an industry leader in valve train components. A 1,000-mile drive will put a drag-and-drive engine through more cycles than an ordinary race motor will do in about a decade of time. So Isky made sure that they came up with some of the best stuff to live in those kind of conditions. People like Alex Taylor, for example, trust Isky Cams. If you need more information, you can go to iskycams.com and learn more about Isky Racing Cams. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we have gotten the green light. We're going to go into small tire radial racing. About 8,500 people still watching on the live stream. Thank you all so much for being part of it. We appreciate your support. Obviously, the chat room's still blowing up. A lot of people are checking out everything we got going on. Here comes the first pair of this session. You have Rick Prospero and Glenn Hunter. Glenn Hunter running in the Pro Street class. Rick Prospero in the modified class, and he's locked into a pretty tough battle right now. Rick Prospero currently number 2, 1990 RX-7. That's a green car over on the right-hand side of the racetrack. He ran 686 with an 8 Bradenton. That's good enough for the number 2 spot. He's about a little over 100th of a second behind Mikhail Borgren. That's a guy with a turbocharged Volvo station wagon. So that's a car over on the right-hand side. He's still looking for a solid first run. He has not run what he wants to yet. Over on the left-hand side, the beautiful 1956 Chevy. Red and white combination always works. I'll tell you what, you don't have to ask me twice. Glenn Hunter out of New York. It's a twin turbocharged big block Chevy on the left-hand side. He currently sits number 2 in the Pro Street class. 753 is his best run. Let's stage him up and see what they do. Both of them hooked up good. Prospero 126, Hunter 124 on the 60-foot. 690, 203 miles an hour. Cole Prospero says, yeah, baby, I'll take it. 801 at 180. For Glenn Hunter, that's a little slow. I mean, he had a good 60-foot, but for some reason it fell off in the mid-range. 801 at 180 is about a half a second slow for him. It's a good lap to turn in if he doesn't get something out of this last one, but at least he has a backup pass now. But Rick Prospero, 690, 203, that will definitely get him in the ballpark. He'll probably turn that in, but he might wait and see what the Volvo station wagon will do first. All right, car number 31, this is Clint Sadowski, 1968 model Camaro, the little blue car. Over on the left-hand side, John Dotson, the G-body, the Budweiser side. Let's stage them up and pull the trigger. Both of them hooked up good, 123 to the 60-foot on both of them as they go side by side to the finish line. Dotson gets close to the center line, grabs the parachute, 769, 166. How about 766, 181 for the Camaro driver? That's how you do a drag race, ladies and gentlemen. Leave within a tenth of a second of each other, go door handle to door handle all the way down, side by side, 760s. Yeah, let's see some more of that. Left-hand side, this is the auction Corvette known as Ruby. Out of Cletus McFarland's camp, James Tall behind the wheel this weekend. Keep saying this weekend like it's a weekend drag race. I need to get into the week. Right now, James needs to get into the 850 range, not the 840 range. That's been where he has been. It's no good. Ruby turned up good, 125 to the 60-foot. This is not going to be an 850. 778, 173 for Ruby. Well, if he was looking for an 850, he missed by a bunch. Somebody must have miscommunicated on that one. A 1216 at 111 for the LS 10 pickup truck. Check out the 66 Chevy 2 that's coming up next on the right-hand side. This was the car that was on quite a lick at Bradenton a couple of days ago and then had a lower radiator hose pop off of it at 160 miles an hour, and he fought for control and unfortunately lost the war. It went to battle against the wall, but he still drove it all the way here from Bradenton Motorsports Park and is staging it up right here to go up against Jason Deuscher, the little small tired Mustang. Stefan Rossi on the right-hand side. Looks like he's just going to kind of roll it down there. Deuscher looking for 850, 845 with a 161 miles an hour. That's no good. 1054, 138 for Stefan. So that means he's still eligible to continue in drag week. Or not drag week. What do I keep saying? Drag and drive competition. This is sick week, buddy. Got to get that out of my head. Considering I got my boss sitting over there, I'm not doing a really good job of trying to maintain job security. Yeah, that's true. I'm doing this for free. I forgot about that. Yep. Tom said that he makes some really good pizza, so that's what I'm going to be getting. I'm going to get paid in pizza. And if you've seen my figure, I've gotten paid in pizza before. Here comes Matt Lanfear, the car they call the Turtle. It's a little Mazda Miata stuffed with a 5.3-liter LS motor, and let me put a turbocharger on top. He decided to go for the drifting competition on his first pass, and I think somebody gave him the wrong info. That's not what we're doing here today. We want to do the straight and narrow. So he's looking for a good pass. Over on the right-hand side, yeah, that's the turbocharged Volvo station wagon. How fast has this thing gone? He went 685 at 203 miles an hour at Bradenton 2 days ago. This is Mikkel Borgren. He's looking for a good pass right here against the Turtle. Both of them hooked up good, 122 to the 60-foot for the Volvo. 6-second pass on the way, 703 and 203. That's pretty close, but man, would have loved to have seen a 6 out of the wagon. 844, 164 for Matt Lamphere. Obviously a much better run, but he can't turn it in. And 8.50 is where he's tech to, so he's going to have to pack the chute up, bring it back around, and try it again. It's good that he got a lap down the racetrack, but unfortunately, no good. He can't turn it in. It's too fast. Randall Reed coming up next on the left-hand side, the white Mustang. Currently sitting about mid-pack in the street race category. He's going to line up a little stealth gray Mustang over on the right-hand side. Car number 185, that's Tim Flanders. Left side will lead him all the way down. Top end says 856 on the left, 859 on the right. A couple of decent laps, but unfortunately in classes that need to go 850, they're both slow. So the question is do they turn him around, hot lap him, bring him back, and try it one more time? All right, so the word from downstairs is the staging lanes are not officially closed yet, so if you want to make another lick, you better get back to the lanes and don't take your time. We got a bunch of cars in the lanes. We know a bunch of people still haven't made the passes they want to yet. You need to get back to the staging lanes if you need another lick, and do it pronto. Little Honda S2000 coming up over here in the J category. This is Richard Flint. 2000 model S2000. He's currently leading the category with an 850 with a 0. What's he going to get right here, right now? 842, 160. That's too fast. He can't turn that in. Lanes will close in 5 minutes, ladies and gentlemen. Lanes will close in 5 minutes. If you need another lick, lanes will close in 5 minutes. You've got 5 minutes remaining. Also, if you have made the pass that you want, please visit the first floor of the tower and hand Tanya your time slip. I'm sure they would appreciate it so they don't have a mass glut of racers showing up all at once. A little Chevrolet Vega on the left side, the silver Camaro on the right-hand side. Then I'll tell you what, the little Vega just toting the left front side and just rolls it on down there. They're both looking for 850s on the board. 863, oh, you kidding me? 849 with a 9, a thousandth of a second for that little Vega, separating him from the perfect pass. Oh, talk about pouring salt in the wound. You got to be kidding me. He's going to wrap it up and bring it back, hopefully, because he can't turn that in. 863 at 157 for the Camaro's not a bad lick, but that'll probably knock him down a couple of spots in the ladder. So, again, you have to decide, do you bring it back hot lapped and try to make something better out of it? Keith Fenstead coming up over in the little green Ford Fairmont. On the right-hand side, the Oldsmobile on the left-hand side. That's Rovik Aluha. 859, 159 for the Mercury. 1097 for the little baby moon hubcap wearing Cutlass. Here comes the 1953 Chevy, known as Capone. This is Scott Brown on the right-hand side of the racetrack. What, the Ford pickup truck? All right, so the pickup truck that's rolling into the water is looking for some parts, and he got everything figured out. Let's work on this pair that's on the starting line right here. Steven Chichak Jr., 2007 model Colorado. Scott Brown says, see you later. 853 in the Capone car, 156. 12-12, 128 for the Colorado. How about this one coming up next on the left-hand side? This is a Pontiac Beaumont. No, I did not stutter. It's not a Pontiac Le Mans, Tempest, or GTO. This is a Canadian-built car. The way they did these is they used a mix of trim between Chevelle and Pontiac models, and then they usually powered them with Chevy motors. So this is a Canadian-built car. A little Ford F-100 going to stage up against him. As Chad was telling me, they were scrounging for parts. Yeah, he's getting it down the racetrack, 1321, 72 miles an hour. Oh, it's an all Mustang chassis. Okay, see, Chad gets all the 411 that I don't. Yeah, that's what we have him on the staff for. Yeah, 106 on the reaction time. I'm not so sure about that. That might require some begging and on your knees pleading with Keith Turk. I'm not sure how lenient Keith Turk's going to be today. A couple late model Chevys going to go at it right here. 6th gen Camaro on the right, Corvette on the left. Chad, you've been all over everywhere out there at Gainesville Raceway, man. It's good to see you back up here in the tower.
Yeah, it has been a challenging day, as everybody has seen. You know, I feel bad for the track workers. There's so much sand here in the state of Florida and on the roads in the rain and what have you. So they have had to do way more maintenance in between pairs than normal. And obviously we've had a few cars that have had some trouble, but so getting in the groove, getting in a rhythm has been hard for everybody today, but man, they're giving it their all. The big tire cars having troubles out here today. This racetrack is too good. Just too much grip in that left lane where these big tire fast cars have been trying to run. So they are not giving it enough power. That's why it's leaving the starting line and shaking the tires and having issues. So with any luck, the Swedes in the Corvette and any of the other big tire folks that make it up in the next 2 minutes of their 5 minutes they have left will benefit from all of these cars going down that left lane and getting rid of the sticky. And we'll see what happens.
Matt Zerbeck going down in the wood grain wrap-inspired Challenger. 1017, 136 miles an hour. 1053 at 130, banging the man pedal over in the BMW on the right-hand side.
Is that Challenger owned by a guy that owns a lumber yard or something? I don't understand the wood. Like, there's got to be a reason, right?
What is it with you and lumber? You got to bring up lumber at least once a day.
Absolutely. All the people on the live feed are like, damn, dude, it took you a long time to say lumber today.
Yeah, they actually did. I think they were disappointed that we had...
I got text messages.
Yeah.
I got text messages.
I don't know if I could say, yeah, I might as well. I'll just go ahead and sink the boat all the way. Can I really say lack of lumber? That's not a good idea.
I'm offended. I am offended. But the good news is, for men everywhere in the world, they have pills for that nowadays. It's fine. It is absolutely
Chad
fine.
never disappoints, ladies and gentlemen. That's why we have him here. Gil Correa coming up in the Coyote-infused 1986 Mustang over on the right-hand side. He did not run what he should have. He went 10:01 at Bradenton a couple of days ago. His first pass was in the 11th. This one looks to be much more representative of what he needs to do. Oh, too fast. 995, 132. That's no good. Oh, man, he went the wrong way by just a little too much.
I'll tell you what, this 70 Camaro in the right lane, one of the cleanest hot rods on the trip. A car that I don't think has gotten enough attention. This thing is stunning and show car worthy, bringing it out here, running down the roads with us, driving it through the rain. I think that car must have gone through the car wash a couple of times this morning because it's the only one out here that does not look good and dirty from yesterday's rain.
Yeah, that's Matt Frederick, and I agree with you. It looks good from my vantage point. 1081, 125 for him. Over on the left side, 1055, 133. So a 1055 and a 1081, couple of 10-second rides, just doing it on small tires out there. Is this a track hawk coming up over here on the right-hand side?
It would appear to be. It's some hawk.
No, it's a Grand Cherokee.
Oh, well, there you go.
Gregory Peccaro. Looks like he's kind of hanging in there with the Dodge Challenger. 1172, 115 for him. 1206, 113 for the two-door.
Now, I rented a Chrysler minivan, and I was really disappointed because it wasn't this one. Like, I wanted a minivan to do big minivan burnouts with, and I did not get a good Chrysler minivan like this one on the right side, which is the first time I've ever said that. I didn't get the good Chrysler minivan.
You didn't click the slick option.
No, but the GL, well, it was a GLH in the left lane, which stands for goes like hell. That is now a GLMF. That is the name on the car. It is a GLMF, and I'm going to let you figure out what it goes like, but it is bad to the bone out there hauling the mail through the 8th mile. What kind of number will he run? 1070.
Look at the speed, though. Are you kidding me? That little short wheelbase front wheel drive car. James Reed's just stick shifts his way to 140 miles an hour.
Yeah, 2.2 liter turbo. I am checking text messages. Lonnie
All right,
Graham.
officially, staging lanes are closed, ladies and gentlemen. I just got the word from Lonnie Grimm. Staging lanes are, in fact, closed. We will run the remaining cars out.
It does appear that Cletus got back in the line down there. It looks like Prospero may be in the line down there.
It's okay. He just went 690.
Yeah,
so
it
he's
looks
actually
like
leading the wagon now, which has run a 701 and a 703.
And Joe Barry is also in the lane.
So
I do
Lonnie
not
Grant blasting it over the PA and over the walkie-talkie. Staging lanes are in fact done.
I do not believe that Alex Taylor is in the lanes.
Uh-oh, that's not good. 860, 155 miles an hour for a little 69 Chevelle on the Budweiser side of the racetrack.
Speaking of not good, whatever that is,
yeah,
it's happening
well,
right
it
there.
Can't be that
Something
bad.
not happy.
Can't be that bad. It's got a nitrous bottle mounted on top of the toolbox.
Apparently, he needs a co-pilot to tell him how to push the button for it, though. I mean, I'm just saying.
Okay, I'm going to move over to a different section just so when the flying stuff comes at the tower. Nah, Chad's just up here
I'm just
having fun with
offering my services. Hell, I'd ride in the bed of that thing and run the nitrous line straight through the hole I drilled in the hood, and we'd mainline that bad boy like a mad man.
Okay, I would pay good money to see that with the hat flying in the wind, man. I'll tell you
All
what, that
in.
would be awesome.
All in.
Yeah, absolutely. Check out this 1955 Chevy. Talk about a nice-looking hot rod over in the left-hand side. That is Brian Havlick, a naturally aspirated 1955 Chevy Bel Air. Over on the right-hand side, Pontiac's GTO. Yeah, they built these from 2004 to 2006. And the one over on the right-hand side is competing in our Dial Your Own category. That's Dennis Kirkland, 2005 model. Look at that thing. Wheels up on the 55 Chevy, and the GTO pulls right over to the side. All the way down, naturally aspirated, 876, 155. For a big old 55 Bel Air naturally aspirated, baby, how about the lumber?
Dude, I've got a lot of it. I'm not going to lie. But I got to tell you that I am more impressed by the guy in the GTO. The reason I say that is I feel like a proud parent right now. I have embarrassed all of you monkeys and yelled at you for so many years at all these drag and drive events for not having the sense God gave a goat to pull over on the right side or left side when junk goes wrong. But that dude in the GTO is going to get a free Motion Raceworks t-shirt today for being a good dude. Actually, no, he can choose a sick week or a Motion t-shirt. We will make it happen for doing the smart thing and pulling over to the wall this afternoon.
Yeah, he's not going to hear us down there as he's being pushed off the side. But again, Chad laid it down. That's exactly what you want to do when you have problems. As quickly and as safely as possible, you want to pull it off to the side and get it shut down. If it's dripping anything or you got parts coming out of it, it gets everything off the racetrack and we go back to action quicker. Those are two things we want to do.
Especially today. Obviously, you know we've had some challenging conditions here today. That is a giant pain in the butt for everybody. If that thing puked the contents of every fluid in the car, it would have done so in one spot. And quite literally, they would have started cleaning it up. They would have rolled a tarp under the car. They would have tarped the bottom of the car, got it on a rollback, and got it off the racetrack. And within 15 minutes, we would have been back running. Whereas if he had gone all the way down the racetrack, it'd be hours. So we really do appreciate it. Thank you so much. If you are with that guy, make sure he knows we appreciate it.
Yeah, absolutely. So Chad would talk about some of the backstory, some of the stuff that you've seen while I'm sitting up here in the tower. All I can tell you is it's like you said, it's been a struggle. We're sitting here looking at the current class leader who hasn't run anything faster than 10-0, and Joe Barry right behind him, who also has not made a representative pass. They're going in here with one last shot. It's the bottom of the ninth, and we're down to one shot left. I mean, are they feeling the pressure?
I'm sure they are, and I don't understand your football analogies you're using there, but whatever. I know that these dudes have got that all on the line, and we're going to see what happens, but it becomes absolutely exponentially harder to improve on time if your competitors stay in the event each and every day as we go down the line. So it is going to be really important for these guys to get out there and make a representative hit. Again, they're not alone. There's a bunch of dudes out here in the same boat. I was talking to Cletus a little bit ago, and Garrett told me that the El Camino, the mullet, went down there, had some issues. I won't get into all the particulars, but they had a serious problem that they're not sure what it is. They know it's one of two things, neither one of them good. And so they have put it back together, and we'll see what happens and hope that the thing can run down there and be good and will run for the remainder of the week. But they're not alone. There are a bunch of people out here that because of the conditions, because of this good racetrack, are just struggling today, hurting stuff, and feeling the frustration.
Well, luckily, we're going back to drag racing, so they don't have to sit here and look at me anymore, even though Chad does look quite manly in that big hat up here sitting next to me. I mean, he just makes any picture look better.
I think what you were looking for was the word was resplendent. That's what I look like.
Sure, we'll go with that.
Right?
That's a good word choice. Jason Ziegler and Stephen Wing going down the racetrack.
3 or 4 syllables, dude.
Yeah. I don't know, man. I might have to carry a vowel there. 1194, 113, 1521 for the Honda.
It's a good thing your wife is a teacher, dude.
Yeah, that Common Core math thing still don't work out
I
for
know,
me.
right?
All right, talk about the sleeper action over here. But again, here's the interesting thing. This is a single turbo LS setup, but he's doing the dial your own thing. So right now, he's looking for the magic number 24. That's what he wants to hit today, and he was a little slow on it today on his first lick. But this car's gone 990, so obviously I think a 1024 is what he's looking for.
Yeah, that is super cool. I mean, dog dish hubcaps and Steelies for the win right there. I mean, I would own that thing all day. It's got its Big Hat Mafia hat riding in the back package tray, motoring on down the racetrack. What's it gonna be? Wow, 1038, 125. He was on the brakes hard. The left lane, 1026 with a 7. Not bad.
Yeah, no, not bad at all. That's Barry Burrish. That's Glenn Burrish's dad, who's driving the Spanky Junior car, I guess we could say. Here comes another guy who's kind of got his back against the wall. This is Andy Cook. This is Doug Cook's brother. He went too fast on his first shot. He needs an 8.50 or slower, and he ran an 840 something. So again, he's in trouble. He's got to run something that is good enough to keep him in the top 5, but can't go real slow, because then you're putting yourself out of competition that way too.
Absolutely, and Andy had the same problem out there at Bradenton. He was out there, he ran 8:38, I believe, on his first run, slowed it down to a 46 or something, then went like a 57. So getting that thing down into the 850 range is tough.
All right, so he softened it up off the front half, 1.56 to the 60 foot. Maybe he's gonna motor it out the back. And he's touching the brake pedal a little. 912, no, that's all the way the wrong direction. Now that'll drop him way down the standings. I mean, at least he'll be able to turn it in, but that's not what he wanted.
Not at all. That is so tough.
Yeah, I'm actually a little surprised by that. That might have been something like a timer that just didn't work like he wanted it to. Here comes Kevin McKenna, one of the big guys at National Dragster. He's been writing for them for, I want to say, well over 3 decades. You want to talk about a guy who knows about drag racing? This guy actually wrote his own book on how to bracket race. Did
That's
you know that?
true. He did. You are right. And a heck of a nice guy.
Yeah, absolutely. Former NMRA champion. He's going to line up with one of your favorite cars, little Chevette over there.
I love this thing. Love it. Look at that. Wheel stand, power wheelie, rolling it on down.
Yeah, he's making it look easy with no wheelie bars. Possibly looking for 8s? Yeah, 898, 147 for the Chevette.
That is cool. And 1056 with a 5 for McKenna over there in the right lane.
So we'll bring up a Mustang versus
the Malibu wagon.
Yeah.
G-Body Mafia to the front, baby.
I'll tell you what, Chad knows a little bit about everything down here. I mean, like, my buddy Law Dog's sitting over here next to me, and he knows that I can hold my own when it comes to Florida people, but I'm a fish out of water right here. Jordan Badrew pulling up over here in the Mustang. He looks like he's got all the cojones going over on the left side. He's going to lead that Malibu from stem to stern. Top end says 854, 160. That'll work.
Yeah, not too bad. The Malibu had all kinds of issues there in the middle. That thing was just real slow from the 330 to the 8th mile. I don't think something worked quite right on that run.
Yeah. We'll bring up our classic Camaro versus Mustang battle here. 3rd generation Camaro over on the right-hand side, and a Coyote-powered Mustang over on the Lucas Oil side of the racetrack. That's the left side. Camaro being driven by David Wakesman, 1984 model. The Mustang being wheeled by Rick Dorn. They are side by side. This is a good one. Top of 1237 to 1244. There's a Camaro driver just nudges out the Mustang driver. Bring up a Pontiac Le Mans. Yeah, most people don't see Pontiac Le Manses in the late 70s, early 80s, Chad. I know that these things are probably like, you can count them on like one hand.
Yeah, you know what's funny is that these things, another G-body, right? So these cars are great, though. Great on a small tire. They got a triangulated 4-link in the rear, double A-arm front suspension under them. The fact of the matter is the front of these is the same as an S10 pickup truck. The rear on the S10 that's over in the left lane would have been factory leaf springs. I have no idea if it's got a ladder bar, 4-link, or a leaf spring on it now. I own a square body S10, but a Blazer. I did a back half on it and actually put a triangulated 4-link in it, so it's a G-body front and rear.
Jim Frizzell over on the left-hand side, a local Florida racer. You can see he's kind of bouncing around there with the nitrous on and off on that S10. 1094, 127 for him. How about a 1002 at 119? Obviously, the Le Mans guy just knocking down that 10-0 because he wants to stay right up there towards the leaderboard front.
There's actually a couple of cool Pontiac G-bodies here this week, which, like you said, is crazy rare, but fun. And speaking of fun, coming up in the right lane, pulling in the water box, square body, S10 Blazer. This thing's been real low, wheels up, been fun to watch, but on the racetrack, Mustang versus Mustang action.
Now, actually, that's Parker Mitchell in the Mustang, 863, 156 on the left side. I'll forgive you. Hell Kitty, 1023.
Hell Kitty.
Yeah.
Going slow compared to the Mustang. Never going to live it down.
Yeah.
the horse chased down the cat.
Yeah. Here's a matchup that I think Chad really likes because, again, this brings about the variety of a drag and drive event. This illustrates it perfectly.
Yeah, because the Volvo in the left lane, like, if you put Volvo wheels on this thing, like those BBS mesh wheels on this thing, and then put like a snowboard and some skis on the roof and rolled this thing up any hill in like Colorado with a couple of hippies like in it and their kids in the back, like we got our granola bars and stuff and herbal tea and junk, like everybody would be like, oh my God, they're the most earth conscious people ever with the old car and it's rad and it's this and that. And then this dude's like, no, watch this. We're going to go turbo LS in this thing and we're going to make it haul the mail. Now, I would still drive it to the snow. I mean, I'm just saying. But it's rad. I love it.
Yeah, absolutely. Come on. If Richard Guido is going 9s and he drove his stuff down in the snow.
Yeah. Guido's like, I got mud flaps. It's fine. I'll tell you one thing. Like, I find it repulsive when you see a drag car with a set of mud flaps on it to keep the rubber off the quarter panel, or God forbid you late model guys that put all the blue tape on it smack you in the mouth, right? You either have the stones to say, dude, look at me, I burn tires and I'm a drag racer, or go play golf, right? But Richard Guido has mud flaps on his awesome GTO because the dude's from Canada. And he drove it in the snow and stuff with a 6-speed and a turbo Pontiac in it. Like, dude, come on. That guy can run whatever he wants to on it. He can run blue tape and mud flaps and be cool in my book. I'm just saying.
Yeah, we all have opinions, I guess.
I have lots of them.
Yeah. Well, you've been around it long enough that you, I believe, have earned your stripes to be able to talk about drag and drive competition. We talk about Rocky Mountain Race Week that you and Adam Dory have done together for quite a few years. I'll tell you what, between the three of us, I'm having way too much fun on something I'm supposed to be working at.
Dude, the key to getting paid for these things is to complain a lot and swear that it's horrible.
Okay, I'll remember that when the end of the week comes and the check should be in my hand.
Yes, man, this was the worst. You guys need to pay me more. I'm helping. I'll be your agent next year, Derek.
Okay, I got it.
Okay,
Yeah.
I got you, big boy.
Yeah,
I got you.
See, Chad has all this experience, and I'm the new small fish in the big pond.
Hey, I know that you keep saying that so you can call me old without calling me old, dude. But still, come on, man.
I got gray in my beard too, buddy. I'm not sitting here acting like I'm 20.
My beard was bright red until my kids came along. You ask Cole, dude. Cole would be like, dude, that thing was red. Till he met my mom, and then it went white. Like right now. For a while, I had a hugger orange beard with 2 SS stripes. It was rad. I was like a Z28 Camaro. Then it all ran away. The orange was like, I'm out. Like, thanks, dude. Thanks for playing, but I'm out. Hey, I would like us to put some cones down there and a no parking sign at the end of the left lane, because all day people have been like, deciding that's where they're going to park their cars when stuff don't work. Hang the right turn at the orange things. Let's get y'all off the racetrack, please. Lonnie Grimm is like, for the love of all that is holy. He's like, I ate a $67 hot dog. It was the size of my index finger. All I want is a drink with an umbrella in it. I'm not kidding you. That big dog right there, he loves an umbrella drink. I'm not even.
No, you've got to be kidding me.
I am 100% telling you the truth as God is my witness. The very first time I ever went drinking with Lonnie was we were all working another event. We go to eat. We're at a restaurant waiting for a table. I walk up to the table. Lonnie has acquired beverages, and I think that the foofy umbrella drink he has ordered for somebody else. But no. He had ordered a beer for some woman that was with us. I can't even remember who it was now. And himself a slushy mixed multicolored drink with a slice of pineapple and an umbrella. And I made fun of him. I mean, a lot. And he didn't care one bit. Like, not an iota.
Well, dude, look at Lonnie. I mean, do you really think you're gonna make his confidence move at the least bit on the needle, considering that? Now, I will tell you one thing. This guy does make a mad vodka sweet tea.
Oh, I agree. And, and I will tell you, like, I'll be 100% honest with you. I love Lonnie Grimm. I consider Lonnie and Tracy very good friends. We have been through a lot of stuff together. I can tell you that I have yelled at Lonnie Grimm and called him names that you should never call a friend, because he was the tech guy in some competition stuff. And we have always found a way, sometimes only because he was capable of pulling it off, to say, okay, I'm sorry, and I still love you, and it's okay. But I can tell you that dude is a badass. And I don't care if he drinks with umbrellas in him. In fact, I said to him not 30 minutes ago, for the love of God, can we be done so we can go have an umbrella drink?
So umbrella drinks for everybody is basically what you're focused on right now, Chad.
Yes.
Okay, got it.
I would like to propose that we have the umbrella drink nationals starting now.
I would like to have the not stopping at the end of the left lane starting
right?
a couple hours ago.
Yes, see, exactly. You're feeling me now, brother.
Oh, yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Hi, I'm sorry. This is a no stopping zone. Yeah.
Yeah, the top end is not where you, like, chill out at. You pull it off to the side and then figure out how you're going to get back to the pits.
I will give credit. Like Alex Taylor earlier, I said, what were you doing? She said, hey, it started spraying things, and I stopped, and I only put oil on about 3 feet of the racetrack.
Okay,
so I give her credit for that.
That's okay. We're good with that. Just like the guy in the GTO. If you're stopping for that reason, we're good with it.
Exactly.
So once again, ladies and gentlemen, all of you that are still watching, over 9,000 on the live stream presented by Motion Raceworks here on Sick Week, brought to you by Gear Vendors Overdrive. And Chad Reynolds and I are having a great time up here in the tower. But meanwhile, all he's thinking about is umbrella drinks, and I see Cletus McFarland pulling in behind Joe Barry, behind Gustafson. Oh, man. That's going to be 3 pretty darn quick passes right there if they can put it all together.
Yeah, what's smart, too, I have to give Garrett a lot of credit right here. So Garrett pitted right next to that staging lane. So when they said they were closing the lane, Garrett just rolled his car into the lane. It's been sitting down there where they've still been working on it, but technically in the lane the whole time. So pretty smart.
Yes.
Yeah, Garrett's pretty smart guy.
Yeah.
For a giraffe.
I don't think I've ever met a dumb giraffe, but then again, I haven't met a lot of giraffes.
That's true.
So, but yeah, here's the way that works out. I know Chad's going to know about this, but here's the deal. As long as, like he said, you are in the lanes by the time they make final call, and then if you're the last one in the lanes, then Lonnie will start a clock, and you have a certain number of minutes to get ready to make that lap. But in Garrett's case, he's got a whole bunch of cars sitting in the lanes in front of him, so depending on how they pull him out, he may be next up. He may have a lot of time to sit there and contemplate his decisions.
You know, I got to love it. I see Rick Johnson down there looking at Joe Barry's car. Rick Johnson, the head honcho over at Gear Vendors Overdrive. Big thanks to Rick and the crew. Also, I see Biggin. He's down there talking to people. Is he talking to Swedes? He's nodding a lot, like he's not sure what they're saying, but he thinks it's okay. I'm not sure.
So we got people checking in on the live stream. Once again, we're over 9,000. We appreciate everybody being part of it. We're hanging out here in the tower doing the final session. You got people checking in from all across the world. Thank you so much. Make sure you go over and support and smash the like button and subscribe to Motion Raceworks YouTube channel. Make sure you let them know how much you appreciate them being part of the first annual Sick Week right here in Florida. We're actually going to go into South Georgia, but let's not get ahead of this pair that Chad, I'm sure, is going to want to tell you all about.
Dude, loving the square body S10 Blazer in the right lane. And, of course, we're back to my Volvo as well.
Yeah,
the
nothing wrong with
Volvo
that.
doesn't do wheel stands. I'm kind of disappointed in that. But I would really, really, really like to see the parachute tether hanging and dragging on the ground right now with this Blazer. Last time out, it ran with a foot in the air wheel stand that looked really good. So it was great.
Well, over on the right-hand side, little S10 Blazer. Left-hand side, the 1984 Volvo station wagon. Okay, they're both in and ready. The S10 Blazer getting after it. He did a nice little wheelie, 125 to the 60-foot, and then...
Oh, no. Roll trucks, roll trucks, roll trucks.
Everybody,
roll trucks.
Yep. All people, please stay where you are. You do not need to be going down the racetrack unless you are with the emergency crews. Please stay where you are. All right, emergency crews on the way to go check on the driver. You see the Volvo went over there and pulled over next to him.
Yep.
Probably going to hop out and make sure he's okay. That's what Drag Week is all about. That's what this kind of competition is all about. You want to make sure your fellow competitor is good. So we'll wait for official words, ladies and gentlemen.
He's out of the car. I can see him down there, out of the car on his own. Ladies and gentlemen, give him a big round of applause.
Yeah, put your hands together. The safety equipment did its job, and thankfully, he saved it from being a much harder hit, but still went nose into the wall. And it looks like he did possibly get into that first gate right there as you saw it kind of come over towards the side. So this one's going to take a few minutes to get cleaned up.
Looks like he must have had fluid come down. I mean, obviously that thing went sideways while it was still going straight down the racetrack, and so had to have some fluid come out of it, probably intercooler, that kind of thing. They're going to roll the rollback truck. Major kudos to the safety crew here. Starting line personnel were rolling on the four-wheeler almost instantly, and the rest of the crew immediately moving as well. That was a very quick response. We've got an ambulance down there, etc. Again, the driver out of the car on his own.
Yeah, he was on a pretty good lick too. So again, the fact that it didn't impact the wall worse, going 132 miles an hour in the 8th mile, thankfully, he was able to scrub a lot of speed off of it.
I do. I see it. So we're hearing from Warren Evans, who's our producer for the live stream, that he got out of the car and threw his helmet about 30 yards. And I feel that guy's pain. Beautiful truck, super cool. Cars can be fixed. I will tell you that I am one of those people that is incredibly attached to my vehicles. They all have names. They are like family members. I love them. So it is absolutely gut-wrenching when I hurt one. And so I would be that guy. I would get over it, but man, it's real easy to say it's only a car, but the reality is it is. Like it's much harder to fix people than it is to fix metal. So it would appear based on that hit that he may be out for the week, but we'll see. You know, we all thought that about the Nova too, the black Nova, and it's as crooked as they come, but it's going down the racetrack still. So, you know.
Yeah, the good news is that, like I said, the driver hopped out of the car and okay. That is the best news. We're going to have to do a little bit of cleanup work as there is some broken glass and so forth. So thankfully the vacuum truck going to get out there, make sure we make quick work of that. We want to go back to racing action as soon as possible. But obviously all of our attention is focused on the driver right now. Want to make sure that he is A-okay. Might get transported to a local hospital. We'll let you know as soon as we hear further details.
And obviously water was the fluid that he got in. They are using the blower and the drag to clean up where he started that slide. Now, it's unlikely that he would have run into the wall down there and not had some oil on the ground, but at least it'll be contained up there against the wall, so it should be fairly easy to get that cleaned up since it's not right out there in the groove. But feeling positive. He jumped out of that car in a hurry. Gonna be sore. Everybody owes him a beer.
Yeah, once again, thankfully, safety equipment did its job. So glad to always see that. We can always replace the car, can't replace the driver.
Yeah, reminder to everybody that you got to really put the belts on tight. You know, I got my pro stock license in 01 down at Houston Raceway Park, and I went to Roy Hill's school, and Hank Hill was one of the instructors, and Hank's like 6'4", been a racer forever, big Southern boy, and he tightened up my belts, and I remember when he tightened up my shoulder belts, and I was like squeaking in pain. I'm like, oh my God, I can't breathe. And he looked me square in the eye and said, if you do this right, you only have to be uncomfortable for like 7 seconds, so quit your whining. I was like, okay, fair enough. And he was right. And when I let go of the clutch the very first time in that car, by the way, with the belts that tight, and you could have stuck your arm between my chest and the belts because of the compression that the human body has at, you know, nearly 2 Gs in a pro stock car, you quickly appreciate tight belts, let me tell you.
So a whole lot of people commenting on the live feed is, yes, we have closed the rear of the staging lane, so we are in the final stages of an all-run session. We're going to run out what is left in the lanes. We still have a lot of vehicles left to go through, and those do include some of the class leaders that we would obviously want to try and get another shot down the racetrack. Stefan Gustafsson, for example, our current overall leader that hasn't really made a representative run yet. He's sitting at the front of lane number 6. Joe Barry, who tried to fight his way through a tire shake run, is right behind him, and right behind them is Cletus McFarland. We also have Glenn Hunter, who brought his 7-second capable 56 Chevy back into the lanes, and Rick Prospero is also sitting there. So I know that some of these guys have been doing a one and done, but obviously we're getting into day number 2, and when you only have 4 shots now instead of 5, those averages can get bounced around a whole lot more, and a couple hundredths of a second here, a couple hundredths of a second there can make a big difference. So a lot of these guys are taking 2 and 3 shots at the racetrack because they want to get the best number they possibly can. The interesting thing, though, is I'm like looking at Prospero's car. Normally, they're not working that hard on that thing, but I'll tell you what, they got the hood open. They got a couple of people standing around it. Cole, everything okay down there? Good? Okay. Well, you just went 690, so I just wanted to make sure.
No, it's Junior. He's got the polish out. He's just cleaning stuff. He's making it pretty. It's fine.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. He's fancy like that. I'll tell you, though, it's it's one of those afternoons where, like you said, everybody that is back in the lanes is trying to run a number. It's when you've got guys that have been making a hit, and instead of, you know, running off the pace a little bit by a tenth or two, these guys are way off. That's a huge deal and absolutely impactful on their entire week. So it is a tough, tough pill to swallow if you cannot get down the racetrack. That's why these guys rushing back up here trying to make a pass. Yeah, everybody that's watching me on the live feed. I'm over here with my big new hat from the Big Hat Mafia. Also, if you are here or you're going to join us one day during the event, we have car chicks here in the house. We have Motion Raceworks. We have the sick mag trailer with all kinds of swag in it. We got all kinds of fun stuff going on here. Unfortunately, not enough to drink for me today. It's going to be really not good once I get in the minivan later. And, I mean, my voice is going to go way fast because I've had a bottle of water today and iced tea and one other beverage. And so I need water and food stat. But that's okay. We'll be good. We're going to get in the minivan here in a little while, and it'll be fine. But in the meantime, it looks like the rollback is down there. They are going to try and get this S10 Blazer. If you're just joining us, we had an S10 Blazer that unfortunately had an on-track incident where he got the thing way sideways, not by overdriving it or correcting or anything like that, but because water came out from under the car. The thing was going down the racetrack straight, did this kind of a turn, and went down the racetrack at sort of a 45-degree angle and then hooked and right into the wall. Warren, look at you. Look at you. This is the magic man behind the buttons right here. Warren Evans.
This is why I stay behind the camera. I don't.
Dude, you're making.
Nobody
You
needs
look
to see
pretty.
this.
You look pretty.
I look pretty rough after.
Dude, I feel pretty rough today, dude. I'm not gonna lie.
You know, let's think about this. Technically, this is hump day because
yes,
day 3 of 5.
Yep.
Even though we didn't get yesterday, so
absolutely. Now, Warren.
Yes,
so
sir.
since we have this downtime.
Yes, sir.
So Drag Racer TV.
Yes.
We have not made this publicly announcement yet, but there are race fans watching, so why not say this?
Yes.
So we are in April. I am going to be back in Las Vegas for the Spring Fling Million Bracket Race, which will be live on bangshift.com.
Well, guess where I'm going to be?
Where are you going to be?
I'm going to be in Las Vegas in April.
No. What are you doing there, Warren?
I'm going to be there for the Spring Fling Million as well.
And where are you going to put your live stream?
Well, it'll be on dragracer.tv.
And bangshift.com because we are collaborating.
That is a fact.
It is going to be awesome. We are doing, for the first time ever, like a big official deal, and it's awesome. Peter Biondo contacted us and asked us if we wanted to do this, and we both were like, hell yeah.
You know
and so it's going to be cool. We are going to have, I don't know, 4, 5, 6, I don't know how many cameras.
I got a trailer load of them. I'm sure we can put them everywhere.
Everywhere. Yes, exactly. And we're going to use a combination of our equipment, and I will be up on my normal perch swinging a camera some, but I'll also be in the booth some. We'll be wandering around. We're going to be having a great time. It is 5 days of bracket racing, and we will be there the whole time.
Well, in reality, it's the best of both worlds, right?
Yes.
They're the best of all worlds because everybody loves Chad on the lift and your commentary and being a part of it. And we all don't know how you stand out there for 18 hours. And that.
I don't either.
But then, you know, the things that I've been able to bring, you know, with the timing and scoring right on the screen and all that and the multiple camera angles, that's difficult for you being out there 500 feet down track. We're going to combine those together, and it's going to be quite a production. I'm really excited about it.
Me too. And for those that don't know, Warren and I were just talking about this in Bradenton. So we've known each other for like 6 years.
That's right.
Got to know Warren because he had started doing some streaming on his own on some events, contacted me and Mark Walter, asked us for some information, and was incredibly polite about it. Like, this may not be cool to ask, but I'd like to ask it. And it was funny because both Mark and I talked to each other before replying to you, and I was like, this dude contacted us. I said, I was going to send him some information. And Mark's like, I thought so too. And so we ended up now all being great friends. It took years, though, before we actually got to meet in person.
Yeah, you know, we did. We communicated back in 2014, really, by email the first time.
Yeah.
But I think it was PRI of maybe 18 before we all three were in the same spot
at the same time. Exactly.
And you know, that's, I guess it's kind of not really a secret. It's kind of an open thing.
Right.
There's a lot of businesses, a lot of industries where it's very competitive, very cutthroat. You know, I'm doing my thing, and I'll, you know, not that way with you and me and Mark.
No.
There's plenty of opportunities for all of us, and we all bring our own style and we all bring our own approach to this thing. But we are good friends,
Yes.
and we share information, and there's no secrets between any of us.
We share technology. When one of us tries something new, we're talking to the others and going, don't do that. You know,
Right.
or, oh my God, this is amazing. It's a game changer. And we've been doing that for years now.
That's
and it's
right.
really fun. And that's one of the keys to the two of us working together is that Mark has his own very custom system. While he uses some of the same software we do and what have
Right.
you, his hardware is very different than you and I.
Yes.
But our hardware is nearly identical in all the critical places, which means
Right.
that if we wanted to connect all of our systems together that you and I own together, we'd have like 20 cameras on it. I don't know if we could
It's
push the
crazy.
buttons fast enough, but we could do whatever, and it's cool. So look for that. That is coming up. That's the Spring Fling Million, the K&N Spring Fling Million in lovely Las Vegas, and there's some other stuff that we've been talking about.
Right.
That's dangerous, but we've been scheming. And so I am hoping that later in the year and next year for some other stuff that we're going to be doing some more projects together as well. So I've worked with Mark a couple of times, like going and being one of the voices or announcer, you know, in interviews and stuff with some of his productions as well. And it's always fun to do. But I'm really looking forward to this. I think it's going to be awesome.
I am too, and I think we're very complimentary of each other in the skills that we bring to it. So
yeah.
I think it is going to be a good partnership, and of course, you know, Peter and the Fling brand has always been innovative anyway. So us doing this is just kind of a natural fit to do something a little bit further outside the box than what people are expecting.
Well, and for those of you that don't know, if you watch the Fling franchise, you know, Mark does a bunch of the Fling races.
That's
and
right.
when the Fling decided to go to Vegas, Mark was like, well, Pete, I could drive all the way to Vegas, but just call Chad and have him do it.
Right.
And that's how it all started. And I think Pete was kind of surprised then. He didn't realize how close we all were.
That's right.
And so I think it's great, though, because I think it shows, because now when it was time, he called me and he wasn't at all nervous or didn't seem to be. He said, hey, Warren can do the, you know, timing and scoring, and I think you guys would work together great. And I said, if you're asking if I want him to come and we can do this as a double deal, then yes. And he goes, okay. And he says to me, where should we broadcast it? And I said, both. Why wouldn't we? I mean, why not? So it's going to be fun. It's going to be very fun, folks.
Yeah, you'll get your views, I'll get my views, but the bottom line is a whole lot of people will get to watch the event, and cumulatively, they'll be able to get it.
Right.
And again, it's exciting. I'm really looking forward to it, and yeah, and besides that, just in general, going to Vegas to school.
Oh yeah, and it's fun, and you know, I mean, it's a great racetrack, great staff there. It's a fun place to be. And it's cool. There's a lot of great memories there. It's one of those places that I've been going to now for years. Now it's weird though, because I used to just get in the truck and drive there because it was only 3 hours from home, right? And now I'm like, man, I got to get on a plane and stuff, and like, you know, it's weird.
Well, when I drive from Effingham, Illinois, maybe I'll swing through Waxahachie and pick
There,
you up.
yeah, we go the long way down to Texas and pick me up, and we'll go across. Ooh, maybe I'll just fly somewhere in the middle, and we'll just then road trip together from there. What kind of trouble could we possibly get in?
I think way too many people know the answer to that.
Yes, I agree wholeheartedly.
So.
Well, they're continuing to blow off the racetrack a little bit. They're brooming it right now, but they look like they are getting close. It looks like the vacuum truck is down there right up against the wall, getting the glass and any other debris that came off of that car out there. If you're just joining us, we had a on-track incident with the little black square body S10 Blazer. Driver is out and okay. Not sure on absolute particulars, but he got out of the car on his own and was attended to almost immediately by medical staff after crashing that car or truck. And really unfortunate. But we are going to go back to racing here within the next few minutes. So, ladies and gentlemen, again, thank you for joining us on behalf of Gear Vendors and Motion Raceworks. Thank you so much for being a part of this. You guys are at home, and you feel like you're watching this thing happen, but the truth of the matter is you're a part of what is happening here this week, like you're a part of every one of the broadcasts we do, whether it's Rocky Mountain Race Week, whether it's Drag Week, whatever. All these events you guys are a part of as well, so thank you very much. And big thanks to Thor and his junior Thor, Barn and RTC. Thank you guys for being moderators out here.
Yes, that's
huge deal. We really do appreciate it. Thank you.
Yes, very much so. And you know, one thing I would say about this, I learned it at Drag Week, and it's even more true with this event. It is an event. This is not just a race. You know?
Oh, yeah.
You're not just putting on a 3-day race. This is an event, and you're really invested in it. I mean, you know, it's a traveling circus for us.
Yes.
But even the audience, I've been watching the commentary over here, and, you know, they're invested in time and their drivers and the people that they know. And
oh, yeah.
It's a whole different culture that I had no idea about until I got the first opportunity last September, and I really like it.
Yeah, I got to tell you, I've been doing this a long time with all the drag and drive events, and it's a whole different world. And to everybody that's here doing the Sick Ward, which is just the road trip portion of this, thank you so much. To all of you guys that are in the grandstands that just came out here to watch today, seriously, major kudos. Thank you. Obviously, we're here in Florida, and the weather got good today.
Yes.
But it means the world to us. It's great. It really shows your support. We want to encourage anybody here locally to go to go to other events here, support this drag strip. Bring your own car out and go down the drag strip. They're doing Wednesday night, test and tune. They do, all kinds of weekend events here as well, including Sunday test and tune. So check out the racetrack's website, and you can do that. And for those of you that are somewhere else, go to your local racetrack. Go there and do stuff. And you know what? Every once in a while, if you go, man, they're putting on another event, I haven't been in a while, I wish I could go, but I can't go, but you want your racetrack to stay around, then go online and buy a ticket and give it to somebody. Or just buy a ticket. Don't go. Just buy the ticket. If you don't support the drag strips or other racetracks in your area, then you can't be pissed off when they go away if they don't have enough business. So
that is exactly right. And you and I are very fortunate, and Mark and all the other people, that we get to go out and see this, and it's strong, really. Drag racing is still strong, but we want to keep it strong and healthy. But we're fortunate in that we get to deliver the sights of this.
Right.
But there's still nothing like being at the track.
No.
Being in those grandstands.
Not at all.
Walking the pit areas, walking up to the cars, and because when a car comes from the water box to the last turnoff, it's 60 seconds worth of a full day's of experience.
Absolutely. And I have an analogy that I give, and I give it in small groups that aren't in public, so I can't give it because people would be really mad at me for saying things on this live feed and on the mic that I shouldn't, so I'll just tell people this later. But yes, the real thing is much gooder than TV. I will say that.
I couldn't agree more.
Look at that. Wes Buck is over here doing live stuff, and Wes is he's looking lovely with his lighting and all that. He's talking to his computer. I don't know if he's looking at the live feed and talking about that, or is he?
He is talking to his audience as he is doing his live Wes Buck show this afternoon.
And are we like picture in picture in that or anything, or is he just talking about the event?
He is just talking about the event.
Okay, gotcha.
Nate is over there with him. And
yes.
But that's another thing about this culture, the amount of media that's here, the interest that's being drawn. We've talked about 1320 video being here in Straight Line Media, Wes and Drag Illustrated. There's a real connection with this community, and I think it's a great thing.
It is, and I was hanging out with Wes yesterday, and we had dinner, and we talked a lot about this, and honestly, DI, Drag Illustrated, has been invited to come to other events like Drag Week and Rocky Mountain Race Week, and in fact, invited many times on Rocky Mountain Race Week, and it's always conflicted with something or what have you, and so he just hasn't come. And this week he came here, and now he's like, oh my God, I want to build a car. Oh my God, I wish we were doing this before. Oh my God, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God, this is way more than I thought it was. I've been missing. What's the motivation? Why are people doing this? And he's just sucking it up like a sponge, and it's awesome. And I've known Wes for years now, and I love him to death. He's a great dude, really good guy, has a killer family at home in Texas. And to see him excited about this is fun, because that's why we're friends, is because he and I will be at a race at the highest level, working on fuel cars or pro mod cars or whatever and hanging out. And we're as excited as could be. We're giddy about being able to do it, because at heart, we're just lucky to do this. Like, I got to come here and didn't have to pay. Like, I'm all thrilled. Like, it's awesome. I mean, except when Bailey's listening, and then, dang it, this is horrible and I need to be paid better. Oh, you're not him. I didn't know if you were Bailey coming in the door here, so.
Well, Derek's, I think, using that line as well. So.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
But I will say you guys have earned your money so far, because it's
excellent.
I
want Warren to be the one that's approving our invoices then.
So wait a second. So we went from you approving my paycheck to make sure I got paid what I needed to now Warren needs to take care of it.
Yeah. Well, if he does it, maybe he's more responsible looking. Look at him. He's much more distinguished looking than us.
Oh, he's definitely more distinguished.
Yeah.
You can say it. I'm old.
Well, that too, Warren. I mean, I would have said that.
Worst automatic thing. I'm trying to be nice.
No. See, remember, he called me old by saying I was experienced. Yeah. It was awesome. Keith Turk would like to see me.
Yes, sir.
Hey, Keith.
Well, I'm going to jump back out of the way.
No, he said you wanted to see me. Shut the
I'm
door.
going to hand the microphone back to Derek Putnam to pick things up here.
Thank you,
You're
Warren.
riding with my
Appreciate it.
Yay. Is Alan riding with us? Yay.
So Chad is having fun over here with
No, I'm kidding. Why is
Keith
Alan
Turk.
not riding with us?
Having way more fun than he should be. As we get the final amount of stuff cleaned up at the top end of the racetrack, we got a whole bunch of cars left to go through. The good news is Gainesville Raceway crew and TVC out there working hard, trying to get everything back together for everyone so we can get this one wrapped up. There's still a lot of you out here, and very much appreciate you coming out here to Gainesville Raceway and being part of first annual Sick Week, brought to you by Gear Vendors Overdrive, and the live stream again being brought to us by our good friends at Motion Raceworks. Thank you all so much for joining us here at Gainesville Raceway. It is great to see all these cars and all of you out here at my home track, place that I've been lucky enough to race at since 1994. And like I said, we're going to see.
How old were you then? Wait, how old are you? Wait, hold on. Stop talking, Derek. You and I are only a couple of years apart, right? You're 45.
Correct, yes, sir.
Okay, I'm 49. Okay, good. I was just afraid all of a sudden you were going to say 1994, you were like 7, and I was going to smack you or something.
No.
I have gotten that pulled on me earlier. Today, twice, actually, I said some year, and they were like, oh, wow, I was only born that year. Like, man, I'm going to beat you with a microphone.
Guy needs a jump box at the gear vendor rig. Hey, Keith, is this still valid? Keith Turk, do they still need a jump box over at the gear vendors?
Do they still need a jump box? Okay.
You got it? Okay, so
Disregard.
Cancel that call. Let's see. Oh, here's something that talks about distinguished. No, I'm just kidding.
Hey, everybody in the grandstands, raise your hand if you want an umbrella drink.
Oh, a whole lot of them.
Lonnie Grimm.
Where is Lonnie
They
Grimm?
are your people. I don't know where Lonnie Grimm is,
Yeah,
actually.
Lonnie disappeared. We were trying to, win favors with Lonnie Grimm, and we just totally, whiffed on that call.
Dude, if somebody... Okay, I have an idea. Never mind.
Okay, so Lonnie Grimm is staring at me on the second floor of the tower, and now he's tapping on his phone. I don't know, man. Hopefully I'm not in trouble, Lonnie. What's up? Nothing?
How you doing?
We're good? Okay. Hey,
Lonnie,
do
are you
need
ready for an umbrella drink?
Yeah, Lonnie needs an umbrella drink.
He
Yes,
does.
Look, he did.
Oh,
he
dude.
smiled.
Umbrella drinks. There's got... Yeah, see? I
Yes.
know, you're my boy.
Umbrella drinks
Two.
for everybody.
2 umbrella drink. Big ones. He wants 2 hurricanes with 2 umbrellas.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, once again, we are getting close to having the top end of the racetrack put back together. Chad, you've been over here having a really good time, man. I'll tell you what, it has really been an honor to sit here next to you and call this stuff. Meanwhile, Law Dog, a guy who I guarantee you has never had an umbrella drink.
When it says hurricane, that's what we were just talking about.
Wow,
Yes.
Law Dog, you continue to impress me.
He's in touch with his manhood. He can drink a foofy drink.
Okay.
I clearly was not enough until I met Lonnie Grimm and went, okay, a man. You know, it's sort of like Nacho Libre, right? Sometimes a man likes to wear stretchy pants, dude. Sometimes a man wants umbrella drinks, right? Thank you. Water in the box. Suit up, boys and girls. We're going racing.
Yeah, I like that call. Just official call. As soon as the tractor gets back, we will send them down the racetrack. Yeah, absolutely. Thanks, man. Dude, we're having way too much fun. Yeah, no, absolutely. Thanks for coming up and saying hi, man. All right, great. I look forward to it. Yeah, absolutely. Please. So for all of you that are still on the live stream, over 8,000 strong, thank you all so much for hanging in there. Obviously, we're into overtime. We're going a couple hours past where we normally would. We appreciate y'all hanging out with us as Chad and I babble about all kinds of stuff, both related and non-related to racing. But we're just, again, out here having a great time here at Gainesville Raceway on day number 3 originally, but what has become day number 2 when Orlando got stuck in timeout, so to speak, because Mother Nature, yet again, did not want to play good, so we had to cancel festivities for Orlando. Everybody still had to run the route, so they had to go to Orlando Speed World, check in and get the official map, run the checkpoints. The good part was Law Dog told me that he got to hook up with some of the guys from 1320 Video. He got to see some of the people cruising through his town, and then come here to Gainesville Raceway, his home track, watch people lay down 6-second passes over 200 miles an hour. Yeah, it's been a good day to not go to work. So speaking of going to work, ladies and gentlemen, I like this. Let's go to work and put cars back in the water box. Let's do some burnouts, and let's send cars down the racetrack. All right, so it looks like we got a couple of dial-your-own cars that are going to come up here in our next battle. This is Billy Leach, the Mustang over on the right-hand side, the left-hand side, the pickup truck.
So explain to people what dial your own means.
So dial
as opposed to doing like index classes like some of the Dragon Drivers.
So the dial your own class is the class where you're going to try to show your most consistent passes. Like, in other words, if you run 1050 on day 1, you want to try and run 1050 on day 2, not like 1050 and 11 flat, because that doesn't show a consistent car. 1065, 133 for the Mustang, 1498 at 91 miles an hour for the aptly named White pickup truck driven by Mr. White.
Well, there you go.
Yeah. I mean, wouldn't it be weird if Mr. White had a black pickup truck?
No, it actually wouldn't.
Oh, okay. All right, I'm sorry. I was trying to serve up the softball, but just throw it right back at me. I feel like I'm literally throwing a line at him out of, what is it, Anchorman.
Yes,
hey, let me just throw this right back at you. You don't like it?
You are absolutely right. That is great. I'm sorry. I couldn't help it.
Yeah, you could. You just chose not to. Robert
I
LeBron
love you,
Frank
Derek.
coming up here in the
I
Camaro.
love you.
A little truck over on the right-hand side. Again,
that'll get you for calling me experienced.
Yeah. Michael Crossilli in the Silverado going 1038 at 101, 1214, 92 miles an hour for the Camaro. Here comes a Pontiac-powered Pontiac. Wow, yeah. Sit down and actually think about that for a second. It hasn't been swapped. 455 cubic inches of Pontiac goodness and a 71 Trans Am on the right-hand side. Left side, little Chevy 2 action on the Lucas Oil side.
I like that little Chevy too, but I really like the Pontiac.
Oh yeah, man. There's nothing that is disappointing about an early second gen with the shaker hood and everything.
Oh yeah.
1196, 113 for the Trans Am, 1060, 125 for the Chevy Nova. Yeah, they also called him a Chevy 2 up until what year? Chad Reynolds?
You know, well, they were a Chevy 2 and then a Chevy 2 Nova and then a Nova. And I don't remember when, like, the both years were. I think that was, like, 66 and 7, and then 68 was the first only as a Nova. Is that right?
Almost right, yes.
Okay.
68 was the year they changed to the third-gen design, and they called them a Chevy 2 and used the Nova badge. Then in 69, they got rid of the Chevy 2 badge. Couple
And
of 12
only a Nova.
Correct.
Okay.
Couple of 12-second passes. Here comes one of the main man over at Motion Raceworks. This is Doug Cook in the car they call El Toro. They threw this car together in 8 days, and when you look at the color that he filled out on his tech card, it says blackened stickers. That's what it says. 1966 Le Mans will stage up over on the left side. Doug Cook is looking for an 8.5 something. He can't turn in an 8.4 something, so he's hoping El Toro is tuned up correctly as the air continues to get better here at Gainesville. This one's gonna be close.
He lifted at the top. 853, 156.
There you go. You can turn that slip in. 1196, 114 for the Poncho.
His crew chief, Justin Martin, a.k.a. Red, down there on the starting line. They're looking to see what just flew off the car.
Is Red the guy who drives the Yanko clone on the drag radial that runs in the upper threes, low fours? Is that the same guy?
That is the limited drag radial Nova that, in my opinion, is the lowest and sexiest and prettiest Nova drag car on Earth. And it is stunning how nice that car is. And it's got a twin-turbo HED built, big block Chevrolet under the hood. Sponsored by Motion Raceworks, and yeah, it runs in the threes in the 8th mile on a 295 DOT drag.
Jared Aspergren, 2010 model Camaro over on the left-hand side, and the SN95 Mustang. Banging gears over on the right-hand side, that is Trenton Williams. He goes 1204 at 112, 1065, 131 for the 5th generation Camaro on the left side.
And original Fox body and later model Fox body in the water right now. The original Fox body, the very first Fox platform vehicles, were in fact the Fairmonts, not the Mustangs. So then the Mustang came out with the same body style platform, a little bit different wheelbase, etc., but all the basics being the same. So you got a Fox on Fox battle right here.
Yep, you got a little bit of a head
Don't
start.
search for that on Google, though.
Yeah, it was a 1-year difference. The Fairmont and Mercury Zephyr line going to the Fox body platform in 78. They didn't change from the dreaded Mustang 2 until 1979, like you said. That's when the Fox body Mustang came out. Meanwhile, little baby blue station wagon going to show the Mustang the way to the finish line. 910 and 144.
Not messing around right there.
Yeah, that's pretty solid. 1263, 107. Not bad for a little Mustang that's still sporting the two-tone paint scheme, which honestly you don't see very much anymore, but that's how they originally came. Chad looking for a little bit of help. Zachary, but no, that's not him. We got to reset the clock and make sure that I'm actually looking at the right thing on here. That is Bob Ruppel, 1972 Nova. The car that I still haven't figured out the perfect ice cream flavor, but it looks kind of like pistachio almost.
It is like pistachio or mint chip, something like that.
Yep.
Yeah, so Ruppel was on the very first Rocky Mountain Race Week and hurt the motor and wanted to give up out in the middle of nowhere, but was broke down across the street from an auto shop. And quite frankly, we guilted him in. He was going with his son, and we guilted him into fixing the car because we said, dude, what kind of example are you going to set for your kid? Like right now is a life lesson. You can never get this opportunity again. And he took the bait, and they thrashed and put another motor or cam and heads and all kinds of junk in the thing and made the rest of the trip. It was pretty awesome. In truth, he hasn't spoken to me since, but he's on all the events. So, you know, apparently it was a good thing.
Yeah, so it's all good. A couple low 10-second passes. I mean, we're watching an F-150 go 10-10 at 128 miles an hour. Here comes another possible one right here. 10:09, 120 out of a full-size F-150? That's crazy. Here comes a real important pass, Chad. About to roll into the water box here on the left-hand side. This is your current leader This is Stefan Gustafsson. He hasn't made a good run yet today. He went 664 in Bradenton, and because of Tom Bailey dropping out, he is now your overall leader. That's the C4 red Corvette that's over here in the left side water box. But obviously, he's got a lot of pressure on him right now because he needs to make a 6-second pass. If he doesn't, his chances might be sunk.
Yeah, and I got to tell you, you know, that he's got Eric Yost, Biggin, from Customs by Biggin, who is out there as his co-pilot and crew chief here this week. Biggin is a guy who has won multiple times in every drag and drive event that's ever been put on. And he is looking to help the Swede and the Swede vet get into the winner's circle. And he knows how to do it, but honestly, this car makes a lot of power. It weighs very little. All those things are good, except when there is this much grip out there, it's really hard. So you got to decide, do you throw a bunch more power at the thing so it gets some wheel speed and goes out there, or do you try and dumb down the launch so the thing leaves with a dead hook and at least stays in good shape for its run down the racetrack?
Over on the right-hand side, Mark Forsman, the 1954 Willys pickup truck, but all eyes, to be honest, on the left-hand side. We've got a bunch of 680 and 690 radial cars that would easily take over the top spot, overall champion. If for some reason Gustafsson can't make a good pass right here, so again, everybody watching the left lane, want to see what that Corvette can do. He needs a 6. He needs it in the worst way possible.
There he goes, going down the racetrack.
Looks pretty good so far.
That's tire smoke from the Tubbs Rubbin 683,
there you
218. Go. That isn't where they want to be, but it'll work as Steve Morris in the wagon, who is in number 2 spot to them, ran an 89 earlier and was already behind. Biggin and the Swedes looking good right now. This is going to be one they are wiping their brow and excited to go on.
Yeah, they had a little sigh of relief there after they got that one out. But you know what? We go right from one guy who did not make a good run until right there, and we're going to stage another one up right behind him. Joe Barry. Talk about a legend in drag and drive competition. The 56 Chevy they call the Creamsicle over on the left-hand side. That car also has not made a representative run today. Usually good for bottom 7s at 200 miles an hour, and you know what? He's just been shaking his fillings out of this car. Can't get it to go down the racetrack straight. Probably the same thing like what you just said, Chad. You got a bunch of tire, a lot of grip, and unfortunately, that does not sometimes equate to a solid straight shot.
No, and it looks like the Swede down there in the top end, Biggin, the Swede is parked on the end of the racetrack. That Corvette did not make it off. Hopefully it's just that he coasted and didn't make it. Ooh. But
Gainesville has a lot of shutdown space.
It does.
You pull the parachutes out, click the motor off, and then he's obviously trying to save every little part and piece that he possibly can. So let's hope it's not hurt, and he just made a good run, and he just needs a little push off the top end. There he goes. Yeah, he's going to clear the gate here in just a second. And we'll get the all clear sign. Corey will turn the four-wheeler back around, and we'll go back to action here with a little small tire Mustang on the right side.
Now, there's going to be a bunch of people that are asking, should Joe Barry do another burnout? Should the Mustang in the right lane do another burnout? My opinion, the little Mustang could, but I wouldn't if I was Joe Barry. With the big tire and the stickiness of this racetrack, I would be letting that tire cool down a little bit. If it got a little extra wheel speed, that wouldn't be a bad thing. This car makes real steam. It is a beautiful all-steel 56 Chevrolet, and I love it.
Yeah, so here we go. 60 degrees, ladies and gentlemen. The temperature is going to start to drop as the sun is starting to drop below the horizon here. 287 feet of corrected density altitude. We're almost at sea level. So this is good conditions. 30 water grains. The air is dry. So Joe Barry has a chance to lay down one right here, but I'll tell you what, his stomach has got to be in knots. He's done this before. He knows how to power through it.
He does. Barry Ruby dead hooking the thing too and not happy, but it's motoring on down there. Oh, slowing down at the top end though.
Yeah, that is not a good run for him. I mean, he did go straight and true, but 885, 135, let's be honest, that's over a second down and over 60 miles an hour down. Now, Joe Barry can turn that slip in, and at least he knows that he's still somewhat in it, but that's kind of a shot to his chances. How about a stick shift out of New York? Coming up over on the left-hand side, the 55 Chevy.
Frank Romano, the tattoo artist out of New York. Awesome dude, been doing drag and drive events for years. 5-speed stick, that dude can shift, and he is rad, and that car is stunningly beautiful. Through the lights, 956, 140, that thing dead hooked.
Yep.
That normally is a 940 car. Ran a 938, I believe, in Bradenton, but right there, 950s, he's still going to take it.
Yeah, on the other side, William Luan going 852, 161 in a class that's 850 limited. That's exactly what he needed. He'll be able to pack everything up and head to the next racetrack. Probably, again, breathing a little sigh of relief, but with a smile on his face. And here comes Cletus McFarland in the car they call Mullet. He has not made a good pass yet today, and as you already mentioned, he was at the back of the lanes. So again, another guy who kind of has his back up against the wall right here.
Yeah, they had some issues.
Yeah, Rick Prospero on the other side. He's already gone 690, so this is kind of a checkout run for him. He's good. He can, if he does something wrong right here, like he turns it up and it doesn't do what he wants it to, no problem. He's got the pass in the back pocket, so he's good. Cletus, on the other hand, yeah, he's rolling in there with a little bit of butterflies in the giraffe's stomach.
Absolutely. They are not 100% sure what the problem is on that car. They are not 100% sure that it won't get worse or that it's done doing what it was doing.
Yeah, so... All right, so they're going to bump him and get him ready. 3 drops. Oh, Cletus lights the tires up, and Rick Prospero all the way down. Top end says... 729, 177, so he lifted early. Cletus gets back after it, 952, 170, but that'll also be a shot to his hopes.
Yeah, Prospero was out there, and that car was going left the whole time down the racetrack. Warren Evans mentioned he was outside the groove. He was over there in the glue, but unfortunately he was aimed at the mile-an-hour cone at the top end of the racetrack, and it just kept going that way. I think he lifted because he was getting close over there, and obviously that's going to impact it. But dude, Glenn Hunter in one of the bad to the bone tri-5s that is here this weekend in the left lane. That thing is, as you said, 7-second capable, and it is fun to watch. Going up against Ruby with James Tall behind the wheel.
He's obviously looking to get a little closer to that 850 window. He went 840 earlier today. Glenn Hunter just blows the tires off. He went 801 on his previous pass, and it looks like that's probably what he's going to have to turn in here. James Tall, not what he wanted, 867, 155, because that's not going to get him closer to the 850 mark. And Glenn Hunter, also another veteran of drag and drive, did not get what he wanted out of Gainesville Raceway.
No. You know what's funny is this racetrack is, it's Gainesville. I mean, come on, this place is great, right? We have great track prep equipment and personnel here. But everybody kind of wants something different, right? The radial cars want one thing, the big tire radials want another, the big tire slicks want something, the small tire slicks want something, and that is the tough part. And you saw a couple of them going out there and spinning them hard in the left lane.
Parker Mitchell, this is Cletus's brother, going down the right-hand side in the Dr. Pepper Mustang looking for 850. 842, 159. Yeah, even though he dropped the laundry early, still not good enough to slow him down to an 850, so he can't turn in that time slip. The Corvette goes 1380 at 104. I don't know, that might have just been a turn it up a little bit and see what he gets out of it, but I think he had something slower than 850 already today, so hopefully he won't have his chances impacted. But I'll tell you what, your week can turn on a dime. As you're down to one pass, we see a couple of people that manage to make the magic work, and then some people don't, like Joe Barry, and we watch Cletus not do what he should have. And I'll tell you what, it's real easy to sit here and judge, but Chad, you've done this for several years. I mean, you know how these people feel. I mean, it's got to be like a gut punch.
Oh, it is. You know, there are times where you get out there and you have a problem. You look at the car, you look at the data, you look at whatever's going on. You think you found something, right? You hope you found something. You fix it, you change the tune, whatever, and you get out there on the racetrack and it doesn't do anything better, or it's worse, or what have you, and that's it. You got no more runs for the day, and all you can do at that point is just, you know, suck it up, get the car turned around and ready to go out on the road, and then you've got to get your mind straight while you're on the road, get to where you need to be, and start the next day, because it's infinitely harder every single day to get going and get an improvement. So if you don't have your A game on, day 3, day 4, you are gonna be done.
So getting notes here from Keith Turk. I feel like a broken record player when I say this. Please make sure you turn in your time slips. Obviously, we're doing our final session right now, but if you've already made a pass and you're ready to go to go to the first floor of the tower, and please make sure you turn your time slips in. We appreciate you doing that because it'll help keep Tanya Turk and her group rolling along, and they will give you directions to the next racetrack and your checkpoints and everything that you got to go through. And obviously, that'll make everybody's lives easier because we have a whole bunch of cars left to run, and we obviously don't want to have a whole glutton of people at the end because it's starting to get dark. I know a lot of people are worried about, you know, making a pass and getting on the road, and it's going to get cold out and so forth. And I'm sure the stories from the road, Chad, as you could share, are going to get interesting.
Some of them are like Las Vegas. What happens on the road stays on the road. You just don't talk about it.
Yeah, we just kind of pretend that's not there. Joe Barstow coming up in the Chevelle over on the Lucas Oil side. That's a 1970 model. Over on the right-hand side, the Cadillac CTSV two-door. A little bit of blue influence on the front to spicing up the white.
I like flame paint jobs.
Yeah, Chuck Jordan, 2012 model Caddy. He's riding in style. We got the wheels up, too. When he launched off the starting line with the Chevelle's like, I don't care, man. I'm out of here. Looking for an 8-second pass.
See ya.
Yep, 875, 152 for the big A body. 1039, 128 for the Caddy. Now, this El Camino coming up over here on the right-hand side. Chad, this looks like kind of just your style, man. I think you see that rolling. Nice little paint matched on the rally wheels, little small caps and everything.
Oh, yeah, I like it. Jacob's truck, it's cool. I grew up with a 65 El Camino in the family, and so I like an El Camino for sure.
Yeah, the modern 5th-generation Camaro over on the Lucas Oil side of the racetrack, out there in front, the El Camino of Jacob Davis trying to stay with him as they head towards the top end of Gainesville's concrete quarter mile. A couple of low 13-second passes. They were only separated by about 1/10 of a second, but the Camaro jumped off the starting line first, so he made it look a little worse than it really was.
So, little known fact, I have only owned 3 vehicles in my life that were not Chevrolets. Okay? One of them was a 1972 Buick Skylark convertible that looked much like this beautiful red car over here in the left lane. Mine, of course, had a Buick 350 in it with a 1-inch carb spacer and a quadrajet off of a small block Chevrolet, because they have different inlets, so they will not work. The Chevrolet one will not bolt directly to the Buick intake manifold. It had a set of Flowmasters and all the shift kit I could put in the Turbo 350. It was a 273 one-legger that I put a $100, drop it in, posi unit thing in it that clicked. It did spectacular burnouts, and it barked the tires every chance it had, and it had 15 by 3.5-inch center lines on the front, 15 by 10s on the rear with 295 50-15 Futuras, and it was bad to the bump convertible. Yeah, and rad.
That's the great thing about Buick. What did they say? Going fast with class.
Yes,
what they used to say.
Exactly.
Little pickup truck out there showing him the way on the Budweiser side. How about 978, 143 miles an hour for a full-size 1500 truck? The Buick didn't get staged in time. That's why you don't see any data on the scoreboard on the left side. And once again, big thanks to Warren Evans getting everything done where you even get data on the live stream today. And Warren and his crew have been out here working hard out in Bradenton doing the same thing, trying to get all the sound worked out. We appreciate all their hard work. Talk about a couple of contrasting pickup trucks. You got the turbocharged C10 over on the left side, the square body, and then the little Love truck on the right side, Chad. And they're both rocketing down there.
Yeah, but the square body was on the brakes all kinds of hard because he's trying to run a 24, and he missed it with a 21.6.
Oh, that's painful. 1046 at 135 for the little Love truck. That's LUV Love truck.
Oh, yeah. You know, the thing that sucks about trying to do the bullseye deal is like, so in that case, let's say your truck has never run better than like, you know, a 930 in its entire life and the number is 24. You have to slow it all the way down to 1024. Like, oh my God, you want to open the door and get out.
Yeah, be like Fred Flintstone and kind of open up the hatch panel and just put your feet down.
For the love of God, stop.
Yeah, for those of you that have never heard it, useless car trivia, the Love truck, LUV, stood for light utility vehicle. That's where they came up with that.
It did, and it was built by Isuzu in Japan, and in Isuzu, it was a pup.
That's interesting. I never heard about that. Did the pup actually stand for something?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. Mike Puckett, speaking of pup, the Camaro Super Sport over on the right-hand side, and the Mustang that dropped the hammer and didn't find the traction he wanted on the left-hand side. That's Brandon Hyde. He's running in the Bullseye Challenge, so he's looking for something with a 24 at the end of it. Let's see what he gets. 1458 at 99 miles an hour, that won't work. 980 at 137 will not work for the Camaro. That's too fast. He needs to run 10 flat and slower.
Racer in need, racer in need, racer in need. The PFI Speed Crew needs a welder over at the white CRX. The PFI Speed Crew needs a welder. Nick Pluniak, if you have your welder with you, the PFI Speed guys need a welder. Again, the PFI Speed guys need a welder.
Once again, the
Wow,
RX-7
come
out there
on.
using all of his lane to try to get down the racetrack. Top end, 952, 146, and he was on a roller coaster ride there.
Yeah, that was where talent and skill and intelligence quickly ran out before the art of moving the wheel and the shifter. That guy wrecked that car 4 times out there. He just didn't hit anything.
Yeah, that
Next time he won't be so lucky.
Yeah, that was the, I forget who messaged me that. Oh, Ricky Pennington, former NMCA world champion. He said he just did a bad job of crashing.
Yes, exactly.
All right, so we're going to run a single pass here on the left-hand side as the Mustang driver out of the Big 3 Racing.net operation. It looks like he has the burnout.
Yeah, looks like he's going now.
Pup
Oh, really?
was short for pickup. Okay, that's possible.
Well, there you go.
Yeah.
I
learn
love
something
my
new every
chat.
day, yeah.
I know. I love those guys.
All right, so the Mustang driver on the right side once again lays down the power a little too hard and gets back after it. I think the rear suspension in that thing looks like it's just bouncing.
Yeah, something is not happy out there.
Look at the speed, 170 miles an hour, 929, so obviously there's a whole lot left. You know, we could sit here and contemplate what it should have run, but I'll tell you what, that's not the time slip they wanted, but it's better than, you know, turning in, say, a 12-second coaster. So they pedaled it, got back after it. He was working it hard.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Coming up next, little Shelby over on the Lucas Oil side of the racetrack. The car over on the right-hand side is, let's say it's a repossession. The guy came over and basically pasted his name on top of his wife's name on the side of the car and basically said, hey, I'm borrowing my wife's car. Like where her name is, it's got a big old piece of tape on it, and then it says Chuck right above it. If you read what he wrote in shoe polish on the back, he says, don't tell my wife I borrowed her car.
That's awesome.
Yeah, don't worry. We'll keep it between you, me, and, 8,100 people on the live stream.
Nobody will rat you out. It's totally fine.
Yeah, it's car guy code. Don't worry. We're good.
So in the right lane in the water box is a car that Freiberger will be in love with, the 340 Duster down there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it clicks all the boxes for him. Nice flat hood.
Yeah.
You know, stealthy looking operation.
It's a little pretty for him, but yeah.
That's true. Hey, but if you look at the crop duster, that thing got cleaned up real nice.
That's true. That is true.
Firebird making a nice shot down the right side, 861, 147. Pretty good for them. Shelby, 1239, 114. Let's bring up that gorgeous looking 72 Duster. Another one out of the Big 3 Racing operation. Again, a small tire car, Chad, so the window for error, not so big here. You got to make sure you get after it and you get it hooked up good early and then lay the power into it in the right spot.
The one thing about this racetrack, though, today is that I would say it has consistently been better for the small tire radial guys than anybody. They've got to be pretty happy because most of the day, this racetrack was really better for them than anybody else.
That's true. Rick Trunken bumping that Mopar in there. Oh, yeah, and it just bouncing the front end off the ground. 130 on the 60-foot, 513 in the 8th mile. How about a 7? 786, 178 miles an hour for the Mopar. Yeah, that's getting it done.
I would say so, my friend. Look at that. That is a moving 340 Duster, ladies and gentlemen. I wonder what it has under the hood. Please tell me it's actually a Mopar.
Yeah, absolutely. I hope so because the flat hood checks all the right boxes for me.
In my world, what would make me happy would be if it was like a 410-inch small block Mopar with a set of twins or a big single or something on it. Would just, it would do it for me.
Well, based on the fact that it only had the one big pipe coming out of it, that would probably
You could only
make me
see
think.
one? Okay, gotcha. I
Yeah.
couldn't tell.
Yeah, I wasn't sure, but if I'm wrong, wouldn't be the first time.
Yeah, oh no. I like it.
Yeah.
I like it a lot.
Yeah. Here comes I guess we can call this well-weathered Ford pickup truck over on the left-hand side, and a real nice-looking fourth-generation F-body Camaro on the right-hand side. As we whittle down what looks like, we've got about 2 staging lanes of cars left. So I can finally see the end, Chad, and then you and I are going to have to pack things up and head north.
How many cars entered this? 7,642 have run today.
It feels like that after a long day.
Bailey, let's limit it to 5,000 next year. Dude, you're killing me today. I'm running out of steam, people.
Yeah, the good news is that Bailey cannot hear you outside the glass
I know.
case. All right, so here comes a stick shift car over on the right-hand side. That's what the E designation would tell you. That is Chris Mavrodis. 2000 model Camaro. He's working his way down the right-hand side in fast fashion. Over on the left side, the pickup truck. That is Lucas Barr. He goes 1291 to 113. Stick shift car, 1042, 133. How about a little Mini Cooper with some spray on top of it, Chad?
I know, I like it. Apparently earlier he ran his career best. I don't know what it was. I just know it was his career best.
Brian Glover in the Mini. And the Mustang on the left-hand side again, just looks like he's shifting it. Yeah, he is. He's banging gears. Yeah, stick car over on the left-hand side. That's C.J. Roberts.
Was he running for a 24?
No, unfortunately,
Oh,
E-class.
no.
That would have been good if it would have been an N, especially with a 0. But 152 miles an hour showing that thing's got 8-second capability if he can just get it hooked up on the front half.
And one of the, we've got a couple of Volvos here and a couple of Volvo wagons, but this one here in the left lane, this car is special. This thing is bad to the bone. It's a veteran of multiple drag and drive events and fun to watch.
So Cameron Thorpe, 1992 Volvo 740 model station wagon. You know anything about the power plant in this?
I believe this last year that it got a bigger LS, a built LS instead of, more of a mundane version. And I believe it has a pair of turbos, but it may be just one. Uh-oh.
And that's not good as the police pursuit vehicle, again, kudos to that driver pulling right over to the side, and the Volvo just lit the tires afire. Look at it. You can see the marks. It's about 20 feet off the starting line.
Yeah.
He must have just laid himself into the boost real early, and the track said, nope, we're not going to accept that payment here today, sir.
And then it backfired, and based on the fact that he's idling down, he's either just like, oh, I don't care and I'm idling, or it may have popped a map sensor or something, and that thing may only be able to idle right now.
That's true.
To try and get it off the racetrack.
Yep, police pursuit vehicle pulled over to the side, checked her, and made sure everything was okay. Once again, I'm getting reminded by Keith Turk and Tanya Turk, if you have made your passes and you are done for the day, please don't dawdle. Bring those to the first floor of the tower, turn in your time slips, get the map, help us get packed up and get on the road because we like to eat and sleep too.
Yeah. I haven't done any of those things today.
Eat or sleep?
No.
I have a feeling that in the last 24 hours you may have had a beverage, though.
I have had a couple of beverages.
See, I just gave you the credit for the one. If you decided you wanted to add to that, it was...
No, I did. I've had a few, but not a lot. I had 2 margaritas with dinner last night.
Okay. Were they regular size or were they king size?
Yeah, it's like pint size.
Pint
glass.
size.
Yeah, like normal, you know.
Here comes the cleanest big farm. Oh, yeah, another backfire out of that one as if they had a little bit too much air conditioning in it, as he would say. On the other side, the Mustang of Rich Pedraza going 977, 139. The Marauder recovers for 1201, 125, but that's not what they would call optimal. Here's another guy who's been kind of struggling with this combination. This is the guy called Cadillac Sean. His real name is Sean Gilbert. This is an LS-powered, turbocharged 1977 Cadillac Coupe de Ville. I mean, talk about unique. And then you look over to the other side, and you've got that pistachio-colored 1967 C10 pickup truck. So, again, a couple of really unique vehicles staging up here at the first ever SICK Week, day number 3, Gainesville, Florida.
Yeah, and the Cadillac is a beast, and it has been for a while. This is a car that will hand you your butt if you are not careful.
Looks like they softened it up good. They poured the power in about the 200-foot mark and kind of kicked the rear end sideways just a hair.
Yeah, it looked like he pedaled it just a little bit as it tried to spin and shake 915, 154 mile an hour. Not where they want to be, but it's going to be what they got.
Yeah, I mean, again, you spin the tire, spinning ain't winning, and the problem is it knocks valuable time off your time slip, and you've got to be able to turn something in that's a pretty accurate representation of what you want to try and get after, because it's if you keep blowing the tires off, it's easier to just step it way back and make small baby step increases and be able to actually turn in a time slip that's decent versus one that's just complete garbage.
In the right lane now, chilling with Chet and his plaid Tesla.
Over on the left-hand side, that is Jeff Oppenheim, a guy who is a veteran of drag and drive. You want to talk about a car that has been seasoned? How about medium rare? It was burn up over on the left-hand side. When he was on the final day of Hot Rod Drag Week, he left before the tree was activated, and so did Chad. So neither one of them will get any ET. They couldn't wait for the tree to come down.
Wow.
Oh, what about a wasted opportunity?
They are going to be pissed about that one.
Well, hate to say it, but there's nobody's fault there but the driver.
Absolutely.
So we'll wait for them to clear the top end of the racetrack. Chances are the time slip booth operator will probably get an earful.
Oh, yeah. The forest fire in the right lane.
Yeah, meanwhile, somebody called 911 and canceled that call.
Yeah. Jesus. Seriously, there's some forest ranger dude on a giant platform somewhere in these woods, like literally within the next 10 miles. I'm absolutely 100% true. I guarantee you that there is a forest fire watch dude in a platform somewhere who saw that and is now staring over here with the telescope to make sure it doesn't keep going. They got those here. Yes.
Fire in
it's
the
a big
swamp.
deal.
Yeah, that's a good way of looking at it. Dave Workman, the guy behind the diesel, Workman Diesel, coming up over on the other side of the Cadillac.
Dude, come on, man. Seriously.
Michael Pantero in the Cadillac. Through that diesel, taking him to task. He might actually get to the finish line first. I can't see through all the smoke, Chad. 11:21, 131 miles an hour for the diesel.
Imagine how fast it'd go without all the smoke. God, that's just hideous.
Well, what is it? If you let the smoke out, it's less?
It is.
Okay.
Dude, smoking ain't going.
No. Here comes Vice Grip Garage. Who's behind the wheel, Chad? I forget.
Derek.
Yeah.
Derek behind the wheel, having fun in this thing. It's only broken all the rear ends that have ever been in it.
This is a ProCharger-powered hot rod, if I'm not mistaken.
It is, and it's cool, and it's fun.
Yeah.
And Derek's good people. Oh, the Mustang backing out. No, come on. Oh, dude. I know.
Yeah, the ever evolving work of people trying to figure out their bump boxes.
So Derek drove El Toro at Rocky Mountain Race Week this year. And, oh, come on.
That's not good. So it looks like we had the Mustang back out of the beams, then go into the beams and jump back out of it. Unfortunately, Derek and the Chevelle.
Stop.
Oh, not into that Nova.
Back up.
Piker is going to like literally have a heart attack.
Dude.
Yeah, that was a little too close for comfort. I mean, I'm up here. That neither one of them are my cars, and my heart just skipped a beat. The Mustang driver lights the tires up over on the left-hand side and just got after it a little too early. Again, the racetrack may be starting to cool off here, and Chris Kripe said, "Cripes!" It didn't work. Went all the way down to a 13-second pass.
So is that oil or is it fuel that was coming out of Derek's car?
Yeah, meanwhile, you've got Mike Piker Sr. and Jr. out there standing in front of him from Motion Raceworks. I mean, that beautiful 72 Nova, last thing he's going to want to do is put that thing in something that might be susceptible.
Yeah, that car is stunning. They are going to be stepping it up, putting even more power into it later this year.
Yeah, it's a 400 cubic inch plus LS motor, and it's got pretty much the entire Motion catalog thrown at it, and it probably has the sexiest set of beadlock wheels I have ever seen.
Oh, yeah, it's amazing. And Mike Pryka is responsible for arguably more of the Motion Raceworks product photography and all of those things and race cars and all that over the last few years. Finally getting some help the last probably year, but has been shooting their cars for years at all these events and is part of the Motion Raceworks family. Great dude, and his dad Michael driving that Nova, which is his, and it's sexy. That's a cool car.
So we got a report from the top end we're going to go check out here for just a second. We want to make sure everything is on the up and up, so hang on just a second. We're sitting here yakking away about the Nova. I mean, it's hard not to talk about it. It's a beautiful car. Over on the left-hand side, that's another car out of Vice Grip Garage. You know anything about that one, Chad?
I know it's a wrong year Monte Carlo, but I don't know anything else about it other than that it looks sort of NASCAR-esque, and they're having a great time with it, which is the most important thing.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, even if you take the wrong model year car, if you have the right amount of fun with it and make the right amount of memories with it, is it really wrong?
No, that makes it all kinds of right. And Derek and the crew are just super nice people. Like, they're super good dudes. They are all fun. They have a great time, super humble, just nice to be around, very funny. If you have not watched Vice Grip Lodge on YouTube, then go check out the Vice Grip Lodge. They actually have some new content coming on that channel. That's for all the stuff that Derek does that isn't car related, and there's a lot of it.
Tell you what, Wes Buck is doing more work than like 3 other people around here. This man is a busy man.
And while looking that pretty.
All right, speaking of pretty, I'm going to check out this Novus. He does a nice little pretty wheel stand again. I'm betting on it.
Oh
yeah, looking just great. 145 to the 60-foot as Piker just hangs it out there. He'll easily make the top end first here. 10-second pass, 10:32, another new personal best for Mike Piker. He went 10:33 yesterday. The best pass he had made before then was 10:40. So he lays down back-to-back best runs. I'm sure they'll be happy about that.
Oh, dude, the Prykas are going to be so excited about that for sure. I know Mike is jumping up and down, but I got to tell you, I'm impressed that Starks 55 is back, because we all swore when that made a run earlier that he went first gear, second gear, first gear, as that thing spun 11,000 RPM or more, and we thought their day was done, but they are back.
Yeah, his son gets them all lined up in the right spot. The 1928 Pontiac Street Rod over on the left side. Nice little wheels up front. Bouncing the 55 Chevy up as he grabs second gear, and this time, yeah, he's hooked up and gone. It's going to be a good pass. 928 at 143 for the Pontiac. What did the 55 run? That's a real good pass, Chad.
Dude, 10:16 with a 9 at 136 mile an hour. Not too shabby.
It's not a 9, but I have a feeling Junior's probably going to approve.
Oh, yeah, I think so. they've been having a hard time keeping the nitrous bottle warm because they've been sitting for so long in the lanes. So, you know, hopefully that did everything they wanted. Doug from Motion down there. Hey, Doug, is Derek's car all right? Did they fix the leak? It's good? Awesome.
All right, so it looks like
gave it a little Motion love rub right there.
Yeah.
That's normally reserved for, you know, closed doors, but still, it's all right. I didn't see nothing. Camera wasn't zoomed in. You're all right, Doug.
So the diesel 9-second pickup truck coming back up for another shot on the right-hand side of the racetrack. Hopefully the fog will not be so bad that we won't be able to see the scoreboards out of it. David Deal in the Mustang over on the left-hand side is rolling in next to him. So Jesse Harris over in the diesel pickup truck on the right side. David Deal in the Mustang on the left. All right, here it comes. He's going to get into it. All ready to go. God, look at that thing leave. It's so violent, those big tires, and he's still just driving it out like a boss.
And that poor dude that's standing over here on the wall, the photographer, he's like, thanks, dude, another year and a half off of my life.
913 at 160 for David Deal, 976, 135 for the diesel pickup truck as the guy, yeah, he got a face fall. Yeah.
Yeah, dude, he's got the lifespan of like a 1930s Coleman at this point, right? He's a coal miner over there. Dude's got his takes his glasses off. He's all raccoon-eyed and stuff.
Dude, you suggest asbestos and he laughs in your face.
I know. He's like, ha ha, I laugh at the asbestos. Like, dude, come on.
All right,
why we gotta smoke, man? Why? Such a waste of good smoke, honestly.
Chad just keeps asking the important questions.
Why?
Sharon Klossner coming up in the purple Cadillac. On the Budweiser side of the racetrack, going up against another one of the Volvos. Man, I'll tell you what, man, these things are just like literally coming out of the bushes. I don't think I've ever seen this many all at one spot. Paul Mander, the 1990 model 780. I wonder if it's swapped.
Oh, dude, yeah, I'm sure it is. But here's the thing. Like, you take any 80s and early 90s Volvo, they're worth like $4.50 because they rusted out. The electronics don't work. They're a pile, right? So you got to put good, fun stuff in them to make them happy and fun and live. And that's what these guys are doing. They're saving the world one Volvo at a time.
I really hope that both of them had fun on that round because unfortunately they left before the tree was activated.
Wah, wah, wah.
Yep, so no data. Here comes Felicia Smith in the car she calls the four-door Rocket. That's the orange-wrapped Cadillac CTS-V over on the Lucas Oil side. She's been having some issues trying to get this thing hooked up. It's an 8-second capable four-door. I mean, 880s.
All the doors. That's a crew cab Cadillac is what we call that.
Derek from Vice Grip Garage over there in the Pro Charge.
Not leaking Chevelle.
Yes, exactly, because it's got the motion rub.
It did.
And Felicia once again does not find the hookup. She did not do a real smoky burnout, and I have to wonder if the tires were still cold. Derek, on the other hand, hooked up and out of here. 1030, 134 miles an hour. 1148, but see the speed, 142.
I'm really disappointed in that.
Yeah.
I wanted her to haul ass from the starting line so I could say bye, Felicia. That's what I wanted. I wanted that. I mean, I know she's heard it 7,000 times, and she'd be like, yeah, Chad, come over here so I could punch you. But that's what I wanted. I'm not going to lie.
Yep. Here comes Scott Kleppinger, the guy with the turbo out of the side of the fender in the third-generation Camaro that used to have a Buick V6 turbo power plant, and he's now moved into a traditional small block LS. And it's got a nice little single turbo out there ingesting air as it slides by the fender.
Did it have like a 3800 like a Grand National Buick V6?
That's what I was told, yeah, and I think he moved it into the Mustang now that he has, that 10-second Mustang.
See, that's kind of cool because, you know, in the 90s, there was a Pontiac Trans Am or Firebird that had that 3800 V6 turbo combo in it from the factory.
Correct. You were referring to the 20th anniversary Indy Pace Car, 1989 Trans Am. They built 1,550 copies of them. We actually have 2 of them. Meanwhile, on the right side, that's Bear Crockett. Another LS turbo to entry. 798, 173 miles an hour. I guarantee you Scott Kleppinger is going to be happy with that run as Bear slows down a bunch. I mean, he went 552 to the 8th mile and then slows dramatically. 901 at 119. He was going almost 130 at the half track.
Yeah, in fact, he was on the brakes hard or something from 1,000 foot because he had to really work to go that slow.
Here comes the little AMC Gremlin. He's been standing this thing up. Oh, once again, just puts it up in the air, looking for an 8-second pass against the CUDA on the right-hand side. 891, 151 for Gebhardt. 922, 145 for the CUDA. And here comes that beautiful 63 split window Corvette again.
Dude, I love it. My dad's first car actually was a silver 63 split window.
This is Chad Noel over in the 63 split window. The other side, Jason Deuscher. Honestly, a guy who has a lot of experience at this, and I think he finds himself kind of in a rough position. He hasn't made the pass he wants to yet. And another guy rolling in right behind him is Matt Lamphere, both of them. Not near the 850 number that they want to be yet, so they're going in here on their last shot, trying to make something happen.
And Deuscher knows how to go down a racetrack. He knows how to do cool stuff with cool cars. Like you said, he's just been off his game.
140 to the 60 foot. He dialed it back on the front half and puts it in on the back half.
There you go.
Yep, 868 with a 0, 157. It's not optimal, but he can turn it in, so not all that bad. 1336, 103 for the Corvette as he makes a nice cruise as he goes down the track. And by the way, Matt Lamphere came in and told me what happened. You know, because of all the driving, we talked about the sand and everything.
Yeah.
I figured out what made the power slide happen.
Oh.
So he said after that run, he stuck his head underneath the car, thought he had broken a suspension component. It came around on him so fast. Now, you know what happened? He goes back to the pit area and has to drill a hole in the bottom of the quarter because it drained out like a gallon of water. So basically what happened was, when he hit the gas, the water just whacked out in front of the rear wheel and just spun it around. All right, so we're getting towards the end. Matt Lamphere over on the left side. The right-hand side, Randall Reed, another guy who knows how to win on drag week.
Look at that thing, straight as a string. That Mustang right in the middle.
They're right next
down
to each
Broadway.
other.
Look at that, 58 to a 68, 20 mile an hour more for the Miata though.
Yeah, you watch the Mustang kind of drop the brake pedal right there at the end because they were only 100th of a second apart at the 8th mile. They were less than 500ths apart at the 1,000 foot, and the Mustang driver might have just said, you know what, I'm not sure. I don't want to go too fast. Yeah, let's get out of it and just be sure that we go above 850, and that's what he did. And again, here comes a couple more cars that are looking for that magic 8.50 time slip. Now, left-hand side, the S2000 model, that's the guy that got it knocked down perfectly at Bradenton 2 days ago. He knocked down an 8.500. You can do no better. That's Richard Flint in the S2000. Car on the right-hand side, that's William Carter, a 1977 Vega. Both of these guys in the 275 tire street race category. So Chad, again, like we said, 8.50 is the magic number. Can't go under it.
Left front wheel in the air on the Vega.
The S2000 was moving around on him a bit. Oh, bummer. 849 with a 0 for the Vega. No good. 873 after the wobble for the S2000. That's almost as damning. I mean, it's not as bad, but it's still not good. It's 210 slow.
Yeah. I'll tell you what, sometimes it's just crazy. 8490 compared to 8510. Same distance off of 850, and one's a hide the sharp objects moment.
Yeah. Left-hand side, another car looking for that magic 8.50 window. Staging lanes are closed, ladies and gentlemen. Don't bring them to the lanes. Staging lanes are officially closed. Do not bring them to the staging lanes. Aaron Shafer, the SS over on the left side. The 6th generation Camaro on the right side. Left side is looking for another 850. He dialed the power way back, 149 on the 60 foot, but he's pouring it in as he goes down the racetrack. Top end says 861, a lot of speed, 165 miles an hour. 1010, 132. As we get down towards the last few entries. I think we're almost done here, Chad. I can see the end as the sun is almost out of range. There's only a few little glows left on it. All right, so 2 pairs remaining. Dodge Swinger Dart and an Oldsmobile 1967 127. And that, as I said, I'm sure that one checks Chad's boxes. It's baby moons, steel wheels, and a 10-second time slip. Nah, 11:27, 127.
Still
almost.
not bad. That's still cool.
Yeah, 12:44, 108 for the Mopar.
But here we go with our last pair on the starting line.
Yes.
Mustang in the left lane, all the technology, all the newness, all of those things.
Yeah, this is Barry Burrish. This is Glenn Burrish's dad out here having fun. They're posting up videos daily on the Southern Chaos YouTube channel, so make sure you go check that out. How about a 1965 Cutlass? You don't see too many of those anymore.
Oh, and he had issues as that thing rolled through the beams.
Yeah, this is Darce Laws. I believe he's from out in Adams' neck of the woods. I've seen him running out in the Bandimere area.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. At Darce, like, this is a really, really pretty car. It's fast, and it's really fun, and he's a super nice guy, very talented. Again, just a super clean, really, really nice car. And, you know, it's the reason that we bring those up whenever they are this nice is that, quite frankly, if you take a new Mustang or something and, you know, a brand new car, it's real easy to have it look really nice. It's a brand new car. But you take something this old, and it's a lot of work just to make it pretty, let alone to make it fast. So it's pretty cool.
Oh, no, this may not be what we wanted because Darce, I do not believe, has made a lap yet today. This was kind of the same thing he had happen at Bradenton. I don't think I saw him towards the end of the session. Not sure if he's working his way through some stuff, but they were cleaning up some fluid. Gotta hope that that thing stays dry because obviously he needs a lap right here.
Is that Chad Fegley down there? And I can't tell. The light's like failing me right now. But they're looking to try and see, and quite frankly, they're not sure what the fluid is. If it's water, if it's fuel.
Oh, no, they're giving him the clock time. Barry Burrish is going to make a single pass over here on the left-hand side. I'm not sure how much more time they're going to give the Oldsmobile. See the Mustang kind of kick the rear end just a little bit as he went 1-2.
So I got to tell you,
here we go.
I'm the guy that if I was in the Mustang and I already had a good time slip, I would have issues that made me idle down the racetrack.
All right, so
to give Darce Laws some time.
Yeah, Darce is going to be the last car. Now let's see what he gets. Oh, that's not what he wanted. Just blew the tires clean off of it. And you know the problem is? Yeah, Lonnie is ready for umbrella drinks. But, you know, let me finish this one up real quick. The bad part here for Darce, he waited, and as a racer in something like that, when it blows the tires off, you go, oh, the run's wasted. And the problem is you get out of the gas, and then it takes a little while, and then you realize, oh, I should have motored down the back and at least had something faster than an 18-second pass. So that will literally almost eliminate him from any chance of competition.
Absolutely, and sad to see it, but hey, they're running, and you know, hopefully they can get out there and be going down the road and go put on a show for the rest of the week. We'll see, but again, big thanks to Gear Vendors and Motion Raceworks. All of you spectators that came out, we are super thrilled to be here for Sick the Mag, Sick Week 2022 in Florida. Derek Putnam.
Yeah,
what a long day, but dude, a bunch of great racing.
Absolutely. Chad Reynolds, thanks for joining me up here, as well as doing some great work down there on the starting line. Adam Dory was already on the road with Luke from Sick the Mag. Once again, big thanks to Gear Vendors Overdrive, the official presenting sponsor of Sick Week. Thanks to Motion Raceworks, who brought us the live stream, and Warren for all your hard work, and you and your crew, thank you so much. Also, again, a big thank you to Gear Vendors Overdrive, Motion Raceworks, Iski Cams, Summit Racing Equipment, VP Fuels, Mickey Thompson Tires, TBM Brakes, Holly Performance and NOS, Dodge and Radford Racing School, Vice Grip Garage, Race Quip, and Rhino Classifieds, as they are joining us on the tour that will now go to South Georgia Motorsports Park, ladies and gentlemen. So on behalf of everybody here at Gainesville Raceway and all of us on Sick Week, my name is Derek Putnam. Thank you all so much for coming out. We ask that you please drive safely home. Again, please make sure you pick up the live stream again tomorrow. We will do this all over again, run over 300 cars down the racetrack at South Georgia Motorsports Park, and then return to Bradenton to wrap everything up on Friday, crown some winners, hand out some awesome-looking Sick helmets, and have a party somewhere along the line. Y'all be safe. Have a great night. We'll see you tomorrow on the live stream.